Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Duke slowly reached out his hand to Nicole Robin. But Robin, her face unreadable, only looked at him in silence. Her eyes were complicated, turbulent beneath the calm surface. After a long pause, her voice broke the tension, faint and distant. "I don't have a home anymore." Though the truth in his memories had begun to convince her that Duke could be her father, it was too late for that to matter. Nicole Robin had grown up long ago, hunted, betrayed, hardened by survival. What use did she have for a father now? Duke wasn't surprised by her reaction. Blood ties made them father and daughter. But decades of separation, the absence of love and protection during her darkest days, meant that bond had never truly been formed. You don't become family just because fate says so. Even now, her bounty and her identity as the last person able to decipher the poneglyphs made her a target for every greedy force on the sea. But Duke didn't care about any of that. "Even so," he said, voice steady, "as long as I'm alive, you still have a home. The Valoran family will always stand behind you." His tone was quiet but certain, like stone settling into place. Was the Valoran family strong enough to challenge the world government outright? No. Not yet. Heroes like Janna and Xian Zhao still needed time to grow stronger. But for now, fighting in the shadows, playing cat and mouse with the world government to protect his daughter? That, Duke could handle. The truth Nicole Robin carried might be dangerous to the world. But history, no matter how sacred, had never ruled this world. Only power did. If the truth mattered more, CP0 would have obliterated her the moment she joined the Straw Hats. But they hadn't. Even Akiji's favor wasn't enough to protect her from that kind of threat. "This place isn't safe," Duke added. "Crocodile's protection won't last." "That spy you saw? CP9. I dealt with him. But the next one could be CP0, or worse. The world government won't stop. Come back to West Blue. It's the safest place for you now." But Robin shook her head, still expressionless. She didn't trust him. Not yet. Duke sighed softly. "I know you care about the poneglyphs," he said. "I don't. I never have. But if it matters to you, give me time, and I'll bring them to you." Yes, even the road poneglyphs. Robin's eyes finally flickered. That caught her attention. Those stones, scattered across the world, held the path to Raftel. One was on Zou. Another in Wano under Kaido's control. A third was rumored to be with Gangplank, the shadowy ruler of Tatoland. And the fourth? Lost, possibly in Elbaf or the Fishman Island. But Duke sounded so sure. Too sure. Robin's expression darkened slightly. How could a West Blue mafia family, even one ruling the underground, have this kind of intelligence? How could they casually talk about recovering texts even the Pirate King had struggled to find? Could this man really rival Gold Roger? Or was he, like Crocodile, trying to exploit her to unlock the secrets of the ancient weapons? Duke caught the suspicion in her eyes. He let out a low laugh. "How the hell do you build trust with a 20-something genius historian, who's secretly your 188 IQ daughter from another life?" He thought. Yeah, no manual for that. After a long silent pause, Duke relented with a sigh. "Fine. If you want to stay in Alabasta for now, so be it. But at least let me leave someone to protect you." He turned, scooped up a lazy golden-eyed cat that had been circling his ankles. The small creature yawned mid-air as he placed it gently into Robin's arms. "This is Yumi. She'll stay with you. She's not just for protection, she can call me if something goes wrong." Robin raised a skeptical eyebrow. "A cat." "A magical cat," Duke corrected. Yumi stretched her long body, blinked slowly, and then spoke. "I got this, Niall." Before Robin could react, Yumi dissolved into a shimmer of light and surged into her body, merging seamlessly. Robin's eyes widened. She instantly felt a rush of strength, her body rejuvenated, her senses sharper. "What kind of ability?" she muttered. "A Zoan fruit?" "No, this feels different." Yumi was unlike any devil fruit user she'd ever seen. No Logia. No Zoan. No Paramecia. Something else entirely. "In case you're wondering," Duke said calmly, "she's not a devil fruit user. She's Yumi. A magical being. Don't underestimate her. She's protected champions on battlefields worse than this world. If someone like I'm Sama ever comes for you, Yumi will buy enough time for me to get here. Robin blinked. Who? Duke tilted his head. The real ruler of the world government. The one who sits on the empty throne. Been alive for centuries. Uses Uranus, the ancient weapon, to stay in power. Robin stared at him, stunned. The existence of such a figure was never spoken of, not even in the darkest corners of historical records. Was Duke lying? Or was he one of the few people who had glimpsed the hidden gears of this world? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Just who is this man? And what is the Valoran family really? The secret behind the throne. In the world of pirates, is a name that exists only in whispers, an enigma buried beneath centuries of lies. His very existence is the highest of classified secrets, known only to a handful of people in the entire world. Revealing the truth, that a single ruler has secretly sat upon the empty throne and controlled the world from the shadows for over 800 years, would cause the foundation of the world government to shatter. The world government was born from fear. Nations once scattered and vulnerable banded together to fight back against powerful enemies and an ever-growing tide of piracy. Under the pretense of unity, 50 kings now sit at the table of the reverie, convening every 4 years to vote on policies affecting the entire globe, like the abolishment of the 7 warlord system. In principle, the empty throne was supposed to represent equality. No ruler, no singular authority. Just mutual governance. But the lie was immaculate. Because had been sitting on that throne all along. If the truth got out, if the allied nations discovered that their decisions had always been manipulated by a hidden master, the resulting political earthquake would be enough to plunge the world into chaos. And yet, even chaos may not be enough to uproot what has built. For centuries, has quietly extended his reach, planting seeds of influence in every corner of the world. The celestial dragons, once just 19 royal families, have transformed into self-proclaimed gods. They're untouchable, feared, and obeyed, even capable of demanding that a king's daughter be given to them as a slave during the reverie itself. What were once nobles became gods, because willed it so. And now, the world government is a sprawling machine of absolute control, masked behind the illusion of global cooperation. Duke knew this. But knowing wasn't enough. Would revealing the truth help him now? Absolutely not. What Duke needed wasn't a revolution. It was stability, a quiet sea to farm strength, build power, and prepare. Time was on his side. After a quiet conversation with Robin, Duke handed her a scroll, training materials he'd prepared himself. Within it were details of hockey mastery, rokushiki techniques, and physical conditioning. Everything a survivor needed to grow strong in a world ruled by monsters. Your mind is already sharp, Duke said. But to survive this world, your body must be just as strong. Then, like a shadow passing over water, he vanished from Alabasta, leaving no trace. The charming aura from Ari's magic had already ensured that the royal guards would forget ever seeing him. But Robin wouldn't forget. She now had a talking cat named Yumi, a strange scroll of power in her hand, and a heart that for the first time in years, felt a flicker of warmth. She gazed down at the lazy, purring feline curled up on her lap. My mysterious patriarch father? What a strange and wonderful life this is. As the days passed, Robin began her secret training. Her Hana Hana no Mi, the flower fruit, was much more than a parlor trick. Given enough strength, Robin could be a one-woman army. If Senju Hashirama could summon 1,000 hands, why can't I? With armament haki, maybe I can summon 1,000 armed Buddha too. The idea wasn't as ridiculous as it sounded. After all, when it came to having more arms, Robin was already a master. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land Mariehua, the 5 elders sat in grim silence, brows furrowed over a fresh intelligence report. So it's true. Crocodile is behind Baroque works, said the bearded elder, tapping the parchment. He intends to steal the kingdom of Alabasta, added the blonde elder. Just like Doflamingo did with Dressrosa. Though Crocodile was a Shichibukai, his recent moves, including mass purchases of dance powder and the engineering of Alabastus drought, had pushed him too far. One of our CP9 agents was killed in Rainbase, said the stern elder with curly hair. His identity was compromised. Should we dispatch Marines? The bald elder asked coldly. The 5 elders debated. Yes, Crocodile was a warlord. Yes, he had special privileges. But if he was caught destabilizing a sovereign nation, it would destroy the illusion of justice the world government had so carefully cultivated. The seas are only now settling, murmured the curly-haired elder, thanks to the chaos caused by Blood Emperor Vladimir. If we act too soon, it could ignite another wave of rebellion. The conversation was tense, until new intelligence arrived. Whitebeard's captains, without the old man lifting a finger, had crushed 3 infamous pirate crews. Undying Jason, 530 million bounty. Dead. Phantom Sword Long Tay, 480 million bounty. Dead. One-Eyed Barbassa, 680 million bounty. Dead. All defeated by Marco and the commanders. Worse, Kaido of the Beasts had tried to seize the opportunity and attack Whitebeard's territory. He left with a broken dragon horn, battered and coughing blood, narrowly escaping with his life. Whitebeard was old, but not obsolete. Kaido's so-called suicide missions? Just drunken, theatrical lies. If he truly wanted to die, he'd storm Marineford or impale himself in Im's throne room. And the Marines would gladly help him die trying. The 5 elders looked at each other. The world was changing, again. Too many variables. Too many powers awakening. In the shadows, something far more dangerous than Crocodile or Kaido was rising. And the name whispered among the storm winds was Duke.
It seems that Whitebeard is still the strongest man in the world. But to the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, in particular, Vladimir's combat power assessment may need to be recalculated. The somewhat bald 5 elders had a straight face and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Human beings have limits. In the world of pirates, the limits that most ordinary people can only reach about A+ at most. And everyone with a combat power of S or above is enough to become a legend on the sea. Even the world government, which has ruled the entire world for hundreds of years, needs to be careful when facing anyone with a combat power above S-. Not to mention facing Whitebeard, or in other words, some of the top combat forces in the sea that are probably only weaker than Whitebeard. Every person with S and above combat power who attacks or destroys wantonly on the sea is enough to cause irreparable damage to countless countries in the entire pirate world. Aokiji and Akaina's duel can permanently change the climate of an island. Doflamingo's birdcage can directly lock a country. Whitebeard's shock fruit, World Destroyer's Momo fruit, and Golden Lion's lion fruit can turn some islands into history. In the world of pirates, how many islands and countries can withstand the crazy destruction of those strong men above S-? In other words, why is there not even a vast continent in the pirate world, but only countless island countries? In the world of pirates, there once existed a huge kingdom. But now, in the pirate world, there is no trace of that huge kingdom. Although the ancient weapon Uranus controlled by Lord Im can easily erase those islands and countries. But no one wants to rule a dead, empty world. Yes, it seems that the power of the 7 warlords of the sea is still an important part of maintaining order in the sea. What's more, the country Crocodile wants to conquer is Alabasta. The curly-haired 5 elders had a sarcastic smile on his face and said in a deep voice, after the Nefertari family gave up entering Marijois, they were no longer a part of us. They are traitors. And traitors don't deserve God's protection at all. Although Alabasta is a superpower among the countries that have joined the world government, Alabasta has always been secretly suppressed by the world government. World government does not require the existence of any real superpower in the pirate world. The choice made by the Nefertari family back then was already destined. Today's world government has long diverged from the path of the Nefertari family. One is already high in the sky, and the other is still in contact with the dust. However, what is high in the sky may not be the moon in the mirror. Those who are in contact with the dust may be down to earth and continue forever. Then let all Crocodile's plans in Alabasta go for now. Wait until the Pacifist Project and the Seraph Project are successful and the 7 warlords of the sea can be eliminated. Everything Crocodile fought for, they will all become the fruit of God. The bearded 5 elders said coldly, and the other 5 elders nodded. But later, after looking at some information about the Gangplank pirates, the Fishmen Island and the 4 seas, the 5 elders frowned again. It feels like the sea has never calmed down since Plank went to sea. Big news comes one after another. Strange and powerful men and forces also appeared one after another. As the 5 elders who must try every means to maintain the balance of this sea, it was so difficult for them during this time. The 5 elders frowned because of the turbulent sea, but Duke took Ari and the German general manager Xian Zhao. There is also the ocean dragon that has been swimming in the sea, madly preying on sea kings, but does not directly turn back to West Blue. Instead, after meeting a transparent blue bird, we started heading straight to Gaia Island. Above Gaia Island is the legendary Sky Island, where the Golden Country is located. There is a huge wealth buried there. It's time for Enel to understand what the real god is. Duke took Janna, Ari, and others straight to Gaia Island. Bilgewater in the New World has initially integrated all the forces of all nations in Plank. And after using Charlotte Linlin to create a large number of Hamitz factories, he began his own road to fortune. The 4 Emperors group of New World cannot simply be described as a pirate group. In other words, it is more appropriate to call it the princes or countries that separate the New World. Each 4 Emperors group occupies a large area of the New World sea area. At the same time, it has a large number of countries under its command that fly the flag of the 4 Emperors group and pay tribute every year. The Big Mom pirate group used to pay tributes from all the countries under its command every year, all of which were deserts, and the taxes paid by the citizens in the areas directly under their jurisdiction were all souls. But once the emperor and his ministers came to power, after Plank came to power, all the rules naturally had to be changed. What does Plank want with those deserts? He doesn't want to become a fat man. He has oranges to eat, that's enough. Paying the money obediently every year, opening all ports at the same time, and not imposing taxes on all goods in Bilgewater is the way to go. The fully automated Hamitz factory will allow countless countries in the pirate world to experience what capital colonization and commodity dumping are. As for the previous 2 months of life tax paid by citizens in the field every year, it was also directly changed by Plank to 1 month, or normal tax payment. Either pay money or hand over your life. This is reasonable and kind enough. For the citizens of Bilgewater now, all it takes is some money and 1 month of life per year. Being able to get the protection of 4 emperors is really a great deal. At least, after paying some money and lifespan, they don't have to worry about being attacked by other pirates at any time. Take away all their wealth, and their lives. In the pirate world, there are countless pirates and wars. It is simply a luxury for civilians to live a stable life. Under Gangplank's leadership, Bilgewater grew from strength to strength. In order to better promote products and earn more money, Plank even issued his own iron law of the sea. No private fighting or killing is allowed in Bilgewater. All those who dare to plunder and fight in the waters of Bilgewater, whether they are pirates, marines, merchants, or bounty hunters. Anyone who dares to violate the iron laws of the new 4 emperors, the ocean disaster Plank, will die. Gangplank wants to turn Bilgewater into a peaceful hotel in the world of pirates. In this way, Bilgewater will become the paradise that countless pirates and merchants in the pirate world dream of. Only a peaceful environment can breed prosperous business and an absolutely safe environment. It can also attract countless pirates or bounty hunters who are tired of killing in the sea. Those big pirates who have worked hard to make money all their lives are so scared all day long that they can't find a place to spend money and live in seclusion. It is really a waste. How wonderful it would be to take the money they have saved all their lives and spend their remaining years in Bilgewater. Bilgewater was becoming increasingly prosperous, and the pirates and bounty hunters who tried to challenge the iron laws of Plank's Sea were also hanged on the killer's pier one by one. Only iron and blood can create power, and at the same time, Plank's iron law can be engraved on the hearts of everyone on this sea. Such as Big Mom's tea party cannot be refused. Whitebeard's son must not harm the iron law of the sea. But they are all watered with the blood of countless people. Plank's power is getting stronger day by day, and within the Fishmen Island, Nami, the Tide Summoner, and Jinbei, the hero of the sea, begin a showdown. It's time to decide the future of the Fishmen Island. A few days ago, after learning that the Whitebeard pirates had encountered challenges from a large number of pirates, Jinbei, who has always been grateful for Whitebeard's kindness, led the Fishman pirates into the New World with the intention of helping Whitebeard. And just after he left the Fishmen Island, some daring people, because Whitebeard gave in to Vladimir, the pirates no longer respected Whitebeard's flag and launched an attack on the Fishmen Island. Each mermaid can be sold for hundreds of millions at auction. If inflation is not taken into account, the countless mermaids on the Fishmen Island are the greatest wealth in the pirate world. Among the 5 million people in the Fishmen Island, there are at least hundreds of thousands of mermaid ladies. However, although Duke is short of money, he really can't do things like human trafficking. Money can be earned slowly. But once things like conscience are gone, how much more money can be made? No, if your conscience is gone, then there is no bottom line at all. Duke doesn't want to be someone who has no bottom line at all. What's more, things are rare and valuable, and a small number of mermaid ladies can sell them at high prices. Even the celestial dragons, who are stupid and have a lot of money, can't buy so many goods at one time, right? Moreover, the celestial dragon's money ends up being Duke's money. Did I buy my conscience with my own money? Is my conscience so worthless? Duke's conscience must be sold for at least 10 trillion. Well, it seems that 5 trillion cannot be considered. Duke has never thought of selling mermaids now, even though Nami has firmly ruled over 100,000 Murlocs in Fishman Street, and he has a huge reputation throughout the Fishmen Island. After Whitebeard's reputation began to decline, a large number of pirate groups were blinded by money and launched an attack on the Fishmen Island. The countless fishmen on the Fishmen Island, although their natural wrist strength is 10 times that of humans. However, facing countless powerful pirate groups who can reach the Sabayati archipelago from all over the world, or simply sneak into the deep sea from the New World. When Jinbei and the Fishmen pirates left the Fishmen Island, defeated steadily, fishmen are never better than humans. Yamato is noble. In other words, it may be limited by population, or it may be limited by genes and environment. The low-level combat power of fishmen is indeed stronger than that of ordinary human soldiers, but whether it is middle-level, high-level, or top-level combat power, fishmen are completely inferior to humans. And does the strength of the grassroots troops have any significance in the world of pirates and in real wars? A miscellaneous fish is always a miscellaneous fish. Even if it cannot block bullets and cannonballs, it is impossible to withstand the strong conqueror's haki. His king, Luffy, can intimidate 100,000 Murlocs with just one conqueror's haki. Whitebeard or 4 emperors come to the Fishmen Island and place a conquerors. The Fishmen Island. How many fishmen can still successfully stand in front of Whitebeard or the 4 emperors in the end? 1,000? 500? Or less? Murlocs are too weak. The Dragon Palace Kingdom is too weak. The army of Ryago Kingdom, and even Jinbei's Fishman pirate group after Whitebeard's death. There is no way to resist those endless human pirate groups. He could only be forced to join Big Mom after Whitebeard died. The Poseidon army of Ryago Kingdom was retreating steadily in front of a large number of powerful pirate groups. A large number of mermaids were captured and plundered by countless pirate groups, and the Fishman Island suddenly became panicked. But at this moment, Nami led the Fishman army formed by the gangsters in Fishman Street and took action. Hody Jones and others, who had already obtained the poison, were not as powerful as they would be in later generations, but they still had considerable fighting power. A large number of pirate groups who were not strong enough were easily repelled by Hody Jones and others with the help of vicious medicine. Even several big pirates with bounties of nearly 100 million were easily torn in half by Hody Jones. Even after being subdued by Nami, the summoner of the waves, Hody Jones, and others still have hidden hatred and disdain for humans in their hearts. And the several big pirates who were defeated by him one after another had bounties of nearly 100 million, which made Hody Jones start to become more and more inflated, and even began to obey some of Nami's orders in secret. Then, in a rash attack, the great pirate Bloodsword Aiden, who was offered a bounty of 230 million by a New World pirate, first easily chopped off an arm, and then his head was directly chopped off. Bloodsword Aiden is a powerful swordsman who can easily perform flying slashes. Even in the deep sea, the decline in combat power of Bloodsword Aiden is not serious. In the deep sea, in addition to boats that can be coated, people can also be coated. In other words, unless it is some demon fruit power that one must always be careful about, or a physical expert who can perform coating. In the deep sea, they can still exert strong combat power. The vicious medicine ES can indeed increase a lot of strength after taking it. However, Hody Jones's vision is too short-sighted. Hody Jones, who has never taken the powerful devil fruit and has never mastered the two-color haki, relying on the strength increased by the poison and fishman karate, it's okay to deal with some ordinary pirates. Facing the real strong man, Hody Jones, he could only deliver food. Nami, the Tide Caller, doesn't like people like Hody Jones. If it weren't for the fact that for a while in Human Street, we couldn't pick out some cotters with sufficient strength and reputation. Hody Jones and others have long since been completely given up by Nami, the summoner of the waves. But now, with the arrival of tidal sealing fits, Hody Jones, a BD who has a deep hatred for Poseidon Shirahoshi and has long lost his potential to become stronger due to taking the dangerous drug ES for many years, naturally has no need to continue to survive. I just don't know what kind of expression he will have when Hody Jones dies in the hands of the humans he has always looked down on. Hody Jones died, and Nami instantly showed great anger. At the same time, for the first time, he showed his terrifying power in front of countless fishmen on the Fishman Island. Even if Nami doesn't like Hody Jones anymore. But Hody Jones is also Nami's subordinate after all. Bloodsword Aiden killed Hody Jones, which simply didn't give her Nami face. Without giving face to the future mermaid queen and king of the deep sea, how can a mere Bloodsword Aiden think about it? Nami was angry, and the sea was also angry. The terrifying undercurrent of the deep sea swept through the entire Bloodsword Pirates group in an instant. The coating of the Bloodsword Pirates ship was first shattered. Countless ordinary pirates in the pirate ship were crushed to pieces by the pressure of the deep sea in an instant. Many pirate cotters with some strength. Also under the deep sea, my whole body was under heavy pressure, and I was spitting out bloody foam, slowly floating to the sea. The physiques of the powerful men in the pirate world have long exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The Bloodsword Pirates were wiped out almost instantly, but Bloodsword Aiden and Deputy Captain Iron Hand Rabbi relied on their own powerful strength. And the body coating barely blocked Nami's first wave of deep sea undercurrent. However, if you block this wave, there will be the next wave, and even the next wave after that. The deep sea is Nami's territory. Countless seawater surges crazily according to Nami's thoughts. The terrifying seas pout completely submerged Bloodsword Aiden and Iron Hand Rabbi, as well as the rest of the Bloodsword Pirates. After the seas pout finally subsided, Bloodsword Aiden and Iron Hand Rabbi only left Nami's specially preserved head. After all, these two heads are worth hundreds of millions in bounties, so they can't be wasted. The destruction of the Bloodsword Pirates and Nami's terrifying ability to control the sea horrified countless fishmen who witnessed all this. The pirates who were still wandering around the Fishman Island trying to capture mermaids also learned that the Bloodsword Pirates had been destroyed. A few wise captains chose to retreat. The remaining pirates, blinded by greed, quickly turned into a large bounty under the attack of the angry Nami and the elusive tidal sea spirit Fitz. In the deep sea, with the combination of Nami the Tide Summoner and Fizz, the tidal sea spirit, Duke really couldn't think of anyone else who was qualified to be their opponent. Not even Admiral or 4 Emperors? As long as Nami or Fitz cannot be killed instantly, the terrifying deep sea will completely swallow up all enemies who dare to offend them. Nami and Fitz became the heroes of the Fishman Island, and the strength of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Poseidon Army was also fully exposed in front of all the Fishman Island fishmen. The Dragon King Kingdom cannot protect the people of the Fishman Island. And what's the point of existence for a king who can't protect the people of his kingdom? The Fishmen Island is instigated by the Fishmen Street civilians under Nami, and the undercurrent is surging. Then, after witnessing Marco and others successfully defeating all the provocateurs, Whitebeard even severely wounded Kaido. However, he learned that the Fishmen Island had been attacked by a large number of pirates and that civil strife could break out at any time. Jinbei, the sea hero, hurried back to the Fishmen Island from the New World. Jinbei hopes that the Fishmen Island can always maintain peace and tranquility. Although King Neptune is a little weaker, at least he is not a bad person. Well, the king of the pirate world depends entirely on his peers. As for Nami, Jinbei doesn't know enough. He is very worried that Nami will bring the Fishmen Island into the abyss. But Nami feels that she will lead the Fishmen Island to a bright future. What future could be brighter than under Duke? Although Duke squeezes and exploits ordinary people in the pirate world and makes them work hard to make money for Duke. But at least, they can really make money through work in the future. Moreover, they can live peacefully under Duke's command. No more worries about being robbed and killed by countless pirates. No longer have to worry about being cruelly exploited by those kings and nobles and taking everything away. Or just to protect the environment and reputation of his kingdom, he burned countless poor people to ashes and turned them into slaves at any time. Duke may not be considered a good person, but he has a very flexible moral bottom line. But compared to the countless kings, nobles, and pirates in the pirate world, sorry, they have no morals and no bottom line at all. The world of pirates was originally a hopeless and chaotic abyss. Are you the current boss of Fishman Street? I would like to express my great gratitude to you for driving away the pirates who dared to attack the Fishmen Island and protecting the entire Fishmen Island not long ago. Jinbei looked at the young and beautiful Tide Summoner Sameheim in front of him, and was slightly stunned. Then, he bowed deeply and thanked her sincerely. Jinbei does not want the Fishmen Island to cause civil strife. But for Nami's contribution to the Fishmen Island, Jinbei feels grateful from the bottom of his heart. Jinbei is also a fishman. If because he led the Fishmen pirate group to leave the Fishmen Island, and the Fishmen Island was looted by countless pirates, Jinbei feels that he may feel guilty for the rest of his life. The Fishmen pirates are now the most powerful force in the entire Fishmen Island, except for Nami and Fitz. It's ironic to say that the strongest combat force of the Ryogo Kingdom, which has a population of 5 million, is actually a pirate group. The Poseidon army in Ryogo Kingdom is basically trash. In other words, on the official side, Jinbei, the 7 warlords of the sea, is the guardian, and on the dark side, the Ryogo Kingdom and the Poseidon army are always protected by the Whitebeard flag. It had been too long since I had experienced some brutal battles. Strong men or elites need to be born from endless battles. Naval Headquarters has a sound and complete marine training system. But in this sea, the largest number of middle and high-level powerful people are still pirates. Who knows how many legends of the sea are imprisoned in Impel Down? Anyway, since the Great Pirate Era began, after several expansions in strength, Naval Headquarters is still a little overwhelmed. There are too many pirates on the sea. From the 4 seas to the Grand Line and then to the New World, this is a hellish road and an extremely cruel journey. If they cannot quickly become stronger during this journey, what awaits those pirates is death and imprisonment, with no other way out. Either become stronger quickly, or wait silently for death. No need to ask how to choose. Jinbei expressed his sincere gratitude to Nami, while the quirky Fitz looked at Jinbei who was bending his head and made a face carelessly. The tidal sea spirit Fitz has a long lifespan, but its mind has never matured. If it weren't for being a bit unreliable, Fitz, who has greater potential and can communicate and call sea kings like Poseidon Shirahoshi, would be more suitable than Nami to become the king of the Fishmen Island. But, how can a naughty kid like to be naughty and mischievous be a good king? Let Fizz lead the fishmen of the Fishmen Island and play hide-and-seek with the pirates who dive into the deep sea every day. I am also part of the Fishmen Island. It is my duty to protect all fishmen and lead them to a bright future. Nami looked at the sincerely grateful Jinbei in front of him and Kaido indifferently. As the queen of the Fishmen Island, isn't this what you should do to protect the citizens of the Fishmen Island? Although he has not yet been successfully crowned, Nami has already positioned himself as a king. After Nami finished speaking, Jinbei fell into deep silence. He learned Nami's wishes from Nami's words. But there can only be one person who can lead the Fishmen Island to the future. Only the king can shoulder the future of all fishmen. Is there no way to avoid it? Neptune was a generous and merciful king. Jinbei persuaded Nami and tried to make a last-ditch effort. Does a kind and merciful king necessarily mean he is a good king? Nami, the Tide Summoner, said coldly. Neptune has been king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom for decades. Countless citizens of the Fishmen Island can still only lurk under the sea, except for a few rich and powerful fishmen who can bathe in the sun. The vast majority of the Murloc citizens can still only live in darkness, and can only enjoy the warmth of the sun occasionally. There's even Fishman Street, where you don't see the slightest bit of sunlight all year round. Aren't the fishmen from Fishman Street citizens of Neptune? Are there more than 100,000 fishmen that have no sense of existence in Neptune's eyes? The very existence of Fishman Street is a black spot that Neptune cannot erase. Speaking of Fishman Street, Jinbei has gradually become heavier. He and Arlong, as well as Fisher Tiger and others, were all orphans from Fishman Street. Jinbei understands even better than Nami the cruelty of Fishman Street. Of course, I cannot lead the people of the Fishmen Island to bask in the sunshine openly. I don't blame him. After all, the dozens of kings of the Dragon Palace Kingdom before him also failed to bring the citizens of the Fishmen Island to the sun. The Dragon Palace Kingdom has always been like this, and it can only do this. But it has always been like this. Is it natural and right? Nami stared deeply into Jinbei's eyes and said firmly, "Don't all the citizens of the Fishmen Island deserve to live under the sun? Since Neptune still has the Dragon Palace Kingdom, it cannot bring hope and a bright future to all the citizens of the Fishmen Island. Then, let me lead all the citizens of the Fishmen Island to welcome the light." For those mermaids who are almost the same as her, Nami really regards them as her own people. But, Neptune has a lot of friendship with Father Whitebeard. Once Neptune is no longer the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Father Whitebeard will definitely take back his flag. Jinbei was silent for a moment and said bitterly, "Nami is not Hody Jones and others who will act recklessly in order to seize the Dragon Palace Kingdom in the future, and do not even care about the lives of their fellow fishmen." After Nami appeared on the Fishmen Island, everything she did seemed to be for a better future for the Fishmen Island. But this only made Jinbei feel more entangled and painful. Jinbei can defeat any ambitious person who tries to start a rebellion without hesitation, but facing a strong man like Nami who is trying to lead the Fishmen Island to a better future, he still cannot make a choice. Well, mainly because Nami is strong enough. Being able to easily control the power of the sea is a deadly deterrent in the world of pirates. Whitebeard claims to have the power to destroy the world, but he never meant that Whitebeard can use his shock fruit to shake the entire world in half. And the tsunami set off by Nami will never be weaker than Whitebeard's shock fruit. So what? I'm here. The future safety of the Fishmen Island no longer needs to rely on the flag of any pirates. Whitebeard will eventually grow old, and I will be crowned king. Nami was extremely confident, staring into Jinbei's eyes, and Haki said, "I will make this ocean red with the blood of all pirates who dare to covet the Fishmen Island. I will make sure that no one in this world will dare to buy or sell mermaids as slaves. I will let the reputation of the Fishmen Island resound through the sky and shock the whole world." That's my answer. Is it enough? Possessing the ability to control the sea, and assisted by the tidal sea spirit Fizz, Tide Caller Sameheim Nami is even enough to challenge the entire world? Of course, you can't win in a fight. But relying on the 10,000-meter deep sea, I stayed in the Fishmen Island to fight gorillas. From time to time, some sea kings are summoned, and a large wave of waves sweeps away some warships and islands. It seems more difficult to lose. The power of Uranus or Whitebeard can easily destroy an island. But it is more difficult to deal with Nami or Fitz under the 10,000-meter deep sea than to destroy 10 kingdoms or islands. Nami and Fitz are not stupid. They can't withstand the attack. Don't they know how to hide? Looking at Nami, who was extremely confident and seemed to be just stating the facts, Jinbei fell into deep silence again. Then, he opened his eyes suddenly, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and said decisively, "I'm not sure whether you will lead the Fishmen Island to the light or the abyss. Whether it is the overthrow of Neptune's throne or Nami's intention to give up the protection of Whitebeard's pirate group, it is enough to bring about great changes to the entire the Fishmen Island. But whether it's His Majesty Neptune's trust in me or Father Whitebeard's kindness to me and the Fishmen Island, you can never turn a blind eye to what I did to you. Come knock me down and prove everything you say. No matter what you want to do, I only know that in this world, without power, you can't do anything. I am the last defender of the Fishmen Island." Then, Jinbei, who was about to release the water but had not yet released it. Nami controlled the sea spout easily, and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was dizzy. Jinbei is able to defeat some enemies that are stronger than him in the water. But facing Nami, the queen of the sea, Jinbei's advantage as a fishman certainly has no effect at all. On land, Jinbei could only compete with Ace, who had just left the sea and had not yet become Whitebeard's son. Naturally, its strength is no match for Nami, who has easily wiped out a large number of pirate groups and has risen in level rapidly. The Fishmen Island is the gateway that countless pirates must pass through from the Grand Line to the New World. It is simply an excellent upgrade treasure place. Countless powerful pirate groups automatically deliver goods to your door every day, and you only need to gently poke the coating of those pirate ships to directly harvest a large amount of experience. Nami and Fitz's levels are so fast that it's hard not to improve. The pirate ship that can successfully reach the Fishmen Island is definitely not the lowest level fish pirate group. Jinbei was beaten violently by Nami. Some other cotters of the Sun Pirates, after watching Jinbei being easily beaten by Nami, just wanted to step forward to help. Then, looking at some huge sea kings that quietly surrounded them at some point, Aladdin and other capable cotters suddenly had the brightest smiles on their faces, and they obediently released their weapons. At the same time, he stared behind Nami with a look of horror and strangeness. The Murloc waving the trident and making faces at them, the tidal sea spirit, Fitz. Tidal sea spirit Fitz can also communicate and summon sea kings, although it may not be as powerful as Mermaid Princess Poseidon Shirahashi's summoning ability for the time being. But in essence, Fitz, the tidal sea spirit, can be called a replica of Poseidon in the world of pirates. There has been a legend circulating on the Fishmen Island that every few hundred years, a king will be born from countless fishmen who can command countless sea kings. And that king will lead the Fishmen Island to a new future. But no matter how you look at it, the weird guy making faces at them doesn't look like he can lead countless fishmen into the future. The specific information of ancient weapon Poseidon is considered top secret in the Fishmen Island. but the legend of a king who can summon sea kings has long been rumored in the Fishman Island. Vanderdecken 9, because he saw through Shirahoshi's identity, had been threatening Shirahoshi to propose marriage, trying to control Poseidon's power. Aladdin and others watched helplessly as Jinbei was manipulated by Nami into the sea water. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. But Jinbei, who was covered in bruises, was extremely calm and didn't care about the scars on his body. Instead, he seemed to be able to control the sea easily. Nami, who was also overwhelmed by him, and Fitz, the tidal sea spirit behind Nami who could summon sea kings, had a smile of relief on their faces. I am the last defender of the Fishman Island. But I am also the person who pushes the Fishman Island into a new era. King of the Sea. That's great. Jinbei has recognized the power of Nami and Fitz. At least on the Fishman Island, in the deep sea, Jinbei really can't think of anyone else who is more suitable to become the king of all fishmen than them. Jinbei fell to Nami. In the Fishman Island, the wave of dissatisfaction with King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom became more and more turbulent. Even, directly on the surface, countless Murlocs who trusted Jinbei and Nami raised their banners and began to openly declare that Nami was the real king of Murlocs. Neptune should simply abdicate and make way for someone better. Even a large number of soldiers in the Poseidon army of Ryogo Kingdom began to waver. If Nami hadn't been unwilling to seize power by force and start a war under Jinbei's prayer, causing a large number of casualties among fishmen and mermaids, and giving Neptune some time to abdicate on his own initiative. At this time, the Fishman Island has completely changed. The Fishman Island there are countless fishmen, and the crowd is excited, but it has become a little desolate. In the high-altitude Dragon Palace city, the great knight of the sea, King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, is sitting on the throne with an extremely complicated expression. Jinbei, who was slightly injured, entered Ryogo Castle not long ago and frankly told Neptune about the powerful power of Nami and Fizz, as well as Jinbei's own choice. Jinbei can't stop the powerful Nami and Fitz, and the small number of Poseidon troops in Ryogo Kingdom who are still loyal to Neptune can't stop Nami and Fitz either. Well, Neptune doesn't object to this. After all, he was once an old friend of Roger and Whitebeard. He is very aware of the power of the top warriors in the sea. For the future of the Fishman Island, and for the safety of himself and his children, Neptune didn't mind abdicating his throne. Anyway, if you can't fight, you can still save your life by surrendering directly. But the question is, shouldn't the contemporary Poseidon who has the power to summon and communicate with the Sea Kings be his own daughter Shirahoshi? Could it be that there are two Poseidons in this generation? But that tidal sea spirit Fitz, no matter how you look at it, is neither a mermaid nor a princess. Neptune looked confused. The ordinary fishmen on the island only know the legend of the king who has the ability to summon and communicate with sea kings. But Neptune, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom that has been passed down for many generations, knows very well. That so-called legend refers to the true form of ancient weapon Poseidon, the mermaid princess who was born after hundreds of years. Neptune was confused and pursued Captain Vanderdecken 9 who was threatening Shirahoshi. His face was also confused, and then, he was ecstatic. Ho 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 ho, no matter who Poseidon is, their power will be mine. The undercurrent in the Fishman Island was extremely turbulent, and Neptune was about to abdicate in favor of someone more powerful. Vanderdecken 9 continued to threaten Shirahoshi with a proposal of marriage, and at the same time, with great fanfare. At the cost of being willing to ally with Nami to overthrow the Ryogo Kingdom, he proposed to the tidal sea spirit Fitz. It's normal for a fishman to marry a fishman. As Vanderdecken 9, who is famous in the Fishman Island, he is also considered a pretty strong person in the Fishman Island. Then, Vanderdecken 9, who wanted to control all of Poseidon's power at the same time, was torn to pieces by the angry tide sea spirit Fizz, who summoned a large number of sea kings. Although Fitz looks weird and has a female voice. However, tidal sealing Fitz is really a male yordle. Vanderdecken 9, who was famous on the Fishman Island, was torn to pieces by Fitz summoning the Sea Kings. The death of Vanderdecken 9, who left many horrific legends on the Fishman Island, and Fizz's power to summon Sea Kings was demonstrated in front of countless the Fishman Island residents. After leaving countless the Fishman Island residents slightly stunned, they suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. The cheers for Nami, who was able to make Fitz surrender, became louder and louder. In the deep sea, what could be more secure than the protection of countless Sea Kings? And Neptune, who witnessed Fizz's ability to summon Sea Kings. After his eyes widened, he decisively chose to abdicate in favor of someone worthy of his honor. Neptune originally thought about whether to rely on the power of his daughter Shirahoshi to try to make a comeback. After all, Neptune may indeed be kind and generous, but no matter how you think about it, it seems that he has done nothing wrong. Being inexplicably kicked off the throne that had been passed down by his family for hundreds of years made him feel a little dissatisfied. But I never thought that the little guy who looked neither a mermaid nor a princess might actually be Poseidon? Could it be that the legend passed down by our ancestors was wrong? Or is it possible to be a Poseidon without being a mermaid princess? Neptune was confused, but he was not that stupid to use his daughter, a semi-finished Poseidon that was sometimes ineffective, to try to fight against a complete Poseidon that could easily summon a large number of sea kings. The Fishman Island after Neptune led all the ministers and the Poseidon army who were still loyal to him and chose to abdicate in favor of others, Nami, the Tide Caller, was also successfully crowned king. She is the daughter and queen of the sea. The first thing Nami did after she was crowned Queen of the Fishmen Island was, it is to conduct a census of all residents of the Fishmen Island and demolish Fishmen Street at the same time. Free food and compulsory education are provided to all young Murlocs. Education is very important. The cornerstone of a country or a nation that truly wants to be strong lies in education. At the same time, we strongly support the development of Fishman Karate in the Fishmen Island, and express our gratitude to all soldiers of the Fishmen Island. Open Marine 6 styles, swordsmanship training materials, and even 2-color hackies training materials. Murlocs who are born with 10 times the strength of human beings should not all be just weaklings who can only fight against miscellaneous fish. Of course, after becoming the Queen of the Fishmen Island, Nami made the most important decision that shocked the whole world. That is to block the entire the Fishmen Island route. All ships that want to arrive at New World from the first half of the Grand Line, or ships that want to return from New World to the first half of the Grand Line, either pay money to buy a pass token, or stay in the deep sea, with all the wealth on their ship, including the bounty on the heads of the pirate captains. It becomes the nourishment for the entire the Fishmen Island and the sacrifice that shapes the reputation of Nami, the king of the deep sea. As soon as the news came out that Nami, the newly promoted king of the Fishmen Island, had blocked the route to the Fishmen Island, the whole world suddenly boiled. The Fishmen Island is the only route in the pirate world where criminals can travel through the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. Blocking the route to the Fishmen Island will undoubtedly choke the throats of all pirates in the pirate world and members of the Dark World. This is simply an enemy of half the world. Serious businessmen and ordinary people in the pirate world can directly take the world government's Red Line route. But, who cares? In the past, the Fishmen Island was weak because of its own strength. Even though it occupied the excellent treasure land of the Fishmen Island, facing a large number of powerful pirate groups, we can only choose to ignore and give in. At the same time, stay as close to the Fishmen Island as possible and protect the citizens of the Fishmen Island. Avoid being destroyed or robbed by those pirate groups or lawless elements on the Fishmen Island. But now, times have changed. Nami's powerful power makes the Fishmen Island almost invincible in the deep sea, and the large number of sea kings summoned by Fizz are enough to block the entire route of the Fishmen Island. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't give full play to the terrain advantages of the Fishmen Island and kill countless pirate groups and criminals? If he didn't want to completely become the mortal enemy of countless pirates and lawless elements in the pirate world, and at the same time he didn't want to catch all the fish, which would completely cut off the Fishmen Island's future financial resources. For all the pirate ships and merchant ships from the Dark World that want to pass through the Fishmen Island route, Nami and Fizz not only charge high tolls, but directly pack the entire ship. Nami and Fitz didn't have any qualms about robbing pirate ships and merchant ships from the Dark World. But, for things like robbery, how about making money by directly collecting tolls? If there is too much plundering and fear of plundering, this route will be ruined. At that time, those pirate ships or cargo ships from the Dark World will all find ways to spend huge sums of money to bribe world government officials and take the world government route. Isn't that staking the enemy? Nami and Fitz never do anything to capitalize on their enemies. It's better to make money yourself. The Fishmen Island route is blocked. All pirate ships who are unwilling to pay large tolls and merchant ships from the Dark World. All were destroyed by the Fishmen Island warriors and the Sea Kings summoned by Fitz. And those pirate ships and merchant ships from the Dark World who paid huge tolls. Then you can walk on a fixed and safe channel without having to worry about being attacked by other Sea Kings. Nami and Fitz were very responsible and collected the tolls. Of course, they had to ensure the safety of their navigation in the deep sea. The route to the Fishmen Island is extremely dangerous. Before Fizz summoned countless Sea Kings to block the route to the Fishmen Island, a large number of Sea Kings roamed freely in the deep sea. It often causes devastating damage to countless pirate ships in the deep sea. Hey, what is this? I've never seen it before. Would you like to take a bite? With a click, the coatings and hulls of those pirate ships will be bitten to pieces by those Sea Kings. Then, a few ba sounds. Ba, 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 it doesn't taste good. I'll be spat out by those Sea Kings again. Sea Kings don't like to eat wood. But in the deep sea, once the coating is destroyed, most weak pirates or criminals will. In an instant, it will turn into a mass of blood mist, leaving no body intact. Most importantly, those Sea Kings who know that pirate ships are not delicious. It is very likely that just after a while, you will feel confused again. What is this? I've never seen it before. Take a bite and try it. The huge Sea Kings are nothing more than a moving mountain of meat to the top players in the pirate world. The giant warriors Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brogy can directly kill big monsters like the island-eating goldfish. It is not difficult for a strong man above Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral to kill some average-sized Sea Kings. However, among those pirate ships and criminal merchant ships, how many strong men are there who can kill the average-sized Sea Kings? What's more difficult than killing the Sea Kings in the deep sea is the need to protect the ships they're on in the deep sea. The deep sea is a forbidden land for humans. The threat from the Sea Kings in the deep ocean is undoubtedly extremely huge. With the help of countless Sea Kings, the Fishmen Island route was successfully blocked by Nami and Fitz. Countless pirate ships and merchant ships tried to resist and were all buried in the deep sea. Most of the pirate ships and merchant ships obediently paid a large amount of tolls. However, the surrender of those pirate ships and merchant ships never represents the complete victory of the Fishmen Island. A huge undercurrent is starting from the Fishmen Island and flowing crazily to the entire world. The Ryago Kingdom, which has enough strength to completely block the route to the Fishmen Island at any time, poses a huge threat to the four emperors and the dark emperors of the pirate world. Most of the illegal transactions of some kings of the dark world must pass through the Fishmen Island route. Once the Fishmen Island route is blocked, New World's superior Four Emperors group, it will also gradually lose its fresh blood supply and slowly become weak and decayed. At the same time, it is difficult to radiate one's own strength and power from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line or even the whole world. In other words, it really allowed Nami and others to completely block the route to the Fishmen Island, just in case the Four Emperors group needed to return to the first half of the Grand Line from New World that day, suddenly encountered a backstab from the extremely powerful Nami or Fitz, even if they were as strong as the Four Emperors group. In the deep sea, it is very likely that the entire army will end up being annihilated. Unless, the Four Emperors Regiment will never send a large number of troops back to the first half of the Grand Line. Whoever controls the route to the Fishmen Island will hold the throats of the Dark Emperors and even the Four Emperors of the New World. However, the Emperors of the Dark World were not the first to be alarmed by Nami and others' blockade of the Fishmen Island route, but the 5 elders above the Fishmen Island, in the Holy Land Marijois. Those despicable fishmen actually dare to block the route to the Fishmen Island. Are they trying to completely destroy the balance of this sea? The blonde 5 elders roared angrily. Once the Fishmen Island completely blocks the route between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, some world government member countries and ordinary people may cheer for it. This allows them to no longer have to worry about the threat of those New World pirates. However, the completely blocked the Fishmen Island route will undoubtedly make most pirates choose to stay in the first half of the Grand Line or even in the Four Seas. It's impossible to reach New World anyway, so it seems good to just stay in Sahai. Without the front section of the Grand Line, the survival of the fittest on the New World route would reduce the number of pirate groups, and countless pirates would be stranded. It will make the foundation of world government, and even the entire ocean, more and more chaotic. Without fresh blood, the strength of the Four Emperors group will gradually weaken, and the power of the world government and the big pirates will be thrown out of balance. The 5 elders and the world government never wanted to completely wipe out the great pirates of the New World. Without the threat of pirates, it will undoubtedly be more difficult to spend money and bloodletting from world government member countries. Don't worry, they haven't completely blocked the Fishmen Island route yet. I just want to make a lot of money through the Fishmen Island route. The balance of the world has not been completely broken yet. The 5 elders with long beards squinted their eyes and said faintly, "The fishman who can summon countless sea kings is our real thorn in the side. The prophesied era is coming, and will even the legendary Poseidon come with it?" After the bearded 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders also looked solemn. If the Fishmen Island route blocked by Nami Fitz and others could only disturb the balance of the sea, then the advent of the ancient weapon Poseidon will directly threaten the hegemony of the world government. Poseidon appears, such a thing must be reported to Lord Im immediately. The Poseidon of the past never shook the order of God, and the Poseidon of today is still unable to challenge God. God's order will last forever. The somewhat bald 5 elders are extremely fanatical. The ancient weapon Poseidon, which can summon and control countless sea kings, is indeed terrifying. But the sea kings can't fly, so they don't pose much of a threat to Uranus or the celestial dragons. The holy place Marijois is located on the towering red line. After the bald 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders also nodded. They can make their own decisions on ordinary matters. But when it comes to something as big as the ancient weapon Poseidon that can challenge the order of God, you must go to the real master of the world government and even the entire pirate world. I'm Sama, the Supreme Lord. The lights that should have disappeared from history have reappeared. Does this world need to be cleaned again? Deep in Pango City, Lord Yumo sat high on the void throne, and the 5 elders knelt on the ground with great respect. Lord Im, who was aloof, looked at the photo of the little fishman Fitz in his hand with an expressionless face. A trace of doubt quietly flashed through his eyes. Isn't Poseidon supposed to be a mermaid princess? Why a lowly fishman? The true face of the ancient weapon Poseidon, and even the predicted era that Gold Roger and Tianyushi have been waiting for. It has never been a big secret to Lord Im. Historical texts are obscure to countless people in the pirate world today, recording forbidden secrets of the distant past. But for Lord Im, those are just her past. Lord Im was a little confused about Fitz's existence. But soon, Master Im coldly tore the photo of Fitz out of his hand. Regardless of whether Fizz, the tidal sea spirit, is this generation's Poseidon, as long as Fizz has the ability to summon and control sea kings, then, all that awaits him is death. Lord Im will never allow any power that may threaten the order of God to exist. Lord Im tore up Fitz's photo, and the 5 elders suddenly understood. It's time to reckon with the Fishmen Island and the fishman who may be Poseidon. Ancient weapon Poseidon's biggest weakness is Poseidon itself. But the question now is, how to find a way, in the deep sea. How about killing Fizz, who is protected by the terrifying deep sea queen who can control the sea, and who can also summon countless sea kings to protect him? The 5 elders frowned slightly, but soon thought of a way to deal with Nami and Fitz. In the deep sea, are Nami and Fitz really difficult to deal with? But what about on land? In a few months, the Quadrennial World Summit will be held. Since King Neptune has chosen to voluntarily abdicate his throne to the Queen of the Deep Sea, so, as a member of the world government and the new king of the Ryago Kingdom, which is now famous all over the world, it's natural to become one of the 50 kings of World Summit. And when the time comes, whether that fishman will come to the surface of the sea with the Queen of the Deep Sea, or participate in the World Summit together, or maybe it's still in the Deep Sea, the fishman who lost the protection of Nami, the Queen of the Deep Sea, it must meet its death. God's order is destined for eternity. And before that, let those bastards from New World, in the Deep Sea, fight like crazy with those despicable fishmen from the Fishmen Island. The 5 elders quickly made an assassination plan against Fitz. On the Fishmen Island, Nami showed terrifying strength. But not long after being summoned, Fitz, who was still at a low level, only revealed his ability to summon and control sea kings. No one would know that within the tiny body of tidal sea spirit Fizz, there lurks a potential even more terrifying than the Admiral. Countless sea kings blocked the route to the Fishmen Island, and the whole world was shocked. Even the emperors of the New World frowned because of the terrifying power displayed by the Fishmen Island. In addition to Bilgewater's new 4 emperors, Gangplank. Plank is now just lying down and making money every day. The goods produced by countless Homai's automatic factories are being wildly dumped to all surrounding forces starting from Bilgewater. And because of Bilgewater's iron law that absolutely prohibits fighting, it gradually began to attract some wealthy businessmen, old pirates who were planning to retire, and lawless elements. Those wealthy businessmen, as well as old pirates and criminals who were planning to retire, all came with large sums of treasure. And when the money arrives in Bilgewater, no matter how it is spent, it will obviously end up in Plank's hands. The existence of countless Hamids, as well as a large number of food-related demon fruit powers in the Charlotte family, make Bilgewater a dream place and a food paradise. Plank was not worried about the blockade of the Fishmen Island route. After the red-haired Shanks frowned slightly, he chose to give up thinking and start his banquet life. Red Hair Pirates is the 4 Emperors group with the smallest territory and the smallest number of people among the 4 Emperors group. They can travel all over the world with one pirate ship. Whether the Fishmen Island route is blocked or not has no big impact on him at all. The worst possible outcome is not to take the Fishmen Island route. Based on his reputation, there is absolutely no problem in taking the world government route directly. Gangplank chose to ignore it, and the red-haired Shanks was completely destroyed. However, Whitebeard and Kaido, who had a great family and a large number of pirates under their command, but they have to consider the significant impact the Fishmen Island route will have on them. It is impossible for the Whitebeard pirates and the pirates under Kaido to never return to the first half of the Grand Line from the New World. And at that time, the dignified 4 Emperors of New World, faced with the high tolls of the Fishmen Island. Is it due, or not? Just paying the money is fine. The Fishmen Island is also a member of the world government. Just in case the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates want to go to the first half of the Grand Line and make a big move. As a result, when I first arrived at the Fishmen Island, I grunted twice. If the whole army is destroyed, it will inevitably be a bit ridiculous. Whitebeard is thinking about the strong rise of the Fishmen Island. What kind of future will it bring to this world and the Whitebeard pirates? The silly captains under his command are still cheering for the strength of the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island has been flying the Whitebeard flag for a long time. In the eyes of those captains, the Fishmen Island is the force under the Whitebeard pirates. The Fishmen Island is powerful, isn't it equivalent to the Whitebeard pirate group being powerful? Unfortunately, Whitebeard doesn't think so. Phoenix Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, also frowned slightly at this time. Weak forces and kingdoms must rely on the flag of powerful pirates to protect themselves. But Nami, the queen of the deep sea who was able to successfully block the route to the Fishmen Island, and Fitz, the tidal sea spirit. Will the Whitebeard pirates' flag be needed to protect the entire the Fishmen Island? In other words, from the moment the Fishmen Island can summon countless sea kings and forcibly block the route of the Fishmen Island, the relationship between the Fishmen Island and the Whitebeard pirates has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention that King Neptune, who had always had a good relationship with Whitebeard, had abdicated in favor of someone else not long ago. The new queen of the deep sea, Nami, is not familiar with Whitebeard at all. What determines the relationship between countries or between two major forces is always only interests and strength. But obviously, the Whitebeard pirates at this time cannot bring any benefits to the Fishmen Island, and the Fishmen Island no longer needs the power of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, just when Whitebeard and Marco were beginning to worry about the future of the Whitebeard pirates, Jinbei arrived at Moby DK himself. In his hand, he also held the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei, what are you doing? Does the Fishmen Island want to break away from the Whitebeard pirates? Looking at Jinbei, who lowered his head and said nothing, just silently holding the Whitebeard pirate flag, some of the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group suddenly changed their expressions and shouted angrily. They were still doing what they were doing just now. The Whitebeard pirates group is getting stronger and stronger, even with the help of the power of the Fishmen Island. Completely seal off the power of the remaining 4 emperors, allowing the Whitebeard pirates to dominate the new world. But now, Jinbei came directly in front of them holding the flag of the Whitebeard pirates of the Fishmen Island. What this means is self-evident. Dad, I am very grateful for your blessing to the Fishmen Island these years. The Whitebeard pirates will always be the benefactors and friends of the Fishmen Island. All vessels flying the Whitebeard flag are also free to pass through the Fishmen Island. Jinbei fell to his knees facing Whitebeard, trembling all over. But he firmly held up the flag of the Whitebeard pirates and handed it to Whitebeard's eyes. But now, the countless citizens of the Fishmen Island, led by Queen Nami and Commander Fitz. I also want to have a future of my own. Jinbei brought Whitebeard's banner. But at the same time, it also brought the goodwill of Nami, Fitz, and countless citizens of the Fishmen Island. Today's the Fishmen Island really no longer needs the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Nami and Fitz have never thought about using the power of others to protect the entire the Fishmen Island. They are now the Fishmen Island, the most powerful protectors. But the kindness of the Whitebeard pirates who protected the Fishmen Island for free for decades has long been engraved in the hearts of countless fishmen or mermaids. If you are kind, you must repay it. Return the Whitebeard pirate flag to you, and from now on, as long as the Whitebeard pirates still exist, all ships flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates can pass the Fishmen Island route for free. Well, just like all previous pirate groups. In the past, those pirate groups in the pirate world had to pay tolls to go to the Fishmen Island. If they didn't pack up 1 or 2 mermaids and take them away, they were considered conscientious. But now, times have changed. Nami, Fitz, and others can completely block the Fishmen Island route, and still charge normal fees when facing other sea emperors. The different treatment of the Whitebeard pirates completely gave Whitebeard face. But many captains of the Whitebeard pirates don't think so. If the Fishmen Island had always flown the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, they could have gained more. Especially after they had just killed many big pirates who dared to challenge the Whitebeard pirates, and Father Whitebeard had severely damaged 4 emperors Kaido. The Whitebeard pirates are still the strongest pirate group in the world. Blood Emperor Vladimir was just an accident. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates glared at Jinbei, but Marco remained calm looking at the expressionless Whitebeard father. As the ship's doctor on the Whitebeard pirates, he is the one who knows Whitebeard's physical condition best. Yes, Father Whitebeard is still going strong. He also directly broke one of Kaido's horns, shattered many of Kaido's bones, and gave Kaido a severe lesson. But what's the cost? How long can Father Whitebeard maintain such peak combat power? Marco happened to see the sadness on Father Whitebeard's face when no one was around. When Father Whitebeard begins to grow old, who can replace him and protect the entire Whitebeard pirates? Marco, who has not awakened Conqueror's Haki, does not feel that he can take charge of the big ship of the Whitebeard pirates. The captain of this great ship will always be Whitebeard. Marco believes that the enemies of the Whitebeard pirates should be reduced as much as possible, and at the same time, the attacks of Father Whitebeard should be reduced. But there are many somewhat bloated members of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby DK, but they began to clamor to attack the Fishmen Island and re-establish the flag of the Whitebeard pirates on the Fishmen Island. When Nami, Fitz, and others did not block the route to the Fishmen Island, not many people paid attention to the kingdom in the deep sea. Murloc? To ordinary people, fishmen are powerful monsters? But to the real strong human beings and princes and nobles, fishmen are just slaves. But now, after Nami, Fitz and others directly blocked the route to the Fishmen Island, countless people woke up. Whoever controls the Fishmen Island route can influence the entire world. Many captains of the Whitebeard pirates also want the Whitebeard pirates to go one step further. Some captains of the Whitebeard pirates were still angry because Jinbei returned the pirate flag and clamored to attack the Fishmen Island. Whitebeard asked Jinbei solemnly, "The Fishmen Island is now ready to hand over my flag. This sea is very cruel." Jinbei lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. "Kaido, I believe in the power of Queen Nami and Commander Fizz. They have enough ability to protect the entire the Fishmen Island." Fitz became the general of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Of course, he was not responsible for commanding the troops, only the Sea Kings. Letting Fitz lead the troops would definitely be a disaster. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then took the flag from Jinbei's hand, laughed and said, "Ku-la la la, have the young children finally grown up? As a father, how can I hinder the growth of my children? Young ladies, let's have a party. Cheers to the future of the Fishmen Island." After Whitebeard laughed, many captains and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, slightly startled. Then, thunderous cheers suddenly sounded on the Moby DK. On the Moby DK, the only one who can really decide everything is Whitebeard. Whitebeard's order is absolute. "Dad." Jinbei fell to his knees with tears streaming down his face, but Whitebeard stretched out his warm hand. He lifted Jinbei up directly, and then said softly, "If that day, the Fishmen Island really can't withstand the wind and waves on the sea, come back and take back my flag, carry my name on your back, and ride the sea to your heart's content. The Fishmen Island will always be a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Now, let's have a party." On the Moby DK, there was a sudden burst of laughter. Whitebeard was able to recruit a large number of loyal sons and establish the most powerful 4 emperors group in the New World. It's never just Whitebeard's incomparable strength that counts. Whitebeard's personality charm is the key to Whitebeard's ability to gather a large number of pirates. Except for the Whitebeard pirates, the other affiliated pirate groups under the 4 emperors are far inferior to the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei successfully returned Whitebeard's flag to the Whitebeard pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates and the Fishmen Island also reached a consensus on reconciliation. Then, only Kaido's wounded world was successfully reached. If Kaido hadn't fully recovered from his injury, Kaido would have had to go to the Fishmen Island, join Nami, Fitz and others in a battle between dragons and fish. But now, Kaido is bandaged and has a broken horn. He directly suppressed Jack the Drow, who was about to take over the Fishmen Island. The injury has not healed, and I rashly went to the Fishmen Island. Isn't that to deliver food? Although Jack the Drow has Fishman blood, he doesn't have to worry about drowning on the Fishmen Island. But if he really touches the sea water, Jack the Drow can only turn into a dead fish Jack, lying on the seabed waiting for rescue. If he really wants to capture the Fishmen Island, he has to rely on the power of his Kaido fish fruit. As the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the green dragon form of the fish fruit phantom beast Kaido takes allows Kaido to ignore the suppression of devil fruit by sea water to a great extent. But before that, Kaido feels that it is important to take good care of your injuries. Kaido's face turned pale when he thought of this. He touched his broken horn, and finally he covered his chest and cursed secretly. Glank and that Whitebeard guy, the beatings really hurt. The whole world was shocked when Nami, Fitz, and others took control of the Fishmen Island route. However, in the absence of the four emperors group taking action, the sea fell into an eerie calm, as if acquiescing to Nami, Fitz, and others, they completely controlled the route of the Fishmen Island. After all, although you need to pay a large toll, it is at least much safer than before, right? There is no way to change it, so naturally I can only lie down and accept it. In the deep sea, surrounded by countless sea kings, it is enough to make those dissatisfied pirates and lawless elements understand what it means to be unparalleled power. One of the kings of the dark world, the shipping king Umit, was so angry that he made several bowls of rice one after another, and also chopped off the heads of several captains under his command. Then, he silently decided to directly increase the transportation cost of deep ocean currents by a few points. Nami, Fitz, and others block and control the route of the Fishmen Island, which has the most direct impact on the deep currents of the shipping king Umit. But the wool comes from the sheep. As the king of the dark world, the shipping king who secretly monopolizes most of the material transportation in the dark world, unique to Umit is the way to pass on tolls to his customers. The sea fell into a strange calm. Without too much news, the replacement of the throne of Ryoga Kingdom and the blockade and control of the Fishmen Island route. On the sea, it seems like a small thing, gradually no one sings about it. After all, whether the Fishmen Island route is controlled by other forces is of no importance to countless ordinary people in the pirate world. They couldn't go deep into the Fishmen Island anyway. Countless people all over the world regard the Fishmen Island and Devil Fruit as legends on the sea. Just like the existence of Sky Island, countless people regard it as a rumor. But Duke has now boarded the ocean Yalong and successfully arrived at this legendary place, the Golden Township of Sandora. It's time to unlock one of the greatest treasures in the world of pirates. Of course, before getting the biggest treasure in this pirate world, there is still a big problem that needs to be solved. A self-proclaimed god with Logia Thunder Fruit abilities, Enel. There is no doubt that Enel has extremely strong strength. Perhaps because he does not control armament haki, Enel's comprehensive combat power may not be as good as SS Deputy. But in terms of destructive power alone, he also has the ability to dodge, and he can realize the super large range mental network observation haki on his own, plus the Thunder Fruit ability that can destroy an island. Anyway, the destructive power of Flame Calamity and Marco may not be comparable to Enel. The powerful Devil Fruit can often greatly enhance the combat power of those who take it. Duke had never gone to Sky Island to seize Sky Island's treasure before because he could not recruit powerful heroes and it was not that convenient to go to Sky Island. But now, Duke wants to know who is more worthy of the title of god compared to Janna today. The ocean dragon waved its wings, ignoring the so-called gatekeepers of Sky Island and the priests under Enel, and rushed directly to Enel's temple. In the entire Sky Island, except for Enel's strong strength, whether it is the so-called previous generation god Ganful or the still slightly green war ghost Weber, they are all just weaklings. Duke only cares about Enel alone, and of course, the large amount of gold in Sandora. What is that? There has never been a beast like this on Sky Island. Even the Lord of the Sky is definitely not as terrifying as it. The huge figure of the ocean dragon streaked across the sky, leaving a terrifying shadow on the ground, and in the shadow, countless Sky Islanders and Sandians all had their eyes widened and were shocked. In Sky Island, the huge python Sky Lord has survived for hundreds of years. He is the most powerful and terrifying legend on Sky Island besides Enel. But now, a new legend has arrived that exudes a far more terrifying aura than the Python Sky Lord. But what shocked them even more was that there were several figures quietly sitting on the giant dragon that exuded an infinite terrifying aura, using a giant beast that is more terrifying than the Lord of the Sky as a mount. Are they going to challenge God? Is a new god about to be born? But what changes will the new god bring to Sky Island? The old god Ganfuel murmured as he watched the ocean dragon rushing towards the Enel temple. A few years ago, Enel, like Duke and others, suddenly descended on Sky Island, defeated him, and took away the throne of God. On the other side, due to the appearance of Duke and others driving the ocean dragon, they realized that Sky Island might undergo major changes. The Sandians, including War Ghost Weber, planned to seize this opportunity to retake Sky Island, light the lantern of Sandora, ring the golden bell, and fulfill their long-cherished wish. Warriors also began to gather and began to chase the shadow left by the ocean dragon on Sky Island. The god Enel is too powerful. The possible battle between the gods this time is their best chance to regain Gaia Island and fulfill their long-cherished wish. The ocean dragon flaps its wings to its heart's content and preys on sea kings in the deep sea, allowing the ocean dragon's level to rapidly increase, and its size to increase as its strength increases. The strong wind roared with the waving of the wings of the ocean dragon, and the ground of Sky Island, which was made of special island clouds, also trembled slightly with the strong wind. Then, just as Duke and others were about to arrive at Enel's temple, there was a flash of lightning and a huge thunder struck hard at the ocean dragon. Then, with a casual hit from Duke, it disappeared into thin air. Of course Duke can't do things like slicing lightning with his hands. However, he has a banshee veil and can block a thunderstorm. Isn't this a trivial matter? The lightning fell in Duke's hand, and disappeared in an understatement. Enel's figure also flashed in the electric light, with a slight frown on his brow, and quietly appeared in front of Duke and others, and said in a deep voice, "Blue Sea Man, do you want to challenge me?" After Duke and others rode the ocean dragon and rushed straight to the temple, ignoring a series of Sky Island laws enacted by Enel. Enel knew that Duke and others were coming with bad intentions, just like when he led the 4 priests to seize Gonfer's throne. Challenge. No, I just want to get everything here. Whether it's wealth, land, or everything here, it will all belong to me, Duke said calmly. Behind him, Janna had transformed into a human form, floating in the void, and the magnificent orb in Ari's hand began to emit a dazzling light. Sky Island is a treasure comparable to the Fishman Island. Sky Island, in addition to possessing a huge treasure, has unique geographical advantages, as well as a variety of magical specialty shellfish on the island. It is also enough to create huge value for Duke, including the belief of Sky Island people. The ruler of Sky Island rules Sky Island in the name of God. If you want to develop Janna or even Duke on an ordinary island in the pirate world, the faith required for the god-level heroes that may appear in the future is the difficulty mode. So in Sky Island, developing faith will inevitably be a simple mode. The people of Sky Island have long been accustomed to God's rule and presence. Duke wanted money, land, specialties, and people, but Duke never wanted to let go. Ari, who had S+ potential and was summoned first, although not like Gangplank. After experiencing a lot of fierce battles, the level increased rapidly. But as the first hero summoned with S+ potential, Ari's current level has been upgraded to level 13, and she has S combat power. Of course, Ari with only S combat power may not necessarily be able to defeat Enel today. Duke never thought about letting Ari face off against Enel, an enemy with extremely destructive power. Enel's real enemy is the ubiquitous breeze, the incarnation of the storm spirit, and the one who holds the title of true god, Janna. Janna, who possesses SS potential, has only reached level 12, but she already has the combat power of an S-level admiral. Janna is the incarnation of wind, and the storm she stirs up at will is enough to drown countless vicious pirates on the sea. This provides her with a lot of experience. If it weren't for the stronger the strength, the higher the level. Killing weak pirates will provide less experience. Kana, who is a powerful killer in the world of pirates, can level up quickly. It might even be faster than Fizz and Nami, who are sitting on the Fishman Islands leveling treasure. Although there are countless pirates in the pirate world, in the real world, those powerful pirates are not like the soldiers in the game, who can refresh and grow infinitely. Every time a relatively powerful pirate group in the pirate world is eliminated, it will take at least a year or two for the next wave of powerful leaks to appear. And now, Duke wants to know, who is more terrifying, the strong wind or the lightning? Want everything here. Everyone who dares to provoke God will be turned into charcoal in my wrath. Enel looked at Duke and others. The scepter in his hand began to flash with terrifying lightning. So a mortal who calls himself a god. Have you ever experienced the anger of the sky? Janna floated forward, her long hair moving in the wind, and then, the sky fell. The endless storm envelopes the dark clouds and keeps pressing them towards the ground. The strange air pressure makes everyone in Sky Island feel. All of a sudden, my heart was beating fast, and I felt the anger and heaviness that truly came from God. How can it be? Not even Enel can do this. Is it because of the new people? No, this is a real battle between gods. Countless Sky Islanders knelt on the ground, looking in horror at the sky that was pressing down bit by bit. The old god Ganfuel also felt extremely heavy at this moment, squinting his eyes slightly and staring in the direction of the temple. Then, he rushed towards the temple with all his strength. He knew that he could never be a match for Enel, or the god who dared to challenge Enel. But no matter what, he must stop or beg them. At least, don't destroy everything in Sky Island because of their battle. Enel has the power to destroy this Sky Island, and challengers who can show more terrifying power than Enel can also destroy everything on this island. Gan 4 doesn't want Sky Island and the countless people on Sky Island because of the war between gods and total destruction. A large number of Sandians, who were preparing to take advantage of the chaos on Sky Island to recapture Gaia Island, ring the Golden Bell, and fulfill their agreement with Rolando, were also panicked because of the strange phenomena that appeared on Sky Island. They really wanted to defeat God and take back everything that was theirs. The Sandians were originally the Aborigines of Gaia Island, but after half of Gaia Island rose into the sky, it was taken away by the land-hungry Sky Islanders and forced to live in the remaining places. Not to mention the agreement between the ancestor of the Sandians, the great warrior Calgara, and Rolando. Retaking Gaia Island and ringing the Golden Bell is the long-cherished wish of all Sandians. However, all the long-cherished wishes all seemed so fragile after Janna showed her terrifying power that could destroy the entire Sky Island at any time. A large number of Sandians looked at the lowering sky and felt the heavy pressure coming from the void. They were terrified, and then began to collapse. This is simply not a battle we can engage in. This is a battle of gods. We can't win, we can't win. I want to go home, I want to go home. At this time, not many people thought about taking the opportunity to take back their hometown and ring the golden bell. All they want is to live in front of God. Except, War Ghost Weber. God. But even God can never stop us from taking back everything we deserve. For the glory of our ancestors. When a large number of Sandia warriors fell into a panic en route, War Ghost Weber did not hesitate at all and rushed towards the temple with determination. No matter who wins or loses in this divine war, he will ring the golden bell before the divine war ends. Let the bells of the golden bell echo across the sea again, fulfilling the agreement between his ancestors and Rolando. In order to fulfill this promise, Weibo fought against the ghost without fear of life or death. The sky collapsed, and Enel, who was at the core of the endless storm, was trembling all over because of the super air pressure controlled by Janna, and at the same time, strange lightning flashed from time to time. If Enel hadn't taken the Logia Thunder Fruit, his entire body would have become elemental. Otherwise, just the strong air pressure controlled by Janna would be enough to cause Enel's internal organs to be damaged, causing him to fall to his knees and lose all combat power. In the game, Janna may just be a support who is only good at blowing wind. But in reality, as the incarnation of wind, Janna's strength is far beyond imagination. The power of the wind. Ha ha ha, I approve of you. You and I both possess the power that only gods can control. But, don't underestimate me. I am the god of thunder. Under the strong air pressure, Enel roared with all his strength, and his entire body instantly transformed into a terrifying tall thunder god. Then, countless lightnings illuminated Sky Island, which was dark due to the collapse of the sky, and struck Janna hard. Countless terrifying lightnings turned the place where Janna was into a piece of scorched earth. There was also the smell of a large number of insects or animals being roasted near the scorched earth. Countless insects and animals, and even some Sky Island residents who had obviously hidden far away. Affected by lightning, he collapsed to the ground, twitching constantly amid the faint lightning that flashed across his body from time to time. However, after the lightning flash, Janna, floating in the void in the vast expanse of scorched earth, was unscathed. Mortals who claim to be gods have no idea what a true god is. Janna waved the staff in her hand, and a warm breeze revived all Sky Island residents affected by Enel, and then said softly, "How could the so-called lightning hurt the ubiquitous breeze? Lightning can't hurt breeze. Humph, are you kidding me? I am the real god. Welcome God's sanction." Enel looked at Janna, who was unharmed in the lightning, and beat the thunder drum behind him angrily. A large amount of lightning was also in his hands, shooting into the sky. Lightning and thunder began to appear in the ever-lowering dark clouds, and countless electric snakes danced wildly among them. Then, the entire dark cloud, together with countless electric snakes, it turned into a terrifying spherical thundercloud, carrying the aura of destroying everything, and hit Janna hard. It is the most powerful terrorist attack that Enel can currently send out, even enough to destroy an island instantly. Lei Ying. No. In the distance, Ganfuel, who was hurriedly arriving on a flying bird, looked desperate. Does God want to destroy the entire Sky Island? The war ghost Weber, who wanted to break into Sandora, took advantage of the four priests to look at Lei Ying, who was about to destroy the entire Sky Island. He quickly knocked them to the ground one by one, and then rushed straight to Sandora. Even if Sky Island will be destroyed today, war ghost Weber must do it before Sky Island is destroyed. Ring the golden bell and fulfill the oath between the ancestors and Rolando. The terrifying lightning is about to hit Sky Island, and once Sky Island is hit by lightning, the entire Sky Island will be torn apart in an instant, and all residents on the Sky Island will be reduced to coke under the terrifying power of Lei Ying. Thunder Fruit is the most destructive devil fruit power among all Logia devil fruits. However, seeing the terrifying spherical thundercloud about to destroy the entire Sky Island, Janna, who was the first to bear the brunt, still maintained the calmness and warmth on her face from the beginning. Then, as Janna waved the staff in her hand again, an extremely powerful airflow burst out instantly, sweeping the terrifying spherical thundercloud into the sky. Then, in the prayers and desperate eyes of countless residents of Sky Island, it turned into a group of extremely beautiful fireworks. So next, are you ready for the storm? After Janna finished speaking softly, several terrifying tornadoes appeared. Emerged quietly. Several terrifying tornadoes surrounded Enel. Even the electric light that flashed on Enel's body from time to time began to escape from time to time due to the sweeping storm. The body of Enel, who transformed into a giant thunder god, began to shrink gradually under the pull of the storm. But Enel, who was at the center of the storm, remained calm and said proudly, "Lightning may not harm the breeze. But how can the strong wind harm lightning? As gods, we can't hurt each other at all. Come, join me, and journey with me to the infinite lands. Let us work together to establish the eternal rule of God." Then, a large number of wind blades containing Janna's will instantly left a large number of wounds on Enel's body. Enel touched the wound on his body in disbelief, looked at the blood in his hand, and stared at Janna. How can it be? How can lightning be struck by wind? I am a god. Enel hasn't been injured in a long time. In Sky Island, where there is no Haki heritage, almost no one can cause him the slightest harm after taking the Thunder Fruit. Then, in Enel's disbelieving eyes, a powerful air shock wave instantly knocked him to the ground. Enel, covered in blood and soil, collapsed on the ground, and the terrifying tornado quietly dissipated without knowing when. How did you do it? Are you the real god? Enel looked at Janna, who quietly appeared in front of him at some point, and asked weakly. A long time ago, many people worshipped me as a god. Janna's soft voice. Kaido. As for how to hurt you, there are so many ways to do it in this world. If you want to learn, I can teach you. The elementalization of devil fruit is not absolutely unsolvable, except for things like sea water and sea stone, which can overcome devil fruit's abilities. Haki, or in other words, contains the power of mental or will attacks, which can directly harm the elemental body. Armament Haki also comes from the combination of spirit and body. In other words, from Janna's point of view, the so-called Haki is just a variant of the use of mental or soul energy techniques. Armament Haki is the fusion of spirit and body, and observation Haki is the outward release of spiritual perception. And Conqueror's Haki is the spirit and soul, combined with the power of nature, to oppress all living things in the outside world. The so-called courage and the so-called king's qualifications can be said to be the strength of the innate soul, or it can be said to be extreme confidence in oneself. The bigger the territory, the stronger the strength, the more confident one is, and the stronger Conqueror's Haki will be. However, those whose mental attributes or will are not strong enough to resist the existence of the spirit possessed by the original owner. Naturally, they will suffer mental oppression, lose consciousness, and then fall to the ground in a coma. The root of all Haki comes from the soul. Crocodile and Gecko Moria, once strong men, were beaten by Whitebeard and Kaido successively. After losing self-confidence and low willpower, naturally even Haki can no longer use it. With their physiques, there's no way they can't train armament Haki. Enel lowered his head in silence. After he claimed to be a god and even planned to build an ark and conquer the boundless land. This was the first time he saw the vastness of the sea. It turns out that there are many ways to hurt me. So, am I really not a god? A hint of ridicule quietly flashed across Enel's face. Enel was defeated, and the entire Sky Island no longer had any power to resist the power of Janna, Duke, and others. After witnessing Janna's unparalleled power, the old god Ganfuel was very knowledgeable about current affairs and did not make any resistance. He obediently cooperated with Duke and others to search for gold on Sky Island. Gold is worthless in Sky Island. The real value in Sky Island is soil. The battle between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians was also over Gaia Island, a huge piece of land that was washed up into the sky. The giant python Sky Lord, which swallowed a large amount of gold treasure, was swooped down by the ocean dragon and grabbed 7 inches directly. Then there was a tremor in the air, and a large amount of gold treasure was shaken out. Gold and jewels piled up into a hill. But these are only part of the truly great treasures of Sandora. The huge golden clock in Sandora and the 2 gold pillars, although they may be gold-plated, are the truly valuable treasures. After defeating the 4 priests guarding the temple, War Ghost Weber looked at Lei Ying, who turned into fireworks and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he ignored the outcome between Janna and Enel and quickly rushed to the golden bell. But just when he was about to ring the golden bell and fulfill the promise made by his ancestors and Rolando, Duke's figure quietly emerged. If I were you, I wouldn't ring this bell, Duke said in a deep voice. He had a good impression of War Ghost Weber, a warrior who would do anything for glory and to fulfill the agreement between his ancestor and Rolando. After all, many things cannot be left to the heroes. Blue Sea Man, were you the ones who defeated the god Enel? I'm grateful for the opportunity you gave me to be here. But, this is the agreement between our ancestors and the hero Rolando. This is the promise and honor that flows in my blood and must be fulfilled. War Ghost Weber looked at Duke, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and backed away slightly. He approached the golden bell again and was ready to ring the golden bell at any time before he asked doubtfully. What if the so-called glory and promise were just lies from the beginning? Duke said quietly. The Sandians regarded Rolando as a great hero, and the War Ghost Weber even risked his life to fulfill the agreement between his ancestors and Rolando. But who knows, the real Rolando was never a great hero or a great liar. Just a colonist? The reason why Rolando was called a big talker and a big liar, and why he was executed. But because he led a large number of soldiers of King North Blue Lubnir to return to Gaia Island. Then, because half of Gaia Island was washed into the air by the rising sea current. In the end, Gaia Island was not found, but a lot of troops and financial resources were spent. King Lubnir, who had arduously traveled from North Blue to the first half of the Grand Line, and found nothing in the end, was directly executed. Then he left the name of the King of Big Talk. So, here comes the question. Rolando, the talker who is regarded as a friend by the ancestors of War Ghost Weber and regarded as a hero by all Sandians. He didn't know at the bottom of his heart that when he led a large number of Lubnir Kingdom's troops to Sandora, what will happen to the Sandians? He knows everything, but he doesn't care. He has never regarded the Sandians and the ancestors of War Ghost Weber as good friends. War Ghost Weber, and the sacrifices of countless Sandians who went on to fulfill the promise of their ancestors and Rolando? It doesn't make any sense at all. Duke slowly told War Ghost Weber everything that Rolando did subsequently, and War Ghost Weber's expression gradually changed from full of glory that the promise was about to be fulfilled, to one of confusion and confusion. However, War Ghost Weber's eyes quickly changed from blank to firm, and then he said in a deep voice, "Thank you so much for everything you told me, but even if it's not for Rolando, just for the countless sacrifices of the Sandians, I will definitely ring this golden bell to comfort my ancestors." After War Ghost Weber finished speaking, he waved his hand violently, and the platoon shell in his hand was about to ring the golden bell with huge power. But just as the golden bell was about to ring, while Weber was communicating with him, Ari, who was approaching quietly, flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the War Ghost Weber. Ali's eyes exuded a strange light, and the War Ghost Weibo's eyes were extremely firm. It also directly turned into confusion. Then, he fainted and fell to the ground. No matter whether he could convince War Ghost Weber or not, Duke never thought of letting anyone ring this golden bell. Sky Island is a safe and hidden secret base selected by Duke, and once the golden bell rings, the melodious ringing of the golden bell will instantly spread to all directions and reach the bottom of Sky Island, allowing some people on Gaia Island who have been seeking the legend of Sandora to understand. Sandala, the land of gold, is in the sky. In the timeline where Duke did not appear, a few years later, War Ghost Weber, Luffy and others successfully rang the golden bell and achieved their long-cherished wish. But the result? After King Luffy defeated Enel, he patted his butt and continued his journey, revealing his coordinates to Sky Island. It has been robbed by Bellamy and Kaido. Bellamy and Kaido are both real pirates. Without Enel's protection, how could they possibly be Bellamy and Kaido's opponents with just the strength of the War Ghost Weber, who was still alive and dead at that time, and the old and frail Gan 4? All the wealth in the golden land of Sandala was looted by Bellamy, Kaido, and others. And who knows what will happen to those Sky Islanders and Sandians. There may still be some people alive, but perhaps, all of them have been killed by Bellamy and Kaido's attacks. The sound of the golden bell can really bring death to the people of Sky Island and those Sandians. War Ghost Weber fell to the ground in a coma, and Duke didn't pay much attention to him. He admired Weber, but it never meant that he must need Weber's surrender. In terms of talent, potential, and strength, there are not many people in the pirate world who are stronger than him. At least, Enel, who has now bowed under Janna's command, has far greater strength and potential than War Ghost Weber. With a wave of his hand, Duke directly recharged the huge golden clock and the two gold-plated pillars. Although Sandala, the Golden Township, has a reputation as the Golden Township, in fact, most of the buildings in Sandala are not made of gold. The large amount of gold and silver treasures in the Lord of Sky's belly are the gilding on the buildings of Sandora that he swallowed while crawling. But, it doesn't matter, it's just gold plating. There are also some gold treasures and accessories, and that huge golden clock made of pure gold. It has already provided Duke with a huge wealth. 92.3 billion. Duke looked at the 92.3 billion worth of wealth lying quietly in the system panel, his eyes lit up, and his heart began to beat violently with excitement. Then, after taking a good bath, washing my hands, and sacrificing a wave of Enel, Neptune. After the fate of countless dead pirates in the pirate world, Duke pressed the lottery button hard. System, give me SS level draws, 4 of them. If you have money, you will be willful. Consumption of 20 billion wealth values. Congratulations to host for winning the SS prize and equipped with the Central Asian Hourglass. Consuming 20 billion wealth values. Congratulations to host for winning the SS prize. Hero, Angel of Justice Guy. 20 billion worth of wealth was consumed. Congratulations to host for winning S+ level prizes, equipment, and fanatic armor. Consuming 20 billion wealth values. Congratulations to host for winning the SS level prize. Hero, Desert Shinigami Noxus. 2 divine costumes, 2 divine heroes. Did I take off directly this time? Duke rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then became silly and happy, and said directly, System, summon Geyer and Noxus immediately. After Duke finished speaking, a faint light flickered, and 2 sacred and terrifying figures suddenly appeared quietly in front of Duke. I will judge everything for you. Guy, the Angel of Justice, bowed slightly, with the sacred angel wings behind him constantly fanning, and the flaming sword in his hand exuding a fiery and deadly red light. Angel of Justice Geyer. Grade 1. Strength, A. Physique, A. Agility, A. Spirit, A. Potential, SS. Abilities, Ascension to the longest level, Star Grace Codex, Starfire Talisman Blade, etc. Equipment, none yet. Overall rating, A. As the son of the Star Spirit, Geyer has the blood of gods flowing through her body. Human beings are not perfect, but she is absolutely extraordinary. As a demigod, Guy's bloodline of gods is reviving bit by bit in her body, and when Guy's transformation is completely completed, Guy will become even more powerful. A fully leveled Guy is likely to become stronger and become a true SS level god, but before Guy becomes a true god, Noxus, the ascendant who is comparable to a god, has already lowered his noble head in front of Duke. Noxus held the scepter, lowered his head slightly, knelt on one knee, and offered his eternal loyalty to Duke. I have been waiting for centuries. Now, we can finally see the Empire's revival. You are the Empire. As one of the most powerful ascended warriors in the Shurima Empire, Noxus has always blamed himself for the decline and collapse of the great Empire of Shurima. But now, an opportunity to rebuild Shurima, or to establish a country more powerful than Shurima, has appeared in front of Noxus. Desert Shinigami Noxus. Grade 1. Strength, A+. Physique, A+. Agility, A_. Spirit, A. Potential, SS. Abilities, Devour Soul, Soul Draining Blow, Wither, Soul Flame, etc. Equipment, none yet. Overall rating, A. As one of the most powerful ascendants in the Shurima Empire, Desert Shinigami Noxus possesses terrifying power comparable to that of the gods. The soul is his food and the source of his strength. In the judgment of the living, Noxus will continue to become stronger. He is the Shinigami of the desert, and he is destined for eternity. The first level is comparable to the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. If he waits until he reaches level 18, he can bring Geyer and Janna with him. Wouldn't it be possible to defeat Lordime and the so-called Uranus in one wave? We have a god-level hero with SS-level potential in our hands. In the world of pirates, who else is worthy of your rival? Who else? Duke looked at the doghead and Geyer in front of him with great excitement. After being excited for a few minutes, he quickly calmed down. After Desert Shinigami Noxus, Janna Geyer, and others reach full level, Duke will naturally be invincible. But the problem is that Kodo and Geyer are only at level 1 now, and Star Mom and Janna's level up speed has also slowed down a lot. Gaining hero experience comes from training, fighting and killing, life and death battles with strong men, and killing strong men gain the most experience. But the problem is that heroes with low potential are okay. Just find some pirates with tens of millions or hundreds of millions of bounties and kill them randomly, and they can basically be upgraded quickly. But those god-level heroes who have Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral at the first level, or even the Elite Vice Admiral of the headquarters, it will be very troublesome when the level increases. If you kill some weak pirates in the early stage, you can still gain some experience. But after those high-potential heroes reach S or even S level, the speed of level improvement will undoubtedly become extremely slow. There is no way. In the world of pirates, there are not many pirates or enemies around a level, but you can still find some ways. The enemies above the rank of Emperor's Lieutenant were searched all over the sea, but not a few could be found. Especially those powerful big pirates, they are really dead when they die, and there is no refresh at all. Each one is a scarce resource. This made some of Duke's heroes have to think carefully when they wanted to kill some powerful pirates and upgrade. Should we kill them directly to harvest a large wave of experience, or should we slowly let them go and let them flow slowly? Maybe those big pirates, while fighting, can level up and provide more experience at the same time, right? Gangplank had already reached level 15 when he defeated Big Mom, but even after another battle with Kaido, if you really want to reach the full level, not counting equipment, you will have S+ combat power alone, but you still need a lot of experience. There are no monsters to fight, just rely on self-training. If you want to upgrade your level to full level, it will take a longer time. You can't just sit around and find a fight with other 4 emperors, right? This will greatly affect the balance of New World and Bilgewater's money-making plans. Stay tight and never let go. It's clear that as long as you hold firm, victory will come naturally. Why do you have to commit suicide? Duke said firmly, determined to stick to Gaudeo to the end. Time is always on Duke's side. After completing the SS level 4 draws in a row, Duke regained his composure, looked at the remaining 12.3 billion wealth value on his system panel, struck while the iron was hot, and pressed the draw button again. System, just give me an S level 12 consecutive draws. The Desert Shinigami and Geyer, who have developed enough to suppress all dissent in the pirate world, have been drawn out. But the other forces under Duke still need to be strengthened by some heroes or equipment. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the A-level prize and equipping it with a pickaxe. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S-level prize, the heroic Radiant Girl Lux. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S-level prize and equipping the Shipbreaker. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to the host for winning the S+ prize, the hero, and Trickster LeBlanc. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning an A-level prize and equipping him with a dexterous cloak. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S-level prize, the wild monster Yungzi Aoyelong. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, congratulations to host for winning the S+ level prize, Hero Soul Lock Warden Thresh. Consumption of 1 billion worth of wealth. A series of system prompts flashed through Duke's mind. Finally, Duke looked at the 3 heroes with the lowest S-level potential he had drawn, as well as 3 pieces of ready-made equipment and 4 pieces of small equipment. An elemental dragon and an S+ level skin. I was overjoyed. Lighting the way forward. Our road is destined to be extremely bright. Lux danced the staff in her hand, and her whole person exuded a youthful, bright, and warm aura. On the other side, the trickster LeBlanc exudes a mysterious and charming smell. Everything is Kyoka Suijutsu. The black rose will bloom again in your hands. LeBlanc spoke elegantly to Duke in a seductive tone. LeBlanc is one of the founders of the mysterious Noxian organization, the Black Rose. Like Vladimir the Scarlet Reaper, he is a powerful hero who has gained insight into a large amount of forbidden knowledge and is close to the end of the human god limit. But if LeBlanc and Vladimir are just approaching the limits of humans and gods, they have the possibility to surpass human limits. Then, Thresh, whose whole body exudes the aura of death and terror, and whose face is as ferocious as a demon. It is already on the path beyond ordinary people. The meaning of life lies in the final cessation. And your life will never reach the end. Thresh, the Soul-Locked Warden, spoke to Duke in a dark and hoarse voice. Soul-Lock Warden Thresh. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, A. Potential, S+, SS. Possess abilities, Hell's Curse, Death Sentence, Pendulum of Doom, etc. Equipment owned, none yet. Overall rating, B+. Thresh was once just a mortal. Under a mysterious force, his flesh and blood melted and turned into a terrifying ghost. He uses souls as nourishment and pain as pleasure. Every soul he harvests will make him stronger. One day, he will be powerful beyond everyone's imagination. Of course, there is still a certain gap between him and the gods now. A god-level hero like Thresh is now only considered an S+ prize. Ha ha ha, is it because he hasn't absorbed enough souls yet? But, no matter what, this wave is really profitable. Duke looked at the 5 heroes in front of him with great excitement. Then, start arranging them one by one. Angel Guy has nothing else to do. He stays in Sky Island with peace of mind. While spreading his Anjana's faith, he develops in Sky Island with peace of mind. At the same time, combined with the Cloud Dragon, Duke can conquer some other Sky Islands in the sky. Yungxiao Yelong is the most adept at flying. His Divine Dragon's blessing can also permanently improve a person's agility. It can be said that there are almost no existences in the sky that can defeat the Yungxiao Yelong. Even Kaido, who transformed into a Divine Dragon, could only smell the farts of the Yungxiao Yelong in front of the fully leveled Yungxiao Yelong. Yungxiao Yelong may not be able to beat Kaido, but in terms of flying speed, he can beat Kaido by several blocks. With Geyer and Yungxiao Yelong, Duke wants to make the sky of the entire pirate world become Duke's territory. In the sky of the pirate world, there is not just one Sky Island. Desert Shinigami Noxus. Naturally, Duke intended to relocate to Alabasta. Among Alabasta, the legend of the dog-headed Shinigami has always been circulated. The jackal and the falcon have become one of Alabasta's guardian beasts. I just don't know what kind of storm the desert Shinigami Noxus will stir up in Alabasta when the myth comes into reality. Anyway, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, has a bleak future. The arrangements for the god-level heroes were completed, and the glorious girl Lux was arranged by Duke to the naval headquarters. As Galen's sister, Galen, who is now the elite vice admiral of the naval headquarters, must also need some care from his family. Although, that guy Galen is like a duck in water in naval headquarters. He only stayed at naval headquarters for a short period of time, relying on his majestic and righteous appearance and firm concept of justice. And most importantly, after killing Whitebeard too, the favor ability level among the generals in naval headquarters will be fully increased. Galen's connections and status in naval headquarters are slowly rising. If his performance hadn't been insufficient for the time being, naval headquarters would have been interested in promoting him as a substitute admiral. And if he becomes the alternate admiral, will the throne of admiral or marshal still be far away from Galen? Naval headquarters and world government are by no means completely on the same side. Clearly distinguish who is the enemy and who is the friend, unite the majority and attack the minority. This is the real social treasure book and the secret of dragon slaying. With Galen's current status and connections in naval headquarters, Lux joined naval headquarters. That's a piece of cake. Even if Thresh is inserted into the Impel Down, it's not a problem. In the world of pirates, what place is more suitable for Thresh than Impel Down? If it weren't for the fact that it would take at least 1 or 2 S-class combatants to penetrate the Impel Down, and at the same time, one must always be alert to the rescue of the naval headquarters and the world government. Impel down this leveling treasure. Duke has long wanted his heroes to break through monsters directly, but now, it seems good to put Thresh on Impel Down and let him slowly level up and develop. Thresh waits for Garen to plant him into Impel Down. As for LeBlanc, after Duke thought for a moment, he did not let her go to Noxus, but directly let her go to the New World. She will rebuild the Black Rose in the New World with the secret help of Zed, the Lord of Shadowstream, and Gangplank. Intelligence is extremely important to any force. At least, Duke doesn't want CP0 Stussy, the Queen of the Pleasure District, to continue to be the most powerful intelligence leader in the Dark World. Duke and the world government will eventually fight to seize the hegemony of the pirate world. Before defeating the world government, Duke thought it would be good to find a way to cut off some of the world government's wings. After the heroes were settled, it was their turn to dispose of the equipment. The Central Asian Hourglass, a life-saving equipment, was not mentioned, so Duke naturally equipped it for himself. The Dexterity Cloak and Pickaxe can also be combined with the Mercury Sash that Duke previously equipped to form a Mercury Scimitar. At this moment, Duke's body was suddenly fully equipped with the 6 divine equipment. As for the Outlaw armor that was drawn, there are 3 other pieces of ready-made Inspiring Armor, Lich's Bane, and Shipbreaker. After Duke hesitated for a moment, they all equipped the Outlaw armor and the Energizing armor on Soraka, Son of the Stars. Soraka, who practiced her own way of redemption, witnessed countless human tragedies in the kingdom of South Blue Saint Doria. If the king and nobles of the Goa kingdom of East Blue did not hesitate to burn countless people to death in order to receive the celestial dragons and pursue the false reputation of the cleanest country in East Blue, then the kings and nobles of the kingdom of Saint Doria do not regard the countless people in the kingdom of Saint Doria as the same kind. In the eyes of those kings and nobles, everyone in Saint Doria was their slaves and tools. As kings and nobles, they even actively trafficked people from their own countries. Countless citizens of the Saint Doria kingdom are living in dire straits. However, due to the lack of food and weapons, at the same time, the king and nobles of the Saint Doria Kingdom had many powerful combat forces under their command. The citizens of the Saint Doria Kingdom had no hope of resistance. In other words, in a world or country where individuals are stronger and technology is more developed, the people at the bottom will. It is impossible to launch any strong resistance against the king and nobles at the top. The reason why the revolutionary army in the pirate world was able to overthrow countless countries did not rely on ordinary citizens who had awakened. It's the terrifying power of Long and the powerful men in the revolutionary army such as Ivankov. Only power can resist another power. Then, Soroka, who couldn't stand it, had not waited for the revolutionary army to overthrow the Saint Doria Kingdom in South Blue, and watched helplessly a pregnant woman he had just cured. After being disemboweled by a bored noble just to guess the gender of the baby in a pregnant woman's belly. The stars twinkled because of Soroka's anger. The bright starlight carried Soroka's blazing anger. The nobleman and the palace of the Saint Doria Kingdom were burned into colorful madara-colored glaze. Then, Soroka successfully joined the revolutionary army, and also mentioned the bounty of up to 250 million issued by the world government. Soroka will need more powerful power in the next period of time. At the same time, every time she saves others, a lot of her life will be lost. Only with the outlaw armor and the energizer can Soroka truly show off her terrifying milk volume. Duke wanted to know that with the existence of Soroka, the revolutionary army could be said to have an immortal buff. How much trouble can it bring to the world government, or how many trump cards can it force out of the world government? The outlaw invigoration was given to Soroka, the Lichbane Duke equipment was given to the little Murloc Fizz, and the Shipbreaker Duke was directly thrown to the dog head. As for the remaining two small pieces of equipment, a winged moon plate armor and chainmail armor, it just happened to match the red crystal that Duke drew at the beginning, and synthesized the plate armor of the dead, plus Dolan's shield, and threw it on Galen. In order for Galen to become an admiral or even a marshal faster, Galen, a hero in Marine, of course needs to be strengthened to a certain extent. The equipment and heroes were all distributed, and then came the final prize, an S+ level skin. Exclusive to Tide Caller Sherakim Nami, the spirit of the river, River Spirit, exclusive to Nami. After equipped, it can greatly enhance Nami's ability to control water. At the same time, as the spirit of the river, Nami can integrate herself directly into the water, ignoring conventional physical damage. Compared to Nami's Princess of the Sea, Source Code, Legend of the Jade Sword, and skins like Pisces Star God, the bonus that the River Spirit skin gives Nami is not very big, but it was enough to instantly increase Nami's potential and strength by a small level. Nowadays, Nami, who has S+ potential, and because of the bonus of her skin, her combat power is instantly approaching S level. Is she truly worthy of the title of Queen of the Deep Sea? At least, in the Deep Sea, Nami at this time is already an invincible existence. Then, Kaido, who had recovered well from his injuries, quietly began to march toward the Fishman Island alone. The Fishman Island route and the legend of the suspected ancient weapon Poseidon are enough to make the ambitious Kaido excited. The legend of ancient weapon is not an absolute secret to the truly top-notch experts on the sea. Others don't dare to be in the deep sea, facing the terrifying queen of the deep sea and the existence that seems to be Poseidon. However, Kaido, who is in the form of a blue dragon, a fish fruit phantom beast, have nothing to fear. The worst case scenario would be to get beaten up. It's just a beating. Am I, Kaido, the kind of person who is afraid of being beaten? As long as Kaido doesn't want to die, as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Kaido, who can fly and enter the sea, can easily escape even when faced with the cooperation of 4 emperors. Those who can fight are generally not as strong as him, and those who are stronger than him are generally not as fast as him. Every 4 emperors, at least in one aspect, they have achieved what can be called the ultimate of the sea. Kaido began to march towards the Fishman Island. He wanted to take the Fishman Island directly for his own use. On Sky Island, Gyre, who fanned the wings of the Holy Angel, soon became the new god of Sky Island as it should be. With such big wings, it is not an exaggeration to say that Gyre is the god and protector of all Sky Islanders, right? Of course, it seems normal to have a Sky Islander god with big wings and a wind god who can help ordinary Sky Islanders fly. Janna's faith began to spread rapidly on Sky Island. Belief is nothing more than that when you can show miracles, realize other people's dreams, and give them spiritual sustenance, you will naturally become the faith of others. And it can really give some divine power to the Sky Islanders who believe in themselves, and at the same time, it can also allow some powerful Sky Islanders to soar freely in the sky under the influence of Janna's divine power. No one will doubt the identity of God Janna anymore. Sky Island people have a pair of wings, but they can't fly at all. This is simply an eternal pain in the hearts of all Sky Island people. Gyre, who has big wings that can fly, and Janna, who can make some people on Sky Island flap their small wings and fly, have undoubtedly become gods that everyone on Sky Island firmly believes in. Under Gyre's rule, Sky Island began to develop step by step. A large number of Sky Island's unique magical shellfish will become the specialty of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, and then sold to all corners of the world at high prices. After Enel witnessed Janna's divine power and learned about the vastness and power of the sea, he gave up going to the moon and obediently became Janna's priest. The boundless earth has never been on the moon in the distant void, but has always been at Enel's feet. The world of pirates is much bigger than the moon. Of course, another point is that half of the Ark of Proverbs that Enel worked so hard to build was directly used by Duke to recharge. Without this big spacecraft, Enel would not be able to fly to the moon on his own. Enel became the priest of Janna, and like the card master Driz, he became the steward of Tailwind Sea. With Enel and the card master Driz, and Janna's true power, it is only a matter of time before downwind shipping overcomes the deep ocean currents and becomes the largest freight company in the pirate world. Enel changed from a god to a priest, and after the war ghost Weber woke up, he looked at the empty golden land with a confused face. Where is my clock? What about a golden clock that's as big as mine? Well, probably, it might have become Gyre or the desert Shinigami Noxus. Anyway, wealth never disappears, it just changes its form and continues to be with us. War Ghost Weber was confused, and then encountered strong persuasion from Gyre and others one after another, and lost all his experience points. At the same time, I learned that the Sandians and Sky Islanders had all become followers of Gyre and had a common god. After owning half of Mount Dora's land at the same time, and being able to own a steady stream of land in the future, in the end, he knelt down obediently under Gyre's wings. Compared with Ganfor or Enel, who regard the land as a treasure, for the gods of Sky Island who are not willing to share any bit of land with the Sandians, Gyre has gotten much better. Mainly because I have no choice, I really can't beat. In Sky Island, dirt is countless times more precious than gold. Then, War Ghost Weber, who knelt down under Gyre's wings, was directly given the Logia Earth Fruit by Duke. Don't you just want soil? Now, Logia Earth Fruit is here, as long as you have the ability. It is not completely impossible to cover the entire Sky Island with soil. In Captain John's great treasure, Duke also harvested 3 powerful devil fruits that Vladimir handed over to him, namely the Earth Fruit, the Raw Fruit and the Speedy Fruit. After eating the Logia Earth Fruit, Weber instantly evolved from a so-called war ghost to an Earth god. Sky Island's population has been difficult to increase. The main constraint is the lack of soil and corresponding food. Only soil can truly nurture all things and hope. Just eating shellfish is not enough. The future of Sky Island is bright, and the Valoran Chamber of Commerce under Duke is gradually starting to get on the right track. Not to mention the lottery and beverage industry, which have always been profitable. Even in the water, electricity, and other livelihood industries that have been unable to make ends meet due to excessive initial investment, due to the establishment of the Valoran United Chamber of Commerce and the participation of countless West Blue local chambers of commerce. All of Duke's investments in West Blue have initially started to make a profit. People's livelihood industries such as water and electricity are either not profitable, but once they start to make profits, that income will inevitably grow continuously and rapidly. In addition, there is the Fishmen Island in Bilgewater, Gangplank, and Nami, who are starting to sit on the ground counting money, as well as the Shadow Stream organization, which has initially completely swallowed up all the strongholds and grassroots personnel of the funeral home and started to make initial profits. Even though Duke must quietly allocate some wealth every month to fund the development of the LeBlanc intelligence organization Black Rose, and invest a lot of research funds in Jace, the wealth that Duke can directly withdraw to recharge every month has also begun to increase rapidly. Sure enough, as long as you get through the painful expenses of early investment, the income in the later period will be huge. Anyway, the main contributor is not Duke himself. Hero, it doesn't matter if you work harder, right? Duke said secretly, extremely satisfied with the development of his heroes in various parts of the pirate world. It feels like being able to quietly be a handsome man behind the scenes, waiting for the heroes to dedicate the whole world to him. Really, great. On the special merchant ship returning to West Blue, Duke was basking in the sun and drinking tea. Behind him, Ali was wearing a swimsuit and squeezing his shoulders. It was extremely comfortable. In West Blue, just when a large number of infrastructure facilities of the West Blue Valoran Chamber of Commerce began to make profits and exposed huge profits, some of the real controllers of West Blue, the kings and nobles, also quietly showed their extremely greedy eyes. A family of 3 must pay at least 1,000 baileys a month for water and electricity bills. Pele in one piece is not particularly valuable. A piece of ramen costs 500 belly, and a piece of newsprint is worth 100 belly. And how many people are there in the entire West Blue? How many households? A fat-headed king of West Blue said with great greed. This is a fortune that could buy the whole world. With such wealth, are you willing to let that guy in the gutter take it all away? Those untouchables are all our property. Everything they have should be ours. Almost 80% of the land population and wealth of the pirate world are concentrated in the 4 seas. The population of West Blue is at least 1 billion, that is, 300 million households. If all these 300 million households had access to water and electricity from the Valoran family, then, in theory, the Valoran family's monthly operating income can directly reach 300 billion. Although this is a value that is simply impossible to achieve in a short period of time. West Blue is too big. The Valoran Chamber of Commerce's major infrastructure projects such as water, electricity, etc., will not be able to cover every country in West Blue in a short time. But even if it only covers 1/10 of the population of West Blue, the wealth that can be obtained every month is still huge. The most important thing is that the income from these livelihood infrastructure industries is not like pirates plundering or forcibly plundering people's wealth, which can only come in one wave. Water, electricity, and other livelihood industries are a golden rooster that can continuously lay golden eggs. This made a large number of kings in West Blue suddenly red-eyed. If they were not concerned about the power of the Valoran family, the kings and nobles of West Blue would. All of Duke's water and electricity factories had been forcibly nationalized a long time ago. The kings in the pirate world may not be very good at making money by doing business, making the country strong and the people prosperous. But when it comes to plundering and squeezing the civilians in their own country, the kings of West Blue are simply incompetent. $1G at carat. This wealth is not that easy to get. A king with glasses and gray hair, but his eyes were still shining brightly, frowned and said, "The Valorans are not just ordinary gutter rats. Or, after they ruled the entire West Blue underworld, that dirty little ditch has turned into a river big enough to drown a giant. I don't want to see my kingdom swallowed by this river. Yes, the Valorans are not easy to mess with." Another king, who looked like a vampire with 2 fangs, also shook his head and said, "In addition to the power possessed by House Valoran itself, the Shadow Stream, which is closely related to the Valoran family, has now replaced the funeral home and become the world's most powerful killer organization. The Valoran family itself also has a lot of business dealings with that Shishibukai clown. Plus Vice Admiral Garen, whose life was saved by Valoran Duke. It would be very troublesome to swallow up the Valoran Chamber of Commerce in one go. If it wasn't troublesome, I wouldn't have asked you to come with me." The fat king narrowed his little eyes and said viciously, "Together, we rule more than half of the country and population in West Blue. In the face of such power, why should a mere Valoran family contend with us? Since the so-called Shadow Stream is a killer organization, then it is their duty to work for money. I don't believe that a killer organization that can replace the funeral home will make an enemy of us for the sake of the destroyed Valoran family without any benefit. We represent the entire West Blue. Behind us is the whole world. Although the king of the kingdom of Troas in West Blue is a big fat pig with a full head and intestines, it does not mean that he is really as stupid as a pig. He knew very well how powerful the Valoran family was, and he also knew very well that the kingdom of Troya alone could not swallow up the entire Valoran Chamber of Commerce. However, if we contact the other kingdoms of West Blue and work together, that's completely different." After King Troya finished speaking, the dozen or so West Blue kings present nodded after a moment of silence. Shadow Stream is indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful it is just a killer organization in the darkness. If we really want to take action against them, the kings of West Blue's world government affiliated countries, world government and naval headquarters will naturally make those forces in the dark understand who is the real master of this world. Shadow Flow is nothing to be afraid of. But Galen, who was already the vice admiral of the naval headquarters elite, forced them to not care. Naval headquarters is the most powerful violent organization in the pirate world. He can suppress countless pirates in the pirate world, and he can easily suppress countless countries in the pirate world. How to respond to Vice Admiral Galen? That's a big problem. The latest news is that naval headquarters seems to be interested in cultivating Galen to become an alternate admiral, or even a future admiral. You should all know what admiral represents. King Ruscap, who wore glasses and had gray hair, said in a deep voice. From the beginning, he was not in favor of directly seizing everything from the Valoran family. Admiral represents the highest combat power of the world government, and also possesses extremely terrifying power. Every admiral has the privilege of directly launching a buster call. We just want to seize the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, and we have not thought about directly destroying the Valoran family. As long as we spare the life of that Duke Godfather, or give him some remaining bone residue, Galen, Vice Admiral, shouldn't be our enemy just because of this. A sinister light flashed in the little eyes of King Troas. What's more, this is West Blue, not Marineford where Vice Admiral Galen is located. Whether Galen Vice Admiral can successfully become the alternate admiral, or even the admiral, is hard to say. Even the Marine Admiral still needs to be controlled by the world government. In other words, after becoming a Marine Admiral, he will be subject to more world government controls than a Marine Vice Admiral. This is why Garp has been reluctant to become an admiral. King Troya finished speaking sinisterly, and after the other kings discussed for a while, they unanimously agreed to seize the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. Except for the bespectacled and gray-haired King Ruscap. After a moment of silence, King Ruscap did not nod to join, but suddenly asked, "By the way, why don't you see the king of the Kingdom of Flowers? The Kingdom of Flowers is the dominant kingdom of West Blue, even though over the years, its national power has gradually weakened due to wars with other kingdoms. But until now, it is still the leading powerhouse of West Blue. What if the Kingdom of Flowers joins in? So how much more fat can we eat? Neither the world nor us welcome the Kingdom of Flowers to join us." King Troas narrowed his eyes and smiled at Kaido. The fact that the Kingdom of Flowers is secretly suppressed and targeted by the world government has never been a top secret to the kings of West Blue. King Ruscap fell into silence again, and then stood up directly and said firmly, "I still don't agree with directly swallowing up the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. This feast is yours, not Ruscap's." King Ruthgap slowly turned around and left, and before completely leaving the secret meeting of a large number of West Blue kings, a trace of pity for those greedy kings quietly flashed in his eyes. Everything the Trojan kings envisioned was based on the fact that Shadow Stream needed to take care of the world government and would not quarrel with them. Galen Vice Admiral, also far away in Marineford, could hardly put pressure on them directly. And, most importantly, in their eyes, the Valoran family has no ability to resist. We can only be like those families of mice in the sewers before and let them slaughter us. But they completely forgot about whether their own strength could really swallow up the big piece of meat that is the Valorant Chamber of Commerce. In this sea, what really determines everything is power. King Hrathgarp had already understood this after watching a pirate fight off Marine, sack one of his cities, and then walk away. The kings of Troas were gambling. But when you gamble, you may lose. And only by not gambling can you remain invincible forever. The kingdom of Hrathgarp is too weak and cannot afford to lose. Many kings of West Blue are already plotting secretly to swallow up the entire Valorant Chamber of Commerce. On the pirate ship in the first half of the Grand Line, Duke had already started exercising crazily. Yesterday, in order to celebrate the hard work of their heroes, Duke and Ari spent the whole day relaxing. Then, in a trance, I realized the true meaning of life. I plan to double my training starting today. Anyway, with the fanatic armor around, as long as you can't practice to death, practice to death. After summoning god-level heroes like Gyre and Desert Shinigami Noxus, Duke has no hesitation in seizing the hegemony of the pirate world in the future. However, the problem is that as more and more powerful heroes are summoned in the future, the strength of the heroes also becomes stronger and stronger as their levels increase. Can they still remain loyal to Duke forever? In other words, even if they are willing to remain loyal to Duke. However, the loyalty of heroes who are even more powerful than gods. Can Duke, who is just an ordinary person, really be able to bear it? Duke actually wanted to give it a try. The taste of the goddess, void-like creatures like Kaiase, Duke was not that stuck. But the problem is that mortals cannot look directly at gods. Mortals are not worthy to be close to those terrifying voids or even mythical creatures. To void creatures or real gods, mortals are just ants. Duke is not one of those extremely powerful heroes, but he doesn't want to be an ant at all. The system did not directly give him incomparable strength, but it gave him endless potential. Are you willing to become an ant, or are you constantly working hard to surpass the gods with a mortal body? Duke obviously chose the latter. Power is the most stable when it is always in your own hands. Duke stretched out his hand and made a huge sonic boom in his hand. His king, Luffy, was able to go from being a BD to participating in the Summit War and fighting against the elite Vice Admiral in just a few months. Duke, who has unlimited potential, has been training like crazy for several months under the influence of the outlaw armor. How strong will Duke be now? No one knows. Anyway, Duke usually never gets a chance to fight. Duke took a special merchant ship and began to return to West Blue. Within West Blue, an undercurrent was also surging. However, the real waves are already stirring silently in the deep sea 10,000 meters below. Kaido, it's the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Reporting to the Queen, the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts have broken through the Sea King's blockade and are heading straight towards the Fishmen Island. Some Fishmen warriors looked at the deep sea in horror. Kaido, who was still rampaging and easily tore into pieces a large number of Sea Kings who tried to stop him, continued to report upwards while trembling. Even though the tidal sea spirit Nami and Fizz showed great power, for the countless fishmen on the Fishmen Island, the fear of the four emperors has already penetrated deeply into their hearts. In other words, the closer the pirate groups and forces are to the waters of New World, the clearer they are about the terror of the four emperors. That was the king of the sea who stood at the pinnacle of the sea, capable of easily destroying countless countries on his own. And now, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, has torn apart the Sea King's defense line on the Fishmen Island and started to rush directly towards the base camp of all the fishmen. The Fishmen Island, will it be destroyed today? Countless Murloc warriors looked desperate and pessimistic. Relying on the blockade to monopolize the route of the Fishmen Island, these fishmen have just experienced what respect and prosperity are. And now, will such a beautiful life be destroyed? The Fishmen Island will never be destroyed today. Arlong's sister, Mrs. Xiarli, a fortune teller who has great reputation in the Fishmen Island. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, he blew out several smoke rings, feeling extremely calm. She was in the crystal ball. After Nami became the king of the Fishmen Island, she saw the prosperous future of the Fishmen Island in the crystal ball. Her predictions are never wrong. The Fishmen Island has finally begun to move towards a new era. The Fishmen Island will never be destroyed. Four emperors Kaido. Jinbei led the leaders of the Fishman pirates. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he said firmly, anyone who wants to destroy the future of the Fishmen Island, at the risk of our lives, we will definitely defeat him. Jinbei led many cadres of the Fishman pirates, and with the determination to die, they fearlessly faced Kaido. Even if they know, even in the deep sea, facing the four emperors Kaido, recognized as the world's strongest creature on land, sea, and air. The Fishman pirates have absolutely no chance of winning. The sea water has partially weakened the strength of Kaido, a fish fruit phantom beast. It wasn't enough for Kaido to lose at the hands of Jinbei and some fishmen cadres. Kaido doesn't have a fatal weakness like Big Mom. However, Jinbei and the others have no retreat. Behind them is the home of all the Fishmen Island. The destructive power of the four emperors is enough to easily destroy the entire the Fishmen Island. Jinbei and others took the initiative to greet Kaido, and countless Poseidon army soldiers followed closely behind, fearlessly preparing to fight Kaido to the death. In a mansion on the Fishmen Island, after Neptune learned the news of Kaido's attack, he pushed away Minister Zou who was still admonishing him. Your Majesty, this is your best chance to regain the throne. As long as Nami and other rebels are defeated by 4 emperors Kaido, His Majesty is willing to surrender to Kaido. Plant Kaido's flag on the Fishmen Island, and divide the Fishmen Island under Kaido's command. You will definitely be able to take back the entire the Fishmen Island again. Minister Zou, who was leaning on a cane and sporting a long beard, and who had aged quite a bit during this time, pulled Neptune and said painstakingly, "Those traitors in Nami will only lead the Fishmen Island to destruction. Only you can truly lead the Fishmen Island to survive in this cruel sea. You are the Fishmen Island, the true king of all fishmen." Even though Neptune has actively chosen to abdicate, Nami still firmly holds all the power in the Fishmen Island. But as Neptune, who has ruled the Fishmen Island for decades, even though he has abdicated, he still has many loyalists under his command. The left and right ministers, as well as some of the Imperial Army of Dragon Palace City, were all among them. "Am I the true king of the Fishmen Island?" Neptune clenched the trident in his hand and said in a deep voice. "But as the true king of the Fishmen Island, what should be done most at this time? Aren't you going to defend your own people? Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Cartoon Star are heading out for battle." Neptune's 3 sons also grasped the weapons in their hands at the same time. Neptune may not be a great and talented king, but his love for the countless citizens of the Fishmen Island is by no means less than any other person. Kaido is not like Whitebeard, who can just hang the flag without paying tribute. Neptune also heard about the tragic situation of countless people in Wano controlled by Kaido. Most importantly, after Nami, Fitz and others successfully blocked the Fishmen Island route, Neptune really saw the bright future of the Fishmen Island in Nami, Fitz, and others. The Fishmen Island route, controlled by the Fishmen, will earn the Fishmen a steady stream of huge wealth. At the same time, it greatly improves the status and dignity of the fishmen in the entire pirate world. But what about the Fishmen Island route controlled by 4 emperors Kaido? Putting aside the fact that countless fishmen have become Kaido's thugs and slaves, Kaido really needs to take control of the Fishmen Island route. Next, what the Fishmen Island will face is most likely the challenge from the other 4 emperors, as well as the crusade from the world government and the naval headquarters. The world government and the other 4 emperors may be able to sit back and watch the Fishmen Island control the entire the Fishmen Island route. But they absolutely cannot sit back and watch. The Fishmen Island route, a treasure that can affect the balance of the sea, falls into the hands of any 4 emperors group. It can be said that any pirate group that controls the route to the Fishmen Island can expand its power to the extreme in a short period of time. The Fishmen Island route, there are countless pirate groups entering the New World from here every day. Among these pirate groups who have just entered the New World, there are many guys with great potential. His Majesty, that's 4 emperors Kaido. The left minister looked at Neptune, who had walked out of the mansion with the right minister, Shark Star and other princes, and was still trying to give his final advice. The reputation of 4 emperors Kaido made Neptune's footsteps hesitate slightly. Then, Neptune laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, so what about Kaido? I am the great knight of the sea. I'm not old yet." Without looking back, Neptune led his last loyalists and planned to fight Kaido as well. "Just as I kept moving forward, I left the last words behind. If we can't come back, then please take care of Shirahoshi. She will be the Fishmen Island, the hope of the future." Behind Neptune and others, the eyes of the people who watched Neptune and others go away were filled with tears. During this period, Shirahoshi, who had finally moved out of the hard shell tower due to the death of Hody Jones, did not feel sad about losing her identity as a princess. "On the contrary, I became much happier because I gained precious freedom." But now, the long-lost sorrow came to Shirahoshi's heart again. She was less than 12 years old at this time and had been locked up in a hard shell tower most of the time. He is really just a pitiful, weak, and helpless baby, although her current height is over 8 meters. Shirahoshi began to cry continuously, and looking at Shirahoshi who was crying, and Neptune and others who were already drifting away, Minister Zou, who was leaning on crutches and whose long beard was trembling due to inner depression, he said in a deep voice to the last few servants who stayed to look after the house, "Take care of your highness the princess." Then, he waved the crutch in his hand vigorously and chased towards Neptune and others. "Your Majesty, wait for me. Don't forget, I am yours, Minister Zou." The left minister of the Dragon Palace Kingdom may not be very smart, but his loyalty to Neptune has never changed. He really believed that Neptune was the true king of all the people of the Fishmen Island. Shirahoshi watched Minister Zou leave her and then gradually stopped the tears in his eyes. He hugged his pet next to him, the giant shark Mikero, who was over 10 meters long, and said firmly, Why do bad people always come to bully us? I want to help everyone too." After Shirahoshi finished speaking, a strange and incomparable wave instantly spread from the Fishmen Island to all directions. In the deep sea, several huge sea kings also appeared at this time. Hearing the call of the real Poseidon, we started heading towards the Fishmen Island. Is the king finally starting to wake up? Please order us. Those huge sea kings already possess preliminary intelligence. Outside the Fishmen Island pirate group Jinbei and others, countless Poseidon troops, as well as Neptune, his 3 sons and his last loyal subordinates. Coupled with a large number of ordinary sea kings summoned by Fizz, they began to prepare for the attack. Although Fitz can also communicate and summon sea kings, he is not really Poseidon. While his own strength is still insufficient, he cannot, like Shirahoshi, directly summon and command those deep-sea overlords whose size exceeds several thousand meters. For ordinary pirates, sea kings, which are tens of hundreds of meters in size, it seems to be no different from the super-large sea kings that are several thousand meters in size. Anyway, if you encounter them in the sea, you will die. The sea kings, which are tens of hundreds of meters in size, can indeed block the route of the Fishmen Island. It is an extremely terrifying force in the deep sea, but for Kaido, the sea kings, which are only tens of hundreds of meters tall, may not be as big as his own dragon form. 4 Emperors Kaido cannot be easily intercepted by these sea kings, which are tens of hundreds of meters in size. Oh. Are you ready to welcome the new owner of the Fishmen Island? In the dark deep sea, Kaido waved his dragon claw and tore a huge sea king's hundreds of meters in length into 2 halves. Then, with his extremely ferocious dragon head, he stared greedily at the extremely beautiful the Fishmen Island in front of him. As long as he can successfully control the route of the Fishmen Island, even if it only allows him to control it for a year, the large amount of wealth collected from it and the countless pirate groups he conquered will allow his power to grow rapidly. And if you can keep the Fishmen Island route firmly in your hands and defeat the other 4 Emperors group, it is only a matter of time to rule the new world and then become the Pirate King. Whoever masters the route to the Fishmen Island will be able to master countless new blood pirates pouring into the new world from all over the world, and even the first half of the Grand Line. The 4 Emperors group wants to maintain its strong combat power and deterrence, but it needs a steady stream of fresh blood. Even the smallest group of red hair pirates is never an exception. Kaido's extremely terrifying conqueror's haki followed his extremely terrifying gaze, pressing down on countless the Fishmen Island warriors. More than 100,000 Poseidon army soldiers, under Kaido's conqueror's haki, instantly rolled their eyes and fainted to the ground. Even the left minister under Neptune, who was good at handling clerical work and was already old and frail, after feebly waving the crutch in his hand a few times, he also lost all consciousness. The minions of the Poseidon army and the Murloc pirates fell to the ground, and even a large number of smaller sea kings controlled by Fitz's summons. He also rolled his eyes and sank to the bottom of the sea. Even though Nami has been vigorously promoting the practice of Fishmen karate in the Fishmen Island, and let go of Marine 6 styles and 2-color haki's training materials. However, in a short period of time, it is difficult for the combat effectiveness of the Fishmen Island soldiers to change qualitatively. In front of the top powerhouses of the sea like 4 Emperors Kaido, quantity has never meant anything. Oh. You can't stop me. Even in the deep sea, I am still an irresistible natural disaster. Come, surrender under my command. Kaido looked at the Fishmen Island soldiers lying on the ground and laughed wildly. Then, several huge groups of shadows instantly blocked all the light on the Fishmen Island. 3 supergiant sea kings with a size exceeding 5,000 meters finally arrived at the Fishmen Island because they heard Shirahashi's call. Kaido, who is hundreds of meters in size and in dragon form, is like a small insect in front of those supergiant sea kings. Kaido's wild laughter stopped abruptly because of the appearance of the supergiant sea kings. Kaido is very strong and can still exert most of his fighting power in the water, but facing the supergiant sea kings that are thousands of meters in size, who can stop them? Kaido himself began to murmur in his heart. Kaido is fine on land and can perform at full capacity. He feels that it shouldn't be a big problem if he kills these supergiant sea kings that are thousands of meters in size, but in the deep sea, it is difficult to fully exert one's strength. The flame breathing that I am best at. And Kaido, who has trouble using his own special move, the Fire Dragon Torch. Hit it with a stick, or spit it out like a tornado. Are those wounds still 1 or 2 kilometers away from the vital points of these super-large sea kings? Is this the power of ancient weapon Poseidon? Kaido lowered his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the huge dragon eyes were filled with solemnity and greed. Such power. It's so exciting. As long as I can control Poseidon, let alone become the Pirate King. Even if it is possible to achieve the goal that Captain Rox failed to achieve and rule the entire world, it may not be impossible. Kaido's muscles were tense all over, and he was ready for a battle with those supergiant sea kings. In the deep sea, his damage may not be fatal to those supergiant sea kings, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat those supergiant sea kings. Kaido not only has a strong physique and strength, but his agility and speed in the deep sea are also definitely not low. Immune to death those supergiant sea kings, can't you still fight gorilla with those supergiant sea kings? What's more, the Fishmen Island can withstand the aftermath of several waves of battles between Kaido and those supergiant sea kings. I'm afraid those supergiant sea kings will hit the Fishmen Island with a flick of their tail. The Fishmen Island has 5 million citizens, and maybe 1 million of its citizens will ascend to the sky in an instant. As long as Kaido is allowed to successfully break into the Fishmen Island, those supergiant sea kings will not be able to play any role no matter how powerful they are. Kaido made a complete battle plan in an instant. Although Kaido seems to be a completely reckless man, in fact, he is not only cunning, but also cautious and resourceful. The emergence of supergiant sea kings has caused countless Poseidon troops and a large number of ordinary sea kings to. The remaining elites of the Fishmen Island, who fainted under Kaido's conqueror's haki and whose morale dropped drastically, once again rekindled the hope of defeating Kaido and defending the Fishmen Island. Jinbei and other members of the Fishman pirates who were still awake looked excitedly and feverishly at the past, very incoherent. At this time, Tide hailing Fitz, who was also clasping his head and confused. Even King Neptune thought to himself while looking at Fitz. Perhaps, the legend of our ancestors is really wrong. Poseidon does not necessarily only have to be a mermaid princess, nor does it mean that there will only be one. Perhaps a mermaid princess and a fishman appear, and the combination of the two is the real Poseidon. Jinbei, Neptune, and others all believe that the person who summons several huge super giant sea kings at this time can only be the leader of the Fishman Island at this time, tidal sea spirit Fitz. After all, Shirahoshi is just a baby. Fitz, on the other hand, has already summoned countless sea kings, proving his identity as Poseidon early on. Then, just when Fitz was scratching his head, his face full of confusion, those super giant sea kings with a size of more than 5,000 meters. After receiving no further orders from Shirahoshi, he swung his tail cautiously, then ignored Kaido, Fitz, and the others, and stayed away from the Fishmen Island. I have no choice, my body is too big, I will continue to stay near the Fishmen Island until I receive specific orders from Shirahoshi. It is too dangerous for the entire the Fishmen Island and their king. Watching those super giant sea kings slowly disappear into the endless deep sea, Kaido, Jinbei, and others, who were ready for the battle, looked at each other. Then, Kaido laughed wildly again. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Poseidon? That's it? Hehe. Kaido has regarded the entire Fishman Island as his own. Oh. Is this the power of sea kings that you rely on? What a joke. Kaido laughed wildly, and at the same time, the strong pursuit and desire for those ancient weapons in his heart gradually returned to normal. In this world, only the power you control can truly dominate the ocean. Kaido's slightly improved, terrifying conqueror's haki once again swept away all the enemies in front of him. After personally witnessing the power of Poseidon, Kaido's spirit and will were even further strengthened while firming his heart. In other words, if Kaido really wants to take control of the Fishman Island and completely establish his future career as king, there is even hope that Kaido's strength will really surpass that of Whitebeard, the man who is now known as the strongest man in the world. Then we approached the former overlord of the sea, rocks. Haki will become weak or even unable to use due to the decline of spiritual will, and will naturally become stronger due to the improvement of spiritual will. Looking at Kaido who was giving off a more terrifying aura, Jinbei who was ashen-faced, Neptune and others. But he didn't step back at all, he just stared into Kaido's eyes with determination. Before they decided to go to war, they had already prepared to die in battle. If you don't win, you will die. They have no way out. But, at this time, where is Nami, the current queen of all fishmen in the Fishman Island? There was a slight flash of doubt in the minds of Jinbei and others. Tidal Sea Spirit Fizz finally regained his energy after those super giant sea kings left. He looked at the huge azure dragon Kaido in front of him without fear, waving the small trident in his hand like a demonstration. Isn't it a big fish thousands of meters long? When his strength level increases, he will definitely be able to summon it. As for Conqueror's Haki's coercion, afraid of 4 Emperors Kaido? What is that? Can it be eaten? As the Yordle's tidal ceiling fits, he has never been afraid in his heart. He also didn't think that the big guy in front of him who looked a bit like a dragon could cause any harm to the island where he lived. Because the Queen of the Deep Sea has arrived. Warm and soft light gradually enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless Poseidon army soldiers fainted to the ground because of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, as well as those sea kings. Under this light of redemption, everyone slowly regained consciousness. Nami is equipped with auxiliary equipment and redemption. And in this warm light, a large amount of seawater gradually condensed into a human shape. The figure of Nami, the king of the Fishmen Island and the queen of the deep sea, took the time to deal with some of the accumulated government affairs on the Fishmen Island. At the same time, after designing the renovation of some blocks of the Fishmen Island, finally appeared in front of Kaido. The title of king of the Fishmen Island and queen of the deep sea sounds good. But, why has no one told her that she wants to be a good king? Why is it so tiring to lead all the citizens of the Fishmen Island to a bright future? It's easy to be a faint king, but it's really hard to be a wise king. The political affairs of the Fishmen Island, which has just undergone drastic changes, are almost beyond Nami's imagination. Instead, he only wields his trident to cause mischief and summons some sea kings fizz. It is obviously impossible to be a good helper to help Nami handle government affairs. As for the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts, who made countless the Fishmen Island warriors feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. In Nami's eyes, there are no troubles like those annoying government affairs. 4 emperors Kaido, is it strong? In the deep sea, Nami, who has the skin of the river spirit, is truly fearless now. Oh, hey, are you the so-called queen of the deep sea? Can you finally give it up? Come and surrender to me. Then, let's conquer the whole world together. Kaido stared at Nami and said boldly, unabashedly revealing his greatest ambition. After challenging world government with rocks, his ambition is no longer just to become the pirate king. Kaido showed his huge ambition, but Nami directly sneered at Kaido's invitation. The future of the world has already been determined. There is already a figure on the supreme throne. Kaido is nothing more than a long worm. Nami, the Tide Summoner, didn't say much, she just waved the scepter in her hand. She is also busy how to solve the education problem of the Fishmen Island after solving Kaido. The common people in the pirate world are basically illiterate. Even King Luffy, the grandson of the hero Vice Admiral Garp, is not very literate. Education can strengthen a country. Only then can we create more value. The sea began to show its wrath with the wave of Nami's scepter. The Fishmen Island was trembling slightly due to the violent flow of sea water. Even in the deep sea, there are seawater faults and the wonders of waterfalls in the sea. Countless water flows into Nami's body at an unimaginable speed. Soon, an extremely huge sea giant, even larger than the super giant sea kings. It was displayed directly in front of everyone. The shadow of terror once again covered the Fishmen Island. Only this time, this one was so huge that it covered the Fishmen Island's terrifying figure. What it brings to everyone in the Fishmen Island is not fear, but full peace of mind. They have such a powerful king. What else do they have to fear? What were you talking about just now? The huge Nami looked down at the small long insect in front of him. The thunderous sound suddenly spread throughout the deep sea. But forget it, it's not important. Now, get out of my territory. The huge Nami waved the scepter in his hand, which was made of countless seawater and looked like a mountain, and hit Kaido hard. As a support player, Nami has always had the heart of a warrior. Besides, Nami, who has obtained the skin of the river spirit, can blend into the sea water or directly transform into a sea giant. In the deep sea, not hitting people directly with fists like meteors is already considered as Nami's restraint. Big is strong, big is beautiful. He watched helplessly as the petite Nami transformed into a sea giant bigger than the supergiant sea kings, right in front of him. The corners of Kaido's mouth kept twitching, but before he could say anything else, the scepter as thick as a mountain peak hit his head hard. Kaido opened his mouth helplessly. In the past, his hideous and bloody mouth looked weak, pitiful, and helpless in front of such a terrifying scepter. A large number of sharp wind blades spurted out from Kaido's mouth. In the past, the tornadoes that were powerful enough to cut gold and jade, even cut off mountain peaks, and destroy cities and countries, in the deep sea. A large amount of vacuum was created, and then, Nami's deep sea scepter hit hard, leaving a small wound hundreds of meters deep on Nami's deep sea scepter. But the next second, there were several gurgling sounds, and as the sea water continued to surge, the few small wounds on Nami's terrifying deep sea scepter were immediately healed. In the deep sea, sea water is the source of Nami's power. All sea water can become the incarnation of Nami. The tornado was ineffective. Kaido just wanted to avoid Nami's deep sea scepter and found a way to break into the Fishmen Island, so that the huge Nami could no longer perform to his full potential. However, the seawater that he could easily cut through in the past seemed to have turned into indestructible molten iron at this moment, squeezing and wrapping his body tightly. Then, just when he struggled to move forward dozens of meters, it got dark. The deep sea scepter, which was like a mountain, was mixed with the gravity of countless tons of seawater. Under Nami's control, it hit Kaido's dragon head hard. Kaido's several hundred-meter-long blue dragon body first trembled slightly when his head was hit by a critical blow. Then, it instantly became like a fishing line that mistakenly turned a fishhook into a weight. Gilia kept falling straight down. But this is just the beginning. Before Kaido sank to the bottom of the sea and escaped Nami's sight, countless seawater began to spurt upward from the bottom of the sea. A huge deep-sea cage was formed, trapping Kaido, who was a little dizzy, and floated again. Then, another heavy blow. Bang, bang, bang. Like whack-a-mole, the terrifying Four Emperors Kaido was beaten repeatedly by Nami, who transformed into a sea giant in the deep sea. From time to time, he would also control the sea water and shape the Four Emperors Kaido into various strange shapes. For example, I directly tied several knots for Kaido. In the deep sea, Jinbei, Neptune, countless soldiers of the Poseidon army, and countless citizens of the Fishmen Island looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Jinbei rubbed his eyes vigorously, and then started laughing loudly. He has always been a little worried about the future of the Fishmen Island. Nami, Fitz, and others blocked and controlled the roots of the Fishmen Island, which indeed brought the dawn of a new era to the Fishmen Island. But at the same time, it also brought countless crises to the Fishmen Island. But now, all Jinbei's worries have been forgotten by him. He even wanted to yell, "Who else?" The glorious future of the Fishmen Island has arrived after Nami easily defeated Four Emperors Kaido. Neptune's jaw almost dropped to the ground out of fear, and the trident he was holding tightly in his hand subconsciously loosened his grip. He was already prepared to protect the Fishmen Island and fight Kaido to the death. But I never expected that this would be the dignified Four Emperors Kaido. In front of Nami, isn't this a living little sea snake? He had just woken up and originally planned to fight Kaido with Neptune to the death. Minister Zou, who was trying to find a way for Neptune to regain the throne from Nami, also stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. Then, he forced out a smile and said to Neptune, "Your Majesty, please give this throne to Queen Nami." This is definitely not because Minister Zou is not loyal to Neptune. He just simply feels that maybe they can live a little longer if they are more peaceful. If you really want to take back the throne, it will be faster than a fist as big as the Fishmen Island. Who can withstand this? Neptune, the right minister, and the princes such as Shark Star gave the left minister an angry look. It's up to you to talk about this kind of problem. From this moment on, they are Queen Nami's most steadfast supporters. Who dares to say that Queen Nami is a traitor? He, Neptune, was the first to refuse. There is no way, everyone wants to live a little longer, right? Kaido was beaten so hard like a mole that he felt like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and his head was buzzing. Even the last intact dragon horn on the head had cracks quietly appearing. He's so stupid, really. He just knew that Nami seemed to be able to control the sea water. But who knew that she could control so much sea water and directly transform into a sea giant? Big mistake, Kaido. With a click, the last intact ferocious dragon horn on Kaido's head broke into two halves after bearing its unbearable weight again. Question: without the two horns of Kaido, can it still be considered four emperors Kaido? The answer is, of course. At worst, learn from Jack the Drought, buy 2 dragon horn scimitars, and just plug them in. When he was in his blue dragon form, it seemed a bit strange without his horns. Kaido's image has been seriously damaged. However, even though he was beaten so dizzy, his dragon's horn was broken, and his mouth was bleeding, Kaido still did not choose to give up. Of course, it's not that he didn't give up his plan to capture the Fishmen Island, he just didn't give up and run for his life. What a joke, although Kaido likes suicide and challenges. However, before he has realized his ambition and before he has fully exerted his powerful strength, how could he be on the Fishmen Island? In such a ridiculous situation, he was beaten to death here like a gopher. Such a way to die is terrifying to think about. 4 emperors Kaido can definitely make him a historical legend even more famous than Roger the Pirate King. Well, it means becoming a historical joke. Even if Kaido is a user with the fish fruit ability, Kaido cannot fully exert all of his combat power in the deep sea. As for finding a way to rule the Fishmen Island, the Fishmen Island has Nami, a guy who can easily control countless sea waters and whose physical strength seems to be endless. Who dares to take advantage of the Fishmen Island? Aren't you afraid of encountering a violent beating from a sea giant again in the sea, or being directly greeted by a world-destroying tsunami above the sea? Nami, the queen of the deep sea who can condense such a terrifying figure in the deep sea and control unmeasurable water. It can completely set off a tsunami even more terrifying than Whitebeard's shock fruit. In this world, there is another terrifying and powerful man who seems to be able to destroy the world. Slip away, slip away. Kaido decided to run away. However, Kaido, who was tightly imprisoned by a large amount of sea water as hard as steel, for a while, there was no way to escape easily. Of course, steel cannot completely imprison Kaido, but with Nami's deep sea scepter as tall as a mountain peak and its terrifying size that is thousands of meters high, she could just let Kaido struggle hard in the deep sea and run out for a few hundred meters. Then, the scepter came down and instantly knocked Kaido back to his original position. Anyway, the end result is the same. I wonder if you are afraid of the deep sea scepter that is thousands of meters long. The ocean is Nami's most powerful weapon. But it's more difficult to just struggle and run away, which doesn't mean Kaido has no other options. The huge blue dragon Kaido quickly shrank in size under the blow of Nami's deep sea scepter, and then directly transformed into an orc form that was only a few meters tall. The big ones are good, the small ones are wonderful. At least, after Kaido decisively changed from the blue dragon form to the beastman form that is more flexible and has a smaller target. The terrifying scepter in Nami's hand could no longer easily hit Kaido's head. Kaido transformed into a beastman form, and then, before the extremely flexible Nami's deep sea scepter hit the top, he struggled to tear through the water as hard as steel and kept escaping outwards. Although, every time he ran, terrifying shadows would fall from the sky, making Kaido extremely embarrassed. However, just like that, Kaido, who was running and fighting at the same time, finally began to escape from Nami's attack range due to his petite body and insufficient force-bearing area in his orc form. Only a large amount of blood and a broken dragon horn were left in the deep sea. I will definitely come back. Before Kaido fled, he didn't forget to say a harsh word. In this battle, Kaido was frustrated. If it weren't for Kaido in the deep sea, where his strength can be fully unleashed, he can breathe out hot breath arbitrarily, and use unique moves such as the Fire Dragon Torch. Even he may not be able to crush Nami, but I also have full confidence that at least I will not lose. He, Kaido, can fly. No matter how strong Nami is in the sea, can she still roll up the sea water and directly cover the entire sky? This is simply impossible. This wave is definitely the fault of the sea water. It's definitely not because of Kaido's weakness. He is one of the 4 emperors, the most powerful creature in the sea, no, on the land and in the air. Kaido thought to himself while vomiting blood from his mouth. On this day, Kaido lost his last dragon horn, and also lost his title as the strongest creature in the sea. And this is just the beginning. In the deep sea, the big news of Nami's violent beating of 4 emperors Kaido instantly shocked the whole world. Big news, 4 emperors Kaido was brutally beaten. The name of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air is not worthy of the name. Big news, the new king of the sea is born. The queen of the deep sea beats 4 emperors Kaido, and successfully crowns herself with the reputation of 4 emperors. Big news, the terrifying legend of the Dragon Palace Kingdom under the sea, the extremely powerful mermaid queen shocked the world, and will the increasingly powerful fishman pose a huge threat to the entire human world? Morgans was preaching about Nami's strength and making fun of 4 emperors Kaido's defeat. Some news groups in the world government, while promoting the power of the Fishmen Island, quietly spread the threat of fishmen to the human world. The 5 elders didn't care about the former Dragon Palace Kingdom. But with Poseidon and a mermaid queen who is incomparable in the deep sea, the Dragon Palace Kingdom is enough for the 5 elders to regard it as the most powerful threat to the world government today. It's even a greater threat than the 4 Emperors group and the Revolutionary Army that just made a lot of noise in South Blue and overthrew the Kingdom of Saint Doria. The 4 Emperors and the current Revolutionary Army are not enough to threaten the entire world. The current power of the Dragon Palace Kingdom is enough to challenge the world government. In the deep sea, even Uranus cannot instantly erase the entire the Fishmen Island and the terrifying Queen of the Deep Sea. The world government was secretly wary of the power of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and at the same time, it strengthened itself. At the World Summit in a few months, find a way to kill Poseidon, and if possible, kill Nami directly. The deep sea may be Nami's territory, but Red Line has always been God's territory. Murlocs on land are far less powerful than those in the deep sea. The news of Nami's defeat of Kaido continues to spread throughout the world. Doflamingo was horrified after learning that Kaido had been defeated by Nami. He never imagined that the terrifying 4 Emperors Kaido, who was like a monster in his heart, would be beaten like a marmot by a mermaid. Hey, are the times starting to run rampant? How can something like a mermaid be so powerful? Could it be that the legendary ancient weapon Poseidon's ability is not to summon sea kings at all, but to control sea water? That Queen of the Deep Sea is the real Poseidon. Doflamingo secretly speculated that as a former celestial dragons, he controlled far more intelligence information than many people. Then, Doflamingo, who was confused, decisively cut off contact with the slave auction houses on Sabayati Archipelago. Anyway, they are just some small businesses that are behind the times. Why should we offend the terrifying Queen of the Deep Sea because of these small businesses? From the transactions with the West Blue Valoran Chamber of Commerce and the transactions with Kaido's artificial devil fruit, Doflamingo made as much money as those from slave auctions. The other 7 warlords of the sea also looked at the Fishmen Island slightly because of Kaido's defeat. 4 Emperors Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief after learning how powerful the Fishmen Island was now. Then he happily held a 3-day banquet on the Moby DK. Of course, it was his sons who provided the money. Whitebeard has no money of his own. No matter what, the Whitebeard pirates have sheltered the Fishmen Island for decades. With this kindness, even if Whitebeard eventually grows old or is not enough to protect the entire Whitebeard pirates, the Fishmen Island can also become the last harbor of the Whitebeard pirates. After Kaido was also beaten violently by Nami, Whitebeard didn't believe that there would be people who dared to mess around on the Fishmen Island. Kaido secretly licked his wounds, and beat some low-level pirates who came to challenge him after he was defeated by Gangplank, Whitebeard and Nami. Kaido may not be able to defeat today's Gangplank and Whitebeard, nor can he defeat Nami who has home field advantage in the deep sea, but facing some low-level pirates who dared to challenge him and planned to take advantage of him. He, Kaido, is so strong. Do you really think of the strongest creatures on land and air as 4 emperors? Kaido without 2 horns and injured, that's 4 emperors Kaido too. Kaido gradually regained his confidence by beating up those low-level pirates. In East Blue, Arlong and others saw the news about Deep Sea Queen Nami beating up Kaido. Their eyes widened and they were extremely excited. Sure enough, fishmen are advanced creatures that are far superior to humans. Queen Nami is invincible. Then, the little thief cat Nami, who also saw the news, wept secretly. Are the fishmen really invincible? Both are called Nami. Why is there such a big gap between us? The gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between humans and dogs. It doesn't matter, even if there is no way to defeat those fishmen, as long as I can save 100 million belly. I can save everyone too. Nami wiped away her tears firmly, then rolled her eyes and quietly stared at a new prey. He was a guy with a samurai sword in his hand, a face full of vicissitudes of life, and he looked like he was not easy to mess with. But that katana is worth a lot at first glance. If I were you, I would never set my sights on any samurai's sword. Yasuo grabbed Nami's arm that was about to steal his sword, sighed and said, "It's my only companion." After being caught, Nami rolled his eyes and looked at Yasuo, who seemed to have a good temper. Tears suddenly appeared in his eyes. He quietly pulled the clothes on his chest with his other hand. Revealing his sizable figure, he said pitifully with eyes twinkling like stars, "I'm sorry, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 3 days." As a little thieving cat, Nami's failure to steal is natural. However, even after missing the target, he was still able to earn his reputation as a little thief cat in the waters near Kokosia village. This was due to Nami's cleverness. In order to escape the capture of the owners, Nami used a lot of tricks such as pretending to be pitiful and honey traps. Most of the pirates who have been sailing on the sea for a long time and cannot reach land for 10 days and a half are just LSBs who are motivated by lust. You haven't eaten in 3 days. The corner of Yasuo's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the proud Nami in front of him. She didn't look like she was lacking in nutrition. Yasuo shook his head and let go of Nami's arm. He had no interest in holding a thief accountable. Killing is a bad habit. If possible, Yasuo is not willing to let the long knife in his hand be easily stained with blood again. Just being a thief isn't worth asking Yasuo to draw his sword. Yasuo planned to let Nami go just like this. He was about to take advantage of Yasuo to be confused by his beauty, and then directly perform a fatal attack. Nami then snatched Yasuo's long sword away, but Nami was stunned on the spot. What's going on? These days, all the LSBs on the sea have been modified. Is Yasuo, a guy who looks like he's alone and full of troubles, really a rare good person? Nami shook her head, instantly throwing away the impression that Yasuo was a good person. In this sea, there is no essential difference between bounty hunters and pirates who go out to explore. The narrow range of activities of ships, the long-term unchanged sea scenery, dangerous sea storms, coupled with scarce supplies. It's enough to turn most pirates and bounty hunters who still have kindness and bottom line in their hearts into complete monsters. Nami rolled his eyes slightly, looking at Yasuo who let go of him and was about to leave like this. He had an idea. Staring at his big black eyes, he said passionately to Yasuo, "Hey, stranger, are you a samurai or a bounty hunter? It's dangerous to sail this sea alone. I am an extremely good navigator and know most of the information about this sea area. Do you need my help? If you can't steal directly, you should first mix into those small pirate groups or bounty hunter groups. Obtaining initial trust and then stealing is also a common trick used by Nami." Yasuo's steps that were already moving quietly stopped after he heard Nami say that he was a grandmaster in navigation skills and knew most of the information about this sea area. Yasuo is not a road warrior, but in the pirate world with extremely weird weather and scattered islands, Yasuo is in urgent need of an excellent navigator. Yasuo asked in a deep voice, "Can you take me to the most famous kendo gym in this sea area? I can give you corresponding reward." After Yasuo finished speaking, he took out his bulging wallet. In the wallet, the brilliance of a large amount of Bailey and gold suddenly blinded Nami's eyes. Although Duke is short of money, the basic starting funds for his heroes are still sufficient. Remuneration. Hearing this, Nami looked at Yasuo's wallet, his eyes suddenly turned into the shape of money, and said excitedly, "The largest kendo gym in the nearby sea is the IAI Kendo Gym. It is said that the owner of the kendo gym is a very powerful kendo master. He has taught many powerful disciples. He also once killed a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 10 million. Are you going to become a disciple?" "No, I just want to go and defeat that kendo gym and the owners of all the famous kendo gyms in East Blue," Yasuo said calmly. "Then, build the most powerful and largest kendo gym in this sea area. How can Yufeng Kendo Gym become the strongest and most famous kendo gym in East Blue? The answer is, of course, to get ahead by following all the well-known kendo gyms in East Blue. If possible, Yasuo also wants to take over all the kendo gyms in East Blue. Creating a well-known kendo gym from scratch is very troublesome." After Yasuo finished speaking, Nami's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Yasuo like a fool. Then, a warm smile filled her face again. Only a fool is good? Only if she is a fool can she make a fortune. Nami was worried about Xiaojuju in her heart. She had no intention of sending Yasuo to the IAI Kendo Hall obediently. She would only receive a small reward. The knife and his wallet will be mine. During the voyage, Nami was really good at making money and running away. Half of her excellent navigation skills were developed in the frenzied pursuit of her owners. Then, the next day, with his head drooped and big dark circles under his eyes, Nami obediently sent Yasuo to the door of the IAI Kendo Gym. She never expected that Yasuo would be so alert. Even when sleeping, as long as she quietly approaches Yasuo within 5 meters, Yasuo could stare directly at her with a pair of extremely cold eyes, staring at her every move. How to do this? With a reward of 100,000 belly, Nami was about to leave the IAI Kendo Hall and choose the next easy target. Then, just as Nami turned around, there was a creak, the door of the Kendo Gym opened, and Yasuo walked out. Behind Yasuo, the man who was said to have taught many powerful disciples, and who had personally killed an Iaido master who had a bounty of nearly 10 million for a big pirate. He was slumped to the ground, staring stupidly at Yasuo's back. One knife, just one knife. Before the leader of the IAI Hall could use his extremely proud extremely fast IAI slash, Yasuo's long sword. He had already chopped off a strand of his hair, and then slowly put it into the sheath. Yasuo is not good at IAI slash, but compared to the Kendo Gym leaders in East Blue, which is known as the weakest sea, Yasuo's strength has far exceeded their imagination. Are you interested in taking me to the next famous Kendo Gym? Same reward. Yasuo stopped Nami. Although Nami always wanted to steal his knife and wallet, her navigation skills were really strong. She couldn't steal it anyway, so she hired Nami to save Yasuo some time sailing on the sea. For Yasuo, it's a steal. Nami also widened his eyes, and then, after hearing the same reward, he nodded immediately like a chicken pecking at rice. With Nami's navigation skills, it would only take a day at most to lead Yasuo to the next Kendo Gym. Earning 100,000 belly in one day is more than 30 million in a year. Most of the pirate groups in East Blue are poor people. Nami took great risks and spent several years, but now he has only saved tens of millions of belly. Now, just by driving the ship for Yasuo and leading the way, it is possible to earn a lot of pele. Isn't this more than what she earned by working hard and taking great risks to steal everywhere? The little thieving cat Nami took Yasuo and started a journey to challenge Kendo Gyms in East Blue. Among the West Blue, the kings who were preparing to swallow up the entire Valorant Chamber of Commerce in one fell swoop also began to make moves. Why are there always some ignorant insects looking for death? Wouldn't it be great if I can cultivate the land safely and bring a bright future to West Blue? Duke, who had just returned to West Blue, had a cold face, and then said solemnly, "Forget it, since those guys don't want peace. Then, give them war. Maybe it's time for those guys to understand. West Blue, whose West Blue it is. Of course, it is impossible for the kings of West Blue to completely conceal the great actions of those kings who rule the underground world of West Blue. Duke also founded the Valoran Chamber of Commerce Alliance and extended his influence to every corner of the West Blue. The Valoran Chamber of Commerce has water and electricity factories all over the world, but Duke spent a lot of money to build the infrastructure industry. Just when profits started, those kings actually wanted to pick peaches. If you want to kill me, Duke, you can. But if you want to pick my peaches and take my money, Duke can't bear it at all. Isn't it just a dozen of West Blue's world government franchisees? World government, Duke City? Well, I'm still a little timid when the heroes haven't reached full level yet. But the dozen or so countries that have joined the world government in West Blue have never represented world government. Presumably, those 5 old guys from world government won't mind the dozen or so world government member countries from West Blue. Let's change them to another king. Duke thought to himself. South Blue, the revolutionary army whose strength was greatly enhanced by the addition of Soraka, also began its journey to liberate more kingdoms because of Soraka's suggestions. The recovery ability that is almost enough to bring back the dead, coupled with Soraka's own terrifying strength, makes the morale of the South Blue revolutionary army extremely high. Your Majesty, King Troya, and those guys seem to have begun preparing to attack the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. This is a huge piece of fat, shouldn't we start moving as well? In the palace of the Kingdom of Flowers, the pillar of the 4 treasure navy who was most loyal to the King of the Kingdom of Flowers asked in a deep voice. The joint actions of more than a dozen kingdoms in West Blue cannot be hidden not only from the Valoran family, but also from the Kingdom of Flowers, the Overlord Kingdom of West Blue. The King of the Kingdom of Flowers, with a stooped body, snow-white hair, and wrinkles on his face, but his eyes still revealed depth and wisdom, was silent for a moment, and then shook his head firmly. House Valoran is not an easy bone to chew. It is impossible for the world government to just watch us eat this biggest piece of fat. This is not our feast. Ever since many years ago, the world government sent a large number of marine elites, including Garp, to severely damage the 8 naval armies of the Flower Country, and at the same time, it has been overtly and covertly weakening the national power of the Flower Country. Today's Flower Country still maintains a strong power, but it is difficult to show his authority in West Blue again. Several kingdoms secretly supported by the world government and have been at war with the Kingdom of Flowers have restrained a large amount of the Kingdom of Flowers' combat power. The pillar of the 4 treasures navy of the Kingdom of Flowers. After the King of the Kingdom of Flowers finished speaking, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred for the world government. On the other side, the King of the Kingdom of Wrathgap once again firmly rejected the last invitation of the Trojan kings. Looking at the tall water and electricity factories in my country, as well as the towns that have obviously become much more prosperous because of those water and electricity factories, I sigh secretly. Even if we don't swallow up the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, those factories can still bring us a lot of wealth. After the infrastructure is built and the people are rich, the kings will naturally receive more taxes and get more money. It's just that human greed and desires are often not satisfied with everything they get. They want more. More? I declare that you dare to build factories and houses on the king's land and violate the king's law. This land and everything on it will belong to the king. The king's envoys from the major kingdoms of West Blue proudly preached the king's orders to the heads of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce's water and electricity factories in various places in West Blue. In the kingdom, everything can be regarded as the king's wealth. They could obviously rob directly, but they still gave a high-sounding reason. Although, this reason is similar to robbery. Take it to the king. Are you kidding me? This is the property of the Valoran family. What on earth do you want to do? The heads of factories of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce in various parts of West Blue used the name of the Valoran family to the king's envoys. Family Valoran. Here is West Blue, the West Blue of the great kings. Either get back to your sewers, or die here. The king's envoys laughed wildly. Behind him, a large number of king's troops and hired bounty hunters revealed their cold blades. 1 or 2 West Blue kingdoms may still be wary of the power of the Valoran family, but after more than a dozen West Blue world government countries come together, those kings swelled tremendously in an instant. They don't think that a mere Valoran family dares to go against more than a dozen kingdoms. Then, the king's envoys were instantly pierced through the chests by a large number of sharp blades coming from behind. Nearly half of the king's troops and bounty hunters mobilized by the king's envoy instantly rebelled. Cooperating with the heads of major factories and the disciples and workers of the Valoran family who had already prepared, they defeated the king's army one by one. Having integrated most of the chambers of commerce in West Blue, the rich and powerful Valoran family has already penetrated all aspects of the kingdoms. As long as he controls the livelihood of everyone in West Blue, Duke actually doesn't care who is the king of the major kingdoms in West Blue. Anyway, as long as he wants, he can let anyone sit on the nominally noble throne at any time. It is never that you can directly gain incomparable power by ascending to the throne, but only by possessing incomparable power can you ascend the throne. The entire West Blue was in flames of war. The factory directors of the Valoran family, countless disciples of the Valoran family, and countless others found jobs because of the Valoran water and electricity factory. Workers whose lives began to look promising never thought that they would obediently give up their property. They were part of House Valoran, not subordinate to the West Blue kings who almost only exploited them but never gave them hope. The Valoran family has never been, really just a simple chamber of commerce. After the Valoran family ruled the underworld of West Blue, Duke never slackened in training his family's disciples. Coupled with the equipment upgrades of the Valoran family disciples brought by Jace, the strength of the Valoran family is enough to shock the entire world. Germa 66 relied on blood factors and technological weapons to dominate the North Blue. The Valoran family relies on Graves, SETI, and others, as well as Hex equipment, and it is not difficult at all to unify West Blue. Blood dyed the ocean red, flames illuminated the sky, endless smoke filled the earth, and all the king's envoys had their heads cut off. The kings of West Blue also hurriedly gathered their finally trustworthy armies, huddled in their palaces, trembling, powerless and furious. How dare they? How dare they? Damn, what do those bastards want? What they are doing is simply treason and rebellion, and they are making enemies of the world. Contact the world government immediately and request the Marine Admiral to be dispatched to suppress those damn rebellions for us. Even though the disciples of the Valoran family killed those king's envoys, and after defeating the army behind the king's envoy, they have not yet directly invaded the palaces of those kings. But the kings were still frightened by the Valoran family's resistance and the terrifying power they displayed. They originally thought that the Valoran family was just a piece of fat that they could manipulate. Unexpectedly, this piece of fat actually had extremely sharp teeth, and it instantly transformed into a ferocious lion. In the holy land of Marijois, the 5 elders frowned as they looked at the message for help sent jointly by more than a dozen kings of West Blue. In front of them, in addition to the distress messages sent by the kings of West Blue, a large number of distress messages sent by the kings of South Blue were also placed in front of them. Why does this wonderful world suddenly seem to be at war? The 5 elders are about to cry. South Blue Revolutionary Army, West Blue Valoran family, and the Dragon Palace Kingdom that has mastered the power of Poseidon. The balance of the entire world is at stake. Now, it's time to make a decision. The bald 5 elders, who embraced first-generation Kaititsu, spoke loudly. The entire pirate world is suddenly at war, and the authority of the world government may be completely shattered at any time. As the nominal supreme leader of the world government, the 5 elders must make a decision as soon as possible when Lord I'm basically does nothing. Deploy Admiral. Admiral must be dispatched. The ambitions of those revolutionary armies will definitely not be restrained after they overthrow the kingdom of Saint Doria and even control the entire South Blue. The blonde 5 elders lowered his eyebrows and said in an extremely cold tone, "Their target has been us from the beginning. The ideas of the revolutionary army are too dangerous." Then, what about the requests for help from the West Blue franchise countries? The power of the Valoran family is growing too fast. If it is not curbed, I am afraid that the next Germa 66 will soon appear on this sea. The bearded 5 elders frowned and said, "The 5 elders have no objection to directly dispatching the admiral to deal with the revolutionary army. After all, the revolutionary army is revolutionizing the world government. But South Blue's revolutionary army must be dealt with, and West Blue's Valoran family also needs to be dealt with. But now West Blue and South Blue are all in a mess. After taking care of the South Blue, it will be difficult for the world government to take care of the West Blue. I really want the Valoran family to kill all the kings of the dozen or so world government member countries in West Blue, and then annex those kingdoms. West Blue, can it still be the West Blue of world government?" After the bearded 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders fell into silence. I can't control that much anymore. Above the sea, even if the Valoran family rules the entire West Blue, it will be difficult to shake the balance of the entire world. It really took the revolutionary army to overthrow many kingdoms in South Blue. Next step, the revolutionary army's war will inevitably burn here. The curly-haired 5 elders were silent for a moment, then gritted their teeth and said, "The revolutionary army is our real enemy. We must first completely extinguish the flames of the revolutionary army in South Blue. As for the rescue of the kings of West Blue, if those damn fools hadn't tried to swallow up the entire Valoran family, how could they have ended up where they are today? The Valoran family is still far from fully controlling West Blue. We can't spare any extra energy now to pay for those idiots. Even if the Valoran family really annexes and controls more than a dozen world government member countries such as Troya, there is still a huge gap between completely dominating the West Blue. If the Valoran family really wants to completely rule the West Blue, the enemies they need to face are not just Troya and other dozen or so world government member countries, including the Kingdom of Flowers. All West Blue's world government member countries, as well as non-member countries, will become the great enemies of the Valoran family. After dispatching the admiral and deploying a large number of troops to deal with the revolutionary army, on the one hand, we must be alert to the movements of the New World 4 emperors, and on the other hand, we must be on guard against the Fishman Island, which controls the power of Poseidon. It would be difficult for the world government to allocate a large amount of combat power to deal with the Valoran family at the same time. Then let's do this. Order the naval headquarters to dispatch the admiral and recruit a large number of marine elites into South Blue to destroy the revolutionary army. As for the West Blue Valoran family, let naval headquarters dispatch 1 or 2 vice admirals to try their best to mediate. Presumably the godfather of the Valoran family also knows our bottom line. The somewhat bald 5 elders nodded and said in a deep voice, "The world government does not care about the wars between a large number of countries and forces in West Blue, or in other words, between the various countries and forces in West Blue. From time to time, some wars occur, which weakens the strength of both parties, but is more conducive to the rule of the world government. But the premise of all these wars is that the countries joining the world government can lose, but they are absolutely not allowed to be directly annexed by other countries and forces. The Kingdom of Flowers wants to annex the entire West Blue, bit by bit, to those franchising and non-franchising countries, and completely rule the West Blue. This has led to the hostility of the world government. But what if the Valoran family ignores our mediation and directly annexes those kingdoms? The bearded 5 elders asked worriedly. Then wait until we take our hands, and then we can completely settle the matter with the Valoran family. Unless, we go and beg Lordheim for help now. The bald 5 elders faintly Kaido, his eyes fixed on the direction between the flowers in the deepest part of Pango City. What really allowed the world government to firmly control the entire world for 800 years was never the CP agents of the world government. Nor is it naval headquarters, who is disobedient from time to time. It's Lordium in Hanima, and the national treasure of all celestial dragons, Uranus. As long as Lordheim and Uranus are there, the divine order will be unshakable and destined to eternity. After the bald 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders were silent for a moment and said no more words. They firmly believe that Lordheim is invincible. If Lordheim takes action, not to mention just dealing with South Blue's Revolutionary Army and West Blue's Valoran family at the same time, even if a new era begins and this century of history is erased again, Lordheim is fully capable of doing it. But if it is not necessary, the 5 elders are not willing to bother Lordheim directly for some trivial matters that they can handle for the time being. Although the 5 elders are usually aloof, in front of Lordheim, who has survived for hundreds of years and has controlled the power of Uranus, like a god and demon, there is no difference at all between them and the untouchables from the lower world who are like ants in their eyes. They are just tools specially selected by Lordheim to assist Lordheim in controlling the pirate world. And when this tool requires the owner to do everything himself, is this tool still necessary to exist? The orders from the 5 elders were quickly issued to the naval headquarters. In Naval Headquarters Marineford, a large number of marine officers looked at the order just issued by the world government, and the atmosphere was very delicate. The relationship between world government and naval headquarters has never been a simple superior-subordinate relationship. In other words, the naval headquarters, the most powerful violent organization used by the world government to suppress all dissent in the pirate world, has always been human. But people have their own thoughts and ideas. The Revolutionary Army has existed for so many years under the relentless pursuit of the world government. Not only has its strength not weakened, but it has continued to grow stronger. But it is definitely not because of the power of the Revolutionary Army that it can directly ignore the crazy encirclement and suppression by the world government and naval headquarters. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was the former naval headquarters vice admiral and the biological son of marine hero Garp. Let's put it this way, today's naval headquarters generals and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, basically all know each other. Most of them have a pretty good relationship with him. The Revolutionary Army made too much noise in South Blue this time. Soraka, the Revolutionary Army saint, openly advocates the idea of redeeming everyone. What exactly do they want to do? It's not enough to overthrow the kingdom of Saint Doria. Do they also want to directly overthrow all the kingdoms in South Blue? Sengoku shouted angrily with a straight face. Garp, you BD, take care of your son. There was a pop, his head drooped, and Garp, who seemed to be sleeping and blowing snot bubbles from his nose, was instantly awakened by Sengoku. Then he looked at Sengoku, who was glaring at him, and touched his head nonchalantly, avoiding Sengoku's sight, and muttered, I can't control that guy. Even if he could take care of it, he didn't want to take care of it. Garp is also a member of the D clan. He hates celestial dragons and the world government. Garp is no less disgusted than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. It's just that they chose a different path. Garp made a joke in the meeting room of Marine General School. Aokiji lowered his head and looked like he was not awake. Kizuro, on the other hand, is holding a thermos cup and quietly touching the fish, becoming a qualified wage thief. Dealing with the Revolutionary Army is not an easy task. Sengoku looked at the many silent general marines in the conference room, and his chest began to shake violently, and he was even more breathless. Just when Sengoku was about to get angry, Akaina stood up angrily, his face was ashen, and he said solemnly, I'll go. In the name of absolute justice, I will completely wipe out all revolutionary troops in South Blue. After Akainu finished speaking, Doberman Ghost Spider and other Hawk Vice Admiral also stood up to comply. The rest of the Marine generals were unwilling to encircle and suppress the Revolutionary Army, perhaps because of their own ideas of justice, or because they were concerned about the hero Garp and their previous friendship with the dragon. But adhering to the name of absolute justice, Akaina, who wants to maintain the peace of the sea at all costs, does not care about the marine hero Garp and his past friendship with the dragon. Sengoku looked at Akaina, who stepped forward, nodded silently, then sighed, and said in a deep voice to the elite Vice Admiral Huasheishin beside him, West Blue mediates the matters between the Valoran family and the kings. I leave it to you. This world cannot withstand any more storms. Galen, who had a close relationship with Duke, and Galen Vice Admiral, who had just been transferred from West Blue to Naval Headquarters, should have been the best person to mediate the war between the Valoran family and the many kings of West Blue. But after learning what the kings of West Blue had done, and after Galen secretly expressed his opposition, Sengoku had no choice but to assign this mediation task to Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral, who had a relatively gentle personality. Naval headquarters began to take action. Admiral Akainu led several elite vice admirals and a large number of headquarters generals, as well as nearly 100,000 naval headquarters elites. They began to enter South Blue, intending to suppress the Revolutionary Army's fire in one fell swoop. This is military power that has surpassed Buster Call. The Huashaoshan Vice Admiral quietly entered West Blue with only a few thousand marines and several warships. His purpose is just to mediate. Akainu went to South Blue with a large number of troops to destroy the Revolutionary Army, and West Blue only sent an elite vice admiral to mediate. It seems that the trouble I caused for the world government has indeed worked. In Valoran manner, Duke, who had just finished training, said in a solemn voice. However, facing the Revolutionary Army strengthened by Soraka's epic, one Akainu is not enough. Will Lord Im or Uranus take action? However, before the turmoil in South Blue subsides, perhaps it is time for the kings of West Blue to meet their fate. After Duke finished speaking, Graves, Wanhao and others all started to take action. Duke secretly signaled Soraka to assist the Revolutionary Army in launching a large-scale revolution, in addition to causing some trouble for the world government so that they would not have nothing to do to target the Valoran family. I also want to use the power of the Revolutionary Army to test the power of Lord Im or Uranus. What exactly is Uranus? How powerful is the destructive power of Uranus? Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Blood and fire filled the entire South Blue. Countless Revolutionary Army soldiers and marine elites led by Akainu fought to the death in South Blue. Led by Soraka, the flag of the Revolutionary Army started from the kingdom of Saint Doria and spread crazily to most of the surrounding kingdoms. When Akainu's army arrived in South Blue, the entire South Blue, including a small part of the sea area and country, had all fallen into the territory of the Revolutionary Army. Most of the local kingdoms in South Blue, whether they are world government franchising countries or non-franchising countries, are still too weak in the face of the Revolutionary Army led by Soraka, Long, and others. Until the 100,000 naval headquarters elites led by Akainu arrived at South Blue. The elite naval headquarters arrived in South Blue, and then, in every country, every island, and every sea area controlled by the Revolutionary Army, Akainu and 100,000 naval headquarters elites encountered the strongest resistance they had ever encountered in their lives. Countless common people in South Blue could have endured the darkness, could have endured the crazy exploitation and oppression of those cruel and stupid kings. If they had never seen the light from the beginning, they would never have had hope. But after the Revolutionary Army led by Soraka overthrew those cruel and stupid kings and gave dignity and hope to countless civilians in South Blue, those civilians will never go back to the past. Soraka is not like the Revolutionary Army dragon, who only knows how to overthrow those corrupt kings and nobles, but does not have a unified revolutionary program at all, and leaving behind a regime sufficient to sustain the kingdoms they overthrew. What's the point of overthrowing those corrupt kings and then replacing them with another corrupt king? If something needs to be done, it must be done thoroughly. If you take one step forward to the Republic, you are undoubtedly seeking death. But beating down the local tyrants and dividing the land, everyone is born equal, clearly shows that the gold in the sky is the biggest cause of world unrest. There is no need to pay heavenly gold, and at the same time, taxes should be reduced appropriately. There will be a constitutional monarchy and a coalition government, where everyone is equal before the law. The hope of those revolutions is only to target the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and others, who had not thought about how they could rule the world, were stunned for a moment. In the world of pirates, where individual combat capabilities vary greatly, insisting on absolute equality is undoubtedly a pipe dream. But it's just about human dignity, equality in life, and legal fairness. It is enough for countless South Blue civilians who once lived in the mud, with no guarantee of life and dignity, to fight for their lives. A large number of naval headquarters elites led by Akainu were plunged into the vast ocean of people's war started by Soraka. One is an elite marine who pursues the name of absolute justice and wants to maintain the tranquility of the sea at all costs, intending to kill the Revolutionary Army. One is a revolutionary soldier who is inspired by Soraka, adhering to his ideals, and bravely moving forward at the risk of his own life in order to overthrow the tyranny of the kings and the world government. Anyway, with Soraka here, as long as her head is not blown out on the spot, her broken arms and legs are just minor injuries to Soraka. Soraka is the son of the stars and holds the secrets of the stars and life. Countless revolutionary troops were filled with endless courage under Soraka's salvation. Then, Akainu's face turned pale as he looked at the elite naval headquarters who had failed to annihilate the Revolutionary Army and were instead pushed aside by the Revolutionary Army. Where is the promised push for the Revolutionary Army? When did the Revolutionary Army become like this? The elite combat power of naval headquarters is indeed far more powerful than the Revolutionary Army of the past or the current Revolutionary Army. Regardless of equipment or individual strength, the elite of naval headquarters can all crush today's Revolutionary Army soldiers. But no matter what kind of army it is, as long as you think that you have a super nanny who can basically save her as long as her head is not blown off on the spot, that morale can simply maintain a constant fanaticism. And morale, sometimes, is enough to make up for part of the gap in weapons and equipment and individual combat power. In a previous aid war on Blue Star, the Red Warriors, who were short of food and clothing, and whose weapons and equipment were completely backward, overthrew the arrogant Yingzhong. The revolutionary troops screamed and rushed towards the elite Marines led by Akainu. Suddenly, the grassroots revolutionary soldiers, who were far inferior to the elite Marines, completely crushed the Marine soldiers led by Akainu, and in the fierce battles, a large number of them experienced cruel battlefields. The Revolutionary Army soldiers, who recovered from their injuries under Soraka's treatment, began to grow rapidly in strength. Soldiers who have survived a bloody battle can already be called veterans, and those warriors who have experienced a lot of bloody battles and are still able to survive are enough to become elites in all battles. It's just that it's hard for most soldiers to survive their first battle, let alone the massive bloody battles that follow. But now, the existence of Soraka has made it possible for the Revolutionary Army to mass-produce elite warriors. Akainu looked at the Marine elite who were retreating steadily under the attack of a large number of Revolutionary Army soldiers, and his face was ashen. Then, he waved his lava-flowing arm mercilessly and hit the sky. The next moment, countless extremely hot lava fell from the sky like meteors, burning all the defeated elites of the naval headquarters and the extremely heroic Revolutionary Army soldiers to ashes. Soraka may be able to save the Revolutionary Army soldiers who lost their arms and legs, but even Soraka is still powerless against those Revolutionary Army soldiers whose bodies have turned into charcoal. The terrifying lava divided the battlefield, and the endless gunpowder smoke carried the stench of burnt corpses and filled the entire Revolutionary Army position on Zinduolei Island. Sendolai Island was just the first peripheral kingdom controlled by the Revolutionary Army that Akainu led the Marine elite to eliminate. Each admiral of headquarters has the power to destroy cities and countries. But the next moment, under the disbelieving gazes of Akainu and countless elite naval headquarters, a large number of brave revolutionary soldiers who were not afraid of death. Ignoring the hot ground, ignoring the charred corpses everywhere, breaking through the flames of war and gunpowder smoke, he stood fearlessly in front of Akainu and countless elite naval headquarters. Even if there is no intact body, even after this injury, it is very likely that there will be no time to be redeemed by the Revolutionary Army Saint. Those revolutionary soldiers are also fearless, because they are fighting for themselves. Although, their resistance is meaningless in front of Akainu whose individual combat power is greatly different. Akainu closed his eyes slightly and looked at those revolutionary thugs who were not afraid of death. Without any hesitation, he waved his fist to the sky again. The hot lava continued to drip down Akainu's arms, leaving black marks on the hard deck. Then, the sky of the entire Zinduolei Island instantly became extremely bright. Countless extremely hot lava, like raindrops, almost covered the entire Sendolai Island. This time, Akainu is determined to completely extinguish all the fires of the Revolutionary Army here. For the majesty of Marine, for the order of the world, for the tranquility of the sea. In the name of absolute justice, Akainu will stop at nothing. The hot lava covered the entire sky. Countless revolutionary soldiers who were not afraid of death gently raised their heads and looked at the stunning scenery they had never seen before, with a little calmness and regret on their faces. It feels so good to have freedom and dignity. It's just that I can't see it anymore. But just before Sendolai Island was about to be completely destroyed by Akainu, endless strong winds suddenly swept across the entire Sendolai Island. All the lava falling from the sky was blown in the direction of the Marine fleet. The figure of Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, appeared quietly in the strong wind, staring coldly at his former colleague, Akainu. Not far away, countless Revolutionary Army ships also rode the wind and waves and quietly appeared on the sea. On the bow of the Revolutionary Army, the figures of Soraka and Eastern Army Commander Belabedi and other Revolutionary Army cadres were clearly visible. Long, Soraka, and others never thought of sitting back and watching Akainu lead the elite naval headquarters to pull out the power of the South Blue Revolutionary Army bit by bit. In the world of pirates where the top strong men are capable of destroying everything, human sea tactics and attrition tactics will not have much effect. What really determines South Blue's ownership depends on the outcome between the top teams. The decisive battle between the Revolutionary Army and the elite naval headquarters led by Akainu has officially begun. In West Blue, Graves, Wanhao and others also started their actions. There is no need for a strong man like you to join that mafia family. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can marry my daughter to you and make you an admiral of the kingdom, or even the next king of the kingdom. A king of a West Blue country pulled his extremely beautiful princess in front of him, and promised Capone Beg in front of him with a look of horror on his face. Just now, Capone Beg, who transformed into a huge castle tank, ignored the sparse artillery fire from the guards. He forcibly cut a bloody road and arrived in front of him. Such a strong man is not something that a small West Blue franchise country like him can resist. Does the princess still have the throne? How tempting. Capone Beg looked at the charming princess, licked his lips, and then with a bang, shot the king's head off without hesitation, and said in a deep voice, "But unfortunately, compared to the princess and the throne, I want my life more." Although in the process of conquering this kingdom, Capone Beg felt as if he was very strong in West Blue, but thinking about the monsters in Valoran Manor, Capone Beg suddenly felt something in his heart. He doesn't want to just marry the princess, sit on the throne, and reach the pinnacle of life. The next second, a statue or a big tree appeared out of nowhere and was slapped into hell. Well, it seems that the statue may not be able to hit him now, so, I'm probably in Valoran Manor now, so I shouldn't be counted as the last one, right? Capone. Beeg suddenly showed a proud face when he thought of this. It's not easy to beat that statue. Capone. Beeg directly killed a king of a West Blue affiliated country. With a bang, the extremely thick palace gate of the Kingdom of Troas was also blown to pieces by one house punch. Countless rebels shot out, piercing the few king's soldiers or bounty hunters in the palace who still resisted despite the coercion and inducement of King Troya into blood gourds. Wails and cries of pain were endless, and in the palace, the fat king of Troas sat slumped on the throne. Then he looked in horror at the handsome man who walked in swaggeringly, trying to make a final attempt to save himself. I am the king of Troas, kill me, the world government will never. Then, before he finished speaking, his head was shattered with a punch from Jihao. World government. Who cares? Zhaihao sneered, his face full of disdain. King Troas died, and on the other side, Graves was holding a cigar. He kicked away the corpse of a king whose throne was riddled with holes, and at the same time pressed a young man with a frightened face directly onto the bloodstained throne. From now on, you are the king of the Crow Kingdom. Next, you should know what to do. The newly appointed king of the Kingdom of Crow had a face full of horror, and blood was dripping from the crooked crown on his head, leaving several long blood stains on his face. The new king of Crow Kingdom nodded hurriedly like a chicken pecking at rice. The crooked and blood-stained crown also fell sadly because of the king of Crow Kingdom's hurried nod. There were several jingles, and in the dilapidated palace, they fell into the dust with blood. As a mafia family, directly annex those countries that are members of the world government. That is undoubtedly provoking the world government and forcing the world government to have a decisive battle with the Valoran family. But civil strife broke out in those countries that joined the world government, and then some kings were changed. What does this kind of thing have to do with the Valoran family? Is it possible that your world government is still so strong that you want to directly interfere with the normal succession of thrones in the countries that join the world government? Not to mention that the Valoran family would not agree to this. The countless world government alliance countries in the entire pirate world would also never agree. As for the countries that join the world government after their kings have been replaced, whose power will they belong to in the future? Who knows? Huashaishan Vice Admiral received such a piece of information when he first met Duke. All those kingdoms that wanted to unite to swallow up the Valorans in one fell swoop now have a new king. After the change of king, the entire West Blue was calm and prosperous. West Blue all quiet. So, how do I mediate? Why should I mediate? Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan, who is gentle but strong and always has a smile on his face, is now unable to smile. Such a result is not what the world government wants to see. Wantlessly killing the king of the world government member country. The whole world will be in turmoil because of this. The Vice Admiral of Huashaishan, who always had a gentle smile on his face in the past, looked at the godfather of the Valoran family in front of him with a solemn face. Although West Blue quickly restored peace with the friendly cooperation of the Valoran family and the newly succeeded kings. But within a few days, the deaths of more than a dozen kings of the world government's participating countries still caused an uproar throughout the world. A large number of kings from countries that have joined the world government have lingering fears about this. The kings of the remaining kingdoms in West Blue, whether they were franchised or non-franchised countries, all immediately began to expand their military preparations and prepare for war, and prepared for the war. They didn't want to be like those kingdoms in Troas, who woke up that day and unknowingly changed their thrones. Although, their alertness did not mean anything to Duke. With the power under Duke's command now, if he didn't have to worry about Lord Im and Uranus, he could completely rule West Blue at any time. No, if possible, the Valoran family wants peace and stability in the sea more than anyone else. Duke Ernest Kaido. If possible, he really hopes to have a peaceful and stable environment so that he can make money with peace of mind. Unfortunately, the environment does not allow it. Duke continued. Every word was like a sharp sword, starting to hit the heart of Vice Admiral of Huashaishan. But when some greedy and stupid guys come to the door and want to eat the entire Valoran family alive, am I wrong to fight back? In other words, to protect those greedy kings and nobles who wantonly slaughter everything on this sea. Is this the justice that your naval headquarters or world government want? Vice Admiral of Huashaishan, can you tell me what justice is? Most of the naval headquarters generals have their own ideas of justice in their hearts. Even Akaino, who killed a large number of civilians and marine soldiers in order to protect marines' dignity, still had his own justice in his heart. And their concept of justice is ultimately to better protect the entire world. Akaino wants to use the most iron-blooded means to kill one person and save 10,000 people, and strive to maintain the only remaining order in this sea. The idea of Vice Admiral and others in Huashaishan is to save everyone as much as possible. After all, who should be sacrificed and who should be sacrificed? Every life that dies because of Akaino's concept of absolute justice also has its own weight. Every life has almost the same weight. After learning everything the kings of the West Blue franchise countries had done, Huashaishan Vice Admiral fell into deep silence as he listened to Duke's questions. No one would want to live a good working life and finally build a family business, only to be suddenly taken away by the kings and nobles without any reason. What is the difference between such a king and those pirates? Is the difference just that one is legal and the other is illegal? Huashaishan Vice Admiral's lips wriggled slightly, and then he said dryly, "Those kings cannot represent the justice of our marine and world government. It's just that they are kings. King. So what? Duke sneered and said disdainfully. Those kings cannot represent the justice of the world government, and those kings cannot cause turmoil in the entire world. In other words, after their death, the entire West Blue has become more peaceful and harmonious, right? Without the interference and exploitation of those greedy kings, and at the same time using the death of those kings to give a good beating to all the remaining kings in West Blue. The Valoran family or the Valoran Chamber of Commerce's infrastructure construction project in West Blue is in full swing. The increase in productivity brought about by large-scale construction and the creation of a large number of jobs have gradually put smiles and hope on the faces of a large number of impoverished civilians in West Blue. Ordinary people don't care who is the king at all. Whoever keeps them fed is their king. This is the true will of the people. Vice Admiral of Huashaishan walked along the way and saw everything that happened in West Blue after the death of those kings. He was speechless. No matter what kind of panic the Valoran family brought to the entire world by killing those kings, or to the kings of the countries that joined the world government. However, the overall living environment in West Blue has greatly improved due to the expansion of the Valoran family's power. Not to mention anything else, since the Valoran family successfully ruled the underground world of West Blue, coupled with the large-scale manhunt of Galen Vice Admiral in West Blue during the previous period. The number of pirates in the entire West Blue has dropped to the lowest level in the world in a short period of time. If West Blue hadn't just released a new 4 emperors some time ago, I'm afraid it won't be long before the title of the weakest sea will be directly transferred from East Blue to West Blue. There is no way that the pirate groups in West Blue are basically either absorbed by Gangplank, or they have become the upgrade experience of the heroes under Galen and Duke. And the rookie pirates? Is it that selling wine and lottery tickets to the Valoran family isn't a good idea, or is it that the Valoran family can't make any money working as screwdrivers in a large number of factories? As long as there is still a job that can support the family and there is still a little hope in life, who is willing to take huge risks and go to sea to become a pirate? There are indeed pirates who have huge ambitions and dream of becoming the pirate king and going to sea, but the biggest ambition of most ordinary people is to find a white rich girl who can get a promotion and a raise. The Valoran family's vigorous development in West Blue has, to a certain extent, killed the emergence of countless pirate groups directly from the source. In other words, the world is peaceful and everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. This is the real best way to end the so-called era of great pirates. Vice Admiral of the Fire Mountain was at a loss for words, and began to curse the dead kings in his heart, but thinking of the terrifying strength of the Valoran family. As for the marine uniform he was wearing, he had to sigh, then stared into Duke's eyes and asked in a deep voice, "I don't care what happens to those kings. But, the power of the Valoran family is too powerful. Such a power could lead to great turmoil in the entire world at any time. This will destroy countless families. What exactly do the Valorans want?" The more he learns about the Valoran family, the more terrifying the Fire Mountain Vice Admiral feels about the power of the Valoran family. There are more than 100,000 disciples of the Valoran family spread across the West Blue, as well as an unpredictable number of workers from the Valoran Chamber of Commerce who can be armed by the Valoran family at any time. Coupled with Yamato's accurate weapons, which are even more powerful than Naval Headquarters' elite firearms, and the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. Several cadres of the Valoran family posed a fatal threat to him based on what he saw. If there were 1 or 2 top experts who could compete with Admiral, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Valoran family was an enhanced version of the 4 emperors. After all, the territory of New World is limited, and many 4 emperors groups have strong high-end combat capabilities, but the real number of troops and population they control, it is far inferior to those overlord kingdoms all over the world or some superpowers in the Grand Line. Alabasta can mobilize millions of soldiers, and the 4 emperors regiment. Unless they forcibly recruit soldiers from the vassal kingdoms under their command, no one can mobilize more than 100,000 troops on their own. The Whitebeard pirates can't do it, and the beasts and the former 10,000 kingdoms can't do it either. What does the Valoran family want? A bright smile appeared on Duke's face, and then he asked Huashaishan Vice Admiral seriously, "What is your dream world like?" "A dream world?" Huashaishan Vice Admiral murmured. He doesn't know what the dream world should be like. "But I have thought that if there were no more pirates in this world, the whole world would be a lot better. The biggest ideal in the hearts of most marine generals is just to end the era of great pirates. It is best to make the entire pirate world free of pirates. As for why there are so many pirates in this world, how can we make this world free of pirates? Sorry, the average person in the pirate world is illiterate. The individual strength of those marine generals may be extremely strong, but they are ideological and cultural. Killing those vicious pirates and protecting the civilians from the pirates is the greatest justice in their hearts. The pirate world's extremely weird geographical environment, and due to the intentional blockade and control of the world government, the technology and spiritual culture of the entire pirate world are at an extremely low level. After all, untouchables don't need to study at all, nor do they need to have too high technology. They just need to be at peace with themselves for the rest of their lives, and that's enough. Huashaishan Vice Admiral has a hard time conceiving of an ideal world that has never existed. Duke began to slowly state his dream, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. "In my ideal world, everyone should be able to fill their bellies and wear thick cotton clothes in winter. Perhaps what ordinary people eat may not be so delicious, nor may their clothes be so luxurious. However, no one will starve to death due to lack of food, or be frozen into a corpse in the cold winter due to lack of clothing. In my ideal world, all people are born equal in personality and dignity, and detailed and cautious laws protect and restrict everyone on this sea. There may still be some inequality, but there will be no more slaves in this world. Neither the king nor anyone else can arbitrarily take away the life of any ordinary person. In my ideal world, everyone would receive compulsory education from the state when they are young, so that they can read, be literate, and understand some of the simplest principles in the world. And as they grow up, they can choose a job that suits them based on their abilities, whether they are teachers, doctors, lawyers, or workers and farmers. Everyone can support themselves, instead of being forced to live in poverty or under layers of heavy taxes, hunger, and cold, and simply cannot survive. Choose to go to sea and become a pirate, and then let more ordinary people on this sea repeat the same miserable life as him? In this sea, countless ordinary people should have more choices and futures. In a world without a future, there will never be enough pirates to kill. Now, do you know what the Valorans want to do? My Vice Admiral, Duke hates slavery from the bottom of his heart, and also hates those celestial dragons who do everything except human affairs, and those corrupt kings and nobles. Everyone has a living life. Before they fully realize the blessings of 996. Before he could contribute to Duke's money-making plan, he died in vain at the hands of the celestial dragons and the king's nobles. This is simply the greatest waste and crime. Human life is priceless. Everyone has their own value. Well, it is our duty to transform the decadent and backward pirate world, Duke said. Wouldn't it be nice to be a pirate? Just be a mercenary worker for Duke? After Duke finished speaking, Huashaishan Vice Admiral was trembling all over, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He stared at Duke with an unbelievable look and said tremblingly, "You want to change the whole world? No, this is simply an enemy of the entire world. The world will be in chaos because of this." What Duke said is indeed beautiful. But if you want to realize everything Duke said, the first ones to bear the brunt are the celestial dragons, the kings, and nobles who enjoy countless privileges. An enemy of the world. No, 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 Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral, you think too much. This is just a small ideal of mine. Who knows when the ideal will become a reality? Duke looked at the horrified Huashaishan Vice Admiral, shook his head slightly, and then said quietly, "It's just, Huashaishan Vice Admiral. I really want to know whether it is justice to maintain a corrupt order, or is it justice to create a bright and new future? Vice Admiral of Huashaishan, please take a good look at West Blue today. Then help me think about it carefully. What is true justice?" After Duke finished speaking, he left the dull Huashaishan Vice Admiral behind and strode out of the meeting room between himself and Huashaishan Vice Admiral. It is important to distinguish who are the real enemies and who are the friends you can win over. A naval headquarters is obviously someone Duke can win over. As for what is true justice? Of course, the winner is justice. Because only the winner can rewrite everything and define everything. There is never true justice in this world. Fortunately, compared to the rulers of the pirate world who are aloof and do not regard ordinary people as human beings, Duke's justice is undoubtedly more friendly to ordinary people in the pirate world. Although, this is never the justice of ordinary people in the pirate world, it is just a trace of goodwill in Duke's heart. Duke's will is absolute justice. The Vice Admiral of the Burning Mountain quietly left Valoran Manor. Because of the world government's order, he originally planned to knock Duke's Vice Admiral of the Burning Mountain. Instead, he was completely confused by Duke's words. The gentle smile of the past was no longer on his face, but instead was filled with entanglement and confusion. On the one hand, the Vice Admiral of Huashaishan thought that perhaps he should report the terrifying ambitions of the Valoran family to the world government, so that this force that might cause world chaos would disappear as soon as possible. On the other hand, facing the ideal world described by the Valoran family, Vice Admiral of Burning Mountain is also full of hope. Most of the soldiers who join naval headquarters have their own obsessions. Akaina's family was mercilessly slaughtered by pirates when he was a child, and Huashaishan Vice Admiral, although he always had a soft smile on his face. But his family also died early on this sea because of pirates. Most marine soldiers, themselves and their families, have experienced hardships caused by pirates. Huashaishan Vice Admiral once thought that everything was the fault of those pirates. But now, in Duke's words, those heavenly gold and heavy taxes have become the real reason for the endless emergence of pirates. He has also become the real culprit behind the hardships of countless ordinary people in the pirate world. So, what is true justice? Huashaishan Vice Admiral muttered to himself. His concept of justice was greatly impacted. There is a lot of gold in the sky and taxes from various countries, but it is filled into marine, the gold-eating beast. In the world of pirates, the more rampant pirates are, the more Marines troops need to be expanded. And the more Marines troops are expanded, the more money is needed and the more taxes are collected. This has formed an endless cycle. High above the Valoran Manor, Duke looked at the burning mountain. Vice Admiral left the Valoran Manor in great tangle, with a mysterious smile flashing across his face. Before he arrived at West Blue, Galen had already conveyed the character and intelligence of Vice Admiral in Huashaishan in detail. Find a way to do this among the Vice Admiral of Huashaishan and the large number of moderate Marines in naval headquarters. Planting some seeds that the Valoran family will make the whole world a better place is a key step for Duke to find a way to incorporate the entire naval headquarters in the future. Of course, the best key to integrating the entire naval headquarters is actually the former Admiral of Headquarters Zephyr. After all, more than half of the current naval headquarters generals are Zephyr's disciples. But who asked Huo Shaoshan to come to West Blue? It seems good to think of a way to start with the Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain as the starting point, and then use Vice Admirals such as Galen Fire Mountain to gradually affect the entire naval headquarters. Duke was in no hurry. After all, Duke really wants to change the FEDA pirate world today, and he really wants to make most ordinary people in the pirate world live a happy 996 life. Not to mention, for ordinary people in the pirate world who live with slaves and are precarious and may die of hunger or cold at any time, 996 is really a blessing? I have no choice but to rely on my peers to support me. As for the Vice Admiral of Burning Mountain reporting directly to the world government, the huge ambition of the Valoran family, and then attracting the hostility of the world government? Who cares? In the world of pirates, there are many people with huge ambitions. It doesn't matter whether you are ambitious or not. What matters is having the power to achieve that ambition. The rapidly growing terrifying power of the Valoran family, regardless of whether the Vice Admiral of Fire Mountain reports it to the world government or not. The world government will regard the Valoran family as a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh. It's just because the world government is currently restrained by the Revolutionary Army, the Four Emperors and the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and it has no way to deal with the Valoran family for the time being. Duke knew this deep down. However, he didn't care. Even if Lord Im controls Uranus and takes action himself, why can't he kill Duke instantly? If you have the Central Asian Resurrection armor fanatics and other equipment in hand, you can run away and fight guerrillas with the world government. When the heroes under his command are at a high level, they can then spread Lord Im's ashes. Duke is now fearless. Besides, before Lord Im controls Uranus to take action against the Valoran family, they may have to face an even bigger trouble. The Vice Admiral of Huashaoshan is thinking about what true justice is in West Blue, but in South Blue, Kaido, who pursues the concept of absolute justice, has already fought with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and others. The wind is howling and the lava is burning. Amidst the wind and fire, countless elite naval headquarters and a large number of soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were also engaged in a desperate fight. Belobeti, the commander of the Eastern Army, Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army, Mori, the commander of the Western Army, Crow, the commander of the Northern Army. Most of the senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army, except for Grand Line Commander Ivankov, who was still in Impel Down at this time, all gathered in South Blue at this time. After Sorica and others liberated the kingdom of Saint Doria and continued to pass on mature revolutionary ideas to the outside world. Although Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, feels that the Revolutionary Army may not be fully prepared now. However, with the addition of Sorica, and the Revolutionary Army that has become much stronger due to Sorica's thoughts and abilities, it is not qualified to truly challenge the world government. Now that the flames of war have been ignited, it might as well let the fire of revolution completely burn throughout the world. The leaders of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and Kaido, couldn't tell the difference for a while. The naval headquarters elite vice admirals such as Ghost Spider and Doberman, as well as a large number of vice admirals, also fought together with the commanders of the 4th Army of the Revolutionary Army. The battle situation became more and more anxious and tragic. Each of the 4 major commanders of the Revolutionary Army has at least the combat power of naval headquarters vice admiral. Between them and a large number of elite vice admirals and vice admirals from naval headquarters, it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. However, a large number of marine elites from the headquarters were dispatched, and they had an absolute advantage over the middle and high-level combat power. Excellent military bases all over the world, coupled with a mature strength training system. Among naval headquarters, the top experts may have to rely on talents far beyond ordinary people, and it is difficult to cultivate them in batches. But in terms of the number of first-level combat forces of general headquarters and generals, naval headquarters definitely surpasses all other forces on the sea. The Revolutionary Army, which had been hiding in the shadows before and could only carry out troubles secretly, was short of territory and money. In terms of mid-level combat power, it was far inferior to the elite naval headquarters who launched a full-scale military attack. The high morale of the Revolutionary Army may allow them to ignore the slight gap in equipment and combat power and defeat ordinary naval headquarters non-commissioned officers or lieutenants. But facing the naval headquarters masters who are either Grandmaster 6th form or have directly mastered Haki, pure morale is not enough for them to overcome such a huge gap in strength. Sorica's mass-produced elite warriors cannot improve their strength to such an extent in a short period of time. They can only choose to use their own flesh and blood and their own lives to block every powerful marine general. Even if he dies, he must bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh before he dies. The Revolutionary Army suffered heavy casualties for a while, and the elite members of the naval headquarters also suffered heavy casualties in the crazy battles of countless revolutionary soldiers who were not afraid of death. Flesh and blood splattered, mountains of bones formed, and the endless blood dyed the sea area around Zinduale Island blood red. Whether it is the Revolutionary Army or the Marine Elite, they are all furious and vow to completely tear the enemy in front of them into pieces. But at this moment, Sorica, who had been silently treating the wounded soldiers at the rear of the Revolutionary Army, looked at the scene in front of him with a compassionate face and let out a deep sigh. Then, when smoke covered the sky, lava boiled from time to time, strong winds roared, guns roared, and wails and cries of pain continued on Zendalay Island. It was dawn. Starlight was like rain, and the extremely bright starlight fell from the sky when Soraka sighed, turning into countless light pillars and illuminating the entire battlefield. Rain-like starlight poured on every wounded person regardless of friend or foe, and then, the severed limbs of those Marine elites and Revolutionary Army soldiers began to regenerate rapidly. The bloody holes on his body that were pierced by bullets and the chest that was cut open by a sharp blade were also recovering rapidly, except for those unlucky ones whose heads were directly blown to pieces or whose bones were shattered into pieces. For a while, even many soldiers who had just lost their breath and heartbeat opened their eyes in confusion. What the hell happened? Is she really a god? Countless Marine soldiers stared blankly at Soraka, who was so holy and emitting a shimmering light as she gradually entered the battlefield. Their eyes widened and even the weapons in their hands fell sadly. The Revolutionary Army soldiers, who were already familiar with Soraka's miraculous healing power, let out thunderous cheers after being stunned for a moment. The originally brutal battlefield came to an abrupt end in front of Soraka's miracle. Go back, this shouldn't be the battlefield where you died heroically. Soraka leaned on the scepter in her hand and looked at the countless Marine warriors in front of her with compassion on her face. The celestial dragons, or those at the top of the world government, probably deserve death. But adhering to the concept of justice, countless Marine elites who fought bravely because they obeyed orders should never die in vain on the battlefield with the Revolutionary Army. After Soraka finished speaking, countless Marine soldiers lowered their heads and put down their weapons. But at this moment, a huge ball of lava fell directly from the sky, intending to burn Soraka and many Marine soldiers around Soraka to charcoal. In the name of absolute justice, destroy all enemies of justice. Justice cannot be shaken. The livid Akainu resisted the dragon's attack, leaving a long wound on his body before punching Soraka. The scarlet lava exuded a hot and deadly aura, hitting Soraka directly. Admiral's full blow is enough to easily kill countless strongmen in this sea, but unfortunately, the enemy Akainu attacks this time is the son of the stars, an existence beyond mortals, Soraka. Soraka looked at the resolute Akainu expressionlessly, and waved his hand gently. In front of Soraka, countless starlights suddenly formed a strange barrier, wrapping Akainu. Then, within the barrier, Akainu's originally fiery and deadly lava hands quietly lost all temperature. Akainu's tall figure was imprisoned by countless starlights just as he was about to approach Soraka. What kind of ability is this? How could a devil fruit like this exist in this world? But don't think that you want to stop me. Akainu let out a low roar, and the muscles all over his body began to tremble slightly due to excessive exertion, and his hands instantly turned black. Even though he was imprisoned by the astral barrier, Akainu never thought of giving up. Nothing can stop Akainu's unparalleled determination. With a stabbing sound, countless stars as hard as steel were torn apart by Akainu's dark hands. In addition to the powerful Logia lava fruit, Akainu's two-color haki and his own strength are definitely the best in the sea. 3. The fact that Admiral can stand at the top of countless people in the pirate world and intimidate countless pirates is not just due to the Logia devil fruit they take. It was never the 3 Logia devil fruits that created the 3 admirals today, but the 3 admirals, the 3 powerful Logia devil fruits. Akainu forcibly tore apart the starlight barrier of Soraka, who was not too high now, but just when he wanted to continue to attack Soraka. The wind was howling, and Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was firmly in front of Akainu. This road is blocked. Stop it, Sakazuki, we have no reason to fight to the death. After Akainu's death, except for some Marines who were hard-hearted or brainwashed by the world government and were loyal to the world government, most of the Marine elites have quietly let go of their weapons after witnessing Soraka's miracles or walking on the verge of death themselves. This is not a war between Marines and pirates. Reason. Long, don't be too naive for me. When you create a revolutionary army for your own ideals and become the enemy of the world, aren't you ready to sacrifice everything? Akainu stared at his former friend, his tone was extremely decisive, and he roared. Isn't this reason enough to fight to the death for our own beliefs? In the name of absolute justice, I will never let you guys destroy the balance of the world and shake the tranquility of the entire world. Destroy the balance of the world and shake the tranquility of the entire world. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, looked at Akainu Sakazuki, who was extremely determined and ready for a decisive battle, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. For their respective ideals, risking their lives and fighting to the death on this sea is the greatest romance of the men at sea, as well as the greatest respect for each other's ideals. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, is ready for a decisive battle with Akainu. Here, he wants to cut off the wings of the world government as much as possible and make full preparations for the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. Why? Why do you and his ideals both aim to protect the tranquility of this sea and allow countless ordinary people to live happily on this cruel sea? But why can't you, who share the same belief, work together and instead risk your lives to fight each other? The ideas and systems of the Revolutionary Army can obviously benefit more ordinary people than the corrupt and degenerate world government. Shouldn't we be the ones who are just? But just when the dragon and Akainu were about to fight to the death, Soraka quietly stepped forward with confusion on his face. Soraka, who has a compassionate heart and wants to find a way to save mankind, hates meaningless battles and casualties. This is also an important reason why Soroka would treat all Marines and Revolutionary Army equally. Are you kidding me? Akainu gritted his teeth and looked at Soroka, who had a lilac-like complexion and a horn raised high on his forehead. He was obviously of a special race and roared in a low voice. Do you think that just because you say you are righteous, you are righteous? Do you know how much blood will be shed in this sea, how much turmoil will be caused, and how many people will die if you want to overturn the world government's decision? You know, if this world does not have world government, without our naval headquarters, what kind of chaotic wars will the countless countries on this sea have, and how rampant will the countless pirates be? In my eyes, you have never been righteous, but in the name of revolution, you have shaken the authority of the world government and marine, caused countless turmoils, and are trying to start more rebellions. Akainu has never been a lackey of world government, or in other words, he is very aware of some of the problems of world government. But in order to maintain the remaining peace of this sea, and to protect the safety of countless ordinary people in this sea, in order to maintain the only order in this sea, Akainu chose the most cruel iron-blooded path. That is, bearing countless sins, sacrificing a few, and saving the many. It's all about justice. Akainu has no regrets in his heart. After Akainu finished speaking, he turned around suddenly, looked at the large number of naval headquarters soldiers behind him who had released their weapons, and shouted angrily. Everyone hold the weapons in their hands tightly. The war is not over yet. Justice cannot be shaken. In the name of absolute justice, annihilate all these villains here at all costs. After Akainu finished speaking, he rushed directly to the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, followed closely by Ghost Spider Doberman and other Hawk Elite Vice Admiral. A large number of already shaken naval headquarters elites once again aroused their ideas of justice in their hearts after Akainu's roar. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and began to prepare for another decisive battle with the Revolutionary Army. Some of them may have died once, but for the sake of justice in their hearts, when they chose to go to sea. From the moment you choose to become a Marine, haven't you already staked your own life? They are soldiers, and they don't want to or have the time to analyze so many right and wrong things. At least at this moment, their expedition was to maintain the only trace of peace in this sea. No matter what kind of light the Revolutionary Army will bring to South Blue after ruling South Blue, but in the process of the Revolutionary Army ruling South Blue, the entire South Blue was in turmoil. Behind all the great bright and righteous results, there is a filthy road full of darkness and unbearableness. For justice, Akainu and countless naval headquarters elites risked their lives to fight against the Revolutionary Army soldiers who also had absolutely no reason to retreat. Blood and fire once again filled the battlefield that was full of holiness and miracles just now, and after experiencing the miracle Soroka showed before. This time, the battle between the naval headquarters elite and the Revolutionary Army soldiers was even more bloody and cruel. The body was cut into pieces and the head was crushed into pulp. The goal of both sides is not only to make the enemy lose combat effectiveness, but to make the enemy completely dead and never recover. Soroka stared at everything in front of her blankly, her right hand holding the scepter trembling slightly. She wants to save everyone, bring salvation to everyone, and reduce casualties as much as possible. But why did it bring greater casualties to those soldiers? Aloof, Soroka, the son of the stars, who was once a true god, has never understood the human heart. But just as Soroka was thinking about how to stop this extremely tragic battle, endless dark clouds, carrying the breath of death, gradually enveloped the entire Sendolai Island. Then, countless dazzling beams of light swept across the entire battlefield like raindrops. Only this time, these beams brought not life and hope, but death and destruction. In the holy land of Marijois, Lord Im is sitting on the void throne, pointing his finger, and directly scratches out the Zindualei Island on the map. At his feet, the 5 elders knelt on the ground, respectful. If possible, the 5 elders do not want to ask Lord Im to take action. However, the elite naval headquarters led by Akainu were blocked by a large number of revolutionary soldiers who sacrificed their lives. It was difficult to advance smoothly, and Soroka, the Revolutionary Army saint, performed miracles and cured countless people. The 5 elders have no other choice. The elite naval headquarters led by Akainu will not be a match for the Revolutionary Army, which has almost turned out in full force, and with the addition of Soroka, its morale and strength have greatly increased. The 5 elders don't care much whether Akainu and the elite naval headquarters will fail. Even if Admiral fails, it will shake the authority of the entire naval headquarters and inspire the ambitions of countless pirates and kings on the sea. But, the sea is in chaos anyway. The 5 elders don't care if some ambitious people pop up and cause a little disturbance. Most of those pirates and kings who have ambitions to challenge the authority of the world government are ants that the world government can easily crush. With only ambition but no strength, sooner or later, under the powerful power of world government and naval headquarters, it will be a dog again. But Marine Admiral can be defeated, but it cannot be defeated at the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is too dangerous to the world government. After the Revolutionary Army overthrew the Kingdom of Saint Doria and began to expand outwards, overthrowing several world government member countries one after another. Before the Marine elite led by Akainu entered South Blue, the Revolutionary Army had openly declared war on the world government and the Celestial Dragons. The Revolutionary Army is the biggest enemy of the world government at this time. Countless world government member countries and non-member countries are watching the battle between the South Blue Revolutionary Army and the naval headquarters. Not all countries that join the world government are willing to continue to be sucked by the world government and pay high amounts of heavenly gold every year. Not all kings of countries that are not members of the world government will watch their kingdoms become a paradise for countless lawless elements because they did not join the world government. A few years later, the Revolutionary Army was able to secretly obtain the alliance of several kingdoms and openly declare war on the world government. Driven by Soraka, the Revolutionary Army that has openly controlled the political power of more than a dozen kingdoms in South Blue has no reason not to declare war on the world government. The Revolutionary Army has now become the biggest enemy of the world government. And such a threat that threatens the safety of the entire world government is no longer something that the five elders can handle on their own. After Akainu led the Marine Elite and advanced slowly into South Blue, the five elders had already reported to Lord Im. Then, when it became clear that Akainu and others could no longer defeat the Revolutionary Army, and took advantage of the large number of Cotters and elites of the Revolutionary Army, they all gathered on Sendolai Island. Master Yumo finally mobilized Uranus, hoping to wipe out the light set off by the Revolutionary Army in the pirate world. As for those elite naval headquarters who were affected, who cares? When endless dark clouds enveloped the entire Sendolai Island, Soraka, along with the already scarred dragon and Akainu, had stopped attacking. They all sensed the fatal danger in the boundless dark clouds. Ancient weapon. Uranus. Akainu and Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, thought of this at the same time. This is the national treasure of all celestial dragons, the ultimate trump card of the world government, and the ultimate secret Doflamingo holds that can threaten the celestial dragons. People like Akainu and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, had vaguely heard of the existence of the ancient weapon Uranus, but they had never confirmed it. And now, the rumors have become reality. But unfortunately, they all became the targets of the legendary ancient weapon Uranus. Run quickly. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was extremely frightened and used all his strength to activate his abilities. At the same time, he was extremely angry and wanted to blow away the dark clouds and block everything that was coming. The other side whipped up a strong wind, trying to blow everyone away from the huge dark cloud. Akainu also silently raised his head and looked at the sky at this time, with a very complicated expression. In order to wipe out the Revolutionary Army and maintain world tranquility and peace, Akainu Sakazuki did not hesitate to risk his life. But, this is the entire Zindualei Island, and there are 100,000 elite marines. Also, why has the world government, which has always had such terrifying power, never taken action to exterminate the four emperors and end the era of great pirates? They can obviously do it? Akainu's expression was extremely complicated. He did not help the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, to resist Uranus' attack, nor did he take the opportunity to attack Long. He just watched everything in front of him silently. Countless deadly beams of light swept across the entire Zindualei Island in an instant, and then, a huge mushroom cloud rose. The entire Zindualei Island, as well as countless people on Zindualei Island, disappeared in the sea in an instant. But no one knew that when countless fatal beams were about to completely destroy the entire Zindualei Island, a blue bird with an almost transparent body is soaring freely in the sky of Zindualei Island. And when the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, used all his strength to activate the storm in order to stop Uranus' attack and blow away everyone, the wind quietly made the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, even more powerful. The combined efforts of Janna and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, only blocked Uranus' attack for a few seconds. In a few seconds, Dragon and Janna's storm could not blow everyone out of Uranus' attack range. However, these few seconds are enough. After Uranus appeared, a huge void Uzumaki, flowing with countless mysterious energy, also appeared at the feet of a large number of Revolutionary Army elites. Then, before Sendolei Island was completely destroyed by Uranus, a large number of elite members of the Revolutionary Army successfully disappeared into the void. On a secret island near Zindualei Island, a bald mage with a huge scroll on his back and mysterious inscriptions on his skin was staring deeply in the direction of Zindualei Island. How could Duke not send heroes to watch the battle secretly? What's more, the war between the Revolutionary Army and the world government was originally driven by Duke secretly behind the scenes, hoping to force out more combat power from the world government. Now, Duke's goal has been achieved. In the huge dark cloud, Uranus' true face was finally glimpsed by Duke. As for the wandering mage, after killing the dozen kings of West Blue, Duke did not let go of their treasure trove. That's a huge fortune. Wandering mage rise. Level, 6. Strength, A. Physique, A. Agility, A. Spirit, S. Potential, SS. Possess equipment, Archangel's Staff. Possess abilities, Arcane Specialization, Rune Imprisonment, Spell Surge, Winding Path Jump, etc. Overall rating, A+. The terrifying world runes exhaust the mysteries of the world. Anyone who controls them, even if they only master one, is enough to destroy the entire world. And Rise once controlled all the world's runes. However, for the sake of the peace of the entire world, and to prevent his mind from being distorted by the terrifying power of the world runes, Rise personally buried all the world runes in the most secret corner of the world. But even though he buried all the world runes with his own hands, in the process of coming into contact with those terrifying world runes, Rise quietly controlled energy beyond mortals. He is the most famous legendary mage in the world of Valoran, who can rival gods in a mortal body. Duke obtained a total of 76.3 billion in wealth from the treasure troves of those dozen kings. This is to maintain the stable development of those countries and leave part of the National Development Fund. Otherwise, the wealth that Duke can obtain at one time would even be enough to double. In the world of pirates, some kings may struggle to even come up with 1 billion belly. But for those greedy and stupid kings in West Blue who only want to plunder the people's wealth, even tens of billions of baileys are not difficult for them. After all, the pirates in the Four Seas are not as rampant as the powerful pirate Yamato in the first half of Grand Line or New World. This allowed those kings to exploit their own citizens with peace of mind. The wealth of up to 76.3 billion was used by Duke to conduct 3 SS level draws and 16 S level draws. 3 SS level draws drew out the SS potential Wandering Mage Rise, the magical staff of the Archangel, and a huge war statue that appeared inexplicably in Valoran Manor. That is Galio, the Colossus of Justice with S+ potential. The 16 S level draws included Shavina, the Dragon Blood Warrior with S+ potential, Tryndamere the Barbarian with S+ potential, Shako the Demon Clown with S level potential, Nidalee the Leopard Girl with S level potential, and 5 heroes including the S potential Piltover Policewoman Gaitrin. The most important thing is that I was extremely lucky to win a SS prize. Skin, exclusive to Bounty Hunter Salad, Star Guardian. Star Guardian, when equipped, allows the user to obtain magic power from Starlight, greatly enhancing the wearer's strength and potential. The remaining prizes include a mountain dragon, 6 pieces of complete equipment, and 3 pieces of small equipment. Duke himself didn't pay too much attention to the distribution of equipment after he was already equipped with 6 gods. After each of the 6 heroes except the Wandering Mage Rise was equipped with a complete outfit, the destinations of those heroes were quickly arranged. Galio stayed at Valoran Manor to serve as guard and support. The Wandering Mage Rise continued his wandering on the sea after transferring the elites of the Revolutionary Army. After witnessing the power of the ancient weapon Uranus with his own eyes, Duke became inexplicably more interested in the ancient civilization that once created the pirate world of the ancient weapon. Uranus' random attack can directly wipe out a large island, and if it is output with all its strength, it is likely to have SS level power, enough to shake the continental plate and then destroy the world. This is a terrifying force that all the heroes under Duke's current command cannot completely resist. If possible, he hopes that the Wandering Mage Rise can dig out all the secrets of the lost civilization in the pirate world for him. History is not important, but those black technologies are indeed quite tempting. The future island where Vegapunk is located is full of science fiction and is guarded by a large number of powerful robots. It has never been a future island, but a remnant of ancient civilization. If possible, Duke would also like to build some robots with SS level potential to play with in the future. What man doesn't want to try driving a Gundam? As for the Dragon Blood Warrior Shavina and the Leopard Girl Nidalee, Duke sent them directly to the Beast's pirates after thinking for a moment. Kaido, the White Beast who is determined to create a zoo and build a powerful Zoan Demon Fruit Power Army. Faced with Shavina, the Phantom Beast species, and Nidalee, the Cougar ability person who came to our door, why not welcome them with both hands and feet? The lack of mid to high-end combat power is an eternal pain in Kaido of the Beast's heart. Whitebeard has 16 division captains, and the overall members of the Red Hair Pirates are the strongest. In addition to the generals of the original Charlotte family, most of the other children of Auntie, including Baron Dandan, also possess extremely strong combat capabilities. And the turn of the Beast's pirates? Among the middle and high-level cotters, in addition to the 3 big posters of Beast's pirates who are pretty good, there are still 6 volleys that have not been gathered together. No matter if compared with any other 4 emperors group that is full of talents, they all look so weak, pitiful, and helpless. Especially Kaido, who was beaten repeatedly during this period, has greatly affected the recruitment of new blood to join Beast's pirates. Although they are all members of the 4 emperors group, most of the new pirates are not stupid. Even if they want to defect to the 4 emperors, they have to defect to someone who is relatively strong, right? The shame of defecting to Kaido, the 4 emperors who was beaten one after another? Isn't that self-destructive? After Big Mom was defeated, Kaido obviously became the disgrace of the 4 emperors today. Duke, who expressed great sympathy for teacher Kaido's current situation, planned to help Kaido. This is definitely not because Duke is eyeing Wanakuni and the powerful combat power of Beast's pirates, as well as Wanakuni's specialty Seastone. But who will be the last governor of the Beasts? Duke said that he, Kaido, a fish fruit phantom beast, is the blue dragon, but Shavina, a fish fruit phantom beast, a demonic dragon. Why can't I be the governor of all beasts? At least, it would be nice to be a boss or vice captain first, and then Wanakuni's general. Shavina and Nidalee, the leopard girl, all have their places to go, and the demon clown Shako was sent directly by Duke to the command of LeBlanc, the enchantress. Wanting to suppress Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, who has the support of the world government and has long been entrenched in the pirate world, even if she has survived for countless years. LeBlanc, who has long been accustomed to intrigues, also needs the support of a lot of manpower and material resources. The demon clown Shako will be a terrifying blade lurking in the shadows of Black Rose. Piltover policewoman Guy Terran was directly sent by Duke to the bounty hunter Sarah, who was equipped with the Star Guardian skin, and her potential was directly increased to S+, and her strength was also greatly increased. Sarah, Ezreal, and Piltover policewoman Guy Terran can truly expand the Bounty Hunter Guild from South Blue to the entire world. Protecting countless civilians in the pirate world has never been something only naval headquarters can do. You have to pay taxes and money anyway. Wouldn't it be better to allocate it to Marine in the end, pay the money directly to the Bounty Hunter Guild, and hire Sarah's bounty hunters who must strictly abide by the regulations to do the work? Sarah's Bounty Hunter Guild doesn't have the world government and those kings and nobles, who make the difference layer by layer. Duke has high hopes for the future of the Bounty Hunters Guild. As for the last hero with S+ potential, the barbarian King Tryndamere, Duke gave Tryndamere a difficult task after thinking for a moment. That is, go to the New World and challenge Whitebeard. If Tryndamere, who is still at a low level, challenges Whitebeard now, he is certainly seeking death. However, Duke never thought that Tryndamere could directly defeat 4 emperors Whitebeard in a short time. Duke has always wanted only one thing, and that is for Tryndamere to become the next successor of the Whitebeard pirates. Nowadays, Whitebeard is out of work, old and frail, and is in urgent need of a newcomer with great potential to take over. Faced with the barbarian King Tryndamere, who has great potential and strength, a very bold personality, and possesses all the necessary qualities for a superior, why not just take the barbarian King Tryndamere under his command? There is no doubt that Tryndamere the barbarian has the potential of conqueror's haki. Tryndamere began to move towards the New World, preparing to go all the way and challenge Whitebeard. Among East Blue, Fire Fist Ace, who became famous for taking Maramara fruit shortly after he went to sea, is still some distance away from the first half of the Grand Line. Duke has arranged the individual development of the new heroes under his command. After Zindualei Island completely disappeared into the sea, on the rough waters near Zindualei Island, because of the Revolutionary Army leaders Long and Janna, the 30,000 naval headquarters elite who survived by chance are looking at the completely disappeared Sendolai Island with grief. On this island, countless of their comrades were buried, and countless lives were also buried. The most important thing is that Admiral of Headquarters Akainu stayed on Zendalei Island until the end when facing the terrifying attack from the sky, which was like a natural disaster. But now, it has never appeared. The elite Vice Admiral Doberman, who narrowly escaped with a few scars on his face and was blind in one eye, and the Ghost Spider, who lost a hand, stared intently at the smoke-filled waters of Sendalei Island. A large number of Marines who still have some physical strength are driving small boats, risking their lives, and painstakingly searching the waters of Zindualei Island that are now full of reefs and gunpowder smoke. The mighty power of Uranus directly wiped out the entire Sandolai Island. The land first turned into ruins and scorched earth. Then, under the terrifying destructive power of Uranus, it became fragmented and turned into countless rubbles, sinking into the sea. Only scattered reefs and black smoke covering the entire sky were left in place, indicating that there was once an island in this sea area. The 70,000 naval headquarters elites can die, but the world government's highest combat force, the Admiral of Headquarters Akainu, must not die in this sea area. The marine search and rescue ships are searching hard for Akainu's whereabouts. The death and defeat of every Admiral of Headquarters will greatly shake the authority of Naval Headquarters, and once the authority of Naval Headquarters declines, then countless pirates will lose their threats and constraints, and become more rampant and crazy. Naval Headquarters 3 Admirals' existence has never been about how many pirates they personally killed. And just because of their existence, it is enough to deter countless pirates from running rampant, and it is enough to protect countless civilians so that they can sleep peacefully. Manpower is limited. On the vast sea, we found the location of the pirate groups and successfully intercepted and surrounded them. This is often the biggest problem that the elites at Naval Headquarters face when dealing with those pirate groups. Having lost an eye and an arm, from now on the strength can only be maintained without falling. No matter how difficult it is to make progress, Doberman and Ghost Spider, they know very well the meaning of Akainu Sakazuki's existence. For this reason, they did not hesitate to let a large number of the remaining marine elites risk their lives to enter the remaining waters of Zindualei Island to search. But the searching marine soldiers found nothing, and just when Doberman and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral began to feel a little despair, the figure of Admiral of Headquarters Akainu Sakazuki slowly emerged in the thick smoke. Uranus's attack is enough to wipe out most of the creatures in the pirate world. Even the top physical experts cannot resist Uranus's continuous terrifying attacks. But for Akainu, who had taken the Logia Devil Fruit, it was not difficult to survive Uranus's bombardment of Sendolai Island as long as he was not stupid enough to resist Uranus' attack. Akainu's observation haki is also among the best in the world. Just by wiping out a single island of Sendolai, Lord Yim would certainly not be able to fully mobilize Uranus. Activating any powerful weapon requires a large amount of energy. The extremely powerful Uranus is naturally no exception. But no one knows where Uranus energy comes from. Akainu looked at the remaining marine elites who were cheering for his appearance with an expressionless face. Tears quietly flashed across his eyes that were always resolute and never revealed the slightest bit of weakness. But soon, the tears quietly dissipated as Sakazuki's eyes closed. Sakazuki's eyes once again regained their former determination and strength. He is the Admiral of Headquarters. Everyone can be weak, everyone can cry, but he can't. Even though he had just lost 70,000 marine soldiers who had entrusted their lives to him and came with him to destroy the Revolutionary Army. It's just that no one knows that after seeing with their own eyes that they and 100,000 elite Naval Headquarters personnel have all become abandoned by the world government. At the same time, after learning that the world government clearly has enough power to end the era of great pirates and destroy all the 4 emperors, but when he never used it, he realized how complicated Akaino's heart was. What is true justice? Is my justice really wrong? Akaino, whose heart was as hard as iron, felt a little confused for the first time. Only 30,000 of the 100,000 naval headquarters elites remain. But at the same time, it was reported to the outside world that Sendalay Island had suffered an inexplicable natural disaster and mysteriously disappeared, as well as the countless revolutionary elites on Sendalay Island, which caused the entire pirate world to fall into a strange tranquility. Akaino, who was slightly confused, did not stop his pursuit of annihilating the South Blue Revolutionary Army because of the loss of 70,000 Marines. Zindalay Island has disappeared, but there are still a dozen countries in South Blue, all of which are the territories of the Revolutionary Army. Akaino took the remaining 30,000 naval headquarters elites with him. All the remaining Revolutionary Army elites and cotters among the dozen or so Revolutionary Army-ruled kingdoms in South Blue disappeared mysteriously. Without any strong resistance from the ordinary people, like an armed march, they directly occupied the kingdom of Santori with overwhelming momentum. On the surface, they directly wiped out all the revolutionary troops in South Blue. Then, Akaino led the remaining 30,000 naval headquarters elite and began to return to the naval headquarters. In those kingdoms that were previously controlled by the Revolutionary Army, all the Revolutionary Army cotters disappeared, and the ordinary people surrendered one by one, and obediently agreed to pay the heavenly gold. So what else can Akaino do? We can't just kill all the citizens of those dozen kingdoms? Those are all good people. Akaino can't do such a thing now. As for where the cotters and elites of the Revolutionary Army have gone, are the Revolutionary Army leader Long and those cotters who mysteriously disappeared alive or dead? Who knows? Anyway, Akainu saw with his own eyes that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, led a large number of Revolutionary Army cotters and elites, and was directly teleported away by Uzumaki, a strange energy. Speaking at a Marine meeting at Naval Headquarters Marineford, he said he knew nothing. No one can doubt Akainu, who is merciless in the face of evil and has a heart of absolute justice. The whereabouts of the revolutionary leader Long and others, just like the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of Sendolai Island, have become a great secret in the pirate world. The Revolutionary Army begins to lurk. After confirming that the world government indeed had a trump card like the ancient weapon Uranus, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and others, chose to lurk temporarily. The 7 warlords of the Sea Bears, who had been forced to participate in the Vegapunk human experiment under the supervision and pressure of the world government, also inexplicably became a little more proactive. As the top scientist in the pirate world, Vegapunk even split his consciousness into 6 parts and has 6 bodies. His position has always been a mystery. The entire pirate world was peaceful because the South Blue Revolutionary Army was quickly wiped out by the world government. Looking at East Blue, Nami, who has accompanied Yasuo to challenge more than 20 well-known kendo gyms. There was no lust for money in his eyes, and there was only a hint of sadness in his eyes. Yasuo has already told Nami that the Ishain Kendo Hall will be his last stop to challenge the East Blue Kendo Hall. Nami felt heartbroken when she thought that such a job with lots of money and little work was about to leave her. In less than a month, Nami easily earned more than 2 million belly. If this continues, she will soon be able to save 100 million belly to redeem her hometown. As for stealing Yasuo's sword, after witnessing Yasuo's moves against the Kendo gym leader, Nami no longer had such plans. In the Ishain dojo, the disciples of the Kendo Hall who were responsible for guarding the door opened their eyes wide after seeing the figures of Nami and Yasuo, and hurriedly rushed into the dojo. During this period, we selected dozens of well-known Kendo gyms. Yasuo, who also killed 2 big pirates on the sea who had a bounty of tens of millions, has already made a big name in East Blue. In East Blue, a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is considered a big pirate. Many students in the Ishain Kendo gym were extremely frustrated because of Yasuo's upcoming challenge to Shimatsuki Koshiro. They don't think that in the past, they always had a gentle smile on their faces and didn't look like a strong man at all. Shimatsuki Koshiro, who has never killed a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, will be the opponent of the famous Yasuo. Legend has it that Yasuo often only needed to use one move when facing the Kendo gym leaders he challenged. But when the disciples of Ishain Kendo Hall went to report Shimatsuki Koshiro, in front of Yasuo, a green algae-headed swordsman with 3 swords on his waist stared at Yasuo and Nami fiercely, and said with full fighting spirit, "Hey, are you the guy who has defeated many Kendo gym leaders during this period of time? If you want to challenge Mr. Koshiro, you must defeat me first." As the strongest disciple of the Ishain Kendo Hall, Zoro has already planned to say goodbye to his master in a few days and start his own kendo training and the journey of a bounty hunter. A true master of swordsmanship cannot be achieved by just sitting at home and cutting targets. Every strong swordsman must go through countless cruel battles where his life is at stake. Only by surviving can you become stronger. Yasuo, who is very famous in East Blue, is the first target of Zoro who is preparing to go to sea. Zoro clenched the 2 long knives in his hands, biting the big sword and Deo Yaiwan in his mouth, and was ready to fight. Not bad fighting spirit, and also, a good knife. You are at the forefront among all the Kendo gym leaders I have challenged. Yasuo looked at Zoro standing in front of him and said in a deep voice, "But the gap between you and me now is too far. After Yasuo finished speaking, he took a step forward and with a flash of sword light, the long knife in his hand was already in Zoro's hand before he had time to react. Easily cut off the two weapons in Zoro's hands, cut off the Wado Ikimonji that Zoro was biting, and put it directly on Zoro's neck. The more swords in the hands of a samurai, the better. The so-called famous sword is not that important, Yasuo said in a low voice under Zoro's disbelieving gaze. First there are swordsmen, then there are famous swords, not first there are famous swords, then there are swordsmen. In Zoro, he saw a shadow of his former self, equally young, equally talented, equally excited and passionate. Thank you so much for your teachings, Zoro. The heart of a swordsman is the strongest weapon. In Zoro's dull eyes, Shimatsuki Koshiro slowly came up to him with a warm smile on his face. When you want to cut, there's nothing in the world that you can't cut. You can't even cut through a piece of paper when you don't want to. Yasuo withdrew his long sword, and for the first time a solemn look appeared on his face. He sensed the aura of a strong man in Shimatsuki Koshiro. Then, Yasuo, the powerful swordsman and swordsman, is here to learn from me, Yasuo said solemnly to Shimatsuki Koshiro. Then, under the eyes of everyone in disbelief, in the wilderness outside the Ascent Kendo Hall, the battle between Yasuo and Shimatsuki Koshiro cut open the sky and the sea, and cut off a cliff near the sea in Shimatsuki village. The terrifying tornado chopped out by Yasuo even left a long barren valley on the ground near Shimatsuki village. The sword energy was raging, the wind was raging, the battle between Yasuo and Koshiro. At this time, no one in Shimatsuki village could get close. All they knew was that 3 hours later, Yasuo returned to the Ascent Kendo gym with Shimatsuki Koshiro, who still had a warm smile on his face. At this time, Shimatsuki Koshiro generously announced his defeat. Only this time, no one was upset about Shimatsuki Koshiro's loss or looked down upon Shimatsuki Koshiro. The terrifying swordsmanship displayed by Yasuo and Shimatsuki Koshiro has already impressed everyone present. This is the true swordsman. Is this the real strong man above the sea? Zoro's eyes widened, he clenched the promise blade in his hand, and in one word, he said secretly, I will never stop like this. I will become stronger, and I will definitely become the strongest swordsman in the world. Zoro, who made a promise with Kuna to become the most powerful swordsman in the world. I didn't lose confidence because of the terrifying power displayed by Yasuo and Koshiro. On the contrary, it strengthened the belief in my heart. He must become the strongest swordsman in the world. But before becoming the world's strongest swordsman, it seems good to continue learning with Mr. Koshiro or Yasuo for a while. The battle between Yasuo and Koshiro shocked the entire East Blue, and the reputation of windbending swordsmanship. At the same time, starting from Shimatsuki village, it continues to spread in all directions. Yasuo left the Ascent Kendo gym with satisfaction. In the battle with Shimatsuki Koshiro, his strength was improved again, and then he successfully defeated Koshiro. If it weren't for the fact that it's rude to pick fights with others every day, and the fighting between the strong men in the sea is too exaggerated. If the small Shimatsuki village was almost destroyed because of the battle between Yasuo and Koshiro, Yasuo really wants to have a few more good fights with Shimatsuki Koshiro. After all, it is not easy to meet an elite monster as strong as Shimatsuki Koshiro in East Blue. But facing Shimatsuki Koshiro, who always greeted him with a smile and courtesy, there was no reason for Yasuo to always trouble Koshiro. In order to increase his strength, Yasuo doesn't mind killing a large number of pirate scum above the sea. But Yasuo couldn't do it just to increase his strength and kill people wantonly. Duke couldn't do the same. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that they have a bottom line. After Yasuo defeated Koshiro and became famous in East Blue, he had no intention of continuing to challenge the other Kendo gym leaders in East Blue. This battle with Koshiro was enough to make Yufeng Kendo famous. Then, Yasuo looked at the worried Nami, smiled, and said in a deep voice, when we meet, we must part ways. But our story is not over yet. I want to create the largest Kendo gym in the East Blue. Do you want to help me? The reward will definitely be enough. Setting up a Kendo gym was a hassle, and Yasuo hated chores. And Nami is definitely a qualified housekeeper. When the worried Nami heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, she suppressed all the worries in her heart, and nodded hurriedly. The job of guiding Yasuo to challenge major Kendo gyms is gone. But assisting Yasuo in establishing the largest Kendo gym in the East Blue is very rewarding at first sight. After the battle between Yasuo and Koshiro, Nami was very confident in Yasuo's strength. After the battle between Yasuo and Koshiro, showing his terrifying strength, Nami has been thinking about whether to plead with Yasuo to defeat the dragon pirates. But after worrying about the power of the dragon pirates and the fact that the Fishmen Island was enough to repel the terrifying legend of the Four Emperors, Nami still kept her thoughts of pleading with Yasuo deep in her heart. Anyway, it won't take long for me to collect 100 million belly. Don't cause any more trouble to Yasuo. Nami looked at Yasuo in front of him and thought to himself. Thanks to Nami's hard work and Yasuo's reputation, the East Blue Windbending Gym began to flourish. Countless apprentices came here because of the reputation, and all of a sudden, just the tuition fees collected. Let Nami's eyes shine with the light of money for a long time. 100 million belly is about to be collected with Yasuo's share of Nami's tuition. After South Blue's revolutionary army disappeared, in the Holy Land of Marijois, the 5 elders frowned as they looked at the intelligence in their hands. Are you going to ask Lord Im again to liquidate the Valoran family and wipe them out directly? The blonde five elders said murderously, liquidating House Valoran. The erasure of Zandolai has caused turmoil in the entire world. If you ask Lord I'm to liquidate the Valoran family now, this era will be completely violent. Curly hair five elders immediately chose to object. The sudden disappearance of Zandolai Island can be said to be a natural disaster. Anyway, as long as there is no concrete evidence and the world government does not admit it, no one will directly challenge the Uranus weapon owned by the world government. In the world of pirates, there are countless islands and kingdoms that have been destroyed due to natural disasters or similar terrifying creatures in the sea. Some are extremely huge, such as terrifying creatures such as the island-devouring goldfish, which can easily swallow a small island. The mysterious disappearance of Sendere Island is not a surprise in the world of pirates where anything can happen. The most important thing is that even the other major forces speculate or know that the disappearance of Zindale Island is the manipulation of Uranus controlled by the world government. At this time, unless those forces are ready to challenge the world government and face Uranus. Otherwise, we can only choose to turn a blind eye and ignore it, and classify the disappearance of Zandole Island as a natural disaster. As for the ordinary marine soldiers who were lucky enough to survive and whose observation haki was not strong, how could they tell whether those attacks falling from the sky were natural disasters or man-made disasters? The legend that the world government may control the ancient weapon Uranus, even the naval headquarters vice admiral, is generally not qualified to know. Uranus is the world government's biggest trump card, and naturally the deeper it is hidden, the better. If we had just wiped out Sendolai Island and solved the revolutionary army, a major problem in world government, we would then go on to wipe out the Valoran family. Then the whole card will directly become the open card. I don't agree with taking action against the Valoran family now, either. The Valoran family is not a revolutionary army. They are not an enemy we urgently need to deal with. Although the countries in West Blue are secretly controlled by the Valoran family, on the surface, the Valoran family has not directly violated the laws of the world government. To attack the Valoran family rashly now will make the kings of the powerful franchise countries feel uneasy. The World Summit is about to begin. The bearded five elders also shook their heads and refused to directly launch liquidation of the Valoran family. Unless Sama and the world government are ready to subvert this era and create another 100 years of blank time. Otherwise, even Sama and the world government cannot really ignore all the rules and do whatever they want. Today, the world government can rely on Uranus to kill the powerful Valoran family that may threaten the world government. Tomorrow, which of the powerful countries around the world can safely become a member of the world government? In name, world government is a coalition government in which many participating countries decide everything, including the future of the entire pirate world. It is not a dictatorship. I don't agree with it either. Even if the Valoran family unites the entire West Blue, it will be nothing more than the next Germa 66. Such a force can be easily wiped out when the naval headquarters and us are free. There is no need to ask Lord I'm again. The power of Uranus is by no means infinite. Bald Five Elders said quietly. And if Lord I'm needs to do everything, what else do we need to do? After the bald five elders finished speaking, even the five elders who originally planned to support the blonde five elders asked Lord I'm to wipe out the Valoran family while the iron was hot. With murderous eyes in his arms, the bald five elders of first generation Kaititsu also fell into deep silence. For a long time, the blonde five elders silently started the next issue related to world government. Regarding the Battle of Sendolai Island, naval headquarters suffered heavy losses in troops and requested a worldwide conscription plan. Do we need to approve it? In the conference room, the five elders kept talking. In addition to discussing the plan for the naval headquarters world conscription, discussions about the Ryago Kingdom, the Four Emperors, the Zaun Group, the Peerless Swordswoman, the Bounty Hunter Guild, and even Yasuo, the Blast Swordsman from East Blue who had just shown his terrifying power in Shimatsuki village, also came from time to time. Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku's face was livid, and he angrily threw the five elders on the desk for refusing the Naval Headquarters order for world conscription. Sengoku, there is no need to be angry. The rejection of the world conscription plan was already expected, wasn't it? Chief of Staffy, whose face was wrinkled and whose hair was snow white, but whose eyes were still bright, said comfortingly. However, we have now lost a total of 70,000 elite troops. If we do not launch a world conscription to replace these troops as soon as possible, what should we do to maintain the tranquility of this sea, let alone wipe out the four emperors and end the era of great pirates? Those old guys, now is the best time to end the great pirate era. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said. Although the naval headquarters lost 70,000 elites on Zinduale Island, the destruction of Zinduale Island also caused the revolutionary army to begin to disappear on the sea, allowing the naval headquarters to free up a lot of troops. In addition, due to the disappearance of Zinduale Island, many people have speculated on the reasons for the mysterious disappearance of Zinduale Island, and then feared the world government, which made many forces shrink their hands during this period, allowing naval headquarters to deploy more troops. We really want the naval headquarters to successfully launch a global conscription and recruit a large number of troops. So it is not difficult to strike while the iron is hot, directly attack the new world, defeat one or two four emperors, and then completely end the era of great pirates. However, the 5 elders directly rejected the naval headquarters plan for a worldwide conscription, and even rejected the naval headquarters plan to quickly recruit and replenish enough elite soldiers to make up for the loss of the 70,000 marine elites. The cunning rabbit is dead, the lackeys are cooked, and the revolutionary army has disappeared. Naval headquarters still wants to expand again? If we really want to continue to expand and wipe out all the pirate groups, how can the world government collect high amounts of sky gold? Don't you understand yet? Those guys didn't care about the pirates from the beginning, and they never thought about ending the so-called Great Pirate Era. Garp lowered his eyebrows, changed from his usual nonchalant attitude, and said coldly, if they wanted to end the Great Pirate Age, they would have done it long ago, right? What they have experienced personally on Sendolai Island and Akainu is the best proof. The Uranus controlled by the world government can easily destroy Sendolai Island and directly wipe out the 70,000 elite naval headquarters and countless revolutionary troops. It can also easily wipe out the so-called 4 Emperors group. At least, if the world government really wants to eliminate the 4 Emperors group and end the era of great pirates, it will dispatch Uranus to sweep the floor, and then use the Vice Admiral to intercept the top powerhouses of the 4 Emperors group who may escape. Not to mention the 4 Emperors groups, the 10 Emperors groups had already been wiped out by the combined efforts of the world government and naval headquarters. Ancient weapon Uranus. Is that the final trump card of world government? What a desperate force. After Garp finished speaking, Sengoku was silent for a long time, and then he loosened his collar with force. His expression was low, his eyes kept moving, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The South Blue Revolutionary Army disappeared, but the South Blue Bounty Hunters Guild took advantage of the period when the Revolutionary Army disappeared and the naval headquarters withdrew to the Grand Line, and began to develop rapidly in South Blue. During the time when the Revolutionary Army swept through South Blue, they occupied or destroyed many Marine branch bases. Without the protection of Marine branches all over South Blue, a large number of pirates began to rise again. The big forces are afraid of what happened on Sendolai Island, but who cares about the ordinary pirates? Isn't the disappearance of Zindualei Island due to natural disasters? In the Marine branch, where South Blue's strength has been seriously damaged, it is unable to protect the safety of ordinary people in South Blue. But it doesn't matter what the Marine branch can't do, the Bounty Hunter Guild can do. As long as the price is right, Ezreal and the Piltover policewoman don't mind chasing down some pirate groups themselves. In South Blue, Ezreal and the Piltover policewoman are the nightmare of all pirate groups, not to mention that behind the two of them, there is Sarah who has obtained the skin of the Star Guardian and has greatly improved her strength. Almost every South Blue island has gradually begun to have a bounty hunter guild. Such a huge bounty hunter guild. But the power that was almost never seen by the naval headquarters and countless pirates gradually began to be integrated and gathered in Sarah's hands. On the sea, not everyone is willing to become a pirate or a marine. The Bounty Hunter Guild in South Blue is booming, and in East Blue, in the Wind Sword Gym that has recruited a large number of apprentices, Nami also bid farewell to Yasuo happily. Nami has successfully collected the ransom of 100 million belly in Kokosia village. A large number of young people come here to steal things and take the initiative to pay a lot of tuition fees to make money. After Yasuo showed his terrifying strength, even many nobles and chambers of commerce in East Blue tried to recruit Yasuo to no avail. He deliberately sent a large number of his juniors or close associates to learn the art of wind-controlling swordsmanship. There is no way, in the weakest sea like East Blue, it is really not easy to have a master with terrifying strength like Yasuo who is willing to teach students. The more nobles and large chambers of commerce, the more they understand the importance of power on this sea. Nami happily returned to her hometown of Kokosia Island. She was already imagining the beautiful life of the villagers after she redeemed Kokosia village from the evil dragon. But on this sea, being weak is the biggest original sin. Placing the hope of rescuing Kokosia village on the kindness of the evil dragon is the biggest mistake in itself. Without any surprise, Colonel Mouse, who colluded with the dragon, took away the 100 million belly that Nami had worked so hard to save. Evil dragon, UBD, are those marines you ordered to steal my treasure? What's going on? Didn't you say that? Will you abide by the agreement to exchange money for the village even if you die? Nami grabbed the dragon's collar with great anger and questioned. Tell me, when did I fail to keep my promise? Low-level humans. Shrimp ha ha ha. The evil dragon's big hand pinched Nami's head, and it was extremely violent. Nami's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. From the beginning, the evil dragon never thought about truly honoring his agreement with Nami. In the evil dragon's mind, humans are inherently low-level creatures and should always submit to the feet of the fishman. Wait a little longer, wait for me a little longer, I will continue to work hard. I would save money again. It's much easier this time, I'm used to it. No need to worry at all. I will soon save enough money to redeem the village again. With a numb smile on her face, Nami said tremblingly to the many villagers in Kokosia village who could no longer bear the atrocities of the evil dragon and could not bear the heavy pain Nami had to bear alone. That's enough. It's very heavy and painful to carry our lives alone. It's okay, that's enough. Ajian hugged Nami into his arms and said comfortingly. Next, leave it to us. Ajian rushed directly to the evil dragon park. A large number of villagers behind Ajian also grasped the weapons in their hands and followed Ajian in a fatal charge towards the evil dragon park. Ordinary villagers who have no firearms and ammunition, and no sharp blades in their hands, just holding hoes and dung forks, cannot be the opponents of the dragon pirates. But many times, many things must be done even if it costs one's life. It has nothing to do with success or failure. It has nothing to do with winning or losing. Likewise, it has nothing to do with life or death. Everyone, don't go and die. Give me some time, I can do it. Nami fell to his knees and covered his face with both hands. The power of the evil dragon and others kept echoing in his mind, and big tears kept falling down. Then, Nami looked at the dragon tattoo on his arm fiercely, and pulled out the dagger from his waist, trying to cut off the piece of flesh stained with the dragon pirates. Then he and the villagers fought to the death against the dragon pirates, blocking Nami's self-mutilation with a big hand. Why can't you try to trust me? Yasuo asked Nami in a deep voice. I just don't want to involve more people. Nami was crying, trembling as if holding the last straw, tightly holding Yasuo's arm, with tears in her eyes, and prayed. But now, help me, please. Nami's mother Belmir once died in the hands of an evil dragon just because Nami was still a child. And the terrifying Ryogo kingdom behind the dragon pirates makes Nami not want Yasuo and others to get into more trouble because of her. But now, Nami has no other choice. Is the fishman very strong? Yasuo looked at the crying Nami, a chill flashed in his eyes, and then he said in a low voice. Only the innocent can sleep peacefully. Those fish people's nightmare has arrived. With a bang, a huge tornado swept through the dragon park directly in the eyes of villager Aegean and others in disbelief. The tall evil dragon park was instantly reduced to ruins under Yasuo's slashes. In the ruins, the evil dragon and others stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. You guy, what the hell did you guy do? You lowly human being. The evil dragon stared at Yasuo, who was slowly walking out of the smoke, with an extremely ferocious expression. Behind the evil dragon, Kohachirobi and others were also ready to fight. Bad human. What a stupid and arrogant statement. Yasuo looked at the evil dragon and others, shook his head slightly, and then, with his body like the wind and his sword like the wind, under the unbelievable eyes of Zyoba, Kurobi, and others, the sword in Yasuo's hand had directly cut their throats. There was a stabbing sound, and sparks flew everywhere. When Yasuo's sword blade was about to cut off his neck, the fear and anger surged into his heart at the same time. At the critical moment, the evil dragon bit Yasuo's sword blade. As a sawtooth shark man, the most powerful thing about the evil dragon is his teeth. I will bite your sword and your head together. The evil dragon was so angry that he just wanted to bite off Yasuo's sword blade and then bite Yasuo's head into pieces. But the next second, Yasuo twitched his sword, twisted everything and then slashed. In the sparks, the dragon's teeth and his body were directly divided into 4 halves. Nice teeth, but unfortunately, they are still not as good as my sword. Yasuo shook off the bloodline on his sword blade casually, returned the sword to its sheath, and then took his own small wine bottle and drank several sips with a nostalgic look among the blood and corpses of murlocs everywhere. Jian, countless villagers, and Nami, who had just followed, widened their eyes and looked stupidly at the scene in front of them. In their eyes, the dragon pirates were extremely powerful, but in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Do you know why I established the wind sword gym in this sea area? Because a sword can be used to kill, but it can also be used to protect. But first, they need to hold on to their swords. Death is like the wind, always with me. The long road is long, only the sword is my companion. Yasuo drank a small drink and slowly passed by Nami and others. The dragon pirates may be considered powerful among the pirate groups in East Blue that generally offer bounties of less than 10 million. But for Yasuo or the truly strong, the dragon pirates are too weak. The dragon pirates were casually destroyed by Yasuo, and many villages such as Nami and Kokosia village finally gained their long-lost peace. At the same time, Colonel Mouse, who was colluding with the dragon pirates, was also imprisoned directly after Yasuo's report. It may be difficult for ordinary people to move to the Marine Branch Colonel who is the king in East Blue. After all, it is impossible for them to go to naval headquarters in person to report the real name of Colonel Mouse. But for Yasuo, who is now famous in the East Blue and has a large number of disciples of the nobles, wealthy merchants, and kendo gyms under his command, it is enough to drive Colonel Mouse into dust without drawing his sword. No one will often care about the weak pleading, but the few words of the strong can be as heavy as a mountain. This is the cruel reality. The destruction of the dragon pirates and the downfall of Colonel Mouse were just the beginning. For some reason, in just a few days, all the atrocities committed by the fishmen of the dragon pirates in East Blue quickly spread throughout the world after covering up their collusion with Colonel Mouse. Along with Yasuo, who defeated the dragon pirates, and the Wind Sword Gym, they were also inexplicably sung as heroes who defeated the evil fishmen, and became famous all over the world. Yasuo was a little confused, but looking at the many kendo apprentices who came here with admiration, he didn't think about who was behind all this. Anyway, just get the benefits. As for Nami, who has been worried that Yasuo may arouse hostility from the terrifying Dragon Palace Kingdom, Yasuo said, "Are you kidding me? Nami, Queen of the Deep Sea of Ryogo Kingdom, is one of her own?" In the Fishmen Island, the Queen of the Deep Sea, Nami, did not care about the destruction of the dragon pirates. In terms of closeness, the relationship between Nami and Yasuo is much closer than the relationship with those bastards of the evil dragon. After Jinbei, Mrs. Xiarli and others also learned about the destruction of the dragon pirates, they looked extremely heavy as they saw that all the atrocities committed by the dragon pirates in East Blue had spread throughout the world. Your Majesty, I'm very sorry for everything I did for the evil dragon. But behind this incident, there must be someone secretly manipulating it, intending to sow discord between fish and humans. Mustlocks and humans should at least not be hostile to each other or even start a war because of this matter. Jinbei frowned and hurriedly said to the tidal sea spirit Nami. Jinbei finally saw in Nami the beautiful hope of fish people living under the sun in the future. He would never tolerate any person or force destroying everything in front of him. The Dragon Palace Kingdom, led by the tidal sea spirit Nami and Commander Fizz, is indeed extremely powerful. But Jinbei, who has traveled through countless sea areas and witnessed the true power of human beings with his own eyes, understands in his heart that unless the fishmen huddle in the deep sea forever, there is no way that the fishmen can be the opponent of humans. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the power of humans far exceeds that of fishmen. I never thought murlocs and humans should be hostile to each other. Nami Yuyu Kaido. Someone told me. The biggest contradiction in the world has never been the contradiction between civilized races or even genders. It's the contradiction between strength and weakness. As long as there are strong people in this world who can bully the weak and weak, this kind of contradiction will never end. But it's not important. Such conflicts are not important, nor are those people who are behind the scenes and intend to provoke human hostility towards the Fishmen Island. Because, one day, all people will achieve equality in personal dignity, and all contradictions will succumb to the most powerful force in the world. A new era will eventually come. How much time is left until the powerful heroes under Duke reach full level? Within Alabasta, Desert Shinigami Noxus is walking alone on the boundless desert. Because of the horrific drought, countless people die every moment in the vast land of Alabasta. The deaths of countless people also brought countless souls to Noxus. Noxus is the Desert Shinigami, and souls are his food as well as the source of his power. Some people say they saw the figure of the desert patron saint deep in the desert. The legendary patron saint of Alabasta. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, his tall figure looming in the smoke of a large amount of cigars, and said coldly to Robin in front of him, "Robin, are you too busy? If the so-called patron saint of Alabasta really exists, he will only die in my hands. Don't forget who protected you, and don't forget what you really want to do. I'm running out of patience." Countless foolish people on the sea will always push some of the demon fruit power of the past or present to the throne of gods. If those demon fruit powers are enough to be called a god, then Crocodile feels that he can be called the god king of Alabasta. After all, Alabasta, which is full of yellow sand, is his biggest home ground. The turbulent sea and the appearance of countless heroes of the sea made Crocodile more and more eager for the ancient weapon Pluton. I just received information from millions of elders. As for whether the legendary patron saint of Alabasta really exists, who knows? Nicole Robin covered her mouth, stroking the lazy and beautiful cat beside her, and smiled Kaido. As for our plan, I'm always working on it. It's just that this country is too big and hides too many secrets, isn't it? We all need time. Although the sand crocodile is constantly using its own abilities to disperse the rain clouds in the sky, it is also using rainfall powder liberally to cause drought in Alabasta and provoke civil war in Alabasta. However, under the rule of Cobra, who is known as the Benevolent King, Alabasta, which has a huge land area and a large population, a short period of drought could not completely collapse this huge empire. And if the royal power of Alabasta had not collapsed, Crocodile and Robin would not be able to unscrupulously read all the secrets of the Alabasta royal family. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and just one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea have many privileges in the entire pirate world, but among these privileges, they definitely do not include the kingship over the pirate world. Sand Crocodile looked at the extremely calm Robin in front of him, and felt that some subtle changes had quietly occurred in Robin during this period of time. But, not important. No matter what Nicole Robin is thinking, absolute power can put an end to all of Nicole Robin's thoughts. Crocodile has full confidence in his own strength. It may be difficult to defeat the other 7 warlords of the sea, but dealing with a devil's son with a mere bounty of 79 million, isn't that easy? Crocodile was extremely confident, and the cat in Nicole Robin's arms looked at Crocodile shrouded in smoke, licked its pink pads, and rolled its eyes in boredom. This desert is not fun at all. Those banana crocodiles I caught are not the fish I like to eat at all. Yumi, the fishing cat, doesn't like the rainy environment very much. Those ferocious banana crocodiles are not fish either. Although for cats, most of them are similar. The legend of Desert Shinigami is quietly sung in Alabasta, and in West Blue. I originally thought that if the world government did not appreciate it. Next, Duke plans to liquidate the Valoran family and find something to do for the world government. After the 5 elders chose to maintain stability, they controlled the Valoran Chamber of Commerce and launched crazy expansion in West Blue. Gangplank, who is already gearing up for the new world, and the Noxus Empire, which has initially controlled and integrated the Kingdom of the 4 Seasons, has greatly increased its strength, and has long been eager for war, has long been looking forward to the arrival of war. Bilgewater is one of the rare peaceful places in the new world. Thanks to the Hamitz automatic factory pouring out goods and the peaceful environment attracting a large number of wealthy people, Gangplank earns a lot of wealth every day. However, Gangplank is the king of pirates, and a quarter of the New World's territory is far from enough to satisfy Gangplank's ambitions. If possible, he would like to expand his power to the entire ocean. Mainly because it relies on the sea area of New World. I always feel that the automatic Hummit's factory will produce too many products before long, and the market will gradually become saturated. Because of the magical ability of Devil Fruit, productivity increases too quickly but the economy fails to keep up, which is sometimes not necessarily a good thing. Gangplank needs to open up new dumping markets, and the Noxus Empire is eager to plant the Noxian flag in every corner of the world. But before the world government caused trouble, Duke also chose to let the heroes temporarily exercise restraint. Now, it's still a time of development. The Valoran family began crazy expansion in West Blue. In other words, simple water and electricity factories and other livelihood enterprises were gradually unable to meet Duke's development expectations. Food, department stores, cosmetics, real estate, transportation, and other industries have all welcomed the participation of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. There are many chambers of commerce all over West Blue, even those big chambers with the support of the king. Under the crazy expansion of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, either you choose to join or you choose to die. After Troja and other kings all died, and a group of puppet kings were supported, the Valoran family has almost become the uncrowned king of the entire West Blue. Even the Kingdom of Flowers, the former overlord of West Blue, chose to avoid the Valoran family's series of business expansions. Should he join the Valoran Chamber of Commerce and work together to do big things, make big money, and monopolize the entire West Blue business, or should he fight to the death with the Valoran family and let the world government take advantage in the end? Such a choice is not difficult for the king of the Kingdom of Flowers. The world government has been secretly suppressing the Flower Kingdom, and the sudden rise of the Valoran family may not be a bad thing for the Flower Kingdom. At least, after the rise of the Valoran family, several kingdoms that had been at war with the Kingdom of Flowers all inexplicably chose to cease war with the Kingdom of Flowers. The Valoran family began to thrive in West Blue, and was about to become a behemoth that penetrated all West Blue people into old age, sickness, and death. Life, death, and the Valoran Chamber of Commerce will become an inescapable fate for all West Blue people. But at least the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, under Duke's control, is bringing new changes to the entire West Blue. The pirate world is very rich in supplies, and the magical geographical environment allows a large number of islands in the pirate world to have extremely abundant supplies. The fundamental reason why the vast majority of ordinary people in the pirate world live in poverty and are forced to go to sea. In addition to high sky gold and taxes, frequent pirate attacks and blocked maritime communication are also other very important reasons. Now, under the unified coordination of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce that has penetrated into almost every island and kingdom in West Blue, the extremely prosperous sea trade began to continuously transport countless specialties from all over the West Blue safely and quickly to every corner where they were needed. The foundation of commercial prosperity lies in the circulation of wealth. As for those pirates who were so rampant in the past, in front of the Valoran family, which has gradually taken control of the entire West Blue, what do those pirates mean? The pirates of West Blue are dying out at a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Even Sarah's Bounty Hunter Guild, which is rapidly expanding in power, has not chosen to expand its power to West Blue for the time being. There are not many things for a bounty hunter to do in West Blue, but in the rest of the ocean or the first half of the Grand Line or even the New World, the power of the Bounty Hunter Guild is constantly penetrating and expanding. The power of the Bounty Hunter Guild continues to expand, but in the North Blue, Singed Zaun Group is facing its biggest challenge at this time. North Blue, in the Lubnai Road Kingdom, the clone army of Germa 66 is engaged in the most brutal and bloody fight with a large number of Shimmer Alchemy warriors. It's those damn bugs again. Sparks spin. Vinsmoke. Iggy released blazing flames with his hands, knocking down all the alchemy warriors in front of him who had been injected with a large number of shimmering potions. Many alchemy warriors were directly shattered into pieces under Vinsmoke Iggy's heavy blow, but more alchemy warriors stood up again in the flames. The flames continued to burn the bodies of those alchemy warriors. Under the burning of the flames, the flesh and blood quickly became red, swollen and ulcerated, and finally became charred black. This was a pain that ordinary people could not bear, but those alchemy warriors were like violent beasts, tearing off their charred skin with force, leaving their bright red muscles exposed in the smoke. Then, under the influence of the low-light agent, it continued to squirm and grow. Taking an excessive amount of shimmering potion can turn a person into a ferocious beast with extremely strong recovery power and greatly enhanced physical fitness. Countless alchemy warriors fearlessly rushed towards Vinsmoke Iggy again in the flames. A large number of ordinary clone soldiers of Germa 66 looked weak, pitiful, and helpless in front of the alchemy warriors. Under the leadership of Vinsmoke, Judge, Germa 66 used a powerful and terrifying clone army to kill the kings of 4 non-world government member countries in North Blue. It shocked North Blue and became famous all over the world. Each Germa 66 clone soldier possesses the elite combat power of naval headquarters, plus supporting weapons and equipment. With equal strength, Germa 60 SIXS clone army will not lose to the basic core of any force in the world. This is a powerful force that even Big Mom, one of the former 4 emperors, is extremely coveted. 1 or 2 top-notch warriors are enough to become world famous, but if you really want to rule a large sea area, a large number of powerful basic soldiers are absolutely indispensable. And relying on the powerful clone army, Germa.66 and others have made a lot of wealth just by relying on war employment. But now, Vinsmoke, Judge's proud clone army has encountered a more powerful opponent. Those kingdoms and forces that were willing to spend huge sums of money to hire Germa.66 to fight in the past also quietly chose the more powerful and more cost-effective alchemy warriors of the Zaun group. The Alchemy Warrior Legion of Lubnalu Kingdom and the Clone Army started a bloody fight, although the soldiers of the Clone Legion were no match for those alchemy warriors. But the clone soldiers who were cloned and born to fight had no way to retreat. The blood dyed the entire Lubnalu Kingdom red, and then under the full force of Vinsmoke, Iggy, and others, all the alchemy warriors finally had their heads crushed. It is difficult for ordinary attacks to completely end the lives of those alchemy warriors. But those alchemy warriors are by no means truly immortal warriors. Ordinary alchemy warriors are enough to defeat Germa.66's clone army, but they are still too weak in front of Vinsmoke, Iggy and others who have put on combat uniforms and whose bodies have been transformed by blood factors. Even though it is not more than 4 years later, the youngest Vinsmoke, Yangji, is already close to adulthood. As reformers, the potential of Iggy, Yuji, and others may be greatly limited, making it difficult for them to grow further. But the bloodline transformation also allows them to put on combat uniforms after adulthood, and they already have combat power comparable to the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. The children of Vinsmoke, Judge are the most powerful fighting force of Germa.66. The Alchemy Warrior Legion was torn into pieces by Vinsmoke, Iggy, and others, but during the war, the mutilated corpses of the Germa.66 clone warriors had already piled up in mountains. Vinsmoke, Iggy, Yuji, and others did not care about the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, cheering for the victory of Germa.66 again. They were emotionally weak and did not care about their own lives, nor did they care about the lives of those clone soldiers. Those clone soldiers were just consumables from the beginning. But Vinsmoke, Iggy and the others didn't care. Vinsmoke, Reijo, who still retained his emotions, frowned slightly when he looked at the corpses everywhere. Yes, Germa.66 still won the war this time, but these days, the alchemy warriors that the Germa Kingdom encountered on the battlefield, there are more and more clone soldiers are dying at the same time. The war is becoming more and more difficult. If this continues, the breeding speed of Germa.66 clone soldiers may be difficult to keep up with the death rate of those clone soldiers. It takes a full 5 years to cultivate a mature clone soldier, not to mention the expense required to cultivate clone soldiers on a large scale. Vinsmoke, Reiju is full of worries about the future of Germa.66. Then, he also noticed the threat of the Zaun group's alchemy warriors, and after seeing an ordinary person injecting a large amount of shimmering potion and immediately violently tearing several clone warriors to pieces, Vinsmoke, Judge decided to have a good talk with the alchemist Singed, the controller of the Zaun group. For example, how to merge the Zaun group under the leadership of Germa.66. Glimmer potion seems to be imperfect nowadays. Injecting a large dose of shimmering potion will completely turn the user into a beast. People with weak constitutions cannot withstand the drastic changes brought to them by the Glimmer potion. And the Kingdom of Germa has a large number of clone soldiers with strong physiques, a world-class scientific laboratory, and the blood factor technology one have mastered. Join my command, and together we will conduct fusion research on the shimmer potion and bloodline factors. We will be invincible, and then rule the North Blue, and even rule the entire world. Are you coming for a marriage? My daughter Reiju doesn't have a husband yet, and blood will make us one. Vinsmoke, Judge said seductively to the alchemist Singed. And when Germa.66 ascends the supreme throne, you will stand beside me and share this supreme glory with me. As for how hideous and ugly the alchemist Singed is, how incompatible Reiju and Singed are, and whether Reiju is willing to marry the alchemist Singed, Vinsmoke, Judge doesn't care. All of Judge's children are his tools to revive Germa.66. But now, the opportunity to revive or even create an empire even more powerful than the former Germa.66 is right in front of us. As one of the world's top scientists who once worked with Vegapunk and discovered the existence of the blood factor, Vinsmoke, Judge clearly understands the great prospects of the shimmering potion. That is no less than the blood factor, and even surpasses the blood factor technology currently controlled by Vinsmoke, Judge himself, and is a great science that can change the world. Whoever can control the shimmering potion and optimize it will be able to control the future of the entire world to a certain extent. Vinsmoke Judge issued the most sincere request for marriage to the alchemist Singed. Vinsmoke, Reiju looked at the ugly and ferocious alchemist Singed, who had his chin wrapped in gauze in front of him expressionlessly. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but he did not object at all. As Reiju, who was transformed by Judge himself, even though she preserved her emotions, she was still unable to resist Judge's orders. Marrying Singed, Vinsmoke, Judge is serious. As a world-class scientist and the king of Germa.66, Vinsmoke Judge still has honor in his heart. He is not an out-and-out pirate, nor can he pull off a trick like Big Mom, who pretends to marry but actually annexes. But, get married and join Germa.66? Are you kidding me? There is Duke behind Singed. The supreme throne of this world has long been destined to be its master, and as a hero under Duke, Singed, On the side of Duke's supreme throne, there will inevitably be his figure. Joining Germa 66 makes absolutely no sense. However, taking Germa 66 under his command, combined with Germa 60 SIX's clone army and blood factor technology, to further improve the Shimmer Potion, deeply moved Singed's heart. Germa 66 and today's Zaun group can completely complement each other, and once the two merge, their power will be enough to shake the entire world. So, a marriage doesn't seem to be out of the question. Singed took a deep look at the beautiful Reiju, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Singed only has alchemical technology in his heart, but Duke's heart must contain great love for the entire world. As the future owner of the Supreme Throne, isn't it normal to have a few more women? I feel your sincerity. Once Zaun and Germa 66 merge, they will have a broader future, Singed said hoarsely. But, there is already a figure on the Supreme Throne. It is impossible for Zaun to join the Germa Kingdom. Mr. Judge, the Supreme King may look forward to a marriage with Reiju. What Wang Nang and we can provide you is the extremely bright future of Germa 66. After Singed finished speaking, Vinsmoke, Judge fell into deep silence. He never imagined that there was a more powerful force behind North Blue's prestigious Zaun Group. However, Judge is not a target that can be easily persuaded, especially when Zaun Group's alchemy technology is related to Germa 60 SIX's restoration of its past glory. Have you locked the person on the high throne? What a surprisingly big secret. But who do you think I am? Germa 66 will never give in. Vinsmoke. After Judge finished speaking, he suddenly waved the electromagnetic spear in his hand and directly attacked the alchemist Singed, and behind him, Vinsmoke, Reiju, Iji, and others, who were already prepared, also rushed towards Singed. The meeting between Judge and the Zaun group was very secretive. In order to avoid exposure and to show sincerity, Judge did not directly bring his kingdom and clone army with him. The kingdom of Germa 66 is composed of countless giant snails that can move freely above the sea. But not bringing his kingdom and army directly does not mean that Judge has not made other preparations. The strongest combat power of Germa 66 is also Judge's crowning masterpiece. His children who have undergone blood factor transformation. But they all followed Judge and came to participate in this secret meeting. But now that the peace talks have ended, Vinsmoke Judge has also made plans to directly take down Singed and others. No matter what kind of forces are hidden behind the Zaun group, as long as they can capture all of Singed and others here, they can then force out the secret of Shimmer technology. By then, Germa 66, who has successfully mastered the Shimmer Potion and has a large number of clone soldiers who are fearless and physically strong as consumables, will have nothing to fear. Vinsmoke. Judge is full of confidence in the strength of Germa 66. It is Vinsmoke. Judge's biggest wish to restore the glory of Germa 66's unification of North Blue, and even take Germa 66 to a new level. What a pity. It seems that I can only choose to knock you down first, and then consider annexing the entire Germa 66. Alchemist Singed looked at Vinsmoke, Judge and others who launched a sudden attack on him with an extremely calm expression. A strange shimmer suddenly flashed across his body, and the muscles all over his body began to tremble crazily. Then, he easily blocked Vinsmoke, Judge's electric light gun, and then casually threw a large amount of alchemical poison mist, directly attacking Reiju. As the inventor of the Glimmer Potion and the founder of alchemy technology, the alchemist Singed has brought alchemy technology almost to the ultimate level in his own body. He is the most complete alchemical technology enhanced person in the world. Singed directly faced Vinsmoke, Iji, and Reiju. Behind him, Warwick, the angry beast of Zaun, whose eyes exuded bloodthirsty light, was already frantically facing Vinsmoke, Iji, and Niji. A crazed and bloodthirsty werewolf, Warwick tore apart countless enemies in the North Blue who had evil intentions against the Zaun Syndicate. Germa 66 is by no means the first enemy to target the Zaun group. Ever since the Zaun group began selling shimmering potions, countless forces have targeted the Ziyuan group for various reasons, intending to wipe it out. Only, they were all in the darkness, torn to pieces by Warwick, the raging beast of Zaun. Now, it's Germa 60 SIX's turn. Werewolf Warwick, Vinsmoke, Iji, and Niji started a crazy fight, and had just crushed the heads of several alchemy warriors, and were just about to step forward to help Judge and Reiju. First find a way to take down Singed's Vinsmoke. Yangji will inexplicably receive a large number of deadly crossbow arrows. Tuki, the source of the plague, who had just emerged from the shadows, was constantly pouring arrows at Vinsmoke, Iji, and others. Yangji, who was still underage at this time and had not yet reached the peak of his strength, was tightly restrained. Twitch, the source of the plague, is a hero recently drawn by Duke. The Valorant Chamber of Commerce has been expanding rapidly in West Blue, and some of Duke's heroes have also begun to get on track and have begun to provide Duke with a steady stream of wealth. Even after deducting the development investment funds of the Valorant Chamber of Commerce and the respective forces of his heroes, Duke's monthly wealth now directly exceeds 5 billion. And it is growing rapidly every day at a speed that is unimaginable to ordinary people. In the vast world of pirates, searching for treasures and catching pirates in exchange for money are far less important than occupying a place and doing business in the world. Duke's difficult entrepreneurial period has passed. It is foreseeable that as time goes by, money will hardly be a problem restricting Duke's development. The 5 billion wealth value was directly used by Duke to conduct 5 S-level draws. The S potential hero Tuki, the source of the plague, plus 2 pieces of ready-made equipment and 2 pieces of small equipment were the harvest of this draw. As Duke continued to draw, the probability of drawing heroes gradually began to become lower and lower. However, the equipment drawn seems pretty good. At least at this time, Tuki, the source of the plague, was equipped with Phantom Dance. Even though it had just been extracted and its level was still relatively low, it was still holding Vinsmoke Yongji firmly in check. Duke looks forward to the day when all of his heroes will be in full 6-god form. At that time, even if Kotu, Geyer, and others were not at full level, Duke felt that it was Uranus and Lord I have a bunch of heroes in 6-god outfits, and I have piled them all to death. Tucci and Yuji were unable to decide the winner for a while, and the werewolf Warwick faced off against Iji and Niji at the same time. It was difficult to completely defeat them in a short period of time. Although there are many monsters from North Blue who come to die, their potential is limited and their level is far from the full level werewolf Warwick. Their strength is not enough to easily crush Vinsmoke Iji and Niji, 2 adult transformers. However, Warwick was not enough to defeat Iji and Niji easily, and the battle between Singed and Vinsmoke Judge and Reijo quickly decided the winner. Every scientist in the world of Valoran is a strong man with extremely high potential and strength. Weak scientists are not worthy of surviving in the world of Valoran. The alchemy potion burned crazily in Singed's body, his powerful physical skills, and his extremely swift figure. Coupled with the various powerful and strange chemicals that Singed threw from his body from time to time, Vinsmoke Judge and Reijo were already in a tough battle. The fierce poison gas is constantly filling the air. Reijo may be able to ignore the poison emitted by Singed, but her poison will hardly cause much harm to Singed. Singed, who has taken countless alchemical potions, has great resistance to poisons. Then, when Singed and Reijo were poisoning each other, Vinsmoke Judge was first thrown over the shoulder by Singed and fell onto a large piece of superglue, and then during a crazy struggle, he was enveloped in a large amount of highly toxic potions. In the end, he was frothing at the mouth and lost all consciousness. It can't be said that Germa 66 is not strong, but it can handle those ordinary kingdoms. When facing truly powerful forces or truly strong men, the power of superstitious bloodline factors and technological power are far from being developed to the ultimate level of Germa 66, so that's it. Anyway, if they really wanted to take action, any 4 Emperors group or even Dover's Dongquixote family would be enough to destroy the prestigious Germa 66 in one fell swoop. The clone soldiers of Germa 66 mass-produced a large number of elite soldiers, but at the same time they also killed the potential of all soldiers of Germa 66. The powerful blood factors and combat uniforms indeed gave Vinsmoke Judge's children all terrifying combat power, but it also made it impossible for them to truly reach the top of the sea. Sanji, who was considered a failure by Vinsmoke Judge, was actually the real success of the Vinsmoke family blood factor experiment. Sanji has not had the same terrifying fighting power as his brothers and sisters since he was a child, but perhaps it is precisely because of this that all the power of the blood factor is deposited in his body. It turned into infinite potential, and then supported Sanji. He quickly grew from a weak pirate in East Blue to a powerful enough to fight against the 4 Emperors group, and became even more powerful in the future. There are billions of people in the pirate world, and only 1 in a million can truly possess potential and strength above A+. Vinsmoke Judge was directly knocked down by Singed, and Reiju and others also decisively chose to surrender after Judge was knocked down. As reformers, Iji and others don't have many emotions, and they don't care about their own lives. But just because they don't care about their own lives doesn't mean they don't care about Judge's life. Judge's order is absolute for Iji and others. The war between Germa 66 and the Zaun group started quietly and ended quietly in a hidden sea area. All scientific research results of Germa 66 have also begun to be fully open to Zaun group unconditionally. After being strengthened by the Shimmering Agent, each of the clone soldiers has the strength close to that of a naval headquarters lieutenant. Vinsmoke Judge dejectedly led Singed and others into all the core secrets of the kingdom of Germa. The Ziyuan group is so strong. If the person behind the Ziyuan group has locked the throne of the Supreme Throne, isn't that even stronger? At the same time, with the addition of Singed's alchemy technology, the combat power of the Germa Kingdom's clone army has also been significantly enhanced. The merger of Zaun Group and Germa 66 can indeed bring huge benefits to both parties. At this time, Germa 66 and the Zaun Group would only be easily defeated. Human beings have their limits after all. High-end combat power may be able to ignore numbers, but ordinary marine generals can face a large number of reinforced clone soldiers who are not afraid of death and have extremely high combat literacy. If we are surrounded, we will eventually be surrounded and killed by a large number of enhanced clone soldiers. It was a terrifying force that could challenge the world. What Judge didn't expect was that the merger was successful, but the person who really controlled the merger was not Germa 66. But with the help of Zaun Group, wouldn't it be easy to restore the glory of Germa 66 and unify North Blue again? If Reiju can marry that guy, it will be impossible for Germa 66 to get involved in the Supreme Throne. No one understands the horror of the merger between Zaun Group and Germa 66 better than Vinsmoke Judge at this time. Vinsmoke Judge's face was full of frustration, but when he looked at Reiju, there was still some hope hidden in his eyes. It can be said that in addition to the large difference in high-end combat power, during the Summit War, the naval headquarters recruited 100,000 elite naval headquarters from all over the world. Duke, who was in West Blue, was confused when he saw the information sent to him by Singed of North Blue, especially the news about whether to marry Reijo. When did the heroes under Duke take the initiative to find partners for Duke? Don't you see that this alchemist Singed is still a master of flattery? No wonder he has never optimized the lowlight potion. He has spent all his energy on these crooked ways. How can he invent and create well? What scientists want is purity. Duke was deeply disgusted and saddened by Singed's behavior of trying to give a woman to him, and then severely scolded Singed for giving in to him. Instead of speculating, he directly equipped Singed's body with the ice rod that he had drawn before and had not yet been allocated. The ice staff, which can emit frost and calm down both the enemy and himself, can sharpen Singed's thinking, allowing him to develop the perfect shimmering potion faster. This is definitely not a reward for Singed's speculation. Duke touched Ari's conscience and said seriously. Ari, who was wearing a maid outfit, rolled her eyes at Duke. Okay, stop pretending. Duke admits that he is an LSP. After all, they have been fighting for a lifetime, and the dog-headed guy and Star Mom have all been drawn out. When the situation is great, why can't Duke be allowed to enjoy it? As for the issue that accepting Reijo might reveal that the Valorant Chamber of Commerce is behind the Zaun group, Duke said, exposure is exposure. When the strength was insufficient before, Duke was still afraid of world government's 3 points. As of now, the worst-case scenario is to engage in guerrilla warfare with the world government, and then survive for 2 years to overthrow the world government. What's more, in today's turbulent pirate world, the stronger Duke's forces are and the scope is wide enough, the less the world government will dare to take action against him. After all, it is impossible for Lord Im to control Uranus and directly blow up most of the islands in the world. That is the true enemy of the world. What's more, the king of the world is nothing without his country and his people. Duke plans to choose an auspicious day and go to North Blue in person to discuss Reijo's marriage with Vinsmoke Judge, and by the way, he will have an in-depth experience of Reijo's poison and whether there is an antidote. And Singed, who had received Duke's secret promise, became more and more friendly towards Vinsmoke Judge and Reijo. If you want to study the Shimmering Potion together, and then use the Shimmering Potion to strengthen Germa 66, there is no problem. After all, we are all a family. However, on the surface, Zaun Group and Germa 66 still maintain hostility to each other. Don't be afraid of the world government. You are not afraid of the world government, but there is no need to directly confront the world government to cause trouble, right? Wouldn't it be more exciting to let world government investigate and reveal the secrets bit by bit, and then personally reveal Duke's terrifying power in the pirate world? Do you think the merger of Zaun Group and Germa 66 will be scary enough? Sorry, but there is also a Valoran family behind the scenes that has basically taken control of West Blue. Do you think the Valoran family is scary enough? Sorry, the whole world is all my people. How can we lose? Duke is full of confidence in his future. In the first half of the Grand Line, Barbarian King Tryndamere, Dragon Girl Shavina, Leopard Girl Nidalee and others also made quite a name for themselves in a short period of time. Especially relying on the short-term immunity to death, he directly fought against the Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, the Barbarian King Tryndamere, with both sides losing, even though he was slightly inferior in strength. He became famous all over the world and became the pirate with the highest bounty in this year's supernova, with a bounty of 280 million belly. At this time, Fire Fist Ace, who was still hanging out in East Blue, had a reward of less than 80 million. The Barbarian King Tryndamere became famous all over the world, and then directly shouted the slogan, intending to challenge Whitebeard and seize the throne of the strongest man in the world. The Dragon Girl Shavina and the Leopard Girl Nidalee, who also became supernovas that year and had a bounty of over 100 million, formed the Dragon Pirates and also shouted the slogan of challenging the 4 Emperors Kaido. As a supernova, it would be too boring not to have a chance to play with the 4 Emperors. Suddenly, there were so many people gathered under the command of Barbarian King Tryndamere and Shavina. The naval headquarters, which had just lost 70,000 of its elite troops and was already somewhat stretched, was in trouble. First there was the Revolutionary Army and the Valoran family, and now there's Tryndamere and the Dragon Pirates. When did the sea become so rife with pirates? Especially the Barbarian King Tryndamere, who was able to fight the Ghost Spider in the first half of the Grand Line, injuring both sides. If we really let him enter the New World, he might be the next Gangplank. We must find a way to mobilize troops and capture them all before they enter the New World, Sengoku said coldly with a sullen face and furrowed brows. The losses of the 70,000 elite naval headquarters led by Akaino have not been replenished, and the entire sea is in constant turmoil. This has given Sengoku a headache during this period. Wouldn't it be nice to be the next Plank? At least the Bilgewater currently controlled by Plank is known as the safest and happiest sea area in the New World. That guy is more diligent in attacking the pirates in New World than we are in the Marines. What a strange guy. Gar poked his nostril with his finger, flicked off a piece of booger, then picked up a donut from Bilgewater and stuffed it into his mouth, and said nonchalantly, "Are you kidding? Sooner or later, the New World will be your own territory. Can Gangplank tolerate other pirates to run wild in the New World? Anyway, except for the 4 Emperors group, Gangplank would destroy every pirate group that dared to appear within Bilgewater's sphere of influence. And Bilgewater, which has recruited most of the Charlotte family members and has a bunch of food-related demon fruit power under its command, In addition to a large number of automatically produced daily necessities, delicious and exquisite food is also a major specialty of Bilgewater. Apart from anything else, there are not many good cooks in the Big Mom pirate group. Watch your words, Garp. That guy Gangplank is the 4 Emperors, a pirate. Also, don't give me donuts during the meeting and eat mine. Veins appeared on Sengoku's face. He snatched the donut from Garp's hand and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole in 2 gulps. Not to mention, it tastes really good. Sengoku swallowed the donut in Garp's hand. After the donut was gone, Garp's originally nonchalant expression gradually became serious, and then he said in a deep voice, "Those little cubs who had just left the sea launched a charge towards the 4 emperors one by one, but neither Whitebeard nor Kaido are easy to mess with. A new era may be coming, but before they end, this is still their era. There is no need for us to fight to the death with Tryndamere and the others at this time. Marine has made enough sacrifices during this time." When Garp said this, his expression became slightly heavy. After Garp finished speaking, in the Naval Headquarters conference room, Aokiji's eyes, which were originally full of confusion and looked like he hadn't woken up at all, suddenly turned cold. As for Kizuro, who was holding a cup of tea and taking a few sips from time to time, quietly and obscenely acting as a wage thief, some cracks quietly appeared in the teacup in his hand. Akaina, who had never cared about Marine's sacrifice in the past and often refuted Garp, who valued Marine's life and always made some weak suggestions, did not speak this time, but frowned more and more. Since returning to naval headquarters after suppressing the Revolutionary Army, Akaina's brows have become more wrinkled than before. Even every Marine soldier is prepared to sacrifice when he chooses to become a Marine. However, the death of a total of 70,000 naval headquarters elites is still a pain that naval headquarters will never forget. There was a sudden silence in the naval headquarters conference room. After a long time, Naval Headquarters Chief of Staff he sighed and said in a deep voice, "Kaido, I also don't recommend deploying a large number of troops to round up Tryndamere and others at this time. The World Summit is about to be held. We must use a large number of troops to protect the safety of those kings. If something goes wrong with those kings, the whole world will go berserk in an instant." Before Imsama was exposed, the World Summit was held every 4 years and was collectively attended by 50 powerful countries among the world government member countries. It is the most important meeting that can determine the future of the entire world. During this period of time, naval headquarters must find ways to protect the safety of the kings no matter what. Then let's protect the safety of those kings first. Sengoku nodded weakly, a hint of dissatisfaction with the world government quietly flashing in his eyes. If the 5 elders hadn't refuted Sengoku's World Summit, how could the huge naval headquarters be unable to mobilize enough troops to encircle and suppress the pirates because of the World Summit? It's just this World Summit. Will Nami, the Queen of the Deep Sea from Ryogo Kingdom, also come to participate? If she could completely block the entire route to the Fishmen Island, there would probably be many fewer pirates in the world, Sengoku said hopefully. As for the question of whether, as Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, it would be embarrassing to use the power of other world government member countries to destroy pirates? As long as he can eliminate and control the rampant pirates on the sea, Sengoku doesn't care about his own face. Sengoku is the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters and is also a Marine? Sengoku hopes to use the power of the Fishmen Island to block the route of the Fishmen Island. As long as there is no fresh blood added and the 4 Emperors group's tentacles on the first half of the Grand Line and the world are cut off, even the 4 Emperors group will gradually die out sooner or later. And by that time, Naval Headquarters, which has initially regained its strength, may even wipe out the entire New World in one fell swoop and end the era of great pirates. Just because the world government doesn't want to do it or isn't willing to do it, doesn't mean Marine isn't willing to do it. Sengoku has always been a Marine, and Vice Admiral of the Burning Mountain, who has traveled to many kingdoms in West Blue and witnessed the beautiful changes brought by the Valoran family to West Blue, sat next to Galen Vice Admiral and scratched his head with a naive smile. Scratch your head. Unknowingly, many Marine generals were surrounding Galen. The death of those 70,000 elite naval headquarters personnel is an eternal pain for all Marine generals. Even if ordinary Marine generals cannot be sure that the entire Sendolai Island has been wiped out. At the same time, the attack that also killed 70,000 naval headquarters elites originated from Uranus. But no one is a fool. In this world, besides the superior world government, who else can have the ability and the power to wipe out the Revolutionary Army at all costs? Ordinary people in this world may believe that the destruction of Sendolai Island was due to natural disasters. The 30,000 elite naval headquarters who survived. And Akaina clearly told them that the destruction of Zendole Island was due to man-made disasters. There is no Marine in the eyes of the world government. But every one of those Marine generals is alive. They will also feel happy, angry, painful, and tired. Their justice is to protect countless ordinary people on the sea, not simply to protect the world government. Vice Admiral doesn't care what the Valoran family wants to do. He only knows that the Valoran family can bring a beautiful and peaceful life to countless ordinary people in this world, and that is enough. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku planned to send Garp to personally escort Nami, the king of Ryogo Kingdom, to show respect. At the same time, he hoped that Garp could persuade Nami to block the Fishmen Island route as much as possible. Although Garp usually seems very unreliable, as long as the bad things about world government and celestial dragons are not involved, Garp is even more reliable than the current Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. Garp has always been a marine hero. The World Summit was about to be held, and a large number of marine elites began to escort the kings, and Garp also began to go to the Fishmen Island. In the deep sea, countless sea kings kept swimming around the Fishmen Island. Even under Fitz's control, a group of megalodons lined up directly, waiting for the boring Fitz's inspection. Every Yordle is born to be a tormentor. Their long lifespan and terrifying potential also give them extremely strong energy. Countless sea kings surround the Fishmen Island. Except for the specially preserved safe routes, anyone who tries to break into the Fishmen Island directly will, or the pirate group that enters the New World directly from the deep sea will be chased by countless sea kings. In the world of pirates, there may be some extremely powerful pirate groups or top experts who can ignore the encirclement and killing of a large number of sea kings in the deep sea. But it definitely does not include the rookie pirate groups who have just arrived in the first half of the Grand Line and have not yet successfully entered the New World, as well as the caravans of underground forces that wander around the world, sailing in darkness and shadow. A huge merchant ship flying the Deep Current flag obediently stopped in front of the toll station of the Fishmen Island route. With a smile on its face, after paying a toll of 5 million belly, it slipped away, entered a safe route. The ships that need to take the risk of diving into the deep sea and traveling through the first half of the Grand Line are either powerful pirate ships or merchant ships of underground forces that transport a large amount of shady goods and make huge profits. The toll of 5 million belly was not completely unaffordable to them, even if they didn't feel that charging too high would force some underground forces with low profits to take risks and open up new routes, or simply use money to bribe the world government to take the Red Line. The toll Nami originally wanted to set would cost at least 10 million for a ship. But now, even if it is only 5 million per ship, the Dragon Palace Kingdom's daily income from tolls alone is at least hundreds of millions. That's tens of billions or hundreds of billions in net income a year, and Sea Kings doesn't need to pay wages. The Dragon Palace Kingdom, which controls the main transportation routes and choke points, can be so arrogant. As the first half of the New World and Grand Line, it is the only route for pirate groups and underground forces. There are at least dozens of ships passing the Fishmen Island every day. The specialty of the pirate world, besides pirates, is pirates. In other words, too many people go to sea every year because of heavenly gold or various reasons. A large amount of wealth was received, and even if part of it Nami would be donated directly to Duke, the intercepted funds for the development of the Dragon Palace Kingdom also made the entire the Fishmen Island begin to change with each passing day. Coupled with the sightseeing and shopping streets of the Fishmen Island that are open to the outside world, life for everyone in the Fishmen Island gradually begins to become full of hope. As the world's only known dream kingdom located 10,000 meters under the sea, and as the only connection point between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, no matter how you think about it, it is enough to make it a tourist attraction and an important supply center. In a magical place like 10,000 meters under the sea, the supplies on the tourist and shopping streets open to the public are slightly more expensive than 10 to 8 times. Is that reasonable? The large floating population brought prosperous commerce and wealth. As for those former human traffickers, Nami doesn't know how Neptune managed the Fishmen Island in the past, but now, the Ryago Kingdom is the only safe route left around the Fishmen Island. Those who are able to enter the Fishmen Island for sightseeing and supplies will have all their ships docked in the Fishmen Island's port, which is guarded by a large number of Sea Kings and Poseidon troops. As long as they control the route to the Fishmen Island and control all the ships, it is simply a fantasy for the slave traders to take away any mermaid. The Ryago Kingdom has undergone tremendous changes under Nami's control. Is this the Dragon Palace Kingdom today? Garp picked his nose out of boredom. After notifying the Poseidon army of Ryago Kingdom and waiting for Nami's meeting notice, he started heading towards Nami's current palace. Every man of the sea has the consciousness to risk his life when he goes to sea, and Garp is always a marine hero. His love for Ace was too light. If she is willing, I am afraid that none of the pirates in the Grand Line will be able to reach the New World smoothly. Marimara fruit doesn't play much of a role at the bottom of the sea. Ryago Castle, where Neptune once lived, is located at the top of the Fishmen Island, enjoying the warmest sunshine. No wonder the Fishmen Island route can be completely blocked. Garp loves his grandson Ace, but compared with ending the era of great pirates and protecting the safety of countless civilians in the world, as a fishman, his biggest hobby is sunbathing? Of course, the most important thing is that Ace is not Garp's biological child after all. His grandson, Ace, has now reached the first half of the Grand Line. He has also made a lot of names on the sea and is heading towards the New World. What kind of unique hobby is this, and you are not afraid of being dried out in the sun? But after Nami became the queen of Ryago Kingdom, she directly landed Ryago Castle on the ground of the Fishmen Island. But thinking about the important task Sengoku entrusted to him, he closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were extremely determined. Of course, the main reason is that Nami doesn't like to be in the sun all day long. If Nami starts to ban pirate ships from passing, Ace will definitely be intercepted directly at the Fishmen Island. Within the Fishmen Island route, Garp was riding a warship, looking at the countless sea kings within his field of vision and sight, with a slightly complicated expression. The aloof Dragon Palace Kingdom is too far away from the countless people of the Fishmen Island. Anyway, Nami doesn't feel the pleasure of bathing in the sun every day. She prefers a cooler place. But just as Garp was heading to the Ryago Kingdom on the streets, Garp's originally nonchalant eyes suddenly became solemn. On the main street of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the barbarian King Tryndamere was happily eating the delicacies of the Fishmen Island while carrying his sword. Although Tryndamere was once the barbarian king, but the geographical environment of Freljord is simply poor, cold, and remote. Not to mention the king of barbarians, War Mother Ash also cannot eat any decent food. Otherwise, they would not be called barbarians. In the Freljord, there are no delicacies like those found in the pirate world. To put it simply, the barbarian King Tryndamere is now a simple foodie, and even his body has gained a little weight. Well, the barbarian king who has become fat is a little hard to look at. However, a slight increase in weight could not weaken Tryndamere's fighting spirit. When Garp discovered Tryndamere also hurriedly stuffed all the takoyaki in his hand into his mouth. Then he puffed up his cheeks, clenched the big knife in his hand, and stared at Garp. On the other side of the street, Dragon Girl Shavana and Leopard Girl Nidalee were also ready for battle. Hard, Garp's fist is hard. Naval headquarters cannot devote a large number of troops to encircle and suppress Tryndamere and others. But it definitely doesn't mean that General Marine will choose to turn a blind eye and stay away after seeing a big pirate like Tryndamere. Garp, the marine hero, is usually only responsible for staying at the naval headquarters, and rarely goes out to catch pirates. However, there are exceptions encountered along the way. Countless pirates from East Blue expressed their gratitude. When Garp went back to East Blue to see his grandson from time to time, he saw that pirate ships would often pick up a fist meteor. Then, East Blue slowly became the weakest sea. Compared to the pirates in East Blue, none of them can beat Garp. The atmosphere became more and more solemn, and the originally bustling the Fishmen Island street gradually became silent due to the tense atmosphere. Garp's hands became black and hard, and he wanted to show Tryndamere and others what the iron fist of love is. But just when Garp was about to attack Tryndamere and others were also ready to fight. Jinbei, who had been paying attention to Tryndamere and Garp, stood directly in front of Garp's eyes and said in a deep voice, "This is the Fishmen Island. Queen Nami's order prohibits everyone from doing anything on the Fishmen Island. Mr. Garp, are you trying to disobey Queen Nami's orders?" Disobeying Queen Nami's orders means making enemies of all fish people. When a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions or a very powerful and dangerous person enters the Fishmen Island, there will be a powerful fishman responsible for vigilance. After all, outside of the Fishmen Island, countless sea kings can basically filter out most of the enemies. Even if those dangerous people with good strength try their best to kill some sea kings, it doesn't matter. Sea kings not only has no salary, but also no pension. God chooses workers, nothing more than that. And within the Fishmen Island, if every pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions on his head takes action with all his strength, it is very likely to cause a large number of casualties and destruction. Such dangerous people certainly need to be monitored. And like the hero Garp, the barbarian King Tryndamere, whose bounty now exceeds 300 million, and the dragon Shavana, who are responsible for vigilance. Naturally, it is the strongest person in the Fishmen Island today besides Nami and Fitz, Kaiksia Jinbei. Sea hero Jinbei stood in front of the already tense Garp and Tryndamere without fear. Garp, who had a solemn expression on his face, and armament haki was already flowing in his hands, while watching a large number of Poseidon soldiers from the Dragon Palace Kingdom gradually begin to surround them. Outside the Fishmen Island, a large number of sea kings also began to stop swimming around. After staring at the inside of the Fishmen Island, they slowly stretched out their hands, then picked their noses, and said humbly, "Sorry, I felt a bit itchy when I saw the pirate. Don't worry, I have no intention of violating Queen Nami's laws. Pirates can be caught at any time, but in order to catch two big pirates with a bounty of no more than 200 to 300 million, they directly offend the Queen of the Deep Sea who can force Kaido away." Although Garp seems very unreliable on weekdays, he can still distinguish right from wrong at critical moments. The big pirate with a bounty of more than 300 million is considered a top-notch player in the entire pirate world, but in Garp's eyes, he can only punch one. Except for the mysterious Lord Im, there are not many people in this world who can compete with Garp. Garp is the one with the strongest combat power among the naval headquarters. Jinbei looked at Garp, who had a sneer on his face and his hands had returned to flesh color, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he lowered his eyebrows and turned around, looking at barbarian King Tryndamere coldly. "I heard that you want to challenge Father Whitebeard." The barbarian King Tryndamere looked at Garp, who no longer had the will to fight, smiled boldly, and said Kaido in a deep voice, "Ha ha ha, isn't it possible? Challenge the strongest man in the world and win the title of the strongest in the world. This is the courage a man in the sea should have. Or do you want to stop me here?" When the barbarian King Tryndamere said this, he waved the sword in his hand without fear and pointed it directly at Jinbei. The close relationship between Jinbei and Whitebeard is known to almost everyone above the sea. Jinbei looked at Tryndamere, who was full of fighting spirit, and then at the demon dragon Shavana and some other pirates who were watching the chaos not far away coldly. His face was extremely cold, but he still said firmly, "Queen Nami's orders are absolute. The Fishmen Island allows all humans to walk and shop on fixed streets, while absolutely prohibiting any private fights. As long as you don't violate the laws of the Fishmen Island, no one will attack you here. Father Whitebeard will let you understand what is truly the strongest in the world. Whitebeard was indeed very kind to the Fishmen Island, and Hai Xiaojinbei has always been grateful for Whitebeard's kindness. But Nami is the queen who truly leads the Fishmen Island to a bright future. Don't open your mouth. If Jinbei disobeys Nami's order today and privately attacks the pirates who come to the Fishmen Island for sightseeing and shopping, in a few days, these open streets, which are already extremely prosperous and can bring a lot of revenue to the Fishmen Island every moment, will soon become extremely deserted. Bite the bullet and stop sightseeing and supplying supplies on the Fishmen Island. You can still cross the Grand Line and New World. Ha ha ha. Oh, so I don't want to do anything. If you don't do anything, I will continue to eat. The food at the Fishmen Island is so delicious. In other words, in today's pirate world, except for Imsama who doesn't know whether he has eaten devil fruit or not, but there seem to be more monsters under Duke's command. The only one who may pose a certain degree of threat to Nami in the deep sea is Garp today. Kaido of the Beasts has been challenged by a large number of low-level pirates one after another. What if he is in a bad mood and does not want to recruit Shavina and others, but plans to kill some pirates who challenge him to vent his anger? The identity of Garp World Government's special envoy is not worthy of Nami's attention at all, but as the world's top pure taijutsu expert, Garp's visit does not allow Nami to slack off. The barbarian King Tryndamere laughed loudly, inserted the big knife in his hand behind his back, and then swaggered towards the food street of the Fishmen Island. Shavina and others began to prepare to set sail, and Nami, who was high up in Dragon Palace City, glanced at Shavina, Tryndamere, and others from a distance, and was also ready to meet Garp. Tryndamere began to eat and drink again, while Dragon Girl Shavina and Leopard Girl Nidalee looked at Tryndamere and shook their heads before preparing to set sail and leave the Fishmen Island. Tryndamere hasn't had enough of the Fishmen Island's many special delicacies. Every one of the top heroes in the pirate world can be called a monster. But challenging Kaido, if Kaido is in a bad mood, it will be a direct blow to the sky. Pluton can swim across the calm belt directly. Even if Garp is not coated in the water, he can probably fight with all his strength by holding his breath for several hours. Although Kaido of the Beasts likes to recruit younger brothers with Zoan fruit abilities, recently, 2 of his horns have been lost. Kaido is far more cruel than Whitebeard. Challenge, if Whitebeard fails, he basically still has a chance to survive. The worst he can do is lose his arm, so the problem is not that big. Wanakuni is deep in the New World, farther than Tryndamere reaches Whitebeard's territory. What's more, before challenging Kaido, Shavina, Nidalee, and others also need to find ways to kill some monsters in the New World to improve their strength. That's okay. Escort me to the Holy Land Marijois. I see. It just so happens that I have something that needs to be explained at the World Summit, so I'll leave it to you for the next period of time. Nami said sincerely to Garp. If it was escorted by other marine generals, then Nami might have to worry about the world government's little moves. But Garp, who has always disliked the celestial dragons, takes action to escort Nami. There will be no danger during the time Nami arrives at the Holy Land Marijois. Garp's iron fist is not a vegetarian. And, Queen Nami. Garp looked at Nami, who looked soft and seemed to be easy to talk to. He rubbed his little hands nervously and asked tentatively, I wonder what your views are on the countless pirates on the sea. After witnessing the bustling changes in the Fishmen Island, Direct Export suggested that Nami completely block the route to the Fishmen Island. Even though Garp is not known for his cleverness, Garp would not be so reckless as to make direct demands on such a major matter that involves the entire pirate world. Perhaps some of the pirates are forced to make a living and will never act recklessly and kill innocent people indiscriminately. However, the cruel sea will always make those who go to sea with ideals change their original appearance. I and the entire Ryoga kingdom do not welcome any pirates. Nami said solemnly. Perhaps many people in the pirate world choose to go to sea because of the cruel oppression of Sky Gold and the kings and nobles, but when those people choose to go to sea, they are faced with the cruel and harsh living environment, scarce food, and fresh water, and the temptation that seems to satisfy all one's desires easily just by killing and looting wantonly. It is enough to make countless people who go to sea with beautiful ideals transform into villains who commit all kinds of evil in a short period of time. Not everyone can have a strong background and strength like the Straw Hats, and can survive on the sea according to their own ideas. On the cruel sea, only the strong are qualified to talk about justice and ideals, while the vast majority of the weak only think about survival. There is no morality or justice in survival. But when the bottom line is broken, many people never go back. Then Garp then asked tentatively, but before he could finish his words, Nami, the summoner of the waves, interrupted Garp's reply and said decisively, I know what you want to say, but I'm sorry, although you are the top strong man in the world. But things like this cannot be changed by the wishes of just one person or some people. It's okay to block the route to the Fishmen Island, but the world government still has countless kings, and a sufficient price must be paid. There is never a free lunch in this world. I don't like pirates, but I'm also the queen of all fishmen. It is not impossible for Nami to completely lock the pirate route in the first half of New World and Grand Line. As long as you can afford the price, such as a one-time treasure worth trillions of belly. Seeing that all the pirates in the pirate world will not be able to survive for long, and the whole world will fall under Duke's command sooner or later, it is not impossible for Nami to agree. However, as Garp said casually, simply for the so-called fairness and justice, or for the countless ordinary people on the sea to be protected from some pirates, Nami must risk heavy losses to the Fishmen Island and directly block the route to the Fishmen Island. That would be too ridiculous. No matter how you look at Nami, Tidecaller Sherakim, she doesn't look like an ordinary human being. In other words, those celestial dragons, those kings, and those nobles do not regard the ordinary people in the pirate world as human beings. Why should Nami, the king of the fishmen, fight unconditionally for the safety of those ordinary people? Woolen cloth? If we really want to completely block the route of the Fishmen Island, the Fishmen Island will not only face the problem of losing tens of billions of wealth every year. Countless pirate groups, underground forces, and even the Four Emperors group will continue to cause trouble for the Fishmen Island. In the deep sea, naval headquarters can't help much. Looking at Nami's solemn expression, Garp, who is the world's top expert, was silent for a moment and said dryly, I believe that if the Dragon Palace Kingdom can completely block the Fishmen Island, the world government and countless kings will definitely pay. When Garp said this, looking at Nami who had been staring deeply at him, he was finally speechless. Garp knows better than anyone else the greed and stupidity of the world government and the celestial dragons. It is impossible for them to pay a price sufficient to satisfy the Dragon Palace Kingdom in order to block the route to the Fishmen Island, or the world government that controls the ancient weapon Uranus, if you will. There is no need for Nami to block the route to the Fishmen Island, which is enough to completely end the era of great pirates and allow countless ordinary people in the pirate world to live a peaceful and happy life. World government is never unable to do something, but rather unwilling to do it. When it comes to world government and the government affairs of many kingdoms in the world, even though Garp is the world's top powerhouse, there are still too many things that Garp has no way to solve. He is the hero of all Marines, he is the world's top strongman, but he is just a vice admiral of naval headquarters. Of course, the main reason may be because Garp is not strong enough. If Garp were really strong enough to punch an emu and knock over Red Line with just one kick, or be strong enough to score points in the pirate world, all problems will no longer be a problem. After all, sometimes problems cannot be solved, and solving the people who caused them problems is often the best way to solve them. Garp sighed deeply, rubbed his head awkwardly, and then immediately showed a naive smile to Nami again. Forget it, I'm not good at this kind of thing. Such a troublesome matter, it would be easier to leave it to Sengoku and Zayahi. Then I will accompany you to Marijoy's for a while. 7 days later, the World Summit, where 50 kings of world government will gather to jointly decide the future of the world, will be held. Before the World Summit was held, a duel that could shock the entire world had already begun. On an unnamed island in the first half of the Grand Line, just out of boredom, he was chasing the great pirate Mihawk of the Blood Axe Sagro pirates who had a bounty of hundreds of millions. His originally lazy eyes instantly became a little serious. Then, he stared firmly at the direction in which Blood Axe Sagro and others were fleeing. At that place, a cold figure that also exuded an extremely sharp aura had already grasped the sword blade in his hand. Are you the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk? Then, let's put the name of the Laron family on the line and decide the outcome. Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, held one hand behind her back and pointed the sword at Mihawk with the other, her eyes filled with blazing fighting spirit. She challenged a large number of so-called famous swordsmen in the first half of the Grand Line, and at the same time defeated a large number of pirate groups who were either greedy for her beauty or accidentally bumped into her hands. But after her level quickly rose to a certain level, in the first half of the Grand Line, it has been difficult to find a suitable opponent for Fiona, the peerless swordsman. Especially after not long ago, 2 more pieces of equipment were added to the body. In the first half of the Grand Line, in addition to the alternate Admiral Momuzagi of Naval Headquarters, he may also be able to fight Fiona. Of the swordsmen who hung around in the first half of the Grand Line, Fiona dared to say that none of them could fight. Fiona likes worthy opponents, and just when she was thinking about whether to challenge the alternate Admiral Momuzagi first or directly challenge Mihawk, Mihawk appeared in front of her. This was really surprising and exciting to Fiona. You guy, get away from me. That's the greatest swordsman in the world. Even if you want to die, don't block Lao Zi's way. Sagura, the Blood Axe, who had been fleeing for several days under the pursuit of Mihawk, had blood-red eyes, and directly waved the big axe in his hand, which flashed a black light. He slashed fiercely at Fiona, the peerless swordswoman who was standing in front of him. Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, challenged various swordsmen in the first half of the Grand Line and really made a lot of names. But for big pirates like Blood Axe Sagura, who had a bounty of hundreds of millions, the so-called swordsmen who didn't even have a bounty on their backs were all weaklings worth mentioning. Blood Axe Saguro swung his axe, intending to split Fiona in half with one blow, but there was a ding sound, and in Blood Axe Saguro's disbelieving eyes, the small thin sword in Fiona's hand directly blocked Saguro's axe, which was swinging with all his strength. Fiona remained motionless, even her eyes were fixed on Mihawk in the distance. Then she waved her hand gently, and the blade in her hand suddenly became like a phantom. The first blow directly opened the Blood Axe Saguro's, the second blow of the heavy axe directly pierced the throat of Blood Axe Saguro. Then, as if the stabbing sword in Fiona's hand had never moved, with unimaginable precision and grace, he returned to the starting point exactly and continued to aim at the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, from a distance. Ho ho, the heavy axe in Blood Axe Saguro's hand fell quietly. Sigla covered his throat with both hands, but he couldn't stop the blood that kept pouring out of his throat. With a bang, the tall figure of Blood Axe Siguro finally fell to the ground, and the blood seeping from his throat gradually dyed the small piece of land red. Boss. The boss is dead. Run away, it's another monster. Blood Axe Siguro fell to the ground and died, and the remaining minions under Siguro's command also began to flee crazily after being stunned for a moment. Fiona ignored the fleeing minions, and Mihawk also lost interest in chasing those minions. At this moment, the two top swordsmen in the pirate world faced each other, their eyes filled with fighting intent. With a clang, the stabbing sword in Fiona's hand collided fiercely with Mihawk's supreme sharp sword, Black Knife Knight. An extremely powerful shock wave spread out wildly at the moment the two of them met. The scattered sword energy even cut a surrounding mountain peak in half. Every top swordsman in the pirate world can easily cut through mountains. With a bang, Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, took a few steps back under Mihawk's slash, but the next second, Fiona's eyes gleamed, and the stabbing sword in her hand suddenly stabbed out thousands of sword flowers like a violent storm. In terms of sheer slashing and power, today's peerless swordsman Fiona is still no match for Mihawk even with the blessing of several pieces of equipment. Even though Hawkeye at this time is still a step away from the real four emperors, he is definitely the top powerhouse in the sea who can compete head-to-head with the three admirals of naval headquarters at this time without deciding the outcome. In other words, even the four emperors would find it difficult to successfully defeat them without paying a huge price. But, so what if the slashing and strength can't compare? The power of Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, never lies in her terrifying strength and airborne slashes, but in her gorgeous and deadly sword dance. A sharp sword, a sharp eye. Fiona's eyes were as sharp as her stabbing sword. Every attack she made seemed to see through Mihawk's most fatal weakness. The angle of every attack with the blade seemed so subtle and unimaginable. But, it's no use, it's still no use. Fiona's stabbing sword pierced thousands of sword lights in front of Mihawk's eyes, but every time Fiona thought her stabbing sword was about to stab the enemy in front of her, Mihawk's black sword always blocks Fiona's sword light at an unimaginable speed in an instant. Fiona has a pair of extremely sharp eyes, but Mihawk's eyes are also as sharp as a hawk. The clanking and clashing sound of sword blades could be heard constantly, and the sparks that kept shooting out made the confrontation between the two more brilliant. Elegant and dangerous, gorgeous and deadly, Fiona and Mihawk perform a deadly waltz together in the most extreme and swift sword fight. But when the gorgeous dance finally came to an end, after the extreme confrontation between the two lasted for more than 3 hours, and the island where the two fought had been torn into pieces and covered with sword marks. Finally, at another extreme collision between Fiona's stabbing sword and Mihawk's black knife, Fiona's figure flew out upside down, and then she suddenly hit the ground with her sword before stopping. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Fiona's forehead, and strands of her sweat-wet hair stuck to Fiona's forehead. Fiona gasped for air, and her chest heaved violently with the violent breathing. After a long period of all-out attack, Fiona's physical strength gradually began to weaken, but her hands holding the sword were still steady, and her eyes were still shining with sharp light. She likes worthy opponents, and this battle was a blast. Not all heroes can be like the top heroes in the pirate world. All of them are amazingly powerful, and can easily fight for days and nights. For Fiona at this time, attacking with all her strength for several hours was already close to the limit of her physical strength. Fiona is not good at physical strength, and she is not equipped with fanatic armor. Of course, generally speaking, in this world, there are too few enemies that Fiona can attack without defeating for several hours. Even Kaido may not be able to withstand Fiona's extremely fast series of attacks. Relying on defense and blocking with weapons are two completely different concepts. I lost. My current sword is not fast enough, accurate enough, and ruthless enough. Fiona gasped, looked directly at Mihawk, and said calmly, Fiona is just a little weak in physical strength, but it doesn't mean that she has completely lost all fighting ability. What's more, Fiona firmly believes that as long as she gives herself a little more time to level up 1 or 2 more levels and become more proficient in controlling the two-color haki, it will not be difficult to defeat the enemy in front of her. Mihawk's potential is approaching its limit, but Fiona, the peerless swordsman, still has a lot of potential to tap. If that doesn't work, don't we still have equipment and skin bonuses? For every hero under Duke's command, the future is unimaginable. No, you didn't lose. In terms of pure swordsmanship, you win. Mihawk inserted his black sword behind his back, then gently wiped a trace of blood on his face and said in a deep voice, perhaps in terms of destructive power, the destructive power of peerless swordswoman Fiona at this time is far less than that of Mihawk, but purely in terms of the exquisiteness of swordsmanship, Fiona's gorgeous sword dance. But it won't be long before I take it back with my own hands. I don't deserve such a title, and I never need others to be humble. Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, also sheathed her sword, and then said coldly to Mihawk, but it is undoubtedly more dangerous and deadly than the slashes in the pirate world. A more powerful swordsman than you and me. The title of the world's greatest swordsman belongs to you. The next day, the title of the world's greatest swordsman changed hands, and the name of the unparalleled swordswoman Fiona suddenly shocked the whole world. Mihawk was silent for a moment, and then an extremely excited smile appeared on his face that he hadn't seen in a long time. But there are sword masters in this world who are more powerful than you and me. This is really, really good. As injuries continue to accumulate, my hawk will undoubtedly lose. Perhaps he should be considered the #1 swordsman in the world. If you lose, you lose. You are indeed a worthy opponent. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. Until now, Fiona, the peerless swordsman, has been able to leave a small wound on his body. And if Fiona can attack with all her strength for another hour, the greatest swordsman in the world. A true master always has the heart of a disciple. Fiona longs for a worthy opponent, and my hawk has also been longing for a confrontation with the top swordsman. Big news, the position of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands, and the new world's greatest swordsman is born. Big news, the former world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, lost to the newcomer. What kind of combat power does the new world's greatest swordsman have? Big news, the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands. As the 7 warlords of the sea, where should Hawkeye go? Big news. Under the leaks from the news birds that hovered in almost every sea area of the pirate world and a small number of members of the Blood Axe pirates who narrowly escaped. The news that Fiona, the peerless swordswoman, had won the title of the world's greatest swordsman from Hawkeye, resounded throughout the world in the shortest possible time. As the former greatest sword in the world and the strongest among the 7 warlords of the sea, my hawk's strength and status are undoubtedly enough to influence the entire world. In other words, the 7 warlords of the sea, which did not have the Scarlet Baron Vladimir, relied on Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, to exist. Only then can the 7 warlords of the sea oscillate between the 4 emperors and the naval headquarters, becoming the 3rd largest force that can affect the balance of the world. But now, my hawk has been defeated by a rookie swordsman? This undoubtedly caused an uproar in the entire pirate world. That guy Hawkeye would actually be defeated by a new female swordsman who became famous at the same time as Laozi. Did he get his title as the world's greatest swordsman by defeating a bunch of weaklings? There are so many people with empty names in this sea. Boys, let's go. Come with me to remove Hawkeye's head first, and then kill Whitebeard. What Shishibukai 4 emperors, they are all a bunch of scum. Laozi is the future pirate king. A man who has just entered the new world and has already made quite a name for himself, and who has not yet been severely beaten by the 4 emperors and Shishibukai, has a bounty of 160 million supernova Kuronuma bits. After seeing the news of Hawkeye's defeat at the hands of Fiona, the peerless swordsman, his heart suddenly aroused great pride. Kill the Shishibukai first, then the 4 emperors. The boss of Kuronuma is the pirate king. On the Black Marsh, some of Black Marsh's minions also roared eagerly. As a user with Logia's Marsh Fruit ability, Black Marsh Bit arrived in the New World from North Blue and has yet to meet any truly strong person. During this period, Naval Headquarters was busy guarding the World Summit held by the kings of the participating countries, and was not in the mood to send out elite combat forces to encircle and suppress an ordinary supernova. Logia's Marsh Fruit, that's about it. Marine pays more attention to Black Marsh than Tryndamere, Shyvana, and even Fire Fist Ace. Before personally experiencing the beatings of the top players in the pirate world where transportation and information are extremely limited, new pirates are often extremely arrogant. Until they encountered the real reality? Hey, would a monster like Hawkeye be defeated by a rookie swordsman? Is there another monster like Big Mom in this sea? Doflamingo sat cross-legged on the tall mast of the Black Marsh, holding the newsprint of Mihawk's defeat in one hand, covering his face with the other, and let out a deep laugh. Doflamingo had just reached a big deal with Kaido. On his way back to his hometown Dressrosa, he suddenly learned the big news that the title of the world's greatest swordsman had changed hands. This surprised Doflamingo, who was very aware of Mihawk's strength. Mihawk, once the world's greatest swordsman, was a top-level monster comparable to Admiral and the 4 emperors. It can be said that among all the members of 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk is on one level, and the other 7 warlords of the sea are on another level. This is how powerful Yamato was, once the greatest swordsman in the world, Mihawk. But now, such a powerful Mihawk would be defeated by a rookie swordsman who has just gone to sea? Is a new era really coming? Hey. Doflamingo said with a wanton smile, as someone who has personally experienced all the evils in the world, from heaven to hell. Doflamingo, who killed his father and younger brother with his own hands and emerged from hell, has long been deeply linked to hell. Doflamingo has been looking forward to the day when the world will be in chaos and the whole world will fall into hell. Doflamingo has long since lost his heart. Doflamingo is still marveling at Mihawk's defeat and the ups and downs in the pirate world during this period. On the Black Marsh, a large number of minions recognized Doflamingo, but they no longer had the enthusiasm to praise Black Marsh before. Instead, they said with a slight trembling of fear, "King, 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Why is he here?" The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, although they followed the Logia Marsh Fruit ability user Black Marsh from North Blue to the New World, and it was smooth sailing. But when they really encountered the prestigious 7 warlords of the sea, those ordinary minions still lacked some confidence in their hearts. What are you afraid of? Isn't he one of the 7 warlords of the sea? I, Kuronuma, am the man who wants to become the pirate king. Let me suffocate in the mud, Kuronuma tied. Black Marsh Bit pushed away the trembling and frightened man in front of him, then clapped his hands, and a large amount of silt suddenly formed a raging wave. Climbing all the way up the mast of the Black Marsh, Doflamingo was completely submerged in an instant. Ha ha ha, the 7 warlords of the sea, in front of the swamp of Laozi, are all scum. Laozi is the one who wants to become the pirate king. Black Swampbit looked at Doflamingo, who was instantly swallowed by his own swamp. He was stunned for a moment, and then laughed wildly and confidently. The minions under his command also laughed happily after being stunned for a moment. On the Black Marsh, there was a sudden burst of laughter, but in the continuous laughter, Black Marshbit gradually noticed something abnormal. Black Marshbit closed his mouth, and then stared at the crew members beside him who were still laughing happily and weirdly. A few drops of cold sweat slipped quietly from his forehead. Hey, you guys, haven't you laughed enough? Stop it for Laozi. Those crew members had been laughing for too long, and the more they looked at the smiling expressions on their faces, the more stiff and weird Black Marshbit felt. Black Marshbit tried to make his crew stop laughing, but no matter how he shouted, the smiles on the faces of the crew never stopped. Even though the Black Marshbit broke the legs of a crew member and completely swallowed another crew member in the mud, even before being swallowed by the mud of the Black Marsh. Come out to Laozi. Laozi knows you are the one causing trouble. Then, after Kuronoma's body froze for a moment, a strange and stiff smile slowly appeared on his face, just like the crew members who were imprisoned by him. Fortunately, Duke and the heroes under his command are considered strong. In the Holy Land of Marijois, the 5 elders gathered together, and the blonde 5 elders asked in a deep voice. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, several thin threads wrapped around armament haki suddenly penetrated Kuronoma's body. But for the new world's greatest swordsman who defeated my hawk. The weird and stiff smiles of those crew members cannot be accidental, and there is only one enemy Black Marshbit encountered today, and that is the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. Black Marshbit roared crazily, waved his hands, and a large amount of sludge spurted out, imprisoning all the countless crew members around him, then stared around, looked around, and said angrily, "Then, come, let us celebrate your dream together." The exposed head still has a weird and stiff smile. "Hey, a scum like you also wants to become the pirate king." Black Marshbit yelled crazily, and then suddenly raised his head as if he suddenly realized something. Just above him, Doflamingo grinned and flicked his fingers. How should we respond? For the week, no one knows which one will come first, tomorrow or the accident. The arrogant Black Marshbit was silently destroyed by Doflamingo in the New World before he had time to challenge Hawkeye. Recruit her into the 7 warlords of the sea as well. You all, stop for Laozi. Hawkeye my hawk lost his position as the world's greatest swordsman, which is really unexpected news. Issue a recruitment order for her first. The situation in the sea is getting more and more chaotic, and we need stronger power. Curly hair 5 elders said in a low voice. The somewhat bald 5 elders also shook their heads slightly and said coldly, the kind of guy who can defeat Hawkeye may not be willing to join the 7 warlords of the sea. In addition to issuing a recruitment order for 7 warlords of the sea to her, let's also issue a recruitment order for Fire Fist Ace. Loki's Maramara fruit has pretty good potential. After curly hair 5 elders finished speaking, the other 5 elders nodded one after another and said one after another. The World Summit is about to be held. It's time to eliminate that Jinbei guy from the 7 warlords of the sea sequence. God's order is destined to be eternal. Any force that may threaten God will be punished by God. When the World Summit was held, it was also the day when the world government solved the threat of the Fishmen Island Poseidon. In the Dragon Palace Kingdom, around the tidal sea spirit Fitz, there is a simple and honest-looking soldier of the Poseidon army. Like the other fishmen warriors of the Poseidon army, looking at the mischievous Fitz sitting on a big shark, manipulating a large number of sea kings at will, and leading his bodyguards everywhere to show off their power, he showed eager and respectful eyes. In the world of pirates, weak people are naughty and mischievous, and they are assholes. A strong person is naughty and mischievous, that's his personality? People always have more tolerance and a different view of the strong. Time passed quietly. After the news that the peerless swordswoman Fiona became the world's greatest swordsman was buzzing on the sea for several days, it was gradually replaced by more important news. That is, the World Summit, which is held every 4 years and can almost determine the future of the entire pirate world, has officially begun. Whoever sits on the throne of the world's greatest swordsman cannot affect the lives of ordinary people. However, the national policies decided by the 50 powerful kings of the world government are enough to affect countless people, especially in today's increasingly chaotic and turbulent era. The World Summit was officially held, and the kings of the 50 countries began to gather in the Holy Land Marijois, escorted by a large number of naval headquarters elites and Holy Land guards. The drought in Alabasta is getting more and more serious. I wonder if there is any way to find a few kings to help Alabasta today. Cobra, the king of one of the great powers in the pirate world, said in a low voice in the familiar Holy Land of Marijois. As the superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, King Alabasta is inevitable at the Quadrennial World Summit. Alabasta may be far inferior to the top powers in the pirate world in terms of the number of top powerhouses. After all, with the elite protection of naval headquarters all over the world, coupled with the vast territory and terrifying depth, Alabasta will still inevitably suffer. Although pirates robbed Alabasta, they almost never encountered pirate attacks that could cause a crisis of annihilation for Alabasta. This also led to the lack of truly cruel wars among Alabasta's warriors, and it was difficult for Alabasta's top warriors to emerge. But in terms of standing troops and ordinary combat power, Alabasta can almost defeat most of the kingdoms and forces in the pirate world. This is my first time attending World Summit. Holy Marijois, it's so beautiful. King Bill 6 of the Kingdom of Hiroshio looked at the gorgeous and magnificent Holy Land Marijois and said in admiration, "Is this the Holy Land where the celestial dragons live? Sooner or later, the royal family of the Kingdom of Goa will be able to live here and become the new celestial dragons." The current king of the Kingdom of Goa, Ordiluk III, said greedily that the royal family of the Kingdom of Goa have always dreamed of becoming celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are the descendants of the Creator and have almost supreme privileges in the entire pirate world. Is this the truth about the so-called Holy Land and the celestial dragons? Is all beauty and nobility based on filth and filth? It's so sad. The current queen of Ryago Kingdom, Tide Summoner Sameheim Nami, holds the scepter and stares deeply at the ground. Underground in Marijois, a luxurious and tidy holy place, there are countless slaves who have been bullied and are working extremely hard. Nami's increasingly powerful observation haki is enough to allow her to see the darkness hidden beneath the Holy Land. Nami sighed deeply, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and then he and some other kings began to prepare to enter the conference hall and jointly make a decision that could affect the entire world. But just when Nami and the other kings were about to enter the conference hall, in the Holy Land of Marijois, they rarely wandered around during the World Summit in the past, wearing a bubble helmet, drooping nose, and riding on a strong slave Saint Charlos of Celestial Dragons. When he saw the beautiful queen of the deep sea, Nami, he sniffed hard, and then his eyes lit up. "Mermaid? Beautiful mermaid. I want her to be my slave." As a celestial dragons with countless privileges, he never cared who the beautiful mermaid in front of him was or what his identity was. Anyway, except for the celestial dragons who are the same as them, all other beings are pariahs and can be used as slaves at will. After Saint Charlos finished speaking, he held the chain and collar and faced Nami directly. The other kings around Nami looked at the scene in front of them. Most of them lowered their eyebrows and quietly stepped back. There were only a few kings, whose faces turned red and clenched their fists. Many years ago, fish and mermaids were only regarded as fish. Most humans have always held great prejudice against fish and humans. What's more, few of the world government member countries that are protected by the powerful naval headquarters elites pay high amounts of heavenly gold every year, and whose strength is constantly weakened can really offend the celestial dragons and the people behind the celestial dragons. Horrible world government. Celestial dragons are a being that cannot be offended. Enough, is this how world government and celestial dragons treat guests? This is the World Summit. Where are the guards? Come and stop this farce. King Cobra of Alabasta said loudly with a blue face. As one of the 50 kings who came to participate in the World Summit, and also one of the descendants of the 20 former nations, Cobra only felt that the current world government and the celestial dragons were ridiculous. What do these celestial dragons and the world government think of these kings? Cobra's heart was filled with doubts and anger, and some of the kings who were also touched, especially King Bill 6, who was attending the World Summit for the first time, were also livid. Celestial dragons are world nobles, and it is true that they have various privileges. But they are only the descendants of the 20 kings, and everyone present is a true king. Of course the guards did not come out, or in other words, the appearance of Saint Charlos was originally a setup against Nami. Nami in the deep sea is too strong and Yamato is terrifying, but the mermaid on land is when she is at her weakest. The Ryago Kingdom has now become a huge threat to the world government. Poseidon, the world government wants to eliminate it. Nami, the queen of the deep sea who can control the sea and is invincible in the sea, must also find a way to solve it. Around Saint Charlos, several CP0 strong men had already been keeping an eye on Nami. They were just waiting for Nami to resist, and then they took action and captured Nami directly. Saint Charlos held the collar and chain and pressed towards Nami. At this time, in the deep sea, the Murloc warrior of the Fitz guards with an extremely honest face suddenly pulled out a seastone dagger, and his figure moved instantly, heavily. Stabbed Fitz in the heart. There was a stabbing sound, blood spurted out, and the heart of Saint Charlos was directly pierced by a stream of water. After that, all the kings present were completely dumbfounded. Some of them wanted to watch a show, and some wanted to call the guards to stop this ridiculous celestial dragons, but no matter what, they never thought that someone would directly kill a celestial dragons in the Holy Land of Marijois. The rescue was too late, or the CP0s, who originally planned to wait for Nami to injure the celestial dragons before taking action, were dumbfounded. Then, they surrounded Nami with expressionless faces. As a descendant of the patron saint, CP0, regardless of whether all this was arranged by the 5 elders, but a celestial dragons died under their protection, no matter what, it will be difficult for them to get better in the future. But the mistake has been made, and completing the next plan and completely capturing Nami is the best way for them to make amends. You dare to kill God's descendants. No matter who you are, you can't escape God's punishment. The CP0s said coldly. Nami shook his head slightly, held the scepter in his hand with both hands, pushed it down hard, and then said in a deep voice, "Isn't this exactly what you want to see? However, I almost forgot why I came here. Now, kings, and those who control the world government, let's start this world summit right now, right here. I propose that all countries and forces, including the world government and celestial dragons, prohibit the sale, capture and use of all slaves, especially fishmen. Whoever dares to sell, capture, and use slaves is the enemy of the world. After I finish speaking, who agrees and who opposes? As soon as Nami finished speaking, a spring spewed out from under the earth, lifting her directly to the sky, and then there was a loud roar. Behind Nami, a huge wave that was so terrifying that it could submerge the entire holy land of Marijois was slowly rising. The red line is indeed very high, but with the skin of the river spirit, and after defeating Kaido, the level was upgraded again, and Nami was given 2 new pieces of equipment by Duke. She is not only the daughter of the sea, but also the embodiment of the sea. Nami is the deep sea. The terrifying huge waves covered the sky and blocked the sun. The terrifying shadow gradually engulfed Marijois, a holy place where the sun shines brightly all year round. Endless sea water covered the sky, and the water flowed in the sky. Even some huge fish in the deep sea, which had never seen the light of day, began to swim in the sky without knowing anything. At this moment, most of the people in the holy land of Marijo looked at the huge waves, their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and they even stopped thinking. At this moment, even the fearless and brainless celestial dragons in the past witnessed the natural disaster controlled by Nami that seemed to be able to destroy the entire holy land of Marijois at any time. For the first time, they felt instinctive of fear. Human beings need to be in awe. At this moment, Nami is a natural disaster that everyone must fear. The CP0s had solemn expressions and did not dare to act rashly, while the kings of some world government member countries were mostly impressed by the terrifying power displayed by Nami and fell into deep fear. But there are always some idiots who can't tell what reality is, and they still have the greatest expectations for the power of the world government and celestial dragons. King Outlook III of Goa Kingdom gritted his teeth, and after glancing at the huge waves that covered the sky, he glanced at the CP0s who were trembling as if facing a powerful enemy, as well as the 5 elders and others who had not yet appeared. After that, he gritted his teeth and said tremblingly to Nami, "Arrogant, how arrogant. You guy, what do you think this place is? World Summit is such a joke." Between Nami, who has already demonstrated terrifying power, and world government, who has obviously not yet fully demonstrated his power, Altruk III, who wanted to become a celestial dragons, decisively chose world government. After all, world government and the celestial dragons have ruled the world for 800 years. Then, before Outlook III could finish speaking, a sea current fell from the sky, instantly drenching Outlook III into a drowned rat. "Idiot, do you think I'm negotiating with you?" Nami's eyes coldly swept over most of the kings of the world government participating countries present, and then turned his gaze directly to the CP0s in front of him. "I've finished speaking, what's your answer?" Having participated in many world summits, the kings of the countries that have joined the world government and have apparently dominated the future of the world many times, will always truly believe that they, the kings, are the real masters of the world. But, in fact, the kings of those participating countries are just clowns and puppets on the stage to be manipulated by others. In this world summit convened by Nami, the real protagonists are only Nami and the world government? Hehehehe. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? How many years has it been since the Holy Land Marijois faced such a threat? She is at war with God. The slightly narrowed eyes of the bald 5 elders exuded endless killing intent, and the blade of the first generation Kaititsu, which was slowly drawn out, began to exude a terrifying aura like a Shura ghost. Isn't she worthy of being an enemy of God? Does she think that a huge wave alone can destroy the eternal Holy Land? God's order is eternal. The blonde 5 elders pulled off the 2 sleeves around his neck, his muscles bulged, and he clenched his fists hard. The other 5 elders, the army commander Kong who has been responsible for guarding the Holy Land, and some of the top powerhouses in CP0 are also ready for battle. However, none of them chose to take action against Nami. The huge wave set off by Nami may not completely destroy the holy place Marijois, but it will take a huge wave to bring it down. How many people will die in the holy place Marijois? A quarter died? 1/3? Or a whole half? The 5 elders and others don't care about the lives of ordinary people, and it doesn't hurt if a dozen or 20 celestial dragons die. But without Lord Im's permission, the celestial dragons will never allow a large number of casualties. All orders from Lord Im are absolute. The lives of the celestial dragons are related to the world government's ultimate trump card. Lord Im, deep inside Pango City, looked at Nami controlling the huge waves and the huge waves that covered the sky. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. His fingers flicked in the air. The entire holy land of Marijois gradually became strange. The breeze, an inexplicable and terrifying breath, seems to be quietly condensing on the holy land of Marijois. As long as he is prepared, it is not unacceptable to him to kill the deep sea queen who has posed a great threat to the world at the cost of killing some celestial dragons. The prophesied era is coming, and a new cycle of reincarnation may begin again. The lives of these celestial dragons will no longer be so important after the final fireworks. Of course, the most important thing is that after being a god for a long time, Lord Im gradually can no longer tolerate the provocation of others. Even the person who provoked her also had a power close to that of a god. But just when Lord Im was about to pay some price to erase Nami, Queen of the Deep Sea, the intelligence just presented by a CP0 dispelled Lord Im's idea of erasing Nami. Everything is meaningless. Nami has never been the most important target of the world government. Even though she has set off a huge wave that is almost enough to destroy the world. The world belongs to the world government, but ultimately it belongs to the people around the world. At the same time, while Fitz and the Poseidon army responsible for protecting him were panicking, one of the aces of the world government, a substitute fruit user who had already been among Fitz's bodyguards, had A+ regular Shishibukai combat power. Number 9 CP0 also took the opportunity to stab Fitz silently and fatally. Poseidon is the number 1 target of Lord Im and the world government. But compared to Poseidon, which can cause the entire world to go berserk in an instant and block the entire sea in one day, a small body with a lot of energy. What a joke, don't think that little fishman Fizz can only command those stupid Sea King's sharks. The situation at that time was like this. Several world governments had already arranged for the number to be at the top. CP0, who at least had the combat power of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, took advantage of Fitz's boredom to play around outside. He jumped up and wanted to take it with one blow. Lower the Fizz head. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The CP0 killers carefully arranged by the world government, including the ace number 9 CP0, are all finished. The huge waves Whitebeard made with shock fruit were just a little smaller than Nami's waves. Then, while many of Fizz's guards were horrified and dumbfounded, the little fishman Fizz pole vaulted with great agility, avoiding the fatal blow of number 9, and then grinned in a way that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. Speed, waving the Poseidon trident, walking freely through the crowd like lightning. It's a pity that the world government's assassination attempt against Poseidon Fitz failed despite careful preparations and even the deliberate transfer of Nami, the notorious queen of the deep sea. But if you, Poseidon, go crazy and summon countless sea kings to disrupt the order of my world government, block my world government's shipping links with other parts of the world, and cut off my world government's control and exploitation of countries around the world, then it will be completely intolerable. As long as the world government doesn't care about the world, no one can threaten the world government by destroying the world. What does the power Nami shows at this moment count? But Whitebeard, the world government has never taken him seriously. Just destroy the world, who cares? Poseidon Fitz hasn't been killed yet, so there's no point in spending the price to kill Nami, Queen of the Deep Sea, in the Holy Land Marijois. As a Yordle with great potential, the strongest thing about Murloc Fitz has never been his ability to summon sea kings, but himself. The CP0s who were confronting Nami were very nervous. The kings of a large number of world government member countries looked at the majestic Nami with inexplicable expressions in their eyes. In the past, they always thought that they were the masters of the entire world. The kings of 50 countries sitting together are enough to decide the future of the entire world. But today, both the unscrupulous celestial dragons and the equally unscrupulous Nami have exposed the truth and cruelty of the world to their kings for the first time. They were all supreme kings in their own countries. But looking at the whole world, they are nothing. In this world, only the truly strong can dominate everything. And they are not enough. After the CP0s and Nami were in a stalemate for a while, several CP0s dragged away the body of the dead celestial dragon Saint Charlos, and then as if nothing happened, the 5 elders finally appeared quietly. We can free and prohibit the sale and capture of all Murlocs and Merfolk slaves. But free all human slaves, no. The blonde 5 elders had a sullen face and made concessions to Nami on behalf of Lord Im. Murlocs and Merfolk are mostly just ornaments and toys for the celestial dragons, and it doesn't matter if they are let go. The countless human slaves under the Holy Land, as well as the human slaves in some secret agencies of the world government around the world, are an important part of maintaining the normal operation of the Holy Land Marijois and those secret agencies. Without countless slaves, the Holy Land Marijois would not be able to function normally in a short time. After the blonde 5 elders finished speaking, Nami had not yet replied, but some of the human kings present who still had justice in mind had already frowned. Among the 50 kings present, there was only one mermaid, Nami, and the other kings were all humans. Why can't all human slaves be freed? Hasn't the world government banned the slave trade long ago? King Cobra of Alabasta asked in a deep voice. The world government has officially promulgated laws prohibiting the slave trade, but with celestial dragons, the largest buyer, the so-called laws prohibiting the slave trade are essentially in vain. World governments have long banned the slave trade, but there are always some untouchables in this world who need to atone for their sins. King Cobra, this is not an issue you should interfere with. Don't forget your identity. The curly-haired 5 elders glared at Cobra deeply and said a pun with a hint of threat. Almost all the celestial dragons regard the Nefertari family as traitors for the Nefertari family who gave up staying in the Holy Land Marijois and chose to stay in the lower world. After all, when turbidity becomes the norm, sobriety inevitably becomes a sin. Since they don't follow the same trend, they naturally don't belong to the same group. Cobra paused, looked at the gloomy-looking 5 elders, sighed and said no more. This time at the World Summit, the world government has already completely trampled on the faces of their formerly aloof kings. Nami glanced coldly at the human kings around him, who mostly chose to have nothing to do with their affairs and were hanging high, and nodded lightly. After all, even human kings can calmly continue to make their compatriots slaves, or in other words, they simply use a large number of slaves themselves. She is a fishman queen, why should she really break up with the world government for the benefit of mankind? The dangerous atmosphere that enveloped the entire Holy Land of Marijois not long ago made Nami feel the threat of death for the first time. The power of Uranus is enough to kill all the heroes who have not yet developed under Duke at this time in the pirate world. Of course, the premise is that the heroes under Duke's command are all mentally retarded and don't know how to escape. Are you kidding me? If you can't beat me, why don't you know how to run away? Nami dared to go directly to the Holy Land, rejoiced to come out of the flooded Holy Land and test the power of Lord Uranus, because he could transform into sea water at any time and dive into the bottom of the sea. Regardless of how strong and Lord Uranus are, as long as Nami cannot be killed in an instant, Nami only needs to jump, and in the deep sea, that is Nami's home court. It's impossible for Uranus and to directly kill Nami at 10,000 meters under the sea, right? And the instant Nami said that the banshee veil on her body is not a vegetarian. Lord chose to retreat, and Nami did not press forward against world government and Lord After all, time is always on Duke's side. Nami's potential and strength have not yet been reached to their limits, let alone those god-level heroes with unlimited potential. Within Sky Island, the temples of Janna, the Storm Spirit, and Gyre, the Angel, were quietly built. With the continuous development of downwind shipping, a large number of good luck ships with bluebird statues on their bows also use the mysterious spirit of the storm to bless the ships with smooth sailing and stay away from storms. Taking the first half of the Grand Line as the starting point, they continue to travel to the Four Seas and New Zealand. World spreads. In the pirate world where natural disasters abound and the climate is extremely weird, the bluebird statue, which can really contain the storm to a certain extent, is undoubtedly a highly revered god among all merchant ships, pirate ships, and even warships in the pirate world. Janna's faith began to be sung throughout the pirate world, and in Alabasta, the legend of the Shinigami dog head in the desert was also constantly mentioned. Many travelers in the Alabasta desert said that they saw the legendary gods in the deepest part of the desert. Soraka, the son of the stars, is still practicing her own path in the Revolutionary Army. She is known as the Saint of the Revolutionary Army. After saving the lives of countless Revolutionary Army, her status in the Revolutionary Army has become higher and higher. It's just that today's Revolutionary Army, after experiencing a series of bloody battles in South Blue and the bombardment of Uranus, has greatly lost its strength, and has to start quietly growing around the world, waiting for the day when a single spark will start a prairie fire again. However, before finding enough power to resist Uranus, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and the top cadres of the Revolutionary Army, have no plans to challenge the world government head-on for the time being. Uranus's power is too strong. Quantity completely lost any meaning in front of Uranus. The Revolutionary Army had just created a wave in the entire world, and was then ruthlessly annihilated by the world government. Rise, the wandering mage with SS potential, continued his wandering after saving the elites of the Revolutionary Army. Soraka is willing to respect Duke's orders while following her own path to join the Revolutionary Army, while Rise is completely uninterested in the path of the Revolutionary Army. What is the point of killing each other between humans? In this world, humans face too many dangers. There are also too many hidden secrets behind this world. Compared with humans fighting each other for world hegemony, Rise is more eager to resist enemies and crises other than humans, and at the same time, figure out all the hidden secrets of this world bit by bit. This is the path Rise is pursuing, and it is also the path Duke hopes for. How many secrets are hidden in the world of pirates? Duke was also curious. After the monstrous sea water covered the sky of the Holy Land Marijois, it quickly dispersed quietly as Nami left, leaving nothing but a large rainbow over the Holy Land Marijois. Everything seemed like nothing happened, but with the release of all the mermaids and mermaid slaves, with the departure of Nami, with the silent death of the celestial dragon Saint Charlos, and with the kings in the Holy Land Marijois witness everything, it seems that everything has already happened. It turns out that they kings are nothing in front of the world government. It turns out that God will die too. It turns out that the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, will retreat in the face of absolute power. So, are the kings of these world government member countries and the kingdoms they control really weak? There was deep anger and ambition hidden in the eyes of the kings. The kings of the 50 countries who can come to the World Summit each control a lot of power. Inside the naval headquarters, Garp watched the huge waves that had covered the sky dissipate not long ago, and watched the queen of the deep sea Nami leave safely and the countless mermaids and mermaid slaves she took away. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the corner of his mouth start rising. But the faces of Sengoku, Akainu, and others all turned gloomy. Garp may not care about the world government being defeated in front of Ryogo Kingdom or Nami, but Sengoku, Akainu, and others have to care. When the world government has to bow its head and give in before the terrifying power of the Deep Sea Queen, who can resist the increasingly powerful Dragon Palace Kingdom. Sengoku and Akainu are not very loyal to the world government, but the world at this time needs the world government to maintain the extremely fragile stability and the remaining order and tranquility on this sea. No matter how strong Nami is, she is still not human. Although, Nami doesn't seem to be a mermaid. Is she a mermaid? Of course, the shark can also retract its tail into legs. After in-depth research, Duke said that sharks are also human beings, and there is no difference at all from humans. Except, more moist? The World Summit, which attracted the attention of countless people around the world, was held in the spotlight, and then ended quietly. Even the news king Morgans, after investigating everything that happened in the Holy Land Marijois from a distance, was under the dual pressure of the world government and the Dragon Palace Kingdom. He did not dare to make a big report and only dared to make some insinuations. What a joke, without knowing that world government has Uranus and relying on his own news corporation headquarters to fly anywhere, Morgans can be arrogant in front of world government and report on some of world government's dark history. After all, being able to fly is truly amazing. But knowing that the world government has Uranus, and that the other force involved is the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the uncrowned king of the entire sea at this time, Morgans continued to broadcast recklessly. Did he really not want his life? You know, there is such a rumor on the sea at this time. Above the sea, it belongs to the world government, and below the sea, everything belongs to the Dragon Palace Kingdom. And by broadcasting the report randomly, it would offend the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the world government at the same time. It is estimated that Morgans will not be able to survive in the world. Morgans is the king of news, not the king of irony. The real head Iron King is of course Jack the Drow with our billion bounty and 900 million tusks. Who does she think Laozi is? Lean closer to me. Jack the Drow was extremely confident, and he controlled his mammoth to suddenly meet the dragon Lady Shyvana's demonic dragon. In this sea, not all low-level pirates are worthy of the title of dragon, and not all are worthy of challenging the boss. Jack the Drow has to clean up those stupid low-level pirates for Kaido of the Beasts. At the same time, the barbarian King Tryndamere also led his crew and encountered the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Kula kid, are you the one who wants to challenge me? What a great spirit. Come be my son, carry my name on your back, and ride the sea to your heart's content. Whitebeard's terrifying conquerors Haki easily crushed Tryndamere's slightly green conquerors at this time, and then Whitebeard laughed heroically and extended his father-son hand to the barbarian King Tryndamere. Whitebeard's habit of collecting sons has never changed, especially after meeting Tryndamere, a newbie pirate who is young but has great potential and also possesses conqueror's Haki. What kind of challenger is this? This is simply the best son and the chosen heir that God sent to him. Ace, who was still spinning in the first half of the Grand Line at this time, was still dreaming of challenging Whitebeard and becoming the Pirate King. Then, he accidentally offended the Blood Emperor Vladimir, who was working with Gecko Moria on how to create the chosen workers, the Blood Puppet Legion. If it weren't for Vladimir's disdain for the bounty on Ace, and Ace's running speed, Ace, the son of the Pirate King, almost turned into a blood puppet before he could even enter the new world. For Duke at this time, money has become just a string of numbers. And these numbers are still growing rapidly every month because of the growing power of Duke's heroes. Jack the Drow fearlessly faced off against the demon dragon Shyvana. As the awakener of Zaun's ancient ability to plant the mammoth fruit, Jack the Drow's record in Duke's memory was somewhat low, and he was known as a billion-dollar bounty. Billions of ivory? But in fact, as one of the 3 big posters under Kaido, Jack the Drow is fully worthy of his billion-dollar reward. After all, although Jack's fighting ability is not very good, he is really big, tough, and durable enough. Not everyone can be like Jack the Drow, fighting the enemy with all his strength for 3 days and 3 nights. If he is seriously injured, he can lie down and sleep and he will recover immediately. And Jack the Drow, who directly transformed into the form of a mammoth, can be called a human-shaped bulldozer. Wherever it passes, it is torn to pieces and no grass grows. Therefore, it is feared by the world and is directly called a drought. Who can say no to a humanoid bulldozer that can work hard for days and nights? This is a magical weapon to torture food. Most of the forces in the pirate world are noobs in front of Jack the Drow. Of course, this definitely does not include the magic dragon Shyvana, who has S+ potential and was equipped by Duke with 2 S-level outfits. Nowadays, Duke can draw tens of billions of bari from his subordinates for lottery every month. Although the probability of picking a hero is getting lower and lower due to the limited number of heroes, ordinary S-level ready-made equipment is no longer so valuable for Duke and the heroes who have been drawn under his command. Then, equipped with Nashor's Fang and a Demon's Embrace, Dragon Blood Warrior Shyvana directly beat up Jack the Drow, who was famous throughout the New World, if not for being concerned about Kaido of the Beasts, but also looking for an opportunity to take control of the entire Beasts pirates. Jack the Drow probably only had 2 tusks left. Jack the Drow is not a strong opponent at all for Dragon Blood Warrior Shyvana, but for the barbarian King Tryndamere at this time, Whitebeard was a mountain that could not be overcome no matter how hard he tried. In terms of potential, the potential of barbarian King Tryndamere's S+ may not be inferior to that of Whitebeard. In terms of equipment, the supreme sharp knife in Whitebeard's hand, Kong Yunkai, is not worth mentioning compared to the phantom dance in the hand of barbarian King Tryndamere. However, barbarian King Tryndamere was too young compared to Whitebeard at this time. After all, potential is just potential. The barbarian King Tryndamere, who has only been out at sea for a short time and is still low level, even if he is equipped with an S-level costumed phantom dancer, faces Whitebeard who can still barely exert his peak combat power. The outcome is not the same. Suspense. That day, bloody anger filled the sky, and then Whitebeard's sword and iron fist shattered the sky. The huge gap in strength is definitely not something Tryndamere can catch up in a short while. Finally, after leaving a deep wound on Whitebeard's chest, Whitebeard's Kong Yunki, wrapped with terrifying power of vibration, was only 3 centimeters away from the head of barbarian King Tryndamere. But Whitebeard did not chop off the last 3 centimeters. Kula you are such a good kid. Whitebeard stopped all his sons from helping, and allowed the wound on his chest to spray blood freely. Then he put away his cloud cutter and extended his warm hand to the barbarian King Tryndamere. Let me ask you one last time, do you want to join me? carry my flag and become family with me. Ho, ho. The barbarian King Tryndamere was breathing heavily. The horned helmet on his head had become a little twisted and damaged. Blood and sweat were flowing down Tryndamere's forehead. Even though Whitebeard's sword did not strike directly, the armament wrapped around Kong Yunkai and the power of vibration still damaged Tryndamere's horned helmet from the air, causing him considerable damage. Just a little bit away, the barbarian King Tryndamere had to use his last trump card. That is, activate the blood lock, and then immediately jump into the sea and run away. Are you kidding me? You can't kill others when you're full of health, but you can kill others if you lock the blood for a few seconds? Is it really true that when playing a game, everyone doesn't dodge, but trades blood with you to fight with each other? In the real world, when the gap in strength is too big, a few seconds of immortality cannot change anything. To be your family. What a great choice. But, I won't call you daddy. Barbarian King Tryndamere held Whitebeard's big hand and roared lowly. Because, one day, I don't need to carry anyone's flag, and my reputation will resound throughout the sea. I'll outsmart you, Captain Whitebeard. After Barbarian King Tryndamere finished speaking, before Whitebeard could reply, Diamond Josie and other Whitebeard's sons suddenly roared angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Daddy Whitebeard is insurmountable. Don't let us get carried away just because Dad likes you. In the eyes of Whitebeard's many sons, Whitebeard is the most powerful being in their hearts, but because of this, none of Whitebeard's sons, except for the ambitious Blackbeard, has the ambition to become the 4 emperors and lead the Whitebeard pirates. The qualifications to continue to survive on this cruel sea. In the world of pirates, Haki's power comes from a strong heart. Whitebeard protected his sons very well. Diamond Josie and others glared at Tryndamere, while Marco, who knew a little about Whitebeard's current physical condition and Whitebeard's thoughts, looked at Tryndamere with a complicated expression. Tryndamere is just a rookie pirate who has just debuted, but if he really wants to face Tryndamere, Marco has no confidence in defeating him. And he is already the strongest member of the Whitebeard pirates besides Whitebeard. After Diamond Josie and others said angrily, Whitebeard's face sank. Before he could reply, an increasingly powerful conqueror's haki instantly erupted, shocking many new pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group to the ground. Diamond Josie and others he was also speechless in front of the increasingly powerful conqueror's haki, the barbarian King Tryndamere. In this battle with Whitebeard, barbarian King Tryndamere's strength has once again made a breakthrough. After all, the top boss monster in the sea like Whitebeard provides an extraordinary amount of combat experience. I don't even dare to think about surpassing Whitebeard. Is this all your ambition? Barbarian King Tryndamere looked coldly at Diamond Josie and others present. Haki said. I said I'd outdo Whitebeard. I will make my fame resound throughout the world. After Barbarian King Tryndamere finished speaking, Diamond Josie and others fell silent. Only Blackbeard, who had been keeping a low profile and hiding his strength, lowered his head, and a light flashed quietly in his eyes. Blackbeard has always had the terrifying ambition to replace or even surpass Whitebeard. Diamond Josie and others were silent for a moment, and just as they were about to say something more, Whitebeard's heroic laughter suddenly sounded. Ku-la-la-la. Kid, I'm waiting for the day when you surpass me. But before that, just carry my name and ride freely on this sea. Little ones, let's have a banquet. Cheers to your new family. After Whitebeard finished speaking, Diamond Josie and others were silent for a moment, and thunderous cheers suddenly sounded on the Moby DK. Who wouldn't like their companions and family members to be as strong as possible? The barbarian King Tryndamere successfully joined the Whitebeard pirates, and because of his strong strength and heroic spirit, he quickly became friends with the many captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates have the best team atmosphere among all the 4 emperors groups, and are also the easiest to get along with. In the Whitebeard pirates, everyone is a family that is not related by blood. But in Beasts Pirates, it becomes a game of the weak and the strong is respected. Deep in the New World, on Onigashima, Kaido of the Beasts, who has lost 2 horns, is drinking heavily. In the huge New World, people and ghosts were basically showing off, but he was the only one who was constantly being beaten. This caused a lot of anger to accumulate in Kaido's heart. But fortunately, because of his successive defeats, low-level pirates kept coming to challenge him. This not only allowed Kaido to successfully vent a lot of his inner depression, but also allowed him to take the opportunity to recruit many potential newcomers to the pirate group. According to the principle of conservation of pain, pain may not disappear, but it can be transferred. But just as Kaido was drinking and thinking about whether Jack the Drow's recruitment of the dragon pirates was going smoothly, a trembling minion rushed in and said tremblingly, "Sorry, Lord Governor, Lord Jack, he was defeated by the demon dragon Shavina." After the minion finished speaking, Kaido was stunned for a moment, then poured the wine from his big wine gourd into his mouth, and then punched the minion who reported the news directly away. His expression was full of pain and sadness. Tears began to fall in large numbers. Jack, you actually lost at the hands of a guy like that. This is really, really sad. When Kaido said this, his expression instantly changed from sad to cold, his tears stopped instantly, and he said coldly, "All this is because you are too weak. But it doesn't matter, I will avenge you." A huge dark cloud accompanied by lightning and strong wind instantly covered the entire Lanja Island. Then, a huge and ferocious dragon head instantly broke through the dark clouds, looked down at everyone on Lanja Island, and said in a low voice. Shavina said earnestly, "This sea is very vast. Compared to Kaido of the Beasts, Jack the Drow is far, far behind. But it didn't matter, Shyvana didn't want to defeat Kaido now anyway. Kaido of the Beasts has officially arrived. After Kaido finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly formed over the entire Onigashima Island, and a huge green dragon galloped away in the direction of Shyvana and others among the dark clouds. Just give Shyvana some time and surpass Kaido, it's just a matter of time? My subordinates are really indebted to you. What Jack the Drow Kaido of the Beasts, the only one who can become the Pirate King is the demon dragon Shyvana. New World, Dragon Fang Island, Shyvana, Nidalee, and others are holding a banquet with some minions from Jack the Drow and Beasts pirates. Oh. Don't be too happy too early. 4 Emperors Kaido and Jack the Drow are not creatures of the same level. Being able to easily defeat Jack the Drow does not mean that Shyvana has the strength to face Kaido at this time. Not long after entering the New World, Shyvana was able to directly defeat the great pirate Jack the Drow, who had a bounty of 1 billion on his head. This made many minions of the dragon pirates full of confidence in Shyvana becoming the 4 emperors and even the pirates. Confidence. Oh. After Shyvana finished speaking, many of the minions of the demon dragon pirates didn't take it seriously, but then, the expressions of all the minions of the demon dragon pirates froze instantly, including the captured minions of Beasts pirates, Jack the Drow, etc. People began to look evil. It's dark. Kaido. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kaido, as well as the dark clouds and terrifying aura accompanying Kaido, the minions under Shyvana suddenly turned pale and trembled all over. Monster, just a monster. They knew Kaido was strong, but they never expected that Kaido would be so strong. The minions under Shyvana were horrified. Even the ordinary cotters had serious expressions on their faces, with cold sweat constantly breaking out on their foreheads. The leopard girl Nidalee and the dragon blood warrior Shyvana were dead. Kaido of the Beast stared at the sky, his eyes exuding a strong fighting spirit. Although Duke's order to Shyvana and others is to break into the Beast group and take the opportunity to control the entire Beast group. But if there was a chance to defeat Kaido directly, how could Shyvana and others be willing to succumb to others? The governor of Beasts also has the throne of the 4 emperors. Kaido is sitting on it, so why can't she, the demon dragon Shyvana, sit on it? Ha, let's fight. Shyvana's eyes lit up, and her whole body was suddenly wrapped with extremely hot bloody flames. Without saying a word, she jumped up suddenly, transformed into a red dragon, and breathed out extremely hot breath towards Kaido, while Kaido looked at the head and rushed towards him. My own Shyvana also aroused the fighting spirit, opened her bloody mouth, and spit out the same terrifying breath. The battle between the 2 dragons has officially begun. The extremes converged, and there was a loud bang. The entire sky suddenly turned blood red. Endless flames filled the entire sky. Even the dark clouds were burned blood red by the blazing flames. The fire burned in the sky, burning into a red sea, and in the boundless sea of fire, the huge body of the demon dragon Shyvana suddenly jumped out, letting her body and wings continue to drip down with blazing flames. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit into Kaido of the Beasts fiercely. For Kaido and Shyvana, who have transformed into dragon forms, their bodies are their strongest weapons. In the blood-red sky, 2 terrifying giant beasts were rolling and biting in the sea of fire, sprinkling hot blood and some cyan and red scales downwards from time to time. Kaido possesses terrifying defense power, but Shyvana, who transforms into a dragon and has equipment that is comparable to an S-class admiral, can break through Kaido's defense. The blood is flowing, the fire is burning, the blood is like raindrops, the scales are like lightning, and the flames dripping down are like extremely gorgeous fireworks, giving the entire sky a different kind of beauty. But this kind of beauty is the cruelest hell for ordinary people. A large amount of Shyvana and the remaining flames of Kaido's dragon breath drip down continuously. The moment they hit the ground, they will instantly turn the tall and lush trees into charcoal, and instantly burn the lush and vibrant earth into lava. Monsters, all monsters. Run quickly. Seeing the terrifying battle in the sky and the flames dripping downwards, the gangsters of the demon dragon pirates, Jack the Drow and others all widened their eyes, and then before countless flames were about to come, the gangsters of the dragon pirates quickly lifted Jack the Drow and others who were tied up by chains and sea stones, moved their legs with all their strength, and started running towards the demon dragon. It was obvious that Lanja Island was no longer safe. It was their wisest choice to quickly get on the boat and stay away from the battlefield. In the battle between the top players in the pirate world, there is no room for the weak to get involved. However, Nidalee is by no means weak. Nidalee, who maintained her human form, nimbly dodged the rain of fire that dropped from the sky from time to time. She exuded a strong wildness and stared at the battlefield in the sky with sharp eyes like a lion, always ready to launch a fatal blow against Kaido of the Beasts. Hit. Although Nidalee's potential is not as good as that of Shyvana, she can level up more easily than Shyvana with the equipment given by Duke. Although Nidalee's current combat power is still not as good as Shyvana, it is at least enough to compete with monsters like Jack the Drow to no avail. With A+ level combat power, he already has the qualifications to join the top battles in the pirate world. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and in the blood-red sky, the crazy battle between the 2 giant beasts not only tore apart the dark clouds, but also tore open countless ravines on Dragon Tooth Island. The blazing flames burned rapidly on Dragon Fang Island, and a large amount of smoke was blown away by the aftermath of the battle between Kaido and Shyvana before it could rise into the sky. The originally lush and vibrant Dragon Tooth Island has become deserted, but in the sky, the battle between Kaido and Shyvana is still not over. The people of the demonic dragon pirates who had left Ryoga Island in the distance looked stupidly at the devastated Ryoga Island. Even Jack the Drow, who was locked by the sea stone, also lost the excitement after Kaido's arrival. The minions of the demon dragon sea pirates never expected that Kaido would be so strong. Jack the Drow and others also did not expect that a mere newcomer, the demon dragon Shyvana, could actually compete with their governor Kaido. Beat it like this. Are all newcomers now monsters? But, Boss Kaido is the strongest. The one who can become the pirate king in the future must be Kaido-sama. Jack the Drow looked at the anxious battle situation from a distance, endured the weakness caused by the sea stone chain, and said firmly, I'm optimistic about you, come and be my right arm, stand with me at the top of this sea. Dragon Shyvana. Kaido of the Red Scabbards was able to keep them for 10 or 20 years trying to convince them. The demon dragon Shyvana's powerful combat power far surpassed that of the Red Scabbards, which made Kaido of the Beasts feel itchy. Shyvana struggled to get up, transformed into a human form, and spat out a mouthful of blood with a loud sound. Her whole body was covered with scars, but her vertical pupils still stared at the sea of fire not far away with fighting intent. Kaido was extremely sincere and extended an invitation to the demon dragon Shyvana. Shyvana is still gradually being suppressed by Kaido. The Azure Dragon form has never been Kaido's strongest form. The battle situation is indeed as Jack the Drow said, and it is rapidly tilting towards Kaido's victory. There is no doubt that Dragon Blood Warrior Shyvana has the top potential of the sea. Coupled with the dragon bloodline and equipment bonus, she can even fight Kaido in the form of a blue dragon in a short period of time. Oh, hey, what a joyful battle. At the same time, the blood-red sky gradually returned to clarity, and Kaido's huge blue dragon body also disappeared instantly. Jack the Drow has full confidence in Kaido of the Beasts. In the Sea of Fire, there were also some scars on his body. Kaido in human form, carrying his own mace, exuding an even more terrifying aura, quietly emerged from the Sea of Fire. In addition to the 3 major signboards, those so-called Flying Six cells also have real fights. Most of them are extremely crotch-stretching, so let's not mention it. There is no way, among the 4 Emperors group, the mid to high-end combat power of Beasts Pirates is extremely low. However, potential never represents strength. Before the potential is fully realized, even with the blessing of equipment and Nidalee's elusive and powerful javelin. Finally, with the dragon's mournful cry, the huge red dragon fell to the ground sadly, and fell into a huge pit on Dragon Tooth Island, which was full of ruins and fireworks. Kaido of the Beasts may be cunning when facing real enemies, but this does not affect his appreciation and desire to recruit those guys with great strength and potential. Be your right wrist. Are you kidding? Don't think that only you can reach the top in this world. I am the demon dragon, and I am the natural disaster. If you want to conquer us, beat us down first. After Shyvana roared, the terrifying blood-red flames wrapped around her body again, and then bravely rushed towards Kaido of the Beasts. Beside her, the leopard girl Nidalee appeared quietly. After throwing her best javelin, she transformed into a puma and waved her claws vigorously at Kaido of the Beasts. The dragon's blood and pride boiled in Shyvana's body, and the wildness from the lion also made Nidalee never give in to others easily. Then, the dragon Shyvana and the leopard girl Nidalee were beaten up by the strongest Kaido in the form of half-orc. Although Shyvana and Nidalee's experience points increased rapidly under Kaido of the Beast's brutal beatings, like the Pirate King Luffy, who upgraded to a level with 1 stick, and fell down with 3 sticks. There is such a thing as being almost invincible in the world. Even though Shyvana and Nidalee can also upgrade in battle, Shyvana and others can't do this completely unreasonable way of improvement. If you fight a few more times, you might be able to level up a level or 2. After being beaten to the ground by Kaido, Shyvana and Nidalee finally achieved their ultimate goal with tears in their eyes. Under the distant gaze of the wandering mage Rise, they successfully joined the Beasts Pirates. What a joke, although Duke has a very thorough understanding of Kaido's desire for people with Zoan fruit abilities to join, but if Kaido is beaten by Gangplank and Nami and becomes autistic and plans to retaliate against society, Shyvana and Ned will what should I do if Lee painfully kills me? Safety measures must be taken well. If someone is killed, it will be very difficult to deal with. When Barbarian King Tryndamere challenged Whitebeard, a cyan bird was hovering in the sky from time to time. Barbarian King Tryndamere, Shyvana, and others all successfully completed their goals, and quickly established their reputations within the Whitebeard Pirates and Beasts Pirates. After Shyvana violently beat Plague Quinn and Calamity Ember in front of everyone in Beasts Pirates, she successfully became the leader of Beasts Pirates, nicknamed Scourge. Nidalee, the leopard girl, also easily transformed the ambitious Zoan ancient saber-toothed tiger Fazifu, who wanted to challenge the Big Sign, into a well-behaved main sea and cat, and directly became the leader of the Flying Six. Beasts Pirates respect strength, and as long as they are strong enough, they can naturally occupy a high position in Beasts Pirates. In the more humane Whitebeard Pirates, Tryndamere also quickly became the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' Long Idle 2nd Division because of his strong strength and generous temperament. The Whitebeard Pirates are the pirate group with almost the most harmonious atmosphere among the 4 emperors, but in general, among the pirate groups, the weak are the strongest, and the strong are respected. Who wouldn't want their leader to be strong? In particular, behind the rise of barbarian King Tryndamere, Whitebeard secretly pushed hard for his rise. Whitebeard is really starting to get old, and the Whitebeard pirates are also in urgent need of someone who can truly carry the banner of the Whitebeard group after he gets old. He is a remnant of the times, and the new world is running out of ships that can carry him, but fortunately, he seems to have found a new and growing ship for his family. Whitebeard never cared whether he would be abandoned by the times, he just couldn't worry about his children. With S+ potential, a bold personality, and rapid improvement in strength, Tryndamere has become Whitebeard's dream successor. What does the position of captain of the 2nd Division mean? If Tryndamere hadn't just joined the Whitebeard pirates not long ago, and his credit and prestige were not enough, Whitebeard would have wanted to make Tryndamere his vice-captain directly. At this time, Ace, who had finally escaped from the sphere of influence of the Blood Emperor Vladimir after all the hard work and rejected the invitation of the world government's 7 warlords of the sea, was dreaming of challenging Whitebeard, and then obediently paid a large sum of money. Just arrived at the Fishman Island for a toll. What a joke, Ace is tough enough to challenge Whitebeard. But in the deep sea, looking at the countless sea kings outside the safe route of the Fishman Island, Ace is still too stubborn to provoke in the deep sea enough to repel the 4 emperors Kaido and even force the world government to release all the Fishmen slaves. The Queen of the Deep, Nami? Although the confrontation between Nami and the world government was not widely broadcast to the outside world, on that day, the tsunami above the holy land of Marijois was enough to cover the sky, as well as countless fishman slaves who were quietly released, and in these days, the world government's response to all violent crackdowns on catching and selling Murloc slaves. The whole world has already been undercurrent. Ace may be a little reckless, but he is definitely not a fool. Maramara fruit is of little use in the deep sea. Ace led his crew, and after paying a large toll, successfully arrived at the Fishman Island, which became increasingly dreamy and prosperous. He then meets Jinbei, the former 7 warlords of the sea who glares at him. The reason why Jinbei is willing to become the 7 warlords of the sea is for the Ryago Kingdom and his companions in the original Fishman pirates. But now, with the emergence of Nami, the Queen of the Deep Sea, the Ryago Kingdom and the status of all Murlocs in the world of pirates have rapidly improved. The mere 7 warlords of the sea, of course, is not inappropriate. After experiencing the big incident of Marijois, the sea-submerged holy land of Nami, even if Kaisha Jinbei continues to be in front of this Shishibukai, the world government will not dare to use it with confidence, right? Are you the super rookie, Portkas.d. Ace, who has promised to challenge Father Whitebeard? Compared to the barbarian King Tryndamere who challenged Dad not long ago, it seems far behind. Believe in the captain's dream and help the captain strive to realize his dream. Isn't this what companions should do? Ace's companions may not be considered powerful, but they also have a deep bond with Ace. In the deep sea, Maramara fruit is useless, but inside the Fishman Island, Maramara fruit can also exert great destructive power. Jinbei said in a deep voice to Portkas.d. Ace. Ace looked at Jinbei, the sea hero who warned him, and the flame in his hand was immediately extinguished. Then he gently pressed his straw hat, hiding his face in the shadows, and said firmly, "We have no reason to fight. But, no matter what, I will become the Pirate King and surpass that man. Don't be nervous, I won't attack you. Don't think that you can challenge the top of the sea just by relying on the mere fruit of Logia. You are still far away." After Ace finished speaking, Jinbei took a serious look at Ace, who was a little green at this time, and remained silent. The crew members of the Spade Pirates behind Ace, with stars in their eyes, shouted in admiration. "Although I am very grateful for Father Whitebeard's kindness to the Fishman Island, Queen Nami's order is absolute. As long as you don't cause trouble on the Fishman Island, all the fishmen will not attack you. Boss, you will definitely defeat Whitebeard and become the Pirate King. We believe in you. Thank you for your reminder. But, I hope you can remember one thing, this sea is very vast." Haixia Jinbei warned in a deep voice. "This vast sea can accommodate everyone's dreams, right?" After sensing Jinbei's hostility, Ace's hands instantly began to burst into flames, ready for battle. Become the Pirate King. That's a pretty good ambition. But it's up to you, kid. Compared with Queen Nami, the Pirate King is not important. Looking at Ace with a determined face and his companions behind him who were extremely supportive of Ace, Jinbei was silent for a moment, then turned around and left in a big step. Before Nami, Queen of the Deep Sea, appeared and led the Ryago Kingdom to the top of the world, the title of One Piece was a dream that even Jinbei had never dreamed of. Jinbei is very strong, but compared to those real monsters, Jinbei is also very aware of his weakness. He can never become the Pirate King, but when Nami came out of nowhere, he first beat Kaido violently, and then caused a huge flood, threatening the world government. Can the Pirate King or something like that be as powerful as the current Queen of the Deep Sea? The former Pirate King Roger was chased by Garp and Marine, and after finally reaching the final island after going through all kinds of hardships, he also chose to surrender and die to start the so-called era of great pirates. But now, there is no need for the so-called title of Pirate King, nor does she need to use her own life to open a so-called new era. Queen Nami is just standing here, just standing in the Fishman Island 10,000 meters below. Naturally, she stood in the sky, opening a new era that belonged to herself and all fishmen. After Nami participated in a world summit, he directly forced the world government to release all fishman slaves, and began to severely crack down on all fishman slave trade in the entire world. All the fishmen have already put Nami on the altar and set her up in the sky. Can't even the Pirate King compare to the terror of the Deep Sea Queen. In other words, how strong is the legendary Queen of the Deep Sea? Looking at Jinbei leaving like this, Ace raised his head slightly and looked at the magnificent Dragon King's palace in the distance. There was a slight flash of solemnity in his eyes, and then he quickly became firm. But no matter how terrifying the Queen of the Deep is, nothing can stop me. I must become the Pirate King. No, I must surpass the Pirate King, surpass that man. Before he experienced a series of beatings from Whitebeard, Ace had always been very confident in himself. As for how strong Nami is now, anyway, the sky and the earth may still belong to the world government and the 4 emperors and kings for the time being, but the entire sea is undoubtedly Nami's territory. If you don't accept it, do you know what the 5-kilometer-long sea kings are? Do you know what the huge waves that can destroy the holy land of Marie Joyce are? If you have the ability to go to sea, you must have the ability to bow your head in front of Queen Nami. Otherwise, if you want to fly in the sky and have fun, you have to fly a little higher. There is no war in the sea, relying on the reputation of beating up Kaido and suppressing the world government. In the Fishmen Island, Nami has been idle and bored to the point of lying on the bed and spitting bubbles. The commander of the Fishmen Island, the naughty and fun-loving Fitz, after showing off his powerful strength, he was also bored and could only ride a shark to swim in a swimming competition with the Sea Kings. There is no way, the Fishmen Island is too safe nowadays. The low-level pirates who are ignorant will naturally have Sea Kings and Jinbei to deal with them, and those members of the big forces with good strength have already noticed through various secret channels how terrifying the Queen of the Deep Sea and the Dragon Palace Kingdom are now. That is a powerful force that is enough to overwhelm the world government and the 4 emperors. In the face of such a force, of course, we should keep our tail between our legs, pay tolls obediently, and never cause trouble. Fortunately, although there are not a large number of pirates who come to die to provide experience points, Nami and Fizz, who have not yet reached ultimate potential through self-training, are still living a leisurely life and constantly getting stronger. Before their potential is exhausted, heroes can continue to become stronger even through daily exercise. The Kingdom of Dragon Palace dominates the world, and other forces under Duke's command are also growing and expanding rapidly. The Valoran Chamber of Commerce has become the uncrowned king of the West Blue. Wherever there are people, there is often a presence of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. In the North Blue, although the Zaun Group and Germa 66 are not at odds with each other on the surface, they have directly merged secretly. The 2 major forces also made a lot of money amidst the many wars in North Blue. East Blue's Yufeng Kendo Gym has now become the largest swordsman gym in East Blue. In addition to the nobles, wealthy businessmen, and princes of some small countries, the disciples who come to learn from it have also become direct disciples of some marine soldiers. Enter Yasuo's sect. Naval Headquarters does have a professional training institution, and Mr. Zephyr's elite training camp has also taught many powerful marine soldiers. But as an elite training camp, are ordinary marine soldiers eligible to go to Naval Headquarters to receive personal training from Zephyr? Where there is oppression, there is resistance, and where there are pirates, there will also be a market. As for the rest of the outstanding Marines of the same generation, I can't say there is none, I can only say it's close to none. The riots in South Blue began, and at this time, the Bounty Hunter Guild formed by Sarah also began to expand rapidly. But there are fewer Marines and revolutionary troops, but there are no fewer pirates. Of course, when teaching those Marine soldiers how to control the wind, it is also very reasonable to mix in some private goods and teach them some kendo concepts such as love and justice, why to draw the sword, etc., right? The answer is, all of them. Especially after Zephyr had an accident and resigned as Marine Chief Instructor, the so-called elite training camp at Naval Headquarters was almost immediately discontinued. The most important thing is, compared with the bounty orders issued by the world government based on strength, destructive power, and danger, Zephyr trained almost most of today's Marine elites, and after Zephyr stepped down, the next generation of Marines could only be given the title of new Marine heroes by relying on lucky talented players like Kirby. But it doesn't matter. If Zephyr doesn't want to be a teacher, Yasuo can be the one. The Naval Headquarters fought a fierce battle with the elite of the Revolutionary Army. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The Revolutionary Army began to lurk, and South Blue's Marine was also greatly reduced in strength due to heavy losses. How much price can they pay for the civilians who have suffered from pirate plunder in the past? The low-level pirates don't know the existence of the so-called Uranus, and things like natural disasters can't suppress the plundering hearts of the already restless low-level pirates. As for what justice is, of course Duke is justice. Instead, because of Marine's heavy losses, countless low-level pirates began to become even more rampant. It can be said that Zephyr may not be the strongest Marine admiral, but he is definitely the founder who single-handedly pushed today's Naval Headquarters to glory. It's a pity that Zephyr is no longer a teacher. The Wind Sword Gym has become famous in the East Blue, and its heroes are gradually spreading all over the world. However, among all the heroic forces under Yasuo, the fastest growing one is not the Wind Sword Gym or the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, but South Blue is now a bounty hunter guild with almost no constraints. When a whole village united, they eagerly took out the savings of everyone in the village, and scraped together 20 million with bloody and sweaty scattered Baileys, and the request was to kill or arrest the man was just a pirate who once robbed their village and had a reward of 6.4 million. Those bounty hunters who, under the strict requirements of Sarah, Ezreal, and Piltover policewoman Gaitrin, would never allow anyone to take advantage of others, or even directly transform into pirates, felt something for the first time. It's called the light of the right path. What does it mean to work hard and get 2 cents of money? What does it mean to be upright and upright? If given the choice, who wouldn't want to be a good person? Those oppressed villagers are very poor, but when countless oppressed and impoverished villagers come together, the power they can exert will be beyond the imagination of countless people. What's more, the people who actually issue a large number of tasks in the Bounty Hunter Guild, in addition to those civilians, there are countless chambers of commerce and nobles who have money but not enough power. Civilians and businessmen have money, but they cannot deal with those ferocious pirates. Bounty hunters want to make money, but are limited by their predecessors and the cruelty of the sea. It is often difficult to find suitable employers. Most of them can only target those who carry the burden. As a pirate with a bounty on his head, if you have the opportunity, you can also play a guest role as a pirate and make a lot of money. But now, Sarah has appeared and directly formed a platform, which perfectly solves the problem of those civilians and businessmen who have suffered from pirate plunder, as well as those who suffer from no one to hire, and it is very dangerous to target powerful pirates. The bounty hunters have a problem with low bounty for pirates and low profit. Do you know what a crowdfunding reward is? 1 stroke at a time, 1 stroke at a time. Even if each person in a plundered village or caravan can only contribute tens or millions of belly, if you put it together, you can definitely give the world a better tomorrow. Of course, the main reason why Sarah's Bounty Hunter Guild was successfully established and expanded rapidly is because they are strong enough. All the bounty hunters who dared to finish their meal, turn into pirates directly, or simply take the money and do nothing, were all chased by Sarah, Ezreal, and Gaitrin, and experienced what it means to be unexpected. Death experience. As an intermediary and platform, the most important thing is credibility. As long as there are credibility and standards, the hard needs of civilians and businessmen to offer rewards for revenge or to kill pirates, and the hard needs of bounty hunters to make money are all here. Isn't it easy to make money? The South Blue Bounty Hunter Guild began to develop rapidly, and the countless pirates in South Blue began to suffer great misfortune. They thought that Marine was gone and so was the Revolutionary Army. In South Blue, spring for the pirates was here. But they never expected that Marine would not have the strength to hunt them down, but those bounty hunters who they had never looked down on in the past had started to hunt them down like crazy during this time. You guys, are all your brains filled with water? The total reward for Laozi is only 15 million. Do you need so many of you to come together to capture Laozi? A pirate arsonist, Arax, who was surrounded by a large number of bounty hunters and was panting, with a large number of wounds on his body oozing blood, angrily said, "Even if Laozi is successfully captured, how much money will each of you get? Let me leave here, and I am willing to give you all the treasures I have hidden that are worth more than 20 million belly. Treasure worth more than 20 million. How tempting." A leading bounty hunter licked his lips and said greedily, "If it were before, let alone 20 million, even if you gave me 10 million, I would turn around and leave immediately. But now, times have changed, you idiot. Do you know that your head is worth 65 million now? The most important thing is, if we kill you, your treasures will also belong to us. Go to hell." After the leading bounty hunter finished speaking, a large number of bounty hunters launched a fierce attack on Arax at the same time. A moment later, the arsonist Arax, who had robbed and burned more than 13 villages, died without rest and peace. He fell into the hands of some bounty hunters who he used to look down upon. The survivors of the burned villages spent all their savings, plus some caravans that were also looted and burned by Arax, to collect a reward of 50 million belly for him. After Arax fell to the ground, the bounty hunters who also had some wounds and bloodline looked at each other warily at their current partners, and then at the star-shaped coat of arms on their clothes. Soon then he put down his guard and started cheering loudly. In the past, when faced with a big pirate like Arax who had a bounty of 15 million baileys, he would directly die alone, and then gather other bounty hunters to surround him. Firstly, they can't trust each other and are worried that they will kill each other in the end if the spoils are not divided equally. Secondly, the total bounty is only 15 million belly. If one person divides it, he can live comfortably for a while. But if several people share it together, they will fight to the death for millions of belly. Totally not worth it. But now, Arax's total bounty of up to 65 million baileys is enough for a large number of bounty hunters to unite and kill them easily while ensuring their own safety, and has the deterrence of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and investigation can also greatly prevent bounty hunters from killing each other and taking advantage of others. All bounty hunters who team up for a mission need to report to the nearest Bounty Hunter Guild. At the same time, after the mission is completed, they also need to collect the reward together. For those bounty hunters who team up with several people and one person comes back to collect the reward, the Bounty Hunter Guild will strictly review them and reduce their bounty hunter's star rating and record them in the book. For a bounty hunter, even if the Bounty Hunter Guild does not find any evidence, it will directly freeze or deprive him of his identity as a bounty hunter, and refuse to allow him to receive any bounty missions in the Bounty Hunter Guild. A world without pirates does not need an overly powerful marine, nor does it need a world government that must pay a large amount of heavenly gold every year to be protected. With countless bounty hunters from South Blue teaming up to hunt, and the bounty hunter guild continuing to grow, the pirates who thought spring was coming encountered the most brutal winter in their lives. Damn, I can't stay here in South Blue anymore. Legend has it that the Grand Line is scary, but no matter how scary it is, can it be as scary as the South Blue now? Countless pirates in South Blue were pursued by bounty hunters. They either disappeared and turned around, or they fought hard and bravely challenged the Grand Line. The pirates in South Blue actually began to expand with the bounty hunter guild, and started to decrease. The most important thing is that those countries that are not members of world government and even some member countries do not ask Marine for help, but ask the bounty hunter guild to solve their problems. So what is the use of gold in the sky and world government? But with the rapid expansion of the bounty hunter guild, the ever-growing bounty hunter guild has also directly entered the sight of countless major forces in the world. Naval headquarters and world government are even more anxious. Go out to sea and plunder. The more villages and caravans you plunder, the more bounties will be raised through crowdfunding. The more bounty hunters are targeting you, the more powerful they will be. Boys, set sail, aim, Grand Line. The world government has a reward of 17 million, a crowdfunding reward of 63 million, and a cumulative bonus of 80 million. The pirate Iron Arm Sigmund looked at the sea area that he was so familiar with in the past, and felt that it was so strange and unfamiliar. Horrible? The goal of most pirates going to sea is for money. There is no way. What naval headquarters has been working hard for countless years, putting in countless efforts and sacrifices has not been able to do, but it was actually done by a group of bounty hunters that they looked down on in the past. Even after the accumulated crowdfunding reward exceeded a certain level, not to mention the bounty hunters, even the pirate minions under the big pirate looked at their heads with jealousy. What's the use of naval headquarters? If they don't go to sea to plunder, they are pirates. If they don't go to sea to plunder, do they eat air and drink sea water? Should we risk offending the Bounty Hunter Guild and risking being killed to kill each other for a single mission bounty? Or should we all share the large amount of money equally, and then find a way to form a team to make more money? How to choose? It's easy, isn't it? This is a broken South Blue, and Iron Arm Sigmund won't be able to stay for another minute. Those bounty hunters, those damn chambers of commerce, and civilians are all crazy. Do you know? Now, many countries and villages in South Blue have no longer chosen to ask Marines for help after being robbed by pirates, but have gone to the Bounty Hunter Guild to issue tasks. When did justice have to rely on some hyenas who only work for money to uphold justice? Aren't we Marines worse than some guys who work hard for money? If this continues, what do you want us Marines to do? We might as well all become bounty hunters and work hard for money. In Naval Headquarters Marineford, Marshal Sengoku said with a dark face, slamming the information he had about the South Blue Bounty Hunter Guild on the desk and saying dissatisfiedly, "Oh he, don't be so angry. Who told those guys that the bounty offered was too high? Speaking of it, a little pirate whose bounty from the world government does not exceed 20 million, has been rewarded by many countries and villages with a total reward of close to 100 million belly. Speaking of which, it really makes me a little excited. How about you give me a leave? I haven't visited South Blue for a long time." After Sengoku finished speaking, the other marine generals had not yet responded. Kizaru, who always liked to fish, just turned to Kaido lazily. There is no way, compared with the rewards issued by the world government, the rewards raised by the villages and chambers of commerce are too many. That's enough, you're a marine admiral. Don't do anything to discredit marine. After Kizaru finished speaking, Sengoku immediately retorted angrily. Who knows whether Kizaru went to South Blue for sightseeing or went to South Blue to secretly join the Bounty Hunter Guild to catch pirates and collect the bounty. If Marine Admiral all joins the Bounty Hunter Guild, naval headquarters will be in great disgrace. Humph, smearing Marine. Aren't those bastards the ones who smeared Marine? If it weren't for them, we would have lost 70,000 elite men, and they would not allow us to carry out the world conscription to replenish our troops. How did we end up like this? Marine can't protect them, so why can't they be allowed to think of ways to protect themselves? Garp picked his nose, flicked a bunch of it onto the stack of information about the Bounty Hunter Guild on the table, and then said nonchalantly, "The emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild has curbed the plundering of countless pirates in South Blue. Isn't it a good thing? Sengoku, you'll get old if you worry too much." Garp doesn't care whether the Bounty Hunter Guild will replace the naval headquarters. He only cares about one thing, and that is whether the civilians in South Blue are protected. Worried. What are you worried about? Are you worried that the Bounty Hunter Guild will disturb the balance of this sea, or are you worried that the emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild will shake the order of the world government? The world has become what it is today. Isn't it because the world government has allowed it to happen? After Garp finished speaking, Sengoku didn't have time to reply. In the past, Akainu, who had always hated evil and protected Marine's dignity the most, said directly and coldly, pointing directly at the world government. Akainu became extremely dissatisfied with the world government after learning that the world government had a powerful weapon like Uranus, which could have completely wiped out the pirates in the entire world, but instead allowed the pirates to wreak havoc. Akainu's loyalty has never been to the world government, but to the absolute justice in his heart. Hearing Akainu, who had been the most thorough in executing world government's orders in the past, unabashedly angry at world government, even Aokiji, who had always been lazy and was sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes at this time and looked at Akainu strangely. When did Akainu become like this? After Akainu finished speaking, not only Aokiji was shocked, but even Sengoku fell into silence. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, I know that the emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild is not a bad thing for those civilians. I also know that the world government currently has many shortcomings. When Sengoku said this, he directly pulled off his cuffs, took 2 strong breaths, and then said in a deep voice again, but, do you want to see the whole world in complete chaos? In South Blue, civilians no longer need our protection, and those kings and kingdoms no longer need to join the world government. The Bounty Hunters Guild is an organization even scarier than the Revolutionary Army. The rapidly growing Bounty Hunter Guild has surprised countless kingdoms that have been oppressed by the world government to discover that it seems that they can also solve the pirate problem without joining the world government or relying on Marines' help. Then what is the use of this world government? Wouldn't joining the world government lead to world chaos? That's really scary. After Sengoku finished speaking, Aokiji, who had never spoken to him before, complained lazily. Looking at Aokiji, who retorted, as well as Garp Akainu and Kizuro, who also looked indifferent, as well as a small number of elite vice admirals present, Sengoku's face became more and more gloomy, and then he said seriously, that's enough. Hasn't South Blue shed enough blood? Have you forgotten what happened to Zendole? The Bounty Hunters Guild cannot be a rival to the world government. When Sengoku said this, Akainu, Aokiji and others all fell into deep silence. The power of Uranus is enough to wipe out every organization and force in the world, including naval headquarters. With only a few admirals and elite vice admirals left alive, the naval headquarters cannot continue to deter the countless pirates who capture this sea. I don't want to see any more bloodshed. When Sengoku said this, he lowered his head slightly and lowered his eyebrows. Then he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said firmly, also, I will never admit that an organization driven by money can truly bring peace to this sea. Today, those guys can hunt down pirates for bounty, and tomorrow, those guys can rob towns for bounty. The Bounty Hunter Guild must be punished. Only Marine can truly protect justice on this sea. For justice. Most Marine soldiers have a righteous heart when they join Marine. And a bounty hunter driven by bounty? Well, when there are still countless pirates on the sea, bounty hunters will be the protectors of the civilians. And when countless pirates on the sea begin to disappear, those bounty hunters who have lost their source of income will surely transform into new plunderers of civilians. Unless, by then, they are all no longer bounty hunters? What? Incorporating the Bounty Hunter Guild. In the Holy Land of Marijois, when faced with the suggestion of Saint Sartan, the curly-haired 5 elders, the blonde 5 elders widened their eyes, and the bald 5 elders who embraced first-generation Kitetsu also looked puzzled. When did the world government become so bad that it needs to collect some sewer rats? In the name of colluding with the Revolutionary Army, wouldn't it be enough to directly order Marine to kill those guys? The bald 5 elders who embraced first-generation Kaitetsu said fiercely with a fierce look on their faces. The existence of the Bounty Hunter Guild has directly shaken the foundation of world government to rule the world to a certain extent. In this world, there is no need for 2 organizations that can protect civilians and those weak kingdoms at the same time. The greater the responsibility, the greater the power. When you bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the world, you often have the power to rule the entire world. As soon as South Blue's Revolutionary Army disappeared, the Bounty Hunter Guild appeared. Regardless of whether there is collusion between the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Revolutionary Army, if the world government says there is, then there must be. Marine. The current Marine can't deal with those guys. Curly hair 5 elders Satan Saint Yu said. Could it be that a mere Bounty Hunter Guild is more difficult to deal with than the Revolutionary Army? Mustache 5 elders said with a cold face and frown. Order 3. Admiral takes action. As long as the presidents of the Bounty Hunter Guild and the most senior bounty hunters are killed, the remaining bounty hunters will be nothing more than a piece of loose sand. Sooner or later they will turn back into rats in the sewers. Those bounty hunters who work hard for money will never dare to make an enemy of the world for the sake of the survival of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Without a firm and common belief and organizational program, without the control of Sarah, Ezreal, and others, the huge Bounty Hunter Guild will fall apart in the shortest possible time? Yes, as long as we kill those Bounty Hunter Guild presidents. Those bounty hunters are just rats in the gutter and are nothing to worry about. But, it's easy to destroy the Bounty Hunter Guild. Should all the civilians and kings who have benefited from the Bounty Hunter Guild be eliminated, the thoughts of those untouchables can never be completely eradicated. Now, Lord Im has no intention of completely subverting the entire world. What's more, don't you think that the emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild can better assist us in ruling the entire world to a certain extent? Curly-haired 5 elders Saint Satan said in a deep voice. After the curly-haired 5 elders Saint Satan finished speaking, the other 5 elders also fell into deep thought and began to frown deeply. The emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild has proven the necessity of its existence. Today, the Bounty Hunter Guild founded by Sarah and others was eliminated. Tomorrow, the civilians and kings who have tasted the sweetness, as well as the bounty hunters, Bounty Hunter Guilds will be spontaneously formed one after another. By then, countless weak Bounty Hunter Guilds will be entrenched all over the world, which will only make the world government's rule even more precarious. There is no way to eliminate needs and interests, unless it is replaced by greater needs and interests. I admit, just like the Great Pirate Era started by Roger, it is difficult for us to completely wipe out the Bounty Hunter Guild now. But, doesn't the existence of the Bounty Hunter Guild directly shake the foundation of our world to a certain extent? Why are they better able to help us rule the world? The youngest of the blonde 5 elders is still a little confused. Of course because, in this world, there are only one organization that can protect the civilians and the kingdom. Curly-haired 5 elders Saint Satan smiled coldly when he said this. Let those untouchables and kingdoms spend their own money to protect themselves, and we only need to firmly grasp the power to issue bounties, and at the same time continue to increase the power of the CP organization and the Holy Land Guards directly belonging to us. This is no better than raising those stupid is Marine much better. If the dog doesn't obey you, then you should get another dog. With a large number of personnel and bases all over the world, Marine is the most powerful force controlled by the world government, but it is also the largest expense to the world government and the heavenly gold collected by the world government every year. The number of Marines in the One Piece world is at least over 1 million, plus the construction and maintenance costs of those bases and warships. Based on the prices in the One Piece world, the monthly fixed expenses of naval headquarters are at least hundreds of billions of belly. Raising an army, especially a large one, is very, very expensive. The key point is that naval headquarters and world government may not be completely on the same page. This made some of the 5 elders unable to bear it anymore. In the battle on Sendolai Island, world government demonstrated the power of Uranus, killing 70,000 marine elites and a large number of revolutionary troops in one blow. The surviving marine elites gradually began to complain about world government. A special CP0 started heading directly to South Blue at the 5 elders' signal. The 5 elders believed it. I can shout and fire on me, but if anyone directly fires on me without saying hello, or directly attacks the Holy Land Marijoys without rebelling on the spot, it is all because the power of Uranus is too difficult to withstand. Now, the Beasts Pirates have 2 dragons, 2 true dragons capable of crossing the sea. After the 5 elders made a plan to incorporate the Bounty Hunter Guild and gradually replace the naval headquarters with the Bounty Hunter Guild, they quickly started taking action. On a deserted island in the New World, Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, held a few pieces of newsprint in his hand and said in a deep voice to the red-haired Shanks. The barbarian King Tryndamere was directly appointed as the captain of the second team after joining the Whitebeard Pirates, and in a short period of time, he directly surrendered several New World famous pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties, so that the pirate captains affiliated with Whitebeard, it grew directly to 48 people. Anyway, after the demon dragon Shavana joined the Beasts Pirates, spies from all other forces around the Beasts Pirates felt that during this period, the storm around the Beasts Pirates had become particularly loud, and the Beasts Pirates had also become more terrifying. In front of his power, the Bounty Hunter Guild has no choice but to surrender. It can be said that the addition of barbarian King Tryndamere directly increased the power of the Whitebeard Pirates by at least 1/10 in a short period of time. In the battle on Dragon Tooth Island, the confrontation between the 2 dragons shocked the world. After joining the Beasts Pirates, the demon dragon Shavana was directly appointed as the deputy captain, with the title of Natural Disaster, ranking above the other 3 disasters. Marine soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives for justice, but who would like a boss who kills himself and his enemies at every turn? The barbarian King Tryndamere became famous all over the world, and was vaguely called the successor of the Whitebeard Pirates. The demonic dragon Shavana did not go to some New World pirate captains to gain reputation and experience. After joining the Beasts Pirates, she first defeated the 3 plagues, and then from time to time, she would have another 2-dragon battle with Kaido. And just when the 5 elders were planning to incorporate the Bounty Hunter Guild, the New World began to be turbulent because of the barbarian King Tryndamere and the demonic dragon Shavana. Hey, Captain, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates have had some great newcomers appear recently. But even more terrifying than barbarian King Tryndamere is the super newcomer of Beasts Pirates, the Scourge Dragon Shavana. If this continues, we will be in a lot of trouble. The pirate captains who can survive in the cracks of the New World 4 emperors each have a reward of at least hundreds of millions, plus the captain's respective subordinates. Trouble. Shanks poured a bottle of rum into his stomach, then hugged Beckman and said nonchalantly, "When will you, Shellman, care about these troubles?" The Whitebeard group and the Beasts Pirates have greatly increased their strength and become famous all over the world due to the addition of super newcomers. Bilgewater, which annexed the Big Mom pirate group, has annihilated and incorporated countless New World pirate groups. Now it's even vaguely called the strongest pirate group in the world. Ocean Calamity Gangplank is also known as the most terrifying man on the sea. His reputation is enough to turn the turbulent New World into a peaceful sea area. It's just us, there seems to be no movement at all during this period, and the new people we have joined. When Beckman said this, he glanced at the newcomer Raktas who was seriously wiping the deck not far away and offered a reward of 94 million, and said in a deep voice, "Under such circumstances, if there are some rookie pirates who want to climb the 4 emperors like Gangplank, who do you think they will choose first?" The persimmons have to be taken lightly. Compared to the other 3 famous 4 emperors groups, the Red Hair Pirates, which currently has the lowest bounty among the 4 emperors and is also very little famous recently, will certainly become some of the countless rookie pirate groups or New World. The first targeted by careerists? Who is the red-haired Shanks? The reward is only 4 billion. Newbie pirate. Beckman, we're the Red Hair Pirates. Shanks clenched the griffin, the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and said seriously, You know, those newcomers are just idiots who haven't seen the vastness of the sea yet. Griffin will teach them what the real sea is. Red hair pirates, never afraid of a challenge. The aloof 4 emperors never cared about those challengers? Unfortunately, times have changed. Of course it doesn't matter to ordinary newcomers. But what if those newcomers are monsters like Ocean Calamity Gangplank or Scourge Dragon Shavana? Too many new monsters have emerged in the sea during this period. The times are running rampant. Beckman stared into Shank's eyes and warned seriously. In the past, let alone the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates, there were just 2 super newcomers who became famous all over the world. Even if the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates merged, Beckman didn't care at all. After all, although the Red Hair Pirates have the smallest number of members among the 4 emperors, every member of the Red Hair Pirates is an absolute elite. Even a newcomer who has just joined Red Hair Pirates has a bounty of nearly 100 million immediately after entering the new world. With a little training, he will become a supernova with a promising future. In terms of mid to high level combat power, it can be said that except for the Whitebeard pirates, who directly summoned all the vassal pirate groups to fight with all their strength, the mid to high level combat power, Red Hair Pirates is definitely the strongest among the 4 emperors. The average combat strength per capita is over 100 million. In addition, there are not many people, the territory is not large, and there is only one main ship. It is really impossible to fight. If they engage in guerrilla warfare, 2 or 3 4 emperors groups may not be able to completely annihilate the Red Hair Pirates. But now, monster-like super newcomers are emerging one after another. Facing the rest of the 4 emperors group, the Red Hair Pirates can still consider playing guerrilla. After all, they are both 4 emperors, and it is normal for them to win or lose through occasional friction. But in the face of the super newcomers who come to challenge, can the Red Hair Pirates give in and fight guerrillas? Do you still want the throne of 4 emperors? Is red-haired Shanks shameless? Have the times begun to run rampant? I bet my arm on the new era. What a headache. After Beckman finished speaking, the red-haired Shanks was silent for a moment, and then the bright smile returned to his face. But what does this have to do with us? Beckman, we are the freest pirates on the sea. In an era of violence, someone will naturally lead it. Come, let's have a banquet, for the era of violence. Red-haired Shanks is really shameless? After all, as the freest pirate in the pirate world, as the red-haired Shanks who inherits Roger's legacy and is also a member of the Celestial Dragons, the throne of the Pirate King has never been Shanks' goal. Even the throne of One Piece, the red-haired Shanks, doesn't matter. The throne of the 4 emperors is equally unimportant to the red-haired Shanks. He had already pinned all his hopes, along with the straw hat, on Luffy. Luffy, times have gone crazy. I really look forward to the day when you will completely lead a new era. After the joyful banquet, Shanks stood on the deck, blowing the sea breeze alone, looking in the direction of East Blue, and murmured. Shanks firmly believes that Luffy is the man in the prophecy, and he will usher in a new era. Roger and the others arrived at Raftel too early. The prophecies and legends of Nika and Joyboy are not top secrets to those who truly stand on the pinnacle of the sea. However, some people believe in prophecies, some people believe in themselves, and some people have no intention of birding the so-called prophecies at all. For example, Duke was in Valoran Manor, taking a bath and burning incense, washing his hands properly, and planning to have another big draw. Are you kidding me? What does the prophecy and destiny of your One Piece world have to do with me, Duke? When I draw the star-casting Dragon King, let alone prophecies and fates, I can just create a world with one hand and play with it. System, give me 2 SS-level draws first. The rapid development of many forces under Duke's command has caused Duke's wealth to expand day by day. Ha ha ha, 1 divine outfit and 1 divine hero? Sure enough, SS-level draws make it easier to draw out good things. This is the ending that has been destined for a long time. In time, let alone the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, Duke would dare to directly step on Lord Im's head and shout, who else? Congratulations to host for winning the SS prize, the power of 3 phases of equipment. System, summon Volibear immediately. The thunder is calling me, and the storm will fight for you. But Duke was still extremely excited when every hero with SS potential was summoned. How can you cut off the roots of leaks in one go? Meaningless prophecy, meaningless destiny, the world is destined to be controlled by Duke. Every SS-level hero has the power to overturn the entire world. Duke blinked his eyes excitedly, and then said in surprise. Although wealth gradually turned into a series of numbers for Duke, consumption of 40 billion Baileys, host remaining 11.87 billion Baileys. However, compared to fishing from the lake, sustainable development is of course more important. Even if he hadn't considered the sustainable development of the major forces under his command and to earn more wealth, Duke might not be able to afford the SS-level lottery, let alone the SS-level lottery. Duke now has 6 such heroes under his command. Soul-locked Warden Thresh and Scarlet Baron Vladimir, who are collecting souls in Impel Down, may also step into this new world at any time. Field, congratulations to host for winning the SS-level prize, the heroic demigod Immortal Le Volable. In the Valoran Manor, an extremely tall figure exuding a terrifying aura like the ancient wilderness faced Duke and gently lowered his head. Immortal Mad Volable. Grade 1. Strength, A. Physique, A. Agility, A. Spirit, A. Potential, SS. Abilities, Crazy Thunder, Furious Bite, Thunder and Lightning, etc. Equipment, none yet. Overall rating, A. As the ancient demigod of Freljord, Volibear is the embodiment of storm and nature. He is the fury of thunder and the eye of the storm. Endless fighting spirit flows in his blood. Welcome to this whole new world. Duke looked at the tall, furry, and mighty Volibear in front of him with satisfaction, and then directly put the three-phase power of the divine outfit he had just drawn on Volibear, and said in a deep voice, "Next, are you interested in ruling a race? As a lost member of the Ursine tribe, it makes sense to return to Zaun Elephant Island and become the new leader of the Fur tribe, right? The Fur tribe is such a powerful force, and Duke doesn't want to see those little Fur tribe animals fighting bloody battles with Kaido of the beasts in the future in order to follow the stupid Kojiki Odin and the disgusting Momonosuke, and then suffer heavy casualties. Inuarashi, the king of day, and Viper, the king of night. From now on, the Fur tribe will always have only one king, and that is the immortal Thunder, Volibear." That night, Volibear, who was greatly strengthened after being equipped with the power of the three phases, put on his hood under the cover of night and quietly began to head towards Suo, Elephant Island. Zuao is an island on the back of the elephant owner. Without the guidance of the paper of life, it is often difficult for outsiders to find traces of Zuao. But for today's Duke, the coordinates of Zuao are of course at his fingertips. The black rose created by the trickster LeBlanc is blooming quietly throughout the world. There is no way, there are Duke's people everywhere. They are all under Duke's command. Everyone exchanges a little information and helps each other a little. It is enough to make the black rose created by the trickster LeBlanc, in the shortest time, become the top intelligence organization in the pirate world. In the underground world, the title of King of Roses has begun to appear vaguely. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy also had a headache during this time. In the extremely cruel underground world, there is no room for two kings of the underground world in the same industry. The king does not see the king? Is the Black Rose related to Bilgewater? That Gangplank is much harder to deal with than Linlin. New World, Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy looked at the part of the information about the Black Rose that she had finally obtained in her hand, and rubbed her head irritably in the tallest and most gorgeous Warren house in Pleasure Street. The secret between Bilgewater and the Black Rose is not completely top secret. In other words, after Duke planned to let Gangplank support the Black Rose of LeBlanc, Duke never thought of hiding it from the top powers in the pirate world. In addition to being used as a fully automatic processing plant, Hamitz, who is called the Soul Fruit, is also a perfect match for some intelligence spies. When intelligence is leaked, people will doubt everyone around them, even their pets, but they will never doubt the pots of plants and flowers on their balcony or bedroom, let alone the teacups and seats they use daily. Chair. When Hamitz is quiet, he is no different from ordinary plants and furniture. In the fully automatic processing factory in Bilgewater, every month there are always some high-end tea sets and furniture infused with soul, or some potted plants, which are quietly sent to wherever Plank wants them to go. Corner. In the past, the intelligence gathering ability of all nations was considered to be the best in the ocean, and with the comprehensive increase of Gangplank and LeBlanc, sooner or later, black roses will bloom across the entire ocean. As for the connection between the Black Rose and Bilgewater being discovered, what happened to Plank's majestic Four Emperors, an intelligence agency that secretly funded or controlled an underground world? Even if this intelligence agency may be a few billion points stronger, what does this have to do with him, the president of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce? If you have any questions, you can go to Four Emperors Gangplank to solve them. The Black Rose's power has grown rapidly with the support of Bilgewater. There is no way around it. LeBlanc is really strong, and Hamitz is really easy to use. However, in front of the veteran queen of the Pleasure District Stussy, the current power of Black Rose still seems small and fragile. Stussy's ability to become the queen of the Pleasure District in the underground world has never depended on Big Mom's friendship, but on her own strong strength and the secret support of the world government. Stussy's intelligence organization has never belonged to herself, but to the world government. World government is the most powerful intelligence organization in the entire pirate world. The intelligence agency of the Queen of the Pleasure District, the underground world controlled by Stussy, is only part of all the intelligence organizations of the world government. But unfortunately, Stussy never represents the entire world government. Sir, the intelligence agency Black Rose, supported by the newly promoted Four Emperors Gangplank, is trying to seize my position as the intelligence king of the underground world. How should I respond next? In the secret room of the Warren's house, Stussy dialed his own phone with an expressionless face and asked in a deep voice. Stussy is not afraid of a Black Rose. After all, in the dark underground world, countless forces try to become the new king of the underground world every year, but most of the challengers disappear in the shortest possible time. Above the cruel sea, except for the assassin king Big Hand Undertaker, who was recently pulled down and is also the easiest to be pulled down, the kings of the underground world have not changed for many years. If you want to become the king of the underground world, it is not enough just to rely on strength. However, with the support of Four Emperors behind Black Rose, it is completely different. The Four Emperors are by no means mere pirates, but the masters of the New World. The entire New World is the territory of the Four Emperors. Ocean Calamity Plank. The phone bug in front of Stussy was silent for a moment, and then said coldly, "Who cares? The world government does not want to be enemies with the Four Emperors anymore." Stussy has never been completely loyal to the world government. She is the first successful work of the Mads cloning experiment. This is simply impossible. New World was originally a garbage dump that had been planned by the world government, and until the owner planned to clean it up completely, leaving the garbage dump as it was undoubtedly the best choice. So, world government will not give you any help. If you fail, just return to world government to report on your duties. The front foot has just finished dealing with the Revolutionary Army, the world government is busy recruiting the Bounty Hunter Guild, and marine strength has now been greatly weakened. Ocean King Umit. Stussy is just a CP0, and CP0 is, at best, the strongest organization of the Celestial Dragons, but at worst, is the dog raised by the Celestial Dragons? Looking at the phone bug that had been completely hung up in front of him, Stussy raised the corner of his mouth slightly, showing a sneer, and then quietly dialed another phone bug. As a clone transformer, her true allegiance is naturally only to her creator. Without Stussy, or even the location of Stussy's so-called Queen of the Pleasure District, it will not affect the world government's intelligence acquisition at all. It was never Stussy that made world government, but world government made Stussy? Would the owner fight a tiger for the sake of a dog he raised? I heard that you seem to have encountered some big troubles recently. Maybe you need a little help from me. The world government does not want to cause turmoil in the entire world again in the short term. The phone bug in front of Stussy finished speaking and hung up the phone. As for the location of Stussy's underground world, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy is the secret that Vegapunk has been hiding in world government. As the smartest person in the world, Vegapunk will not fail to know that the closer he gets to the science of the ancient kingdom he studies, the more hostility the world government will have towards him. The world government will never allow the ancient kingdom to reappear in this world. However, for the sake of science, Vegapunk does not care about the hostility of the world government, and at the same time, it has never thought of surrendering. Before the full restoration and unraveling of the powerful science left behind by the ancient kingdoms, Vegapunk does not want to die, and Vegapunk has always kept more than one hand in the world government. Stussy is one, and the artificial devil fruit in the form of a blue dragon, the dragon fruit of Punk's Sahad, which is called the failure, is also one. Trouble. Hey he he he, I am the king of shipping. No one in this world can cause me enough trouble. Deep ocean currents will surely sweep across the entire world. Looking at the phone bug in front of him, King Kaido suppressed the annoyance and a little surprise in his heart, and kept his expression as normal and calm. Kaido, as the king of the dark world who almost monopolizes the transportation of goods in the entire underground world. Shipping King Umid owns almost the largest fleet in the One Piece world, controls a large number of secret waterways, and has almost the largest number of crew members in the One Piece world. His ship can quietly transport anything he wants to any sea area. His crew can also easily defeat any pirate group trying to covet his goods. It can be said that as the king of shipping, Umit, apart from those absolute kings of the New World, has directly stood at the pinnacle of this sea. After all, the king who can control the ocean transportation of the entire underground world in the world of One Piece where pirates are everywhere. His strength and power cannot be underestimated. Even the four emperors, the masters of the New World, may not be willing to make an enemy of him easily. It can be said that the sea transport king Umit is definitely at the top among all the kings of the Dark World. Even the Golden Emperor Teezero and the Clown Doflamingo, who have suddenly risen in recent years, still have a certain gap in strength and power compared to today's sea transport king. But it's a pity that this strong man who almost stands at the top of the sea has not only encountered some big troubles recently, he has been completely crushed, and it seems that even the last piece of his pants will be lost. No one knows what happened to him recently. But in front of Stussy, who is also the king of the underground world, the shipping king Umit does not want to show his current weakness and predicament. On the contrary, the tougher and more confident he is, the more likely he is to reach a comprehensive cooperation with Happy Street and gain a chance for himself. Oh ho ho, Mr. Umit is so confident. Stussy covered her mouth, chuckled and said, but why does the information I got show that Mr. Umit's shipping business has suffered heavy losses recently? Who can truly dominate this ocean, deep currents, or downwind sea transport? This is really curious. With smooth sailing, the mission will be achieved. I don't know when the legend of Janna, the storm goddess, began to be sung throughout the ocean. At the same time, along with the wind and sea transportation, the legend of Janna, the storm goddess, began to appear throughout the ocean. As for the legends above the sea, kings of the underground world like sea transport king Umit usually never cared about it in the past. Compared with the closed and ignorant civilians in the sea who regard the power of devil fruit as gods, demons, or witchcraft, the Sea King is very aware of the vastness of the sea, and also very aware of the magical power possessed by devil fruit. In other words, on this sea, the sea transport king Umit is a legend in itself. It's a pity that legends are born to be ended. Those downwind shipping companies that appeared out of nowhere, in just a few months. It ate up most of the shipping fleet of King Umit, and also ate up most of the cargo transportation business of King Umit. No one can really shake up the deep currents. After Stussy finished speaking, shipping King Umit was silent for a moment, and then he still said calmly, I'm going to make those guys understand that this ocean is not a child's play. The deep ocean currents will sink all the fools who dare to challenge the king into the deep sea. But, can you really control the location of the Queen of the Pleasure District? Black roses are blooming everywhere in the New World recently. Faced with Stussy's revelations, shipping King Umit showed no sign of weakness and also revealed the dilemma that Stussy is facing today. He, king of shipping, has indeed been in trouble recently, but will her life, queen of the pleasure district Stussy, be better? Black Rose now has quite a reputation among the intelligence organizations in the underground world. Oh haha, Mr. is really merciless at all. Stussy smiled softly, and then said frankly and seriously. However, it is precisely because of the small problems we are facing today that this is the basis for our union, isn't it? Come and cooperate. In this era of violence, only by uniting can we truly gain a foothold on this sea. Mr. Doesn't want us, the former kings, to be eliminated one by some newcomers who suddenly appear. What's more, I heard that there is some strange connection between smooth sea transportation and Black Roses. Otherwise, how did those guys find a large number of Mr. secret routes and eliminate a large number of Mr. ships in such a short period of time? I have never sold your information to Shangfeng Shipping, Mr. In the vast world of pirates, the biggest problem faced by almost all battles between major forces is to lock and destroy a large number of ships on the vast sea. There are no satellites or radars in the One Piece world. If you want to target those ships, you basically have to rely on the naked eye. After Stussy finished speaking, Shipping King was secretly happy, but his face remained calm. He did not believe that Stussy had not sold his intelligence information to Shangfeng Shipping. After all, as the queen of the pleasure district, it was only natural to accept money and sell information. Likewise, he did not believe that there was an in-depth cooperation between Sailwind Shipping and Black Rose. He simply believed that it was impossible to know about some of the secret routes he had that were currently destroyed and blocked by downwind sea traffic, the Stussy, and the Black Rose. In other words, if Stussy really knew what happened to his sea transport king in these days, Stussy would not dare to form an alliance with him at this time. Above the blue sky, a slightly transparent cyan bird is gently fluttering its wings, and then sweeps the entire world. To be able to monopolize the shipping in the underground world of Pirate King, Shipping King relies on not only a large number of ships and crews, but the most important thing is the secret routes that only he himself is fully aware of. He would only tell one captain he trusted about each secret route, and most of the captains under his command had never met. And in such a situation where a captain often only knows one secret route, who would have such a powerful intelligence capability to obtain information about most of his secret routes at the same time, and in just 7 days? Directly destroying and blocking his 48 secret routes, killing and capturing his 48 loyal and powerful captains? The secret routes controlled by the Shipping King are spread all over the world, and each of the captains under command is at least as powerful as a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million. Those routes and fleets are most powerful trump cards. If hadn't told him clearly from insiders at the top of world government and naval headquarters, neither the world government nor the naval headquarters have mobilized large numbers of troops recently. Even wondered if the world government and the naval headquarters were trying to kill him, and in the face of terrorist forces that can do this kind of thing, is an intelligence agency like Black Rose very strong? Most of the intelligence agencies in the One Piece world are often not known for their strength. Whose terrifying strength was about to be revealed by Tailwind Shipping, was considering whether to surrender to 4 Emperors Gangplank in exchange for asylum. When Stussy came to seek cooperation, there was no reason to refuse. In other words, all his previous calmness and composure in front of Stussy were for the purpose of better achieving comprehensive cooperation with Stussy. Being able to be independent is naturally better than being independent. However, just relying on the power of Happy Street and the current deep currents may not be enough to face the menacing, mysterious and terrifying downwind shipping. When Ryumit thought of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he said quietly to the phone bug in front of him, "Yes, in this era of increasing violence, only by joining together can we continue to stand on this sea. But if we want to join forces, why is it just the two of us? You also understand, in the battle on Cake Island, we were still too weak in front of the monsters like the 4 emperors. But, as long as we can all unite, our power will be enough to shake the entire world. Come and unite all the kings of the underground world, and make our own voice in this violent era. We have to unite anyway, why not take the big one? The greater the combined strength of the kings of the underground world, the easier it will be to solve its current problems. What's more, if he can really unite all the forces of the entire underground world, in the end, he, may not have the hope of completely controlling the entire underground world. Among all the kings of the underground world, has always believed that he is the strongest." Facing Umit's bold suggestion, Stussy was slightly stunned, then covered her mouth and showed a cheerful smile. A union of all the kings of the underworld. That's really a big event. Stussy and Umit set up a joint meeting, and then began to invite all the kings of the underground world. New World, in the extremely luxurious cruise ship city of Kolon, the Golden Emperor Tizalo sat on the golden throne and pressed the phone in front of him. For Tizalo, money is the biggest thing in the world. The power of. And now, he has mastered the most powerful power in the world. The cruise city Gulen owned by the Golden Emperor Tizaro is a franchised country recognized by the world government. Coupled with its own powerful power, the Golden Emperor Tizaro takes both black and white in the world of One Piece, and its influence spreads all over the world. Even the 4 emperors will be concerned about the celestial dragons who have been playing in the cruise city Gulen for many years. At the same time, they are worried that the richest cruise city will sink into the deep sea during the battle with Tizaro, and will not rush to the Golden Emperor Tai. Zoro takes action. There is often a certain tacit understanding between the 4 emperors of the New World and the world government, and no one is willing to break the balance on the sea easily. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that Tetsalo is very sensible and sends a large amount of treasure to the 4 emperors every year. It's just a pity that the times are already running wild. In the sky above the sea near Golden City Gulen, a pair of white wings are gently fluttering, and near that beautiful and powerful figure, a tall figure who controlled a small flying boat, carried a thunder drum on his back, and held a scepter was also following her closely. Duke has been eyeing the Golden Emperor Tezalo for a long time, but he has never found the right opportunity and manpower to collect all the wealth in Gulen. And now, maybe it's time. The Golden Emperor Tezaro directly rejected the joint gathering of the kings of the underground world. The clown Doflamingo, who is also one of the emperors of the Dark World, also dismissed the joint gathering of the kings of the underground world. But it is undeniable that every person with artificial Zoan fruit ability has at least a fighting power comparable to that of a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. The times are already running rampant. In the world of One Piece, sometimes being too powerful may not necessarily guarantee one's own survival, but will instead lead to the most deadly destruction. Bah, what a bunch of stupid guys. However, before the feast began, the wings of angels, accompanied by the roar of the god of thunder, had already covered the entire Golden City. Although the success rate of artificial Zoan demon fruit power is not high, it is completely incomparable to normal Zoan demon fruit power after success, and has various strange side effects. But after experiencing the battle on Cake Island, they knew that their own weak lucky road. Field, Warehouse King Jabatson, and veteran Morgans who didn't want to miss any big news, all happily accepted Stussy and Umit's joint party invitation. Do they think that a group of sheep will be enough to challenge a lion? Of course, the Lord of Shadow Stream, G, who is also one of the kings of the underground world, has no reason to refuse. The monsters of the 4 emperors and the world government will never allow such a powerful force to survive in the new world. United, what a ridiculous statement. And among the entire Don Quixote family, how many members have more than 10 million pirate bounties on their heads? Bah. The Golden Emperor Tezaro and Doflamingo rejected the invitation to a joint gathering of the kings of the underworld. In terms of high-end combat power, Beast's Pirates may have the least among the 4 emperors group, but in terms of mid and low-end combat power, Beast's Pirates is constantly increasing a large amount of man-made Zoan demon fruit power, which is making Beast's Pirates mid and low-end combat power grow rapidly. Otherwise, even if those artificial Zoan devil fruits have extremely harmful side effects, Doflamingo would not be able to keep even one for himself, but would trade them all to Kaido of the Beasts. Doflamingo knows this very well. Is this the city in the lower world? My god, I will dedicate this city to you intact. High in the sky, Enel, who was controlling the small ark he carefully built, said enthusiastically to Geyer beside him. After witnessing Guy's magical power, Enel has become Guy's most ardent believer. I smell depravity in this city. Go, bring judgment to them with lightning and wrath, and atone for all their sins. Geyer, who exuded divine light, waved her wings gently, and divine anger burned in her holy eyes. Gorin Tetsalo is the largest and most prosperous cruise city in the world, but behind that prosperity lies endless darkness and depravity. Countless people have lost their freedom, their dreams, and even everything they own in the Quran. It is a joyful place for the celestial dragons and even the world government officials, but it is also an abyss of hell for ordinary people. And now, the world's most gorgeous and dark cruise city has finally come to its own reckoning. The storm came, and in the blue sky, the strong wind began to howl, and large thunderclouds gathered into a dark canopy covering the entire sky. Under the shadow, those guests who were originally intoxicated in the magnificent Gulen, I gradually noticed something unusual. In other words, among the countless guests in the Gulen, a blind uncle holding a staff and sword had already raised his head and looked up at the sky before everyone noticed the abnormality. With an extremely solemn expression, the aura as violent as lightning has been Uxiao's for many years of traveling across the sea. Among all the people he has encountered, he can still be ranked among the top 10 strong ones. Even the so-called 7 warlords of the sea, who are now famous in the sea, Uxiao looks at come on, the aura on their bodies may not be much stronger than that ball of lightning. But such a powerful aura was so small and fragile compared to the other terrifying aura next to him. Sacred, hot, and endlessly bright, in the perception of observation Haki, who is the pinnacle of the world, the terrifying aura exuded by Geyer is like a big sun. Is there such a terrifying strong man on this sea? The world is really vast. Uxia frowned and sighed deeply. The owner of Gulen, who was also aware of the abnormality, the richest king in the underground world, the Golden Emperor Gilder Tezalo, raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky, and said with a confident smile, "Hoo ho ho, what a unique guest. But it doesn't matter, everything will surrender in front of this intoxicating money." Tezaro took a greedy sniff of the countless golden auras in the Quran, and shook his hands filled with gold rings hard. Within the Quran, countless gold instantly turned into a golden ocean, and then spiraled upward like a soaring snake, turning into the Tower of Babylon reaching into the sky. At the height of the Quran, countless golden fires instantly bloomed, and once again it illuminates the cruise ship city of Quran, which has gradually fallen into shadow. The Golden Emperor Tizalo can become the king of the underground world, and can use the cruise city of Gulen to become one of the world government franchise countries, and maintain a relative balance with the Celestial Dragons, naval headquarters, the underground world and even the 4 emperors. But it's not just the countless money he has. The Golden Emperor Tizaro is a user with the ability of the Golden Fruit, and his fruit ability has already awakened. In terms of strength, Tetsalo is comparable to SS Deputy, and ranks at the forefront among all the kings of the underground world. The golden fire made Gulen shine again, and looking at the towering golden lighthouse emitting golden light in Gulen Square, not far away, a man wearing a bubble helmet and riding a slave was having a runny nose. The Celestial Dragons asked the CP0 escort members in front of them with a dull expression, as if they were facing an enemy. Is this some new kind of performance? The golden color is so beautiful. When I get home, I want to build a golden tower like this. There are often Celestial Dragons playing on Gulen's cruise ship. It is precisely because of the existence of Celestial Dragons that Gulen, a special cruise city, does not have to worry too much about attacks from some major forces. Regular Celestial Dragons are very weak, but also very troublesome. If the Celestial Dragons are mobilized, the naval headquarters will have to mobilize the Admiral, which will also attract strong attacks from the world government. In this vast sea, there are too few people and forces that can truly ignore the threats of the Marine Admiral and the world government, but Guy, the god of Sky Island, is obviously among them. Celestial Dragons Jago Lucia. Saint Aegon is completely unaware of the threat that Gulen is facing now. Instead, he regards the thunderclouds in the sky and the soaring golden tower as a new type of entertainment program, but the rest of the people in Gulen do not. Celestial Dragons Aegon is so fearless or stupid. Unless, the golden fruit can also transform from an ordinary paramecia into a special phantom species. Lightning flashed everywhere, and after Enel turned into a thunder dragon and swallowed the towering golden tower, it immediately emitted endless bright and dazzling firelight. Then, in that bright and dazzling light, the towering golden tower towered into the clouds. The tower suddenly transformed into an extremely tall statue of Guy with dazzling golden light, holding a holy sword, and dazzling golden wings behind his back. In other words, in front of Logia's top devil fruit like thunder fruit, Tetsalo's golden fruit is not worth mentioning at all. Submit yourself at the feet of the gods. The Golden Emperor Tizalo is very strong, but after being beaten repeatedly by Gyre on Sky Island, Enel, who knows the vastness of the world, is by no means a weakling. It's clear that this is going to be a fight for all of them. Enel, who was standing at the foot of the golden statue, faced the gloomy Golden Emperor Enel and raised the scepter in his hand. 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. The golden statue, which is gradually changing from red to golden, is radiating its own burning heat in the square of Koran. When thunderclouds covered Gulen and the golden tower rose into the sky, countless tourists in Gulen had already widened their eyes, held their breaths, and looked nervously at the large dark clouds in the sky. Not everyone can swim directly from the Sabayati archipelago, across the calm belt, and ignore all the sea kings all the way to Nine Snake Island like Pluton Rayleigh. High in the sky, Enel jumped down from his small ark, and his body instantly transformed into a huge thunder dragon. He opened his ferocious mouth and swallowed the towering golden tower from top to bottom. On behalf of the gods, I will grant you fair judgment. No way, gold is also conductive. In addition to being used to discharge electricity, thunder fruit can also be used to smelt metal. It's a pity that everything in the world will surrender before God. Gulen is a cruise city that sails on the sea. Once such a cruise city sinks, in the weird weather and vast ocean of New World, not a single tourist will survive in the end. Is the gold that these gods need your greatest support? However, this is obviously impossible. Do you really think that everyone is King Luffy? The Golden Emperor Tizaro looked at Enel, who was showing off his power in front of him, with a solemn expression. On the other side, Saint Aegon of the Celestial Dragons sucked back his long snot, and then looked at the tall figure behind Enel with fascination. The gorgeous golden statue said stupidly to CP0 in front of him, God, aren't we the only ones who are gods? But, no matter, that God looks very beautiful, find her for me, I want her to be my slave. In the worldview of ordinary celestial dragons, they are the only true gods, and everything in the world can be controlled at their will, whether it's the daughter of the king of other kingdoms or the so-called gods. When Nami, the queen of the deep sea, casually crushed a celestial dragons to death like a chicken, and set off huge waves to threaten the Holy Land Marijois, the celestial dragons Aegon Shenko was not in the Holy Land Marijois. Celestial dragons Saint Aegon finished speaking stupidly. Enel, who was waiting for the surrender of Golden Emperor Tizaro, instantly turned red. Then, he transformed into lightning and appeared in front of celestial dragons Saint Aegon. Blasphemous. They all must die. As a fanatical believer of Guy, Enel certainly cannot bear to see others insult Guy. As for the identity of the celestial dragons, who cares? The lightning flashed, and seeing the extremely hot thunder and lightning about to turn Saint Aegon into charcoal, a CP0 who had been guarding Saint Aegon did not hesitate at all, and stood straight towards Enel's thunder and lightning. Black iron body. As a direct descendant of Saint Jagalusha Aegon, one of the current 5 elders, Saint Jagalusha Satan, the CP0 who has been responsible for guarding him for a long time is by no means a weakling. The dark armament haki covered the chest of the CP0 who faced the thunder and lightning. Coupled with the Grand Master's Marine 6 styles, CP-087 has a combat power comparable to the Naval Headquarters Commodore. Even pirates with tens of millions of bounties can't do it. He is the opponent of CP-087. It's a pity that the enemy he faces is not an ordinary pirate, but a user with Thunder Fruit abilities known as the strongest in Logia. The armament haki on the chest of CP-087 is like a bubble in front of Enel's thunder and lightning, bursting at the first touch. As for the iron body, Enel's lightning can smelt gold at will, but how can a mere iron body withstand the high temperature brought by lightning? Lightning flashed everywhere, and along with the smell of burnt meat, CP-087 collapsed straight to the ground, losing all the breath of life. However, his death was by no means meaningless. Just when CP-087 turned into charcoal and the remaining electric light was about to completely swallow up the celestial dragon's Aegon Saint, a guy dressed as a ninja with a huge head and a relatively short body appeared from the ground in an instant. Then he grabbed the celestial dragon's Aegon Saint and disappeared into the street without any delay. One of Tezuro's cotters, Tanaka, a user with the ability to pass through the fruit, has the ability to carry others through walls and even the earth. With a swish, Tanaka gasped and hid directly behind Tezuro with celestial dragon's Aegon Saint. It was just a matter of seconds that Tanaka and Aegon the celestial dragons would be turned into charcoal. Tanaka gasped for air, but Saint Aegon of celestial dragons, who was lucky enough to escape Enel's thunder and lightning, did not have the slightest fear. After being stunned for a moment, Saint Aegon directly threw away Tanaka's arm. He said with great disgust, "Who allowed you to touch me, pariah? They're all pariahs." Saint Aegon began to roar, then directly pressed a red button in his hand, and then shouted to Enel, "How dare you attack a god? I will turn you into my slave, and I will make you wail in the most painful way. And your so-called god, I will also give her the most painful torture in the world." Aegon finished yelling at Enel, then turned around and shouted loudly at Tezalo and everyone present. "Now, you guys, all protect me. If I get injured, everyone in this ship will die." In the world of celestial dragons, they have never even felt the so-called fear in their entire lives. As for whether everyone on this ship should obey his orders and protect him, this is not a matter of course. They are gods, descendants of the creator who can do whatever they want in this world. All mortals in the lower world are slaves that they can dispose of at will. And once anyone dares to offend the celestial dragons, the Admiral of Headquarters, the world government's apparently strongest force, must immediately mobilize to protect the celestial dragons. Based on this alone, Naval Headquarters has never been a truly peaceful organization that protects countless civilians in the sea, but is just a violent institution used by the world government to maintain its rule. The red button was pressed, and some of the remaining bodyguards of the celestial dragons began to contact the Naval Headquarters as quickly as possible for help. Everyone in Gulen City was dumbfounded at this time. Forget it that the Golden Emperor Tezuro, the Emperor of the Underground World, faced his own challenge on this day. In this world, would anyone really dare to attack the celestial dragons? Aren't they afraid of Marine Admiral and world government? Forget it. Why are all of them implicated now? The celestial dragons are really going to have trouble in Gulen. Unless they can leave Gulen in the shortest possible time, they will all be in big trouble. But can they avoid it now? A large number of tourists in Kulan glanced at the endless sea around them, and their eyes gradually turned fierce as they looked at Enel. When the celestial dragons are attacked, the Admiral of Headquarters will inevitably be dispatched. As long as they can hold on until the arrival of the Admiral, they can all be rescued. The Admiral of Headquarters is the highest force of the world government. Without taking action, its name alone is enough to intimidate countless people. Just when the red button was pressed, Naval Headquarters Marineford and the Holy Land Marijoys immediately began to take action. Order the Marine Admiral and nearby Marines to go to the rescue immediately, and order everyone in Gulen to protect Aegon's safety at all costs. Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku had a headache looking at the livid curly hair in front of him. 5 Elder Saints Satan's exclusive phone bug? Forget it about the attack on Gurren Tezalo. Why would those guys get into trouble? Can't you just stay calm? This sea is already chaotic enough. Sengoku rubbed his head tiredly. The endless emergence of strange and powerful forces and the turbulent world made Sengoku age more than 10 years in just 1 or 2 years. After all, it's those guys, so it's normal for them to cause some trouble. But, a Thunder Fruit user. I'll go there. I hope Tezuro, the famous Golden Emperor, can at least hold on until I arrive. Admiral Kizuro, who has been staying at the Naval Headquarters for a long time and is responsible for all aspects of support, took a sip of the tea in his hand, then put down the teacup, and his figure instantly turned into light and disappeared. Against the Golden Fruit, which is known as the strongest Logia fruit like the Thunder Fruit, Kizuro really has no confidence in Tezalo. Among the 3 admirals of Naval Headquarters, the only one who can quickly support and respond to the rest of the sea is the one with the Shining Fruit ability, Kizuro. Kizuro began to support, and in Gulen City, a large number of Naval Headquarters executives who came to play also frowned and silently stood in front of Celestial Dragon's Aegon Saint. When the Golden Emperor Tezalo encounters trouble, the senior executives of Naval Headquarters who come to visit will not take action. They even wish that the Golden Emperor would lose and relieve them of their gambling debts. As for the threat from Aegon of the Celestial Dragons, as a senior member of the Naval Headquarters, Aegon had something happen to them under their noses. It is normal to be unlucky, but it is obviously impossible for them all to be buried with Aegon because of his injury. The generals of naval headquarters are not civilians or pirates that the world government can kill at will. At least, it is impossible to attack them directly. But after the Celestial Dragon's Aegon's attack, and the orders from naval headquarters, they had to stand in front of Aegon Saint. It is one thing to ignore the safety of Celestial Dragon's Aegon without receiving the order, but it is another thing to ignore the safety of Aegon the Celestial Dragons after receiving the order. As a direct descendant of Saint Sartan, one of the current 5 elders, Saint Aegon is obviously more important than ordinary Celestial Dragons. Blasphemous. And you villains who try to disobey God. Isn't it better to be obedient and surrender at God's feet? Enel looked at the large number of strong men blocking him, and some lightning began to flash in his eyes. In the thunderclouds all over the sky, there were countless lightning flashes as Enel's words began to tumble. Now, all of you must face your own judgment. Thousands of thunders. After Enel finished speaking, thousands of thunders descended from the sky, and Gulen, which had been once again covered in the shadow of thunderclouds, emitted an extremely hot light at this moment. There was great lightning in the Kolon, and when countless thunder and lightning rained down on the Kolon, those who tried to disobey the gods all felt the long-lost fear at this moment. Mortals cannot disobey gods. Ordinary people can't resist thunder? Thousands of thunders fell from the sky, and countless marine generals who were determined to protect the Celestial Dragon's Aegon, as well as most of Tezero's subordinates, all collapsed to the ground with black smoke. At this time, the marine who was playing in Gulen, the one with the highest position and the most strength, was only a naval headquarters rear admiral. The real top brass of naval headquarters may occasionally visit the Koran, but they cannot stay in the Koran for a long time. Seeing countless of his colleagues paralyzed on the ground, desperately resisting a thunderbolt, his hair exploded and his body was scorched black. Rear Admiral Sicily clenched the saber in his hand. He never expected that even if he just wanted to come to Gulen to gamble, he would encounter something like the Celestial Dragons being attacked. Totally unlucky. However, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. The Sicilian Rear Admiral looked at the numerous colleagues who had fallen to the ground and were still squirming slightly from time to time, and the breath of life had not completely dissipated. He mustered up the courage, waved the saber with a slight black light in his hand, and slashed hard at Enel. Then, at the moment when he lost his body, Enel let out a loud scream under a casual lightning strike, exhaled black smoke, and collapsed to the ground. The duty of a soldier is indeed to obey orders. But if you can't beat it, there's really nothing you can do about it. The Sicilian Rear Admiral, who was pretending to be dead and fell to the ground, quietly squinted his eyes and looked around. Then, he looked awkwardly at a naval headquarters colonel who was also pretending to be dead and fell to the ground, and smiled coquettishly. Although many of the marine generals who came to play in the Koran were gamblers, and many were even corrupted and controlled by the Golden Emperor Tezero using a large amount of money and debts, this does not mean that they are all damn evil. Being disciples does not mean that they are really willing to fight to the death to protect the celestial dragons. The rumors of the battle on South Blue's Sandolai Island broke the hearts of countless marine soldiers. Without being bound to precious metals such as gold, Bailey's specific value depends entirely on whether the world government is willing to see the world in chaos. A large number of marine generals fell to the ground. Some of the powerful pirates and criminals who had planned to attack Enel also touched their heads in embarrassment and took 2 steps back. They began to roll their eyes and look at the hanging man. A large number of lifeboats are coming within the Koran. The Koran is Tetsalo's greatest effort. In order to gain legal recognition from the world government, in order for the world government to allow the Koran to become a permanent neutral zone where the use of force is not allowed, in order to achieve a balance between the world government and the 4 emperors, in order to achieve peace in the entire world. To make his name and establish his prestige, Tetsalo gave everything he had. Those pirates and lawless elements have a choice, but the Golden Emperor Tezero, the controller of Gulen, and his cotters have no choice. Of course, I am still afraid, but one is to go up and die directly for the annoying celestial dragons, and the other is to try to escape for my own life, and then at least have the possibility of surviving for a while. Which choice is very simple, isn't it? If you want something like money, just print it yourself. But in the eyes of the 5 elders, Tetsalo is nothing. However, Enel didn't care. Even if they were just pretending to be dead, the injuries on their bodies couldn't be faked. In other words, as long as Enel was willing, it would be easy for them to change from pretending to be dead to real death. This was also the case when Duke knew that the Noxus Empire's Xinyuan could not fully compete with Bailey in a short period of time, and even the existence of Xinyuan had caused some problems to the development of the Noxus Empire. The reason why they still insist that the Noxus Empire must have its own currency, and once the Celestial Dragon's Aegon dies here, the fragile agreement between Tezero and the world government may collapse at any time. In the eyes of ordinary people, Tetsalo is the king of the underground world, the king of the countries that join the world government, and the richest man in the world. The Sicilian Rear Admiral and others pretending to be dead did not really go unnoticed by Enel. With the bonus of Thunderfruit, Enel's observation haki can also be regarded as reaching the pinnacle of the sea to a certain extent. And now, the countless wealth stored in Tezero in Gulen is undoubtedly very valuable. But, as pirates or lawbreakers, are they really afraid of the world government and marine? Logia fruit users, especially those with the top abilities in Logia like Thunderfruit, may not have much advantage when facing the top experts, but when facing enemies who are more than a match in strength, Thunderfruit is simply invincible. The Bailey needed for the Duke lottery is never pure paper, nor is it the numbers printed on the paper, but the value represented by those papers, numbers, and those gold and silver jewelry. There may be simple good people among pirates, but in naval headquarters, most marines are defenders with their own ideas of justice. Celestial dragons die in Gulen, and they do have a real chance of getting into big trouble. Judgment. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Gods, if they are worshipped by people and what they desire can be called gods. Tizero glanced at Aegon Saint, the celestial dragons who had once again penetrated into the earth under Tanaka's care and narrowly escaped death. He raised his head and roared angrily at Enel. Then I, who controls countless amounts of money and countless people at the same time, am the real god. After Tizero finished speaking, the earth began to tremble, and then began to surge with Tizero as the center. But during this surging process, the black earth gradually turned golden, and then, like a river flowing backwards, it began to converge towards Tetsalo. After awakening, the gold fruit, like Paramecia's string fruit, can turn all items around it into gold in a short period of time. Countless gold turned into a squirming ocean, and in the center of the ocean, a tall and majestic golden giant began to appear. Now, feel the true wrath of God. Golden industry fire. Tizero controlled the golden giant and waved his giant fist vigorously. The heavy punch combined with haki and the power of gold was enough to destroy everything. But alas, Enel is not an idiot. As a user with the Thunder-type fruit ability, he is obviously an assassin-type player with high agility and high explosiveness. Why do he have to go head-to-head with a guy with the gold fruit ability who is wearing armor and looks very fleshy at first glance? He is not a reckless man like King Luffy. Under Gaire's repeated beatings, Enel not only improved rapidly in strength, but his combat intelligence also improved significantly. I have no choice but to dodge even though I know I can't beat him. Isn't that stupid? The electric light flashed, and before Tetsalo's heavy punch hit Enel, Enel's figure instantly disappeared into the void. The next second, it appeared above the head of the golden giant controlled by Tizero. God, you deserve it. Thunder's judgment. Enel sneered, then raised his hand, and a huge thunder and lightning instantly penetrated the heaven and earth, wrapping Enel and the golden giant in the thunder and lightning at the same time. The electric light dissipated, and then, the extremely tall golden giant fell heavily to the ground. Gold also conducts electricity and is a very good conductor. Tizero collapsed to the ground with black smoke all over his body, and then Enel stared straight at Saint Aegon of Celestial Dragons who was hiding behind Tanaka and was constantly scolding everyone in front of him. You guys, hurry up and defeat that BD. I am your creator. If something happens to me here, the world government will never let you go. Celestial Dragon Saint Aegon, who had almost never felt fear in his life, finally noticed the fear of dying under Enel's cold eyes. Tizero fell to the ground, but Tizero's three subordinates were not directly knocked down. Tanaka, the person with the ability to penetrate the fruit, let go of the arm of Aegon, the celestial dragons, and stood without fear as he was already unconscious. In front of Tetsalo on the ground, he was always ready to take Tetsora across the ground and run away. As a masochist, Deus clenched the heavy axe in his hand tightly, and the dark armament haki began to flow around him. Bakara, the lucky fruit user with the most miraculous fruit ability and the most difficult to deal with under Tizero, also hurriedly touched a large number of people who were paralyzed on the ground in front of him, and absorbed countless luck from them. Then I started to face Enel. Hey, Boss Tizero's hard work will not let you be destroyed like this. Bakara and others know that they cannot be Enel's opponent, but as long as they delay for a little time, support from naval headquarters may arrive at any time. By that time, everything might be fine. Bakara and others, who have accompanied Tetsalo from an ordinary person to the king of the underground world today, have a deep bond with Tetsalo. In the world of One Piece, there may be many villains who don't care about their companions or their families, but each of the truly strong men on the sea often has their own firm beliefs, and they also have a group of a partner who is willing to do whatever it takes for this belief. Haki comes from the sublimation of faith. Bakara and others want to protect Tizalo and wait for Tizalo to recover. After all, in the pirate world where lost teeth can be repaired by drinking milk, even if they are seriously injured, as long as they are not dead, they will be a vigorous hero again after taking a short rest. Unfortunately, Enel no longer wants to give them enough time. God is watching him. Enel has spent a lot of time in order to control the Quran and judge the blasphemer. Now, it's time to end this. Looking at Aegon of the Celestial Dragons who was still shouting and Tanaka and others who were trying to block him, Enel's eyes flashed, and crystal lightning started to sputter out from all over his body. Then, the lightning flashed, and in Tanaka there was no time to use the piercing fruit to dodge. Enel's arm, which was emitting endless electric light, was directly pressed on Tanaka's head. First, Tanaka fell to the ground instantly, but Enel's figure also began to disappear from the eyes of Deus and others after Tanaka fell to the ground. And when Enel appeared again, he was already in front of Deus. Deus is the most powerful cotter under Tetsalo. He has a strong armament haki, an extremely solid body, and a masochistic physique that makes him feel happier the more he is attacked. Taken together, Deus is even powerful enough to compete with ordinary people. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral contest? Unfortunately, such strength is still meaningless in front of Enel's Thunder Fruit. As the electric light flashed, Deus, whose body was filled with armament haki, kept an extremely happy expression on his face. After spitting out a puff of black smoke, he fell heavily to the ground. The second, Enel said in a deep voice, then snapped his fingers, and 2 bolts of lightning struck directly at the celestial dragons Aegon and the last remaining cadre of T0, Bakara. However, I don't know if it's because the large amount of luck Bakara absorbed finally came into play at this time, or because Kizaru's support came too quickly. The lightning that struck Bakara took an inexplicable turn for some reason, causing a pirate who collapsed on the ground to twitch as Bakara absorbed his luck. The other lightning that struck celestial dragons Aegon Saint was in the air. Just when it was about to hit, Kizaru's laser flash was quietly blocked. It was almost like something big happened. Today's newcomers are really scary. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru's slightly dignified figure suddenly appeared. Enel is not Kizaru's late-stage supernova, or in other words, any sea warrior with S-combat power is enough to temporarily rival Admiral to a certain extent. Kizaru's face was solemn, and Enel's face was even more ashen. He had allowed the blasphemer to survive for far too long. Especially after the arrival of Kizaru, Saint Aegon of the Celestial Dragons, who felt that he had Admiral's support, immediately began to support himself. Hey, are you the Admiral sent by Naval Headquarters for support? It came so slowly. I almost got hurt. Now, hurry up and catch me the criminal who dares to attack the gods. I will make him my most humble slave, and the so-called gods that guy believes in will never be let go. In this world, we are the only gods. Aegon said to Kizaru's arrogant orders. In Aegon's view, now that Admiral is here, he can't do whatever he wants. And it's not just Aegon who thinks the same way, but also a large number of tourists and service personnel in Gulen. In their eyes, the Admiral of Headquarters is the strongest force in the world government and is invincible. Unfortunately, Kizaru himself doesn't think so. In other words, just when Kizaru came to Gulen and began to face Enel, he suddenly felt an unspeakable fear. And the source of this fear does not come from the Thunder Fruit ability user in front of him, but from the sky covered with thunder clouds. Kizaru looked up to the sky with a solemn expression, and with a smile that had always been popular among tourists, he silently raised his head, and then, with a sigh that resounded throughout Gulen, God has arrived. The thunderclouds that covered the entire Quran began to quickly dissipate with Gyre as the center at the moment Gyre sighed, and were replaced by light. Endless, sacred, and blazing light enveloped the entire Gulen in an instant, and then, in a sacred pillar of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, Gyre waved his wings gently and slowly fell from the sky. My God, give me a little more time. I will definitely be able to hand over this city to you intact. And that blasphemer, I will never let him go. Gyre appeared, and Enel immediately knelt down on one knee and said enthusiastically. Saint Aegon, who also watched Gyre's arrival, after seeing Gyre's appearance clearly, pointed at Gyre and said wildly, a human with wings? I've never had a slave like this. Hurry and catch her, I want her to become my most precious collection. Raised like pigs, the celestial dragons have long since lost their respect for the world. In other words, in their eyes, they are the whole world. After Aegon finished speaking, everyone present was dumbfounded, and then many aristocratic tourists who had originally planned to hug Aegon's lap after Kizaru's arrival also took a few steps back in tacit agreement. Celestial dragons are stupid, but they are not stupid. Enel alone is already difficult to deal with, and a god who seems to be even stronger than Enel appears. No one can tell what the outcome of this battle will be. Besides, didn't you see that Admiral Kizaru was sweating on his forehead? Admiral is strong, but on this sea, Admiral is by no means invincible. You did your best. However, right now, you are unable to face the truly top-notch experts in this sea. Besides, there's more than one. Gyre floated in front of Enel and said in a deep voice, but his eyes were fixed on the blind gambler among the tourists. When Yuxiao sensed Gyre's existence, Gyre also sensed Yuxiao's existence. As a hero with SS potential, and with the faith of a large number of Sky Island residents, coupled with the experience provided by Enel from time to time, Gyre still lacks a lot of experience before reaching the full level, but with the increase of the equipment given by Duke, well, Guy at this time, in terms of strength, has even surpassed 4 Emperors Gangplank who has experienced countless bloody battles and has the bonus of ghost skin. There is no way, things like talent and potential are too important. Just like some people are still peeing and muddying at the age of 6, while some people are already beating giant heroes at the age of 6. Hard work may determine the lower limit, but the upper limit still depends on fate. In terms of destiny, in the entire pirate world, how many people are more precious than Gyre, the son of the star spirit and a natural demigod? Facing Guy's gaze, he smiled coquettishly, and then walked out directly, but did not choose to stand next to Kizaru and Aegon. Instead, he stood silently in another corner and looked at Guy in a deep voice. Asked in a voice, I have no intention of being your enemy, but I want to know what you want to do to this city and everyone in this city. After witnessing countless darkness with his own eyes and destroying his own eyes with his own hands, Yuxiao has his own concept of justice, and this concept of justice does not include mindless maintenance of celestial dragons. In other words, in the eyes of a smile, those dirty idiots of celestial dragons are also the source of evil to a certain extent. However, there is nothing I can do to change this. I also want to know your goal. Also, can I apologize to you on behalf of the guy behind me? I don't want to face an enemy like you. It's really, really terrible. A few drops of cold sweat quietly dripped from Kizaru's forehead, and then he put away his usual frivolity and casualness, and spoke to Gaier solemnly. Kizaru was still making a last-ditch effort to save Aegon's life. After all, his mission this time was to rescue Aegon. However, if he had known that Aegon had provoked such a terrifying enemy, Kizaru would not have worked so hard to come to Gulen. Really, I'm so stupid. I'll drink 2 more cups of tea at Marineford. Wouldn't it be better to wait until this guy is dead before coming back? Also, it's true in Tetsalo. Although the city of Gulen itself is a cruise ship, can't you drive a little deeper into the new world this time? Does it have to be so close to Marineford? Kizaru felt the sacredness and terror unconsciously emanating from Gaier, and vaguely suppressed his own glittering fruit. For the first time, he felt that his speed was too fast, and it seemed that it was not a good thing. For those who cannot fly, it will undoubtedly take a lot of time to reach the new world from the first half of the Grand Line, whether by sneaking in from the Fishmen Island or being chartered by the world government to cross the Red Line. But for people who can fly, the first half of the Grand Line and the chasm between the new world are just a blink of an eye. No way, it's really amazing to be able to fly. My goal. Gaier looked at Kizaru in front of him and smiled. He shook his head slightly. His eyes began to gradually splash out with divine anger. The long sword in his hand also began to be wrapped with hot and terrifying flames. Then, he swung it violently. Meet the judgment. After Gaier finished speaking, the sky suddenly became extremely bright, and then, in Kizaru's eyes with a smile of disbelief, the extremely bright sunshine in the sky instantly turned into extremely sharp holy swords, and then, fell from the sky, and in an instant nailed everyone in the Quran. What on earth did you do? I will never tolerate such evil behavior. Yuxiao waved the staff knife in his hand, and before he could delay, he knocked away the light blade that was aimed at him. Then, with veins popping out, he glared at Gaier. In Gulen, the most famous and prosperous cruise city in the world, the number of tourists and residents combined is even close to 100,000. But now, 100,000 people were all pierced by Gaier's light blade. It was a massacre. Smiling and glaring at Guy, Kizaru, after dodging the light blade, began to clap his hands at Guy. What an amazing ability. Is there still a superior fruit like the shining fruit in this world? This is really, really terrible. And the moment Kizaru clapped his hands, the light blade that pinned everyone in Gulen began to dissipate. Then, a large number of ordinary residents and workers in Gulen who were designed and controlled by Kizaru were surprised to feel their extremely light bodies. The moment the light blade dissipated, they felt that all the pain and injuries they had suffered were all gone. As the light blade began to dissipate, Gaier's holy light can not only kill enemies, but also heal injuries. Of course, the most important function is to judge those enemies. A large number of ordinary residents and workers recovered from their injuries under the power of Gaier's holy light. Some marine generals who were pretending to be dead or were really knocked to the ground by Enel also began to struggle to get up under the power of holy light, but more pirates and nobles who were guilty of a lot of crimes, as well as the marines who had already been corrupted, began to wail in agony at the moment Guy's blade of holy light dissipated. The sacred flames were burning fiercely on their bodies, and then, in the wails, some of the sinful villains turned into ashes and disappeared into the void. But what is puzzling is that Aegon, the celestial dragons, who was clearly pierced by the blade of holy light, still remained intact. Gaier's power of holy light will heal those kind or ordinary humans, and will also impose the judgment of the holy light on those sinful humans. For minor crimes, a period of painful wailing will be enough. For extremely heinous crimes, the holy flames will turn their souls and bodies into ashes at the same time. As for how the power of holy light distinguishes between good and evil, evil people also know very clearly that they are evil people. It is easy to deceive others, but it is difficult to deceive yourself. Of course, except for Aegon, the celestial dragons who really took everything they had done for granted. In the eyes of many celestial dragons, they really believe that ordinary humans are untouchables in the lower world, slaves who can do whatever they want, and playthings that are no different from pigs, cattle, sheep, or even furniture and food. And do humans feel guilty because they eat a lot of bread and kill some livestock? No, they won't. What a stupid, pitiful, and sinful soul. Gaier looked at Aegon, who was unharmed by the blade of holy light, and waved the sword in his hand. Then, a holy fire fell from the sky, instantly turning Aegon into ashes. Aegon was unaware of his sin, but that didn't matter. Gaiel would grant him final judgment. Kizaru looked at Aegon, who turned to ashes, and the corners of his mouth moved weakly, but in the end he said nothing. Just when Gaier just swung his sword, Kizaru originally planned to save Aegon. After all, in terms of speed, Kizaru who ate the shining fruit was definitely the pinnacle of the sea. But just when Kizaru was about to save Aegon, he saw Gaier staring straight into his eyes, and an unprecedented fear and threat stirred in Kizaru's heart. Then, Kizaru decisively gave in. Well, the celestial dragons, although they are the direct descendants of Saint Satan of the 5 elders, they are dead when they die. Do we really want Kizaru to fight a terrifying enemy for the sake of a celestial dragons? He, Kizaru, was not the loyal lackey of the celestial dragons like the later Aramaki. The most important thing is that the threat Gaier poses to Kizaru is too great. Even Whitebeard, who was once at his peak, had never given Kizaru such a big threat. As a user with the Shining Fruit ability, Kizaru may not be a match for Whitebeard one-on-one, but if Kizaru really wants to escape, in addition to the Dead Sea Overlord rocks and the mysterious Imsama, the 4 emperors together may not be able to escape. Kill Kizaru. The life-saving ability of the Shining Fruit is too strong. Unfortunately, he met Gyre. As a descendant of the celestial spirit, Gyre is a natural demigod. He is the darling of fire and holy light. Without the ability of Devil Fruit, Gyre is born with the power to control holy light and fire. Is that so? Sorry, I misunderstood you. But, does such an ability still exist in this world? This sea is indeed too vast. Yuxiao put away his staff and sword, bowed deeply to Gyre, and said apologetically. In Yuxiao's perception, a large number of ordinary people cheered for joy under the power of the holy light, while those humans with dark and mixed spirits kept wailing in pain. Guy's power is only for those who are guilty. And if this is the case, Yuxiao has no reason to draw the sword on Gyre. There are too many evils in this world. Yuxiao believes that he cannot change the whole world on his own, so he can only choose to kill his eyes to escape. However, after losing his eyes, Yuxiao's observation haki becomes more powerful, but it makes Yuxiao even more powerful. Pain. After losing his eyes, Yuxiao cannot clearly see everyone's face and the sins they have done. But similarly, after losing his eyes, everyone's soul and heart gradually become transparent in front of Yuxiao. The souls of ordinary people and good people are often full of joy and brilliance, while the souls of villains are full of darkness and depth. But in the world of pirates, there are too many villains. Most of the passionate young people who once dreamed of going to sea would become pirates who committed all kinds of evil in the shortest possible time. This is an era full of sin. But now, Yuxiao feels that he seems to have seen the dawn of a new era. In the perception of a smile, Gyre's soul is full of holiness and light, and of course, most importantly, there is unparalleled power. That was a terrifying power beyond Yuxiao's imagination. Guy's current strength may not have reached the SS level realm, but the nature of Guy's soul and power, which was born as a demigod, has undoubtedly surpassed almost all living beings in the world of One Piece. It takes a long time for Imsama to possess the strength of SS-, and SS is already the limit that all creatures in the world of One Piece can vaguely reach, and for Guy, entering the realm of gods and becoming SS strong, but it's just the beginning. One has reached the end of the journey, while the other's journey has just begun. There is no comparison at all. Yuxiao put away the staff knife in his hand, and then the remaining Kizaru looked at Guy, then at Yuxiao, and finally at the large amount of remaining black ash on the ground of Gulen, as well as those who were under the power of the holy light. General Marine, who had already stood up, smiled coquettishly at Guy. Well, can you pretend that I haven't been here today? After Kizaru finished speaking, with a swish sound, he ran away. Slip away. An enemy like Gyre will fight whoever he likes. Anyway, Kizaru has no intention of actually facing Guile. There was no way, Aegon of the Celestial Dragons was dead. The Master of Gulen and the King of the Underworld, the Golden Emperor Tizalo, also wailed and rolled on the ground under Gyre's trial, obviously losing the ability to resist. The warrior, the extremely powerful strange man, seemed unprepared to fight Gyre. Next, is he really going to have to fight alone against a Gyre who poses a fatal threat to him and a Thunder Fruit user? What is the difference between this and seeking death? Support from naval headquarters will not be able to arrive in a short time. The most important thing is that Guy's ability obviously seems to be only aimed at villains. If you really think about it, facing Guy who has killed countless villains, naval headquarters might even give him a bonus and find ways to recruit him. What's the point of fighting to the death with a top powerhouse who has a righteous mind? Kizaru decisively ran away. The Sicilian rear admiral who had already stood up was silent for a moment, and then winked at the marine generals who were also struggling to stand up. Decisive seemed to have been seriously injured and immediately collapsed to the ground. I can't control it, I really can't control it. Admiral has run away, he is just a headquarters. What else can Admiral do? To die? Nothing else, just make a decisive move? Living is the most important thing. As for the world government's censure after Aegon's death, the Admiral couldn't withstand the blame. Can they still be blamed? Do they really think that naval headquarters is a soft-footed shrimp that the world government can rub at will? The worst option is to join Mr. Zephyr's pirate guerrilla team and fight guerrillas on the sea with Mr. Zephyr. The world government has little ability to control the pirate guerrillas created by Zephyr. Sicily Rear Admiral, also once a disciple of Zephyr. When Galen killed Whitebeard too, Zephyr had already formed a pirate guerrilla group. Looking at the generals of the naval headquarters who were pretending to be dead, Gyre directly crossed their bodies and smiled at all the tourists and residents who were still alive and who had less sinful crimes and had recovered from the judgment of the holy light. The voice said, "Leave this sinful city immediately. Then I will bury it completely." After Gyre finished speaking, a large number of residents and tourists who were frozen in place and dared not move immediately burst out at the fastest speed in their lives and began to drive away quickly in Gulen's lifeboat and the boat they came on. There is no way. Although Admiral ran away, the Celestial Dragons were really dead, and Gulen was about to sink. If he didn't run, would he really sink with Gulen? As for the countless wealth Tizalo has stored in the Koran, people are dying and still want to get rich. Those stupid pirates who want wealth rather than life either have experienced the Holy Light trial once and do not want to experience it a second time, or they have already turned into Gulen along with countless pirates during the first Holy Light trial. A speck of black ash on the ground. A large number of people began to flee Gulen in a hurry. The Sicilian Rear Admiral and others who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead also quietly stood up after smiling awkwardly and began to run away. The only ones who still stayed in place were Yuxiao, Tetsalo and his 3 cotters. Yuxiao didn't want to leave for the time being. He still had many questions, which he hoped to be answered by Geyer. As for Tetsalo and his 3 cotters, they had completely lost all consciousness under the judgment of the Holy Light. Originally, according to Geyer's concept of justice, they should all be burned to ashes under the holy fire. But there was no way. Who told Duke to try his best to save Tetsalo and his cotters when he ordered Geyer to capture Gulen? Duke does not have a moral obsession. The most important thing is that Tetsalo and his cotters may be very useful to Duke. Duke wanted to know whether the golden fruit after Tezaro's awakening could provide him with endless wealth, and whether Baccarat's lucky fruit might affect Duke's lottery to a certain extent. Even if this possibility is very small, no matter how small it is, Duke wants to give it a try. Tetsalo and others fainted and fell to the ground. With a smile, they walked directly in front of Geyer and said directly, "I sense in you the power that can change the entire world. In the future, can you change the world?" After wandering on the sea for a long time, I saw countless ugly and sinful smiles. My biggest wish now is to end the so-called pirate era on this sea, so that countless civilians on this sea can have a stable life. He once thought that perhaps only naval headquarters could accomplish all this, but now, he has a new choice. The power hidden in Geyer is enough to change the whole world. Change the world. Isn't the world changing? Geyer shook his head slightly at a smile. Go to South Blue, maybe you can find the answer you want there. And now is not the time for us to liquidate the entire world. After Geyer finished speaking, he began to stride into the depths of Grand Tetsalo's secret room. In the deepest secret room of Grand Tetsalo, the countless wealth accumulated by Tetsalo was stored. Can I find the answers I'm looking for at South Blue? Could it be the Revolutionary Army? Yuxiao's heart was full of doubts, but looking at Geyer, who obviously didn't intend to talk to him, he didn't ask any questions. He just controlled a piece of earth and rock and flew towards South Blue. Not long after Yuxiao left, along with a terrifying sword light that cut across the sky and sea, Grand Tetsalo, the largest and most prosperous cruise ship city in the world, was plunged into chaos along with its sin and prosperity. In the deep sea. Then, Duke looked at the skyrocketing wealth value in the system, and his face burst into laughter. 514.3 billion, a total of 514.3 billion. It is obviously an exaggeration to say that Tetsalo controls a full 20% of Bailey in the pirate world, but to say that he is officially the richest man in the pirate world, no one will be dissatisfied. Of course, all the money Tetsalo had worked so hard to save now belongs to Duke. This is simply one word, cool. 543 billion. Then maybe, it's time for something bigger. Duke squinted his eyes and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. One day later, under the leadership of Geyer and Enel, Baccarat, and others, who had not fully recovered from their injuries, came directly to Duke. Before coming to the big one, Duke wanted to try to see if Baccarat's lucky fruit might affect the Duke system's lottery to a certain extent. 500 billion belly is hard-earned, so of course you have to be careful when spending it. What? This money was taken from Tetsalo. There is only one Tetsalo in the world. After robbing one Tetsalo, there will be no second Tetsalo in the sea who can contribute so much wealth to Duke. Gotta cherish it? So, system, give me a SSS level lottery directly. After carefully bathing and burning incense, he even washed the seams between his toes, and then decisively sacrificed the fortune of the Golden Emperor Tetsalo, using the wealth of the Golden Emperor Tetsalo in his next life as a sacrifice. At the same time, he also ordered Baccarat to sacrifice himself. After all the luck he had collected came to him, Duke pressed the lottery button heavily. An external force interfering with the lottery has been detected and has been automatically blocked. The wealth value of 500 billion is consumed, and the remaining wealth value of Host is 16.3 billion. Congratulations to Host for winning the SS Plus level prize, Hero Time Guardian Garen. What? The power of the lucky fruit is directly blocked. Sure enough, it's not that simple to take advantage of the system. But, Timekeeper Garen. This wave, take off directly. Looking at the Time Guardian Garen he had drawn, Duke was so happy that his face blurred. Although he couldn't directly draw an SSS level hero with one shot, he was able to draw the Time Guardian Garen, a hero who is very close to the SSS level. Duke also felt that this wave was worth it. Who can resist a god-level hero who has mastered the power of time and can resurrect the dead? Whether you are strong or not is a matter for the future. Being able to play resurrection is the key. System, summon Garen immediately. Duke finished speaking in a low voice, and then, right in front of his eyes, countless tiny light particles began to emerge from the void, and then gathered little by little into an old man with a clock on his back and endless wisdom and depth flowing in his eyes. The most painful thing in life is knowing that you are going to lose something, but it hasn't happened yet. Time Guardian Garen looked deeply into Duke's eyes, lowered his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Until you appear and dominate everything, time will bow to you, and the future will also change for you. Will time also bow to me? Then the rest of the time will be left to you." Duke looked at Garen and said softly, "Time Guardian Garen. Grade 1. Strength, A. Physique, A. Agility, A+. Spirit, S. Potential, SS. Abilities, time in a bottle, time bomb, travel to the future, time clockwork, etc. Equipment, none yet. Overall rating, A+. As a gifted elemental mage, Garen has even initially mastered the mystery of time. Time can be manipulated at will in his hands. The past, present and future have no secrets for Garen. But there is only one thing. In countless billions of future possibilities, he has never been able to find the only correct path until he felt the mysterious call. Here, he saw the existence of transcendence, and time can decide the fate of mortals, but the Supreme Master can determine the future of time. Have you got an A+ rating at the first level? If this is paired with a few more pieces of equipment and upgraded to 1 or 2 levels, wouldn't it be directly comparable to Admiral? The potential of SS+ is really terrifying. However, such a terrifying hero is my subordinate, so that's okay. Duke looked at the attribute panel of Time Guardian Garen, and his face burst into laughter. Then, he struck while the iron was hot and used the system's remaining 14 billion wealth value to win 14 S-level draws. Although the power of the lucky fruit cannot interfere with the lottery, Duke is in a good mood now. The most important thing is that now, I, Duke, don't care about the 18 billion. Consuming 1 billion wealth values, host won the A-level prize, the Wild Monster Demon Swamp. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values, host draws A+ grade equipment, Watcher armor. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values, host draws S-level equipment, and drives through the stars. Consumption of 1 billion wealth values. A series of system prompts kept ringing in Duke's ears, and then Duke calmly looked at the many prizes he had won and began to deal with them decisively. There are only a limited number of heroes in the Alliance universe. The later the stage, the less likely it is to win a hero in the S-level lottery. However, fortunately, 14 S-level draws allowed Duke to win a hero again. And he is also a hero with S+ potential. The night is my veil. But if it were you, I wouldn't mind taking off more. In the secret room, an extremely tempting figure slowly emerged in the darkness. Painful embrace Evelyn. Grade 1. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B+. Spirit, B+. Potential, S+. Abilities, Demonic Phantom, Thorn of Hate, Seduction, Whipping, etc. As a demon in Runeterra, what Evelyn is best at is luring one prey after another with the most beautiful and alluring posture, and then, while they wail in pain, enjoy her own happiness. Be careful, she's not a widow, she's just good at making widows. Well, Evelyn is indeed pretty. But I'm sorry, Duke only likes S**X, not being abused. After chatting with Garen and Evelyn for a while, Duke made decisive arrangements for Evelyn's whereabouts. As for where to go, she was born with invisibility and charm. If she didn't use this ability to obtain information, she would be ashamed of her abilities. Moreover, LeBlanc is currently short of people. The news that those guys in the underground world planned to join forces was not a top secret to Duke. In other words, it was precisely because of the destruction of the Golden City Gulen and the disappearance of the Golden Emperor Tizero that the kings of the underground world who originally had their own agenda quickly reached an alliance meeting. There is no way, this world is too crazy. In the past, they, the kings of the underground world, would not only stomp their feet but the sea would shake. But looking at the whole world, they were at least the top decent people. But what now? People and organizations that suddenly appear out of nowhere can suppress them, the kings of the underground world. They are so famous that they have bribed the world government. Gulen, the golden city known as the permanent neutral zone, and even the celestial dragons. Directly he was crushed to pieces by 2 strong men who suddenly appeared. Even Admiral had to run away in a hurry. Together, can they be as powerful as the Admiral, or can they be as noble as the celestial dragons? This world is becoming more and more crazy, and at the same time, it makes the kings of the underground world feel more and more uneasy. Only by uniting can they, the kings of the underground world, have a certain way out. However, how could Duke not take part in such a big thing as uniting the kings of the underground world? In other words, in the world of One Piece, except for the 4 emperors who are divided into one party, but most of them don't think much about making money. They only think about being a dad, setting up a zoo or wandering around. These kings of the underground world, each of us is a wealthy businessman who really makes money. Apart from printing your own money, Monopoly is unsurprisingly the most profitable. After Evelyn was equipped with a piece of divine equipment, the Astral Traveler, she was sent to LeBlanc's command, waiting to give them a big surprise when the kings of the underground world gathered to form an alliance in a few days. As for Timekeeper Garen, the hero with the greatest potential under Duke, after Duke directly equipped him with the divine equipment Night Reaper and the divine equipment Landry, he directly kept him by his side. As the hero's probability of winning is lower, ordinary divine equipment is not considered scarce at all for Duke today. As for the whereabouts of Time Guardian Garen, this hero under Duke who has the greatest potential now, and who has mastered the power of time and possesses the magical skill of resurrection, of course stayed with Duke directly, fight monsters and upgrade? It doesn't exist at all. Do you know what the golden content of time in a bottle is? Can't things like training and improving experience be left to Garen, who is in the past and in the future? As a god-level hero who has initially mastered the power of time and can even travel through the past and the future to a certain extent, Time Guardian Garen is growing stronger with the passage of time every moment. Evelyn has completed the arrangements, and Time Guardian Garen has now become the last line of defense around Duke. Then, Duke stepped directly out of the secret room. In the hall far away, the injuries have not fully recovered. The dejected Baccarat, Tetsalo, and others are waiting for Duke's final verdict with doubts on their faces. Ho ho ho, I really didn't expect that. The legendary Valoran family actually possesses such powerful power. But, with such great power, will you also covet the power of my money? Sure enough, my golden power is the strongest. Watching Duke walk into the hall, Tetsalo, who was covered in bandages, gritted his teeth and said forcefully, Duke's appearance is not a secret to those who control the big forces in the pirate world. But apart from the vague awareness of the world government and the naval headquarters, in the eyes of the big forces in the pirate world, including the 4 emperors, the Valoran family nestled in West Blue is just a little famous but not on the big stage. Just a second-rate force? Although Tizalo was indeed defeated by Enel, he did not really see or feel Guy's magical power. Even if Baccarat told him about Guy's power, Tizalo did not really know how powerful Guy was. I feel the vastness of the world and my own weakness. If Thunder Fruit hadn't been too restrained by Golden Fruit, Enel might not have been Tizalo's opponent. The strongest. What gave you such courage? Who do you think you are? This is the headquarters of the Valoran family. A loser like you on the sea should have the consciousness to bow down when facing the strong. You BD, show some respect in front of Lord Duke. As soon as Tetsalo finished speaking, in the hall, Capone, Big, who was responsible for guarding Tetsalo and others, immediately took out a turntable machine gun and shouted sharply at Tetsalo and others. Tizaro is very strong, and he was once a famous king of the underground world. So what? No one knows the horror of the Valoran family better than Capone. Big, even though he felt that he might be able to defeat the blue statue in Valoran Manor now, Capone, Big felt that some of the flying dragons that Duke occasionally rode back could swallow him in one bite, let alone he said that he could not see the strength of those cotters in the Valoran family at all. Capone, Big has the habit of hunting down his own boss, and when the 2nd or 5th sun rises to the top, but when there is no glimmer of hope, Capone, Big is definitely the most loyal lackey under Duke. Ho ho ho, when did a guy like you dare to point a gun at me? If it weren't for the sea stone shackles on my hands, you would be a dead man now. Facing the threat of Capone, Big, Tetsalo sneered and then looked directly at the master in front of him. As the king of the underground world, Tizaro is not one to give in easily. But it doesn't matter, after there are more and more heroes under his command, and they are getting stronger and stronger. Duke didn't value the Golden Emperor Tizalo that much at all. So, all you rely on is your ability. However, your ability is indeed pretty good, I like it very much. Duke looked at Tetsalo indifferently and threw him a key. Come on, untie it and show your abilities in front of me. Then, just feel your own weakness and the vastness of the sea. With the key in hand, Tetsalo unfastened the sea stone shackles on his hands without saying a word. After scanning for a week and not finding Enel or the winged god guy that Baccarat mentioned, he clicked and twisted several times. He twisted his neck, grinned directly at Duke, and said with a ferocious smile, I will let you know that untying my bonds is the biggest mistake you have ever made in your life. My golden power is unmatched. After Tetsalo finished speaking, he transformed into gold and attacked Duke with great courage. Then, Duke didn't even blink his eyelids, just snapped his fingers. The head maid Ari, the steward Xianzhao, the guard Seti, who had been standing by his side, and Kirin who had just been summoned and stood behind him all took action at the same time, beating Tizaro again, who had not fully recovered from his injuries. Face full of flowers. A mere Tetsalo dared to stab Duke in front of him? If it weren't for the fact that the Golden Fruit and Tizaro are really good at making money, and they are talents that Duke still needs, it would be troublesome and time-consuming to kill Tizaro and find someone to develop the Golden Fruit again, and Duke would have killed Tizalo directly. Lose. How is it possible? How can there be such power in this world? My golden power is obviously invincible. Tizaro, who was being ravaged by Ari Xianzhao and Kirin, collapsed to the ground. His eyes were blank, and he murmured. He originally thought that his defeat at the hands of Enel was purely due to the restraint of the fruit's ability, but he never expected it. Just within Valoran Manor, any number of people could beat him up. Although the strength and level of Ari and Zhao Zincity, the most summoned heroes in the early stage, may not be as good as those of Gangplank who has experienced many battles, they are definitely not too low. Coupled with the blessing of a large amount of equipment, it is easy to beat Tetsalo, who has not yet recovered from his injuries. As for Kirin, who was just summoned, does he know what a hero with SS plus potential is, and does he know what the power of time is? If Thunder Fruit can only restrain Thunder Fruit, then Kirin's power of time can restrain almost all ability users in the world. No one can escape time, unless he is already eternal. Looking at Tetsalo who collapsed on the ground with a bruised face and swollen face and who was still twitching all over, Duke glanced at the trembling Baccarat, Deus, and others, stood directly in front of Tetsalo, and then said quietly, Now I'll give you a chance. Either surrender to me, join me, and control the entire world. Or, just die here and turn into a puddle of mud that no one knows about. How to choose, is it difficult? And Tizaro, don't you want to take revenge on those celestial dragons? You don't want Stella to die with her eyes closed. After being bought by the celestial dragons, Stella didn't survive 3 years at all. In other words, most of the slaves of celestial dragons would hardly survive more than 3 years. Humans, in the eyes of celestial dragons, are just consumables. After Duke finished speaking, Tetsalo, who was looking at Duke's toes with a bruised nose and face, was slightly startled. Then, he suddenly raised his head, stared into Duke's eyes, and asked solemnly, By surrendering to you, can I take revenge on those celestial dragons? Of course, it's time for this world to change its owner. Duke is confident in Kaido. After summoning the SS Plus hero Zilan, the Guardian of Time, and the level and strength of God-level heroes such as Janna and Geyer are also constantly improving, he is ready to combine his ambitions with the Valoran families. Some power was exposed in front of Tetsalo and others, and Duke didn't care. When he was weak, Duke still had to hide around and be submissive, but now, if he wasn't worried about Lord Im and Uranus, Duke could just overturn the table at any time and sweep through the world government. He didn't care at all that other people knew about his ambitions. After all, there are so many ambitious people who want to rule the world. What's wrong with me having an extra Duke? The hidden power of the Valoran family has become a little bit stronger, but those 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, the Zaun Group, the Bounty Hunters Guild, etc. have nothing to do with the Valoran family. Really, you have to believe me. Facing Duke's answer, Tetsalo thought for a moment, buried his head in the dust, and then said firmly in a low voice, "Then, please feel free to use my power. For revenge, for everything." After the gold power that he was proud of was easily crushed one after another, Chizuru has lost the belief in relying on his gold power to control everything, and the only belief he has left now is revenge. He repays the most ardent anger to the celestial dragons who took away his lover and everything he once had. The power displayed by the Valoran family is enough to challenge the world, or the world government, and they will never watch a force as powerful as the Valoran family exist in the world. There must be a battle between the Valoran family and the world government, which is the main reason why Chizuru chose to surrender after thinking for a moment. Most of the strong men in the One Piece world who have their own firm beliefs have never been afraid of death. In other words, it is impossible for those who are timid and cowardly to fear death to become strong men in the world of pirates. But not being afraid of death never means that they can't conquer it. As long as it matches their beliefs, they can all be the most loyal partners. Tizalo knelt, and then Duke decisively sent Tizalo to give full play to his abilities and start looking for gold mines for Duke all over the world. Gulen, the world's largest entertainment city where gold was rising every day, is gone, but the golden fruits after Chizuru's awakening can not only be used for fighting, but also for finding and mining gold mines, which is also first-rate. In addition to being able to destroy, Devil Fruit's power can create great productivity as long as it is used properly. And just when Tetsalo surrendered to Duke and was arranged by Duke to search for and mine gold mines, the entire world was once again in turmoil because of the destruction of Gulen and the failure of Chizuru. Because, along with the destruction of Gulen, there were also the celestial dragons and the withdrawal of Admiral. Big news, the mysterious Thor and the angels take action to destroy Gulen and defeat the Golden Emperor Chizuru. Big news, Admiral is defeated, celestial dragons are dead. Who is the person who destroyed Gulen? Big news, the mysterious strongman destroyed Gulen, defeated the Admiral and killed the celestial dragons, the gods fell for him, and the world is about to go berserk. Big news. In the holy land of Marijois, the curly-haired 5 elders Saint Satan threw the newsprint in his hand heavily on the desk in front of him, with a face full of anger, and shouted angrily, "Doesn't that old bird like Morgans not want to live? That BD, does he know what will happen if he broadcasts such news? Also, who killed Aegon, and what did Chizuru do for food? Is this Admiral for nothing?" Saint Satan was furious, but the other 5 elders still managed to remain calm. There are too many people who survived what happened in Kulan. Such big news cannot be stopped for a while. Satan, calm down. Furthermore, facing a thunder fruit user, and another stronger person whose fruit abilities are unknown but obviously extremely powerful, there is no big problem for Chizuru to retreat. After all, before Lord Im has decided to subvert the entire world, we cannot accept the shock that an admiral's defeat or even death will bring to this sea. This world is already chaotic enough. The mustache 5 elders said coldly, "Aegon is dead when he dies. The death of 1 celestial dragons is nothing to world government. When rocks attacked the Valley of the Gods, more celestial dragons died, but world government is still world government. Government. Yes, the world has indeed been in chaos recently. It seems that the prophesied era, and Joyboy, should have been born. Those stupid guys, do they really think that a mere Joyboy can overthrow the rule of gods? In today's chaotic era, sooner or later Lord Im will be completely liquidated." After the mustache 5 elders finished speaking, the blonde 5 elders also said in a deep voice immediately, "The 4 emperors and some major forces in the One Piece world are aware of the so-called prophecy and the existence of Joyboy. There is no reason why the world government should not know. However, the world government doesn't care. In the entire 800 years, the so-called Joyboy and the so-called Light were lit more than once, but in the end, they were easily extinguished by the world government. This time, 5 elders firmly believe that there will be no exception. The current chaos of the sea is not enough to completely shake our rule." The long-bearded 5 elders echoed, then frowned, and said, "But according to intelligence, the celestial dragons who killed Marijois before the Queen of the Deep Sea has caused many kings to have some bad thoughts. Now add Aegon's death and Kizaru's defeat. The sea will become more and more turbulent. The most important thing is that the extremely powerful Sky Islander who dared to kill Aegon is also a big trouble. Thunderfruit users are already strong enough, and the guy who can directly push back Kizero, who is called a god by Thunderfruit users, is probably another strong person who is at least as strong as the 4 emperors. Maybe even stronger. Although Kizero is a bit lazy, there is no need for him to lie when it comes to such a big matter involving the celestial dragons. Gyre was directly recognized by the 5 elders as Sky Island because of the 2 wings on his back. After Kizero returned in vain and watched Aegon of the Celestial Dragons die, he decisively told Sengoku and the 5 elders and other senior officials all his experiences after returning to naval headquarters. He really felt the breath of death in Gyre's body. This was a great terror that even the 4 emperors had never brought to him. Is there another sea overlord like Rox in this world? But it's not important. The rule of gods is eternal. In front of the mighty power of Lord Iman Uranus, even if Rox is resurrected, he can only bow down again. Publish a reward. Those who disobey the gods must be punished. The bald 5 elders' eyes flashed with first-generation Kaiditsu in his arms, and his words were extremely confident. The 5 elders have absolute confidence in the power of Lord Iman Uranus. Although the 5 elders actually know very well that bounties are almost meaningless to top powerhouses like Enel and Gyre who are almost at the top of the sea. However, with the death of Aegon and the destruction of Gulen, a country that is a member of the world government, the world government must respond. You may not be able to catch him, but your attitude must be tough. So, the next day, 2 world-shaking bounties were released. Thor God, there is a reward of 500 million Baileys. Anyone who attacks a god is guilty of a heinous crime. It does not matter whether he lives or dies. Devil Angel, there is a reward of 1 billion belly. Those who kill the gods and destroy the Quran are guilty of the most heinous crimes, regardless of life or death. The initial bounty was as high as 500 million belly. Is there another billion belly? That's right. After all, he is the top powerhouse of the sea who killed the celestial dragons and even forced Kizero to retreat. It's just that, if Kizero is right, the times are really going to go crazy. Inside Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku looked at the 2 fresh bounty orders in his hand with melancholy on his face. Sengoku, who wanted to try his best to maintain the balance of the world and protect the civilians as much as possible, suddenly discovered that in an era of gradual violence, he turned out to be so powerless. The enemy he needs to fight is no longer the pirates who burn, kill, and plunder, but an era that is becoming increasingly violent. As for the justice that reigns in the world, he can only be regarded as a world government poster. However, it is really difficult to paper the world government that is leaking everywhere now. Enel and Gyre's bounty shocked countless people. After all, the initial bounties were as high as 500 million and 1 billion, which had not been seen for almost decades. But what's even more shocking is what Enel and Gyre have done, besides the high bounties on their heads. Destroy the Golan, slay the celestial dragons, and push back the Admiral. This quietly ignited a spark in the hearts of countless people. It turns out that God will die too. It turns out that celestial dragons are not really that superior. As long as you have the strength to push back Admiral, you can kill celestial dragons for fun. Although, this seems equally difficult. Duke didn't care at all what kind of sparks were ignited on the sea by what Gyre and Enel did. But in South Blue, Sarah, who was gradually feeling a headache due to the rapid development of the Bounty Hunter Guild, received an unexpected guest. Yes, Sarah is feeling very troubled by the rapid development of the Bounty Hunter Guild. There was no way, the Bounty Hunter Guild expanded too fast, and the large number of pirates and criminals in South Blue were quickly eliminated and almost disappeared by the bounty hunters who were blinded by money. In addition, due to the previous riots of the Revolutionary Army in South Blue, most of the kings who had gone too far to exploit the civilians have either been revolutionized or have begun to become somewhat restrained. As a result, even South Blue has been refreshing and going to sea almost regularly. The number of new pirates has also decreased a lot. Suddenly, there was a rare sense of peace in the entire South Blue. But the problem is that now that South Blue is at peace, those bounty hunters have no more work to do. When the world is not peaceful, those bounty hunters can become sharp knives for catching pirates and criminals. But when the world is peaceful and there are no missions and no bounty, those bounty hunters will become the ones who endanger world peace. Criminal pioneer. There is no other way. People who are used to licking blood with the blade of a knife, catching pirates and criminals and making hundreds of millions directly, and then asking them to return to their hometown to farm with peace of mind or open a small shop and endure the exploitation of the nobles, almost never do it. Impossible? Sarah and others also had a headache about how to deal with those people who started causing trouble when they were idle. It is undoubtedly the best choice to open bounty hunter guilds all over the world and arrange and deal with those energetic bounty hunters with more tasks and bounties. After all, there are countless hackers and criminals within the 4 seas. In a short period of time, there is no need to worry about the bounty hunters having nowhere to spend their energy. And when all the pirates and criminals in the world have almost disappeared, the number of energetic bounty hunters will also be greatly reduced. The most important thing is that by that time, everything is destined to be destroyed by Duke. Completely changed. But the problem now is that it is too difficult to open a bounty hunter guild all over the world in a short period of time. In short, there is a lack of money, a lack of people, a lack of land, and a lack of information. As a bounty hunter guild that must be stationed in a large number of cities to release and collect tasks, it cannot dominate the mountain like the pirate organization. It only needs a base. Bounty hunter guilds are popping up all over the world, and they are very valuable. And just when Sarah was having a headache about how to quickly spread bounty hunter guilds everywhere, the tall figure of Aramaki quietly appeared on South Blue's Bounty Island. Bounty Hunters Guild. It's really an incredible thing. However, the more a tree wants to grow higher, the more its roots and buds need to go deeper into the ground. With a small red flower on his head and his hair as messy as weeds, the tall Aramaki tilted his head and said in a deep voice to Sarah, "So, do you want to join us in making the Bounty Hunter Guild a towering tree? The gods and the entire world are looking forward to the day when the Bounty Hunter Guild will cover the sky. The world government and the 5 elders intend to cultivate the Bounty Hunter Guild into the next naval headquarters, no, or rather, into an organization that can help the world government maintain world domination better than the naval headquarters. After all, naval headquarters' annual military expenditures are too much. As for the expenses of the Bounty Hunter Guild, apart from the investment in base and personnel in the early stage, it basically doesn't cost much in the later stage. Let those untouchables fight each other desperately for a mere amount of money, and then use the name of justice, and let the world government hide directly behind the scenes and secretly control everything. How can such an organization and the foreseeable future not make the 5 elders excited? The most important thing is that naval headquarters, the dog, has become somewhat disobedient. When the dog starts to become disobedient, it is natural to find a way to change it. Facing Aramu's invitation to join, Sarah, who directly recognized Aramu through Duke's information, smiled slightly, and then nodded directly in agreement. Are you kidding me? Someone who has been taken advantage of directly sends money and a base to help them develop the Bounty Hunter Guild. This is simply an angel. Sarah can't find any reason to refuse. As for the control of the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Bounty Hunter Guild has never been truly controlled by anyone. It has no belief in justice and is purely driven by money. The real control of those bounty hunters has always been money. Sarah's purpose in establishing the Bounty Guild was always just money. Significant sponsorship from the world government. Hey, there's a lot of money to be made now. Sarah decisively accepted Aramu's large investment, and then with the secret assistance of the world government, countless Bounty Hunter Guild branches sprouted all over the world and even the Grand Line. World government has people and resources. And just when Bounty Hunter Guilds are blooming all over the world, a party in the hidden island of New World that can determine the entire underground world of the sea is beginning. He. Except for Linlin's party before, we haven't gotten together anymore. In the conference room, Stussy looked at the people in front of him, covered his mouth and chuckled. The shipping king Umit, who controls most of the sea transportation in the underground world, controls a large number of secret warehouses and docks in the underground world, and the warehouse king Jabatson, who has dominated the sea for decades. As well as the news giant Big News Morgans, the king of loan sharks Filder, and the Fresh Top, the Valoran family and the 4 emperors Gangplank is unclear about the killer king Shadow Stream Lord Zed. In addition to the defeated Golden Emperor Tizero and the clown Doflamingo who did not come to join in the fun at all, kings who have huge influence in the underground world and have power all over the world have gathered together, and their combined power is even enough to a certain extent, shaking the whole world. In terms of strength, these kings of the underground world are far inferior to the New World 4 emperors, but in terms of power and influence, these kings of the underground world may not be much weaker than the 4 emperors. After all, the 4 emperors can only dominate the New World. No matter it is the naval headquarters or the world government, it is impossible to watch the 4 emperors group running around the entire world, and those half-black and half-white kings of the underground world, there the power can take root in every corner of the world with ease. Big Mom's banquets gave us a big surprise. I don't want to experience a scene like that again in my life. Every one of the 4 emperors is a real monster. After Stussy finished speaking, the warehousing king Ji Boson held up the wine bottle, burped, and said directly, "It's okay for the kings of the underground world to unite, but if they want to unite to deal with the 4 emperors, they'd better do it as soon as possible." Jiberson has been able to firmly occupy the throne of the warehouse king in the cruel and dark underground world for decades. In addition to his own incomparable strength, he relies on one more thing, and that is stability. The sea is the playground for those real monsters, and he, Giberson, just wants to hide in the shadow of those monsters and catch some small fish and shrimps quietly, and never wants to confront those monsters head-on. After Jiberson finished speaking, the lone shark king Fukushan, who had personally experienced the battle on Cake Island, shuddered and echoed, "The 4 emperors are not enemies we can deal with." As the weakest lone shark king among the kings of the underground world, Fukushan Field had always thought that the 4 emperors were just like that. As long as he is willing to spend money to recruit a large number of bodyguards and subordinates, although he is still insignificant in front of the 4 emperors, it does not seem to be difficult to protect himself in front of other forces. After all, he is the king of lone sharks in the underground world. Except for that guy, the Golden Emperor Tizero, there are not 2 kings in the underground world who are richer than him. But after witnessing the battle between the 4 emperors with his own eyes, the lone shark king Fukushan Field suddenly realized, money, bodyguards, everything is empty in front of the 4 emperors. Strength is the foundation, and quantity is almost meaningless in front of that kind of real monster. No, after spending a lot of money to hire several retired pirates as bodyguards after the battle on Cake Island, Lucky Field still felt unsafe. When he learned that Stussy planned to bring together all the major forces in the underground world, Lucky Field immediately became confused, ran over and raised his hands and feet in approval. After the kings of the underground world form an alliance, he may make less money, but no matter what, the safety is greatly improved. He didn't want to be like the Golden Emperor Tizero, who was defeated by two guys who appeared out of nowhere that day. This world makes the current god of fortune field feel insecure at all, it is too unfamiliar. The alliance can protect itself, but it can't take on monsters like the four emperors. Warehouse King Jabatson and Lucky Field were afraid that their alliance with the underworld kings might lead to the four emperors. Stussy and Umit looked at each other and directly expressed their intention to form an alliance of underworld kings. Real intention? Fighting those monsters from the four emperors. I'm not too dissatisfied with my longevity, Umit said in a deep voice. It's just that you don't think that there are too many strong men who suddenly appear on this sea. The times are running wild. Even the four emperors may be replaced at any time, let alone us. When Umit said this, he also took a special look at the Lord of Shadow Stream, who also came to attend this gathering of the kings of the underground world. Draga, the previous killer king of the underground world, died at the hands of Zed. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Emperor Tizero was defeated by Enel and Geyer, who suddenly appeared a few days ago, in a short period of time, the two kings of the underground world have ended. Whose turn will it be next? When Umit said this, many kings of the underground world frowned. So, let's make an alliance. For nothing else, just to continue living in this increasingly violent new era. You don't want to be abandoned by the new era either. Umit set the record straight on the real purpose of the gathering. There's nothing I can do, I can't stand it anymore. Did Downwind Shipping place high-level spies in his deep-sea currents, or did the sky have eyes? His most secret shipping routes, even known only to him, were also revealed by Downwind Shipping during this period. Found it? How can you support this? If this continues, the majestic king of the underground world, the shipping king Umit, will directly become a loner. Guys like Umit Kiberson or Lucky Field can become the kings of the underground world, in addition to their own strength. The most important thing is their powerful power in certain areas of the underground world. And once these forces are completely understood, they are just some lonely people who are relatively strong in their own right. Of course, if they had the fighting power of the four emperors like Gujeo's Haihong, they would be able to conquer the world even if they were alone. But unfortunately, most of the lonely people on the sea often have a bad ending. Gujeo's Haihong was arrested, and Douglas Bullet was also arrested. Apart from anything else, without the power under their command to rely on, the world government and naval headquarters, which have always turned a blind eye to them in the past, will never mind that there are more people in the Imperial underground prison. So many famous criminals in the past. Not to mention their previous opponents and enemies. Umit didn't want to give up everything he had worked hard for. He was a deep ocean current that would surely submerge everything. But now, forming an alliance among the kings of the underground world, and then using the power of the other kings to completely destroy the downwind shipping is currently the best way to save his deep ocean current. The Four Emperors group and the world government may also be able to help him deal with the elusive Tailwind Seaman, but Umit doesn't like to be someone else's subordinate. After Umit finished speaking, except for G, the eyes of the other kings of the underground world lit up. If you say that everyone unites to cause trouble for the Four Emperors, you are asking for death. But if we unite to fight against the violent new era and protect ourselves, then everyone is very interested. There is no way. The failure of Drago and the Golden Emperor, as well as the endless emergence of super newcomers on the sea during this period, have given them, the kings of the underground world, a little psychological shadow. Things are not easy for Stussy and Umit, and life for Field, Kyberson, and others may not be that easy either. Does the alliance protect itself? What a great idea. The times are indeed running rampant. The king of warehousing, Kyberson, was the first to agree, and the king of loan sharks, Fukushan Field, also nodded one after another. Morgans, the paparazzi king who only wants to pursue big news and likes to seek death, also has no reason to refuse. In other words, the fact that the kings of the underground world have reached an alliance is truly big news. Shipping, warehousing, news, public opinion and intelligence, plus financial capital, and if Zed's killer group can be added to secretly escort them, if these oligarchs in the underground world really unite, the power they can leverage will even be enough to shake the entire world. Except for Zed, the kings of the underground world present reached an alliance, and then they all set their sights on Zed. I seem to have no reason to refuse. Zed's deep voice echoed through the mask in the conference room. Smiles suddenly appeared on the faces of Umit, Stussy, and others, but the next second, the smiles on their faces suddenly solidified. It's just that the only one who can ally with me is the king of the underground world. And now, do Umit and Stussy still deserve to be called the kings of the underground world? The new king seems to have appeared. And they made me a huge offer that I simply couldn't refuse. As soon as G finished speaking, his figure flashed and directly attacked Sea Transport King Umit. At the same time, there was a creak, and the originally closed door of the conference quietly opened. At the door, the figures of the card master holding a few cards in one hand and pressing the brim of his hat with the other hand, and the trickster LeBlanc holding a staff, quietly emerge. Alliances are okay, but Duke wants to choose his own allies. After the kings of the underground world unite, they are indeed a powerful force. So, anyway, these kings of the underground world are planning to unite, so why can't Duke dominate this alliance? Anyway, those who join this alliance only need to be the king of the underground world. As for whether it is Stussy or Umit, does it matter? Even if it weren't for Duke's difficulty in finding suitable manpower and opportunities to enter the fields of financial loan sharking, warehousing, and journalism, this so-called joint meeting of the kings of the underground world will never be held from the beginning. It was easy for Duke to find a way to kill the kings of the underground world, but to completely annex the power of the kings of the underground world, it often took more than just a few heroes. Especially those underground forces with many people under their command and influence all over the world. For example, Duke has no professional paparazzi at all. When it comes to paparazzi, of course Morgan's men are the most professional. But even though Morgan's had a large number of paparazzi and countless newsbirds to steal and deliver news for him, Morgan's never expected that such a big change would happen to today's meeting of kings of the underground world. Ho ho ho, will 2 new underground kings be born today? This is really big news. Looking at the sudden appearance of the Card Master and LeBlanc, as well as the Sea Transport King who had just tried his best to avoid the assassination of the Lord of Shadowstream, but still had several deep wounds on his body, he was breathing heavily. Umit and Morgans excitedly started pressing the camera phone in their hands, witnessing the birth of another big news. Nothing attracts Morgan's attention more than big news. Hey, are you still busy taking pictures at this time? Shouldn't we have reached an alliance? So now, facing the challenges of those newcomers, are you just going to watch us deal with them alone? We are the ones being replaced today. If you don't lend a helping hand, who will help when you are replaced tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Zed's surprise attack instantly injured Sea Transport King Umit, but Stussy still maintained a good condition, and then began to encourage the other underground kings present to take action together to deal with the sudden appearance of LeBlanc and Card Master. The original intention of Stussy in encouraging Umit to form the Underworld Alliance together was to fight against the Black Rose's increasing pressure on the Happy Street intelligence business. But now, the leader of the Black Rose has appeared in front of them. As long as the leader of the Black Rose is killed, Stussy can still continue to become the queen of the underground world, and maybe she can find a way to incorporate the power of the Black Rose to further increase her power. The intelligence area in which Black Rose currently operates is indeed far less vast than the intelligence area of Happy Street supported by the world government, but for some reason, when it comes to some high-level intelligence, even Stussy has never heard of the secrets held by Black Rose. Stussy really wants to know how many people LeBlanc's Black Rose has planted around the world, and how they can find out the deep secrets of many powerful forces. Well, actually there is nothing else. Apart from the fact that LeBlanc has lived for nearly 1,000 years and has amazing methods to see into people's hearts, and the clown Shuko can also become invisible and eavesdrop, there is only one main reason. That is all dependent on the help of other heroes. There is no way, who makes Duke's heroes now spread all over the world, and they occupy high-level positions in many forces. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Galen, Whitebeard's second team Captain Trindamere, Beast's Pirates' new leader, Scourge Dragon Shavina, and 4 Emperors Gangplank expressed their praise. Stussy wants to encourage the other kings of the underground world to take action together. Although the killer King Zed seems to be on the side of the new forces, in front of Zed, Umit can still barely hold on. As long as they work together and quickly kill LeBlanc, the Card Master Driz, and others, even if they no longer besiege the Lord of Shadowstream Zed, the King of Killers, whose buyer is dead, naturally has no point in working for 2 dead people. Stussy made a good plan and pointed out the pros and cons directly. Yes, it is true that only Stussy and Ocean King are being replaced now, but what next? The era is going berserk, and there will be more and more newcomers to pervert and powerful forces that have risen inexplicably. In the era of going berserk, there will inevitably be people eyeing the throne of the underground world that belongs to them. If you help Stussy and others now, you will be helping yourself in the future. It is better for an acquaintance to come and share the cake than for strangers to come and share the cake directly. Stussy thought clearly that the other kings of the underground world were not idiots. But unfortunately, one thing is that Stussy overestimated the strength of the kings of the underground world. In other words, among the kings of the underground world present now, in addition to the warehousing King Gilbertson, who has an A+ combat power, the loan shark King Lucky Field and the big news Morgans, they are only 2 whose strength is only A at most, which is comparable to weaker than the ordinary Vice Admiral at Naval Headquarters. Morgans and Field were able to become the kings of the underground world not because of their own strength. Fukugami Field, the king of loan sharks who knows how much he has become a coward. The several former pirate bodyguards he carefully hired with a reward of hundreds of millions have not yet come in, and their fate has basically been determined. Morgans didn't care about this at all. As long as he was alive and as long as he could control the newsbirds all over the world, no one could take away his position as the king of news. No one could take it away. As for Warehouse King Gilbertson, the always stable Warehouse King Gilbertson originally intended to help Stussy and others. After all, LeBlanc and Card Master Driz are both newcomers, and he does not believe that 2 newcomers can face him and others. Stussy's offense. However, just when the Warehouse King Gilbertson was about to help, a grinning clown holding a poisonous dagger suddenly appeared behind him, and pointed the dagger in his hand directly at the Warehousing King Gilbertson. Sen's backstory: look at your back. This is not a dangerous game for you to get into. The clown Sacco stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said quietly. Giberson, who felt a strong threat from Sacco, could only helplessly throw a look at Stussy, and then began to wait quietly for the dispute between the new king and the old king. It's enough to indirectly hold back an enemy for Stussy. Do you really want to fight to the death with a strange and powerful enemy for Stussy and the alliance of kings of the underground world they just established? Warehouse King Gilbertson is not that stupid. In the future, his status may be challenged by newcomers, but at least for now, he has to ensure that he still has a future. Really, it seems that we can only do it ourselves. So, you guys want to get some sleep? Two huge demon wings suddenly stretched out from Stussy's back, fangs appeared in his mouth, and he stared at LeBlanc and others with his blood-red eyes. As the Queen of Happy Street, the secret agent of world government and Vegapunk, Stussy has never been one of those parallel imports who rely on beauty to obtain information, but rather, the Queen of the underground world who no one can accurately determine her specific strength. Even the world government has never seen Stussy's full power. That is a terrifying force that is enough to confront Admiral and can be called the deputy of the Emperor. Unfortunately, Stussy, who has been hiding deeply, is facing a scheming enchantress who has actually survived for nearly 1,000 years and once secretly controlled an empire. The black rose will bloom again, and you will obtain eternal sleep. LeBlanc looked at Stussy showing a demonic attitude in front of her and let out a fatal whisper. Stussy unfolded his devil wings, transformed into a black shadow, and instantly rushed towards the trickster LeBlanc at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. As long as he can kill LeBlanc and find a way to help him escape, even if the alliance of the kings of the underground world is not successfully formed this time, Stussy is far from a failure. Although it is unknown where the Black Rose created by LeBlanc obtained a large amount of information, the Black Rose has one of the most fatal flaws. That is, the time they established was too short. The establishment of a truly large-scale intelligence organization requires countless money and time, as well as training or finding ways to bribe and control a large number of intelligence personnel. In such a short period of time, Black Rose's intelligence officers could not be the dead agents they carefully trained, but most of them were just low-level minions who were greedy for money and could be easily bribed and controlled. And how can the low-level minions who can be easily bribed and controlled control a large amount of top-level intelligence from big forces? Therefore, there is only one truth. The source of information that Black Rose can sell a large amount of top-level intelligence is definitely not the current low-level minions of Black Rose, but may only come from the real controller of Black Rose, the woman who has been hiding in the shadows. Stussy suspects that LeBlanc possesses a unique devil fruit ability, which is enough for her to steal information from many major forces. And as long as LeBlanc is killed here, the so-called Black Rose will immediately fall apart. As for LeBlanc, there is a higher-level controller behind him, and even the source of intelligence comes from a higher level, comes from a more powerful and terrifying force with tentacles all over the world? Such a corollary never occurred to Stussy. The more powerful a force is, the more it is like an extremely sharp cone in a small bag. It cannot be hidden. And a powerful force that even she, as a secret agent of the world government and a member of CP0, cannot detect. It's like there is one person in this world who secretly controls the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, the naval headquarters and a large number of kingdoms around the world. Impossible, absolutely impossible? Stussy made a plan, and with the lipstick specially made by Seastone in her hand, accompanied by Stussy's extremely swift figure, she stabbed LeBlanc's neck hard. Demon fruit powers are indeed extremely powerful, but at the same time, their weaknesses are also extremely fatal. In the world of martial arts, everything is indestructible except speed, and with Stussy's agility and special Seastone weapons. Not to mention an imperial deputy with similar strength to her and the same as combat power, even an admiral or even a 4 emperors level figure would be taken down by Stussy in an instant if he was not careful. Stussy, who is a CP0 agent, has no idea of fighting the enemy for days and nights. Solving the battle in the fastest, shortest time, most efficient and most lethal way is Stussy's fighting style. Stussy, who transformed into a demon, was very fast. At a moment when it was difficult for others to see clearly, he flew directly behind LeBlanc. The Seastone lipstick in his hand also directly hit LeBlanc's neck. But Stussy, who had succeeded in the attack, did not feel any joy at all on his face. Instead, he became more solemn, and his figure instantly retreated. It felt wrong, even though when the Seastone lipstick stabbed LeBlanc, the blocking force of the skin and even the muscles seemed to be no different from the ordinary enemies hit by it. However, it is too weak and too easy. Could it be that the person who controls the Black Rose is a woman who can be dealt with so easily? What's more, there is another most fatal doubt lingering in Stussy's mind. That is, now that LeBlanc has been hit with its own Seastone lipstick, why? LeBlanc's figure doesn't have the usual demon fruit power at all. Why did she become weak the moment she was hit by the devil fruit? Most demon fruit powers will collapse to the ground the moment they come into contact with Seastone. But LeBlanc's figure still stood firmly. Could it be that LeBlanc is not demon fruit power? Then where does the information from the major forces in her hands come from? Something bad suddenly flashed through Stussy's mind. As he retreated violently, he also tapped his fingers and flew several finger pistols, directly hitting LeBlanc's heart. Regardless of whether LeBlanc is an Esper or not, or whether the person he is hitting is the real LeBlanc, there is nothing wrong in killing him first. Well, the demon clown Sacco said that if he kills his fake body, then it will be fun. Unfortunately, when LeBlanc's phantom body disappeared, there was no way to bring a little demonic shock to the surrounding enemies. However, that's just because LeBlanc doesn't need to play these little tricks at all. She is a pale witch hidden in historical time, a shadow master who once secretly controlled a powerful empire. LeBlanc's phantom body shattered in front of Stussy's flying finger pistol, but at the moment of shattering, countless LeBlanc reappeared from the void, directly surrounding Stussy. Guess who is the real me? Countless LeBlancs held scepters and whispered softly, and then waved their sleeves. Countless phantom chains stretched from each LeBlanc's hand, filling the entire space in an instant, and at the same time, they quickly retreated. Stussy, locked down. Stussy was very fast, but unfortunately, in front of the phantom chain that blocked the entire space, Stussy, who was constantly fanning the devil's wings and trying to escape, was like an insect struggling on a spider web. The harder he struggled, the tighter the chains became. A large number of phantom chains directly suspended Stussy in midair. Her originally neat golden hair became messy due to struggling in the chains. The demon wings behind her were also weak and could only be slightly instigated. Stussy, whose limbs and whole body were tightly tied, gently lowered his head. His slightly closed eyes and messy hair stuck to his face due to sweat made Stussy reveal a different kind of look at this moment. Of beauty. Pure and beautiful, strong and weak, coupled with the sadistic beauty entangled in chains, Stussy at this time is enough to make almost any man's heart flutter, and it is also enough to make countless women feel pity. As the controller of Happy Street, Stussy knows what it means to be seductive. Looking at Stussy, who was tightly bound by countless chains and seemed to have lost all ability to resist, but still exuded endless charm, another figure of LeBlanc quietly emerged from the void, standing directly in front of Stussy, and then, gently he raised Stussy's chin with his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but before LeBlanc could open her mouth, Stussy, whose eyes were slightly closed, suddenly opened his eyes, a light flashed in his eyes, and his long and beautiful neck suddenly stretched forward a few inches in an instant. Then, he directly opened his seductive lips and nailed two sharp fangs to LeBlanc's neck. As a member of CP0, with the derived skill of Marine 6 styles, Life Return, Stussy is naturally incomparable to Grandmaster. The powerful 6-style master can even control his hair to swing a sword. Stussy just stretches his neck, which is of course not difficult. Stussy's body is very flexible. It's a pity that no matter how flexible the body is, it is still meaningless in front of LeBlanc. Who told you that my body is real? The figure of LeBlanc in front of Stussy, who was bitten by her, shattered like glass again, and then not far away, another figure of LeBlanc quietly appeared, and then, with a strange smile on his face, step by step, I walked towards Stussy again. Guess, is this the real me? No one knows where LeBlanc's true identity is? Well, except for Duke. After all, although the phantom can also be played, playing with the real body is more exciting. As LeBlanc gradually approached, the phantom chains that locked Stussy became stronger and stronger, and the bones of Stussy's body even began to creak under the tightening of the large number of phantom chains. But Stussy didn't beg for mercy, nor did he even let out a painful groan. He just tilted his head and looked at LeBlanc, who was walking toward him step by step with a look of relief. As a clone, as a member of the CP0 agents, CP0 has gone through countless experiments and training that are unimaginable. Physical pain meant nothing to Stussy. LeBlanc approached step by step, and Stussy's body began to make the sound of cracking bones due to the constant force of the phantom chain. A large number of sweat beads appeared on Stussy's petite face. It started to tremble in pain. Stussy can endure pain, but that doesn't mean her flesh and blood can also ignore damage. Compared with Stussy's speed, Stussy's body's defensive power is undoubtedly much worse than that of the mate with the same combat power. Of course, even if Stussy has the defensive ability of Flame Calamity and the recovery ability of Marco's Phoenix Fruit, it is still meaningless in front of LeBlanc. Even though LeBlanc's potential has not been developed to its limit, surviving for nearly 1,000 years has given her combat experience and the ability to control illusions, plus the blessing of equipment. Even if LeBlanc faces Admiral or even 4 Emperors, they may not be able to win, but at least they will definitely not lose. LeBlanc was getting closer and closer, and Stussy's originally fair face began to turn a little blue due to congestion and suffocation. However, when LeBlanc approached Stussy's attack range again, almost all the bones in Stussy's body were broken. Still using up his last strength, he began to stretch his neck sharply again, stretched out his fangs, and bit LeBlanc's body again. Her teeth were the last weapon she could use now. Only this time, LeBlanc's body that appeared in front of Stussy was still just a phantom. LeBlanc's phantom body was instantly shattered by Stussy's bite. But at the same time, Stussy's body was broken, leaving only her still beautiful head, which was gently caught by LeBlanc, who quietly stepped out of the void. Pity. Although the deadly lion majesty is beautiful, it still cannot be a gift to the king. Even though only his head is left, Stussy, as a clone cyborg, still retains some consciousness. After hearing LeBlanc's whisper, Stussy's pupils instantly dilated to the extreme. King. The intelligence organization that appeared out of nowhere, the killer king who cooperated with it out of nowhere, and the smooth shipping. It turns out that there is really a terrifying force hiding in this world. However, how come such a powerful and terrifying force is always lurking in the eyes of those big forces? are the 4 emperors, the 7 arms, the Marine Revolutionary Army, the Naval Headquarters, the Valoran family, the Zaun Group, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and the kings above the sea all blind. It is impossible to raise a dragon by diving. A powerful and terrifying force will often have an equally powerful and difficult to conceal sphere of influence. Unless, among those forces, there are all people from this force. Even more terrifying. Countless spiritual lights exploded in Stussy's mind instantly. Thinking back to the countless powerful forces and top experts who suddenly appeared on the sea during this period, Stussy felt as if he had come into contact with them at the last moment of his life. This world hides the deepest horror, but it's not important anymore. Stussy's expression began to become extremely soft, and then, she calmly allowed the world in front of her to completely fall into darkness. What if there are unspeakable secrets and great horrors lurking behind this world? I only have one head left and I will die soon, do you understand? Can't the dead be allowed to rest in their final moments? Capitalists can't squeeze their employees like this? Stussy fell into an eternal sleep, although Stussy was indeed good-looking and had a very flexible body. However, no matter how flexible Duke's tastes were and how confident he was in himself, he never thought of taking Stussy, the Queen of Happy Street, Clone Cyborg, CP0 and Dr. Vegapunk's double-ace spy, as his own. Anyone who spies has a dirty heart? Besides, does Duke lack women? He doesn't need to know. In the Valoran manor, Duke was lying on a lounge chair leisurely basking in the sun. Beside her, Ari, dressed in cool clothes, was feeding a grape into Duke's mouth. Be a hero when you have something to do, and be a hero when you have nothing to do. Such days are simply wonderful. Stussy was directly strangled by LeBlanc, and when Stussy was locked by LeBlanc, the already seriously injured Ocean King Umit began to run away decisively. As the king of sea transport, Umit is not demon fruit power, and his water nature is even incomparable to some ordinary fishmen. As long as he could find a way to escape to the sea, Umit would still have a chance of survival. As for the deep ocean currents he created, as long as a person is alive, everything is possible. However, before Umit could reach the shore, Umit suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of surveillance, and the next second, Drizz's figure quietly appeared in the magic circle. Sorry, your fate has already been determined. After Drizz finished speaking, the golden magic card in his hand instantly sank into the throat of the seriously injured Umit. In a head-on confrontation, Card Master Drizz may not be very effective, but secretly harvesting the residual blood heads, it is absolutely a surefire way to kill one. The extremely sharp magic card instantly cut off the arteries and trachea of the seriously injured Umit. The throat was blocked by a large amount of blood. Umit pointed at Drizz, but he could not say a complete sentence. Discourse. So, are you the one who destroyed my fleet? What a weird ability. Umit knew it in his heart the moment Drizz appeared, and then there was the roaring sound of the bellows. Umit's tall body, together with the deep currents he once relied on to traverse the sea, fell heavily. The vast ocean will eventually bury everything. Stussy and Umit died one after another, and on the ruins of the party that had become extremely dilapidated, Drizz carried the body of Sea Transport King Umit and slowly returned. In LeBlanc's hands, Stussy's head was clearly visible. The king of loan sharks, Lucky Field, was sweating profusely, preparing to meet his final end. The king of warehousing, Gilbertson, also frowned, ready to flee at any time. There was no way, even the shipping king Umit and Stussy died at the hands of Drizz and LeBlanc, and the warehouse king Gilbertson had no chance of winning. Only Morgans, who had the big news, was still full of excitement and kept pressing the camera in his hand. Big news, this is really big news. Although Morgans is not very powerful, I'm sorry, as long as the world still needs a large number of news birds that he controls, there is no force that can easily kill him directly. Morgans is the well-deserved king of public opinion in the entire world. Looking at the extremely nervous Field and Giberson, a smile quietly appeared on LeBlanc's face and she said softly, "Why so serious? Now, shouldn't we cheer for the birth of the Dark Alliance in the underworld?" Killing the king of warehousing, Gilbertson, and the king of loan sharks, Lucky Field, and the others were very easy for LeBlanc and Zed at this time. After all, among the 3 remaining kings of the underground world, Giberson, the strongest, only has an A+ combat power. But what's the meaning? Before there are enough manpower and power to take over Lucky Field's business and find out the secret warehouses of Warehouse King Gilbertson all over the world, killing these kings of the underground world will not only make the sea more chaotic, but will not bring any benefits. Duke brings little benefit. Especially a certain confident king of news, Big News Morgans. Before there is no way to control the newspaper bird of the whole world, or before there is a way to deprive Morgans of his albatross fruit. Even the world government has to endure nausea and will not kill it easily. Morgan's hot air balloon headquarters suspended in the sky and capable of continuous flight is indeed extremely safe and secretive, but in the face of the truly serious world and even the naval headquarters, Morgan's home base has never been so safe. On the ruins of the castle on the hidden island, after LeBlanc finished speaking, Field, the lone shark king who had been nervous, looked at Stussy's head under LeBlanc's cold gaze, and forced his expression out. With a smile, he clapped his hands in an extremely strong voice and said, "Haha, our underworld Dark Alliance, with your participation, will definitely become a major force of great importance in the entire world." God of Fortune Field doesn't care at all now whether he can become a major force of great importance in the entire world. He only cares about whether he can survive on the hidden island now. Field, the god of fortune, began to flatter LeBlanc and others bluntly, while Morgans, the big news, also continued to cheer for the birth of the Dark Alliance in the underground world. The kings of the underground world gathered together and formed an alliance. This was big news that could shock the world. Only Gilbertson, the king of warehousing, said with a cold face, "There's no point in me forming an alliance. But, what's the price?" Giberson doesn't mind forming an alliance with the kings of the dark world. After all, in the new era that is becoming more and more violent, these kings of the dark world who used to call the shots have no sense of security for a long time. They must find a way to stay together. Okay, but alliances are possible, but annexation is definitely not possible. As a veteran in the warehousing industry in the dark world, what the hidden King Gilbertson values most is never his own life, but the secret warehouses he has inherited from generation to generation and are spread all over the world. As long as these secret warehouses are still there, even if he dies here, his descendants will also become a new generation of hidden kings of the underground world. Giberson raised his own question, and the lone shark king Lucky Field, who had been flattering LeBlanc, also pricked up his ears at this time. But if he wants to completely annex his own property, even the lone shark king who is greedy for life and afraid of death will immediately spend his wealth and recruit countless desperados to fight to the death with LeBlanc and others after successfully escaping from the hidden island today. After all, you can still make more money after you have spent it. If all the properties have been annexed, then Field may not be able to make any money even if he wants to. Facing Giberson's question, LeBlanc covered her mouth and smiled softly. Cost. Of course we will advance and retreat together. Maintain the safety and interests of Alliance members and ensure the dominance of Alliance members in their respective industries. Isn't this the original intention of forming the Dark Alliance? Believe me, I want this world to remain stable more than anyone else. After all, if the world is really going to be in chaos, how can the heroes under Duke still do business and make money with peace of mind? Chaos can only bring temporary violence, but only stable order can truly bring endless wealth. Duke likes a world of order. Of course, the premise is that the order of the world is controlled by him. Protect the security interests of Alliance members and ensure the dominance of Alliance members. If LeBlanc and Umit hadn't died in your hands just now, I would have almost believed it. After LeBlanc finished speaking, Giberson quietly rolled his eyes, but looking at Driz and Zed, who did not raise any objections, a soft smile suddenly appeared on Giberson's originally cold face. Said in a deep voice, "Then, let the whole world know the power of our Dark Alliance. As long as they are not trying to annex their own industries, it really doesn't matter to Giberson and others whether the kings who form the Dark Alliance are Stussy, Umit, or LeBlanc Traster." The next day, the Dark Alliance, formed by 6 kings of the underground world, immediately caused a sensation in the entire world on the day it was born. Big news, the death of the old king, the coronation of the new king, the birth of the new king. What changes will it bring to the entire world? Big news, the kings gather together, the Dark Alliance, the kings who control most of the underground forces in the world come together. What kind of power will they exert? Big news. In addition to the 4 emperors, naval headquarters, and 7 warlords of the sea, a 4th powerful force above the sea that can shake the world was born. Will the establishment of the Dark Alliance make the times even more violent? Big news. On the newsprint, countless newsbirds began to sing about the birth of the Dark Alliance. Although Morgans himself is also a member of the Dark Alliance, how could Morgans, who loves big news, refrain from spreading such big news about the birth of the Dark Alliance? What's more, after the Dark Alliance was established, it needed to be spread widely. A relatively loose alliance, a paper tiger, needs to brag and publicize more. What's more, on paper, if the forces of the 6 underground world kings really come together, they will indeed become the 4th major force that can shake the world. Countless low-level pirates and ordinary people were trembling and panicking because of the birth of the Dark Alliance. But above the sea, those truly top-notch experts simply scorned the so-called Dark Alliance. Oh, hey, the Dark Alliance. A group of mice who can only find ways to hug each other to stay warm in an era of violence. It's so weak. However, intelligence, public opinion, a large fleet, huge funds, plus secret docks all over the world, and a large number of killers that can be easily mobilized. If I can find a way to annex such a force, who else will be my opponent in this sea? I am the only one who can become the Pirate King. In Onigashima, Kaido of the Beasts squeezed the newsprint in his hand, poured tons of wine into his throat, and a faint light flashed quietly in his eyes. Kaido of the Beasts, which was often beaten in the past, has begun to become frayed again after being joined by Shavana and Nidalee the leopard girl. There is no way, Shavana is too strong. Kaido of the Beasts even feels that the current Beasts pirates are the truly strongest 4 emperors group. The weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped. Teacher Guy feels that he is doing well again. With Shavana, who is now a real admiral, and Nidalee, the leopard girl who can now match the strength of the Emperor's second-in-command, Yin, joins the team. Kaido is extremely confident. However, after being severely beaten by Gangplank, the Calamity of the Ocean, Nami, the Queen of the Deep, and Whitebeard, Kaido has evolved a lot. At least, the moment he learned about the establishment of the Dark Alliance, he didn't go there drunkenly to cause trouble with the Dark Alliance, intending to bring the Dark Alliance under the control of the Beasts pirates. The kings of the underground world are not the supernova pirates. As long as they beat up the entire pirate group and imprison them, no matter whether they surrender to the Beast's pirates or not, it will be difficult for the supernovas to continue to cause too much trouble to the Beast's pirates. Most of the supernovas who had the chance to escape were just delivering food when they came to challenge them again. The Four Emperors group has never been afraid of challenges from other pirate groups. Opponents like King Luffy, who failed to kill the Phantom Beast super evolved with 3 sticks, were not counted as normal challengers at all. Which normal challenger is still a weak supernova on the front foot, and then directly transfers to 4 Emperors after a fight. None of the heroes under Duke's command leveled up so quickly. But once the kings of the underground world fail to conquer them at one time, even the 4 Emperors group will feel a headache when facing an alliance of underground kings such as the Dark Alliance. There is not just one 4 Emperors in the 4 Emperors group. Countless cotters and minions, as well as the kingdoms and islands that fly the 4 Emperors flag and rely on the 4 Emperors, are all an inseparable part of the 4 Emperors group. After all, how could he possibly support the professional pirates of the 4 Emperors group, who often spend thousands of dollars, just by robbing all day long? 4 Emperors also need to eat. But this does not mean that Kaido has given up on the idea of fighting the Dark Alliance. It's just that after experiencing many beatings, Kaido felt that it was necessary to have an in-depth understanding of the Dark Alliance before thinking of ways to annex or secretly control the Dark Alliance. What if another monster suddenly appears among the kings of the underground world? Although Kaido can't be hit by a cannon with a thick skin, if he gets beaten up again, he is one of the 4 Emperors, which will be very embarrassing. Kaido has never been as reckless as he seems on the surface. In fact, Kaido has always been cautious when facing powerful opponents. Kaido began to order his minions to investigate the power of the Dark Alliance, preparing to find a way to swallow up this huge force of the Dark Alliance after figuring out its strength. But the other 4 Emperors don't have much interest in the Dark Alliance. 4 Emperors Gangplank even knew the results before the Dark Alliance was established. As they were both under Duke's command, Gangplank naturally had no interest in the Dark Alliance. On the contrary, if necessary, it would be more in Duke's interest to help each other with the Dark Alliance. Even Bilgewater under Gangplank has now become the most prosperous sea area in the entire New World. Those retired old pirates often have a lot of money on their bodies. Compared with money, what they need more is a safe environment that can allow them to spend their old age peacefully. Those as strong as Whitebeard can only bow their heads under the power of time. How can the old pirates who are far less powerful than Whitebeard, as they age, resist the bounty hunters and former enemies who are hungry for their heads? Woolen cloth? Most pirates in the pirate world cannot have a relatively peaceful old age. Only Biltover is willing to care for these old pirates who have a lot of money, although the cost may be to pay some small money that they worked hard to earn in the past. But what can be wrong with caring for the elderly? Under Plank's command, it has now become an entertainment paradise for a large number of veteran pirates, plus a large number of truly fully automated food factories. It is no exaggeration to say that one of Gangplank's 4 Emperors earns much more money than the other 4 Emperors, including Kaido, who owns a mine at home, combined. Although most of the wealth that Plank earned was given to Duke, even some of the wealth that was retained still allowed Plank's power to begin to expand rapidly. What most ordinary pirates want is actually very simple. They have never dreamed of being the Pirate King. All they want is to have a stable job with a moderate income and not have to suffer from the so-called nobles and celestial dragons. Just double oppression. With enough money and fame, Gangplank could recruit enough subordinates. Gangplank was making money in Bilgewater. The red-haired Shanks frowned slightly after looking at the newsprint of the establishment of the Dark Alliance, then threw the newsprint aside and continued to have his own banquet. The establishment of the Dark Alliance will make this era more violent, and at the same time make the balance of the sea increasingly fragmented. But the sea has become so violent, what will happen if there is another Dark Alliance? When the sky falls, there will naturally be tall people to hold it up. Although Shanks is a celestial dragon, he has never thought about fighting to the death for the celestial dragons and the world government. The red-haired Shanks didn't want to deal with the chaos on the sea at all. He had no choice but to deal with the chaos. He couldn't handle it and was tired. He might as well have a happy party with his friends. The Red Hair Pirates are the freest pirate group in the pirate world. I have no choice, I am too strong and my status is high, so naturally I can go wherever I want. There is no freedom. Gangplank and the Red Hair Pirates are not interested in the Dark Alliance. Whitebeard, who only cares about his family and son, and is very grateful for his new family member Tryndamere, has no idea about the so-called Dark Alliance. Whitebeard was once the strongest man in the world, and the Whitebeard Pirates were once the strongest pirate group in the world. It can be said that as long as Whitebeard is willing to have a war with the other 4 emperors, he is willing to sacrifice the lives of his family. The so-called title of Pirate King and the so-called Great Secret Treasure were easy for the former Whitebeard. If he doesn't even care about the title of Pirate King, why would Whitebeard care about the establishment of the Dark Alliance? Unless the people from the Dark Alliance violated his iron law and hurt his family. The 4 emperors group has different attitudes towards the formation of the Dark Alliance. Everyone in the 7 warlords of the sea also has no great interest in the formation of the Dark Alliance. In addition to Doflamingo, who is also a member of the Underworld Kings, Fufufa, have those guys even started to join the group to keep warm. The Dark Alliance is such a terrifying organization. However, can such an organization really be called an alliance, and can those guys really unite together? Phew, it's really interesting. The times are running rampant. Doflamingo, lest there be no chaos in the world. The formation of the Dark Alliance has indeed made the world government and naval headquarters, which were already troubled by the sudden rise of many powerful forces on the sea, even more troublesome. An underground power alliance that monopolizes and controls multiple industries, especially the fleets and secret warehouses all over the world. What do these forces want to do after they come together? Are they trying to shake up the world? Within the holy land of Marijois, the curly-haired 5 elders, Saint Satan, said angrily. No matter what the purpose of forming the Dark Alliance is, as long as the Dark Alliance has the ability and potential to challenge and shake the entire world order, that is the target that the world government must severely crack down on. The world government's biggest worry has never been the alliance of the 4 emperors. With their own interests and ambitions, it is difficult for the 4 emperors, one of the top leaders in the world, to form a true alliance together. New World is originally a garbage dump deliberately reserved by the world government to banish and excrete those who resist. With the long-established route, the strangulation of marine bases one after another, coupled with the weird and changeable weather and the civil war between pirates, the world government does not need to spend too much power at all. It is enough to eliminate those who have the extra spirit of resistance. The young and strong men were easily induced to take the death channel to the New World. Then, after they finally successfully entered the New World after a narrow escape, they were allowed to kill each other in the New World, the largest goo breeding farm. Pirates who wantonly burned, killed, and looted without the support of the people and the kingdoms. Even if they were eventually crowned king in the Goo Farm and gained the false name of Pirate King, they would still be executed. For countless years, there have been countless overlords in the New World who thought they were enough to challenge the world, but in the end, except for the light that briefly lit up the world, those so-called pirate kings were all easily strangled. Pirates have never been an enemy that the world government fears. On the contrary, those kings all over the world, those ordinary people spread all over the world and in all walks of life who are called untouchables by the celestial dragons, are the targets that the world government has always been most vigilant about. Blocking the spread of culture and ideas has made the civilians in the pirate world illiterate, making the civilians in the pirate world fight without knowing why. Blocking the development of technology and weapons has caused a large number of civilians in the pirate world to lose the ability to resist. In addition, there are countless blood-sucking pirates who deliberately indulge in Tianjin. This makes it difficult for those in the pirate world to gather enough strength to raise a rebellion even if they see through the world government's vicious plan to rule the world. The more powerful a force is, the more it will be targeted by the world government, especially those forces that can command and control countless people. It used to be like this for the North Blue Overlord Germa 66, and this was the case for the West Blue Overlord of the Kingdom of Flowers. Now after the Alliance, the Dark Alliance, which has spread its power and influence all over the world, is also like this. Whether they want to challenge the order of world government is not important. What is important is that they have the ability and potential to challenge the order of world government. They must be sanctioned. Just after it was established, it was called the 4th major force that can affect the balance of the world. Does that old bird like Morgans really don't want to live? Do you really think that without Newsbird, our control over the entire world will weaken? The bald 5 elders Nas Juro sage, who was embracing first-generation Kaititsu, had extremely cold eyes, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Without a large number of newsbirds to publish bounty birds and deliver news, it will indeed reduce the control and influence of the world government on the entire world to a certain extent. But if the old bird like Morgans intends to shake the order of the entire world, then, continuing to keep Morgans alive will only make the world government's control of the world more chaotic. Public opinion and news have always been an important means of controlling the minds and bodies of civilians. The 4th force that is powerful enough to shake the balance of the world. They're not qualified yet. Saint Nashu Lang, don't be too anxious. That old bird of Morgans, it is more beneficial to us to be alive now. However, the so-called Dark Alliance does need to impose certain sanctions. Mustache 5 elders Wachulai Shang Kom Kaido. Sanctions. According to the information received, the formation of the Dark Alliance was originally promoted by Stussy and planned to establish a loose alliance of underground kings to help each other in the face of a new era of violence. Stussy also plans to use the opportunity of forming the Dark Alliance to secretly expand his and the world government's control over the entire world. It's just that Stussy, that waste and idiot, died in the hands of others, and the Dark Alliance was also controlled by the guy who killed her. And now, I think we just need to kill the new controllers of the underground forces that have emerged. The so-called Dark Alliance will collapse in an instant. After the Mustache 5 elders Saint Wachulai finished speaking, the long-bearded 5 elders Saint Maz said with a suggestion. Pirate groups and most of the forces in the pirate world are not like those stable kingdoms. They often face a huge problem, that is, they only need to kill the leaders of those pirate groups or forces. No matter how powerful the pirate group or forces, big forces often fall apart in an instant. In the long history, there are many pirate kings who were not stupid enough to directly challenge the world government after unifying the entire new world. However, those pirate kings who unified the new world, under the ravages of time. In the end, often before he dies, the pirate empire he built has been torn apart and collapsed. Those powers that were established because of strong force will eventually die directly because of the dissipation of strong force. Only because of a common thought, common philosophy, or common interests, a force created by common blood can often survive for a long time. Yes, as long as we kill those new underground kings, the so-called Dark Alliance will collapse in an instant. It's just that, facing someone strong enough to kill Stussy and Umit, do you want to issue a reward order and dispatch Admiral directly? But it would be very troublesome to just put a bounty on those rats in the gutter. The blonde five elders Saint Peter frowned and said, the world government and the kings of the dark world often have a certain degree of tacit understanding. Before they do not wantonly plunder towns or simply stand on the opposite side of the world government. Putting a bounty on them and then dispatching Admiral will undoubtedly destroy the tacit understanding between the world government and those who control the dark forces, forcing them to all stand against the world government. The intelligence industry, the capital and banking industry, the shipping logistics industry, the warehousing industry, the killer field, plus the news industry that controls the entire world's public opinion, as well as some leaders of other grey industries that have not yet joined the Dark Alliance. When the controllers of these forces all begin to oppose the rulers, any country or force, even in Blue Star, will be enough to cause a huge turmoil. Power is never from the top down, but from the bottom up. It is the trust and support of the people at the lowest level that gives the rulers supreme power. Even in the world of One Piece where individual strength is enough to destroy the world, even the celestial dragons who control the secret treasure of Uranus, the reason why they are supreme and called the clan of gods. It is never simply because of their power, but because they have been constantly exaggerating and brainwashing that they are the descendants of the 20 kings who created the world and the descendants of the creator. Uranus is very strong, but if violence or the power of Uranus is enough to suppress all dissatisfaction, the world government does not need to worry about the so-called D-clan and bury the shameful history of long ago. If Bounty and Admiral can't be dispatched, wouldn't there be a bounty hunter guild? Aramaki and those guys who work hard for money. That should be enough to solve our problem. Mustache 5 Elders, Yu Kaido. At Duke's instruction, the Bounty Hunters Guild secretly fell into the arms of the world government. The future Marine Admiral Green Bull, one of the former CP aces, has also directly become the controller of the Bounty Hunter Guild. In order to make money, many bosses are not afraid of it. Anyway, Sarah and others had their own minds on what kind of orders they should obey and what kind of things they should do. Do you understand what it means to be obedient and obedient? The big mission and target from above, those rats from the Dark Alliance, we can't let them down this time. South Blue Bounty Hunter Headquarters, Bounty Island, in a magnificent castle that reveals luxury everywhere, Aramaki sat cross-legged on a luxurious chair, facing Shasha who was sitting in front of him. La and others said in a low voice. As for why the headquarters of the Bounty Hunter Guild is so magnificent, decoration at public expense, a chair is not worth 10 or 20 million belly, it will lower the reputation of the Bounty Hunter Guild headquarters. Besides, the money spent on the Bounty Hunters Guild is definitely more than the money spent on the naval headquarters. After all, most bounty hunters do not receive wages on weekdays, and they do not need to be responsible for their daily food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In every corner of the world, even excluding the construction and maintenance costs of marine warships and bases, the Marine Army alone amounts to millions, and even if the average salary of each Marine soldier is only 100,000 belly per month, 1 million Marine soldiers need to pay hundreds of billions of salary every month. As for the Bounty Hunter Guild, even if the world government has spent money and effort to open the guild all over the world, how much has it spent in total so far? If you don't find a way to get hundreds of millions of dollars, you will simply be sorry for the support of Sarah and others. Big mission. This is the first time the higher UPS have issued a mission, so naturally we will not disappoint the higher UPS. Sarah looked at Aramo who was giving orders, nodded, and then said seriously, it's just that the Dark Alliance is now famous all over the world. It's not that easy to deal with them. After Sarah finished speaking, Aramaki frowned. As a loyal vassal of the world government and a BD of the Celestial Dragons, who believes in natural justice, natural selection, survival of the fittest, and class distinction, he does not want to see Sarah and others disobeying God's will. Do you want to back down? The weak in this world can only be easily trampled by the strong, and God is undoubtedly standing at the top of nature. To disobey God is to go against nature and the entire world. Aramu said coldly, no, we have no intention of disobeying the gods. Only, you have to pay more. When Sarah said this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. As a bounty hunter, it makes sense to work for nothing without getting paid. Although in name, the world government has secretly incorporated the Bounty Hunter Guild. But do you know what a bounty hunter is? In the world of bounty hunters, there are no bosses and no gods. In other words, the only thing they can worship as gods is money. The money is not enough, and they want bounty hunters to go out to fight against the Dark Alliance. The world government is not so brave. After Sarah finished speaking, the corners of Aramaki's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said helplessly, don't worry, I'll give you enough money for this mission. Sarah, Azriel, and others are good at everything and extremely powerful, but there is one thing, they really love money. But if they don't love money, it seems that the world government can't co-opt and drive them? That's okay. In terms of money, who in this world can be richer than the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years and looted and exploited the wealth of countless member countries? Isn't it just money? There is plenty of it. If you say you have given enough, you really have given enough. Nothing else. The kings of the Dark Alliance, except for Morgan's, each king's head is directly worth 3 billion belly. LeBlanc, the nominal controller of the Dark Alliance, has a bounty on his head. It was directly linked to 5 billion. In addition to the kings of the underground world, most of the cotters and well-known members of the Dark Alliance were rewarded with large sums of money by the world government. Being able to become the master of a certain industry in the underground world cannot be achieved by just one person. I didn't say anything. As long as the money was in place, a large number of bounty hunters who smelled the fishy smell and were worried that they had no tasks to do, started to fight against the newly established Dark Alliance. Suddenly, the Dark Alliance, which had just become famous in the world, and the Bounty Hunter Guild, which had grown in strength with the support of the world government, were directly at war. The sea, which had just calmed down a little, immediately became smoky. The Grand Line, a casino with the flag of the Dark Alliance, turned into a pile of ruins after a loud explosion. Among the ruins, a man with muscles all over his body and blood still dripping from his forehead. Hank, the senior thug of Field, the Skull Crusher, clenched his fist and faced the man who was slowly walking towards him. Several bounty hunters roared angrily. Do you know what you did? This is Lord Field's property, flying the flag of the Dark Alliance. Do you want to make an enemy of the entire Dark World? After Hank finished speaking, not only did the leader of the bounty hunter show no fear on his face, but he became more ferocious and said viciously, "What is the Dark Alliance? What is the enemy of the Dark World? Sorry, we only know that your head is worth 15 million. Ha ha ha, Hank the Skull Crusher, your head will be collected by our team of hunters." As soon as he finished speaking, several bounty hunters from the hunter squad swarmed forward and after a moment of fierce fighting, they took off the head of Hank the Skullbreaker. Hank the Skull Crusher was one of the high-level thugs under the command of Lucky God Field. There was once a pirate who had a bounty of tens of millions, but when he lost a lot of money and was about to default on the debt, he had his head blasted to pieces. There are hundreds of high-level thugs under Field's command who are as powerful as pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. Then, in just 10 days, Field's hundreds of high-level thugs and the 3 cotters he recruited with their salaries were all swarmed by bounty hunters and Piltover policewoman Guy, Taryn, Sarah, and others cut off their heads. The major forces of the Dark Alliance, especially the Fusion Field Force, which had a large amount of fixed assets, suffered heavy losses in a short time. Of course, while the Dark Alliance suffered heavy losses, a large number of bounty hunters also lost their lives in front of the strong men of the New World. Especially those bounty hunters who were secretly assigned by the world government, who had just joined the Bounty Hunter Guild, or who were working as bounty hunters and occasionally guest-starred as pirates, were unlucky enough to suffer heavy casualties. This can't go on like this. We must find a way to completely defeat our opponents. Sarah and Field spoke in unison, complaining to Aramaki and LeBlanc respectively. Your base is either relatively hidden, or it has non-staff personnel, so the losses are not heavy. But my casinos and banks all over the world are about to be smashed by those damn bounty hunters. When Field, the god of fortune, said this, looking at the expressionless Zed, the card master Driz, and the warehouse king Gilbertson, he stopped complaining and then said, "If this continues, it won't be a big deal if my industry has major problems. But when will a group of hyenas who used to work hard for money on the sea become enough to challenge us, the kings of the underground forces? Our Dark Alliance is known as the 4th largest force that can shake the entire world. If we suffer heavy losses in front of a mere bounty hunter guild, isn't the Dark Alliance's face completely disgraced? Who on the sea would be afraid to respect us? At that time, your forces will also be greatly affected. The Dark Alliance is essentially just a loose mutual aid alliance. It is only Fusion Field's industry that has suffered heavy losses. If you want to mobilize all the underground kings of the Dark Alliance to work together, of course you have to give real benefits. In any world, reputation seems unimportant, but in fact, it is definitely a part that any big force must attach great importance to. Apart from anything else, once Whitebeard's flag is hung on any island in the New World, basically no pirates will dare to go and cause trouble. But if Whitebeard is no longer the 4 emperors, or becomes a small force that anyone can step on, all kingdoms and islands sheltered by Whitebeard will inevitably suffer a lot of impacts and threats. This is also an important reason why in the original book, after Whitebeard's death, the Fishmen Island had no choice but to fly the Big Mom flag. After the god of fortune Field finished speaking, the warehousing king Gilbertson, who had lost less than Field but also lost a lot, immediately nodded in response. The Bounty Hunter Guild must be taught a big lesson. Otherwise, what's the point of our Dark Alliance's existence? The important assets of the downwind shipping are those fleets that run very fast under the protection of Janna. In addition, with Drizzt's constant observation, those bounty hunters can rarely intercept the downwind shipping fleet. The remaining intelligence organizations are still killer organizations, and most of their stronghold personnel are very hidden. Morgan's news group base is rarely attacked by bounty hunters. In the end, although the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Dark Alliance fought together, the only ones who really suffered heavy losses were the Lone Shark King Fu Shenfield and the Warehouse King Gilbertson. Of course, behind all this, there is an indispensable connection with Sarah and others who secretly command and assign tasks. There is no way, who said that the top leaders of both sides are all Duke's people. After God of Fortune Field and Gilbertson finished speaking, LeBlanc, who had long planned to end this war, said quietly, "Of course, it's time to end this ridiculous war. I have received reliable information and determined the location of the Bounty Hunter Guild headquarters. And what we have to do now is just one thing, that is, kill on the Bounty Island and take off the head of the Bounty Hunter Guild president. Use his head to declare to the entire world that the Dark Alliance is invincible. Darkness will eventually cover everything." And just when the Dark Alliance was about to attack Bounty Island and seize the head of the Bounty Hunter Guild president, Aramaki, in the luxurious-looking castle on Bounty Island, Sarah, Guy Terran, and others were also constantly complaining to Aramaki. "During this period, our losses have been too great. Although bounty hunters are all people who work hard for money, no matter how high the bounty is, it is still useless if there is no life to take it. Many of those bounty hunters have now begun to passively avoid fighting. In order to complete the above tasks and maintain the glory of the Bounty Hunter Guild, we need more money to mobilize those bounty hunters, and we must also find ways to mobilize them. Some loyal and reliable powerful combat forces are here to deliver a fatal blow to the Dark Alliance. President, we need your support and the support from above. The Bounty Hunter Guild and the Dark Alliance are almost at war, and Duke's goal has been basically completed. At this time, it is natural to find a way to finish. However, to draw a perfect harvest symbol for this war, of course a big funeral is needed. In addition, before the war ends, it is natural to find a way to make another profit. As a former CP0 ace and a user of Logia's Sense and Fruit ability, Aramaki undoubtedly possesses Admiral-level combat power. Although his strength is slightly inferior to that of Marine Admiral, who has vaguely touched the 4 Emperors field at this time, he is definitely a solid S-class peak powerhouse. And using his fall as the end of this war must be enough to prove that the Bounty Hunter Guild still has the weight of the Dark Alliance. After Sarah finished speaking in a deep voice, Aramu nodded and said confidently, "I see. I will ask for support from above. Then, when I find the Dark Alliance's lair, I will personally take action and completely disintegrate the entire Dark Alliance." Asking him to face the 4 Emperors group, Aramaki immediately retreated. But against a mere Dark Alliance, Huang Mu felt that he had no chance of failure. Not to mention, except for himself. Whether it's Sarah, Ezreal, Gaitrin, or others, they all have extremely strong abilities. Aramaki plans to lead some elites supported by the Bounty Hunter Guild and world government to have a decisive battle with the Dark Alliance. The Dark Alliance is also ready to directly behead Aramo. Is everything ready? Master Duke, you are watching this drama. In the shadows, Evelyn quietly appeared and asked LeBlanc softly. Of course, everything is already in place. This performance will definitely attract the attention of the whole world. LeBlanc's deep voice continued to echo in the dark room. Under the illumination of the room lights, a man in a suit and leather suit, holding a metal suitcase, sweating heavily from his muscles, was silently checking his suitcase for a large number of reports on the assets of the Lone Shark King fusion field around the world. Another tall figure with a slender figure and a smiling wooden mask on his head was silently loading bullets for the weapon in his hand. 10 days ago, thanks to Sarah's corruption interception and the large amount of funds donated by the Lone Shark King fusion field and others after the establishment of the Dark Alliance, Duke decisively made another big draw. Then, in addition to some regular equipment and a skin, 3 new heroes appeared again. The legal tycoon Mundo and the dramatist Yin, who are currently in front of LeBlanc, are 2 of them. Hero, legal tycoon Mundo. Level, 6. Strength, A. Physique, A+. Agility, A. Spirit, A. Potential, S+. Legal tycoon skin bonus. Possess equipment, Sunfire Holy Shield, Armor of Thorns. Possess abilities, Virus Butcher Knife, Electroshock Therapy, Extreme Dose, etc. Overall rating, A. For Mundo, who had taken a large amount of alchemical potions and had a huge change in his body, he once lost his brain, but in exchange he gained great strength. But with the blessing of mysterious power, Mondo's lost wisdom was recovered again, and he became familiar with all knowledge of politics, law, and business. Once, he was just a crazy doctor, but now, call him a legal tycoon. Lucky Godfield's property has been basically figured out. Coupled with the deaths of a large number of senior thugs and cotters during this period, all Field's subordinates are now in panic. Give me a month, and I will fully accept all the wealth that Field has left behind, and I will make him even more. Mundo, who was wearing a suit and ties, nodded slightly to LeBlanc and Evelyn. Yin, the dramatist next to Mondo, silently put on his puppet mask and said coldly, "The flower of death will bloom for them." Hero, Yin, the Destiny Master. Level, 6. Strength, B+. Physique, B. Agility, A. Spirit, B+. Potential, S. Equipment owned, Erashery. Possess abilities, Dancing Grenade, Deadly Brilliance, Overwhelming Crowd, etc. Overall rating, B+. As a crazy genius killer, Yin never thinks that what he does is sin, but instead thinks that it is a gorgeous performance. Although, he always makes his audience suffocate. And another hero who was summoned? Duke said that seeing Last singing voice was really good. In addition, Yuta can become the world's top singer with the power of Devil Fruit, and it shouldn't be difficult for seeing Lai singer Seraphine to become the world's #1 singer. Nothing else. In addition to satisfying Seraphine's little wish to sing, Duke also wanted to try to see what the difference was between big stars and ordinary people. Hero, Seraphine. Level, 3. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B+. Spirit, A. Potential, S. Possess equipment, water staff. Abilities, diffusion of starlight, clear sound piercing clouds, gathering inner voices, etc. Overall rating, B+. As an ordinary person, Seraphine is born unique. She can hear the souls of other creatures and sense the joys and sorrows of others. And the potential of this ability will go far beyond that. Her singing will be enough to touch the soul. West Blue doesn't have that many pirates or villains to level up Seraphine. Even if they appear at the same time, Seraphine's level is directly several levels behind Yin and Mundo. But as a singer, strength doesn't seem to be that important. After all, Seraphine did not want to bring happiness to everyone in the world like Yuta. Well, it's enough to mainly make Duke happy. Everything was ready, and then, under the leadership of LeBlanc, many kings and elites of the Dark Alliance, including the god of Fortune Field, began to head straight to the Bounty Island. The curtain is about to open. 5 days later, in the Bounty Island located in the first half of the Grand Line, in the magnificent-looking Bounty Guild, Aramaki looked at the large number of elite agents recruited by the world government, as well as bounty agents such as Sarah Ezreal in front of him. The senior cotters of the Golden Hunter Guild were full of confidence. Now, it's time to fulfill God's instructions and end the darkness. I also think it's time to end this. Darkness will eventually cover the entire world. After Aramaki finished speaking confidently, LeBlanc's tall figure, accompanied by a large number of rune chains, quietly emerged from the void. Outside the magnificent Bounty Hunter Guild, the Dark Alliance and all the kings appeared. Of course, Morgans, an old bird, was just here to take a photo and make up the numbers. Many elites of the Dark Alliance appeared together, and then the battle started without any nonsense. The whispers of the Fate Master Yin continued to send out fatal bullets one after another, shooting out brilliant sparks on the forehead or chest of one world government CP agent after another. The Lord of Shadow Stream, G, transformed into countless shadows, quietly appeared behind countless CP agents, and then suddenly slit their throats. Dazbonis, Black Swordsman Freddy, and Blade Shadow Zoro and other senior officials of the Shadow Stream also began killing crazily on the battlefield. A large number of elite killers and CP agents fought together, and the figure of the demon clown Sacco appeared on the battlefield from time to time. The card master Driz kept waving the sharp magic cards in his hand, cutting the throat of an enemy with precision like a hot knife cutting through butter. Mundo, who was wearing a suit and ties, began to emit inexplicable electricity all over his body. He waved the specially made metal suitcase in his hand with great grace and force, violently smashing the heads of any enemy who dared to stand in front of him into pieces. The king of warehouses, Gilbertson, led several senior cotters under his command and also went deep into the battlefield. Even the king of loan sharks, Fortune Field, had a fistful of gold rings that was also stained with blood. The king of loan sharks, Fukugami Field, may indeed be far less powerful than the other kings of the underground world. But this does not mean that Field is a fool who can be defeated at will. People who can defeat countless people and monopolize a certain industry to become the king of the underground world should never be underestimated. Well, except for the old bird like Morgans. Morgans had no intention of joining the battlefield. He was just on the edge of the battlefield, constantly pressing the shutter in his hand, taking pictures of each wonderful moment on the battlefield. Morgans, just want to make news. On the Bounty Island, a brutal battle started instantly. After just a moment of confrontation, the seemingly gorgeous Bounty Hunter Guild headquarters was turned into ruins in the aftermath of the battle. But compared to the fact that the headquarters of the Bounty Hunter Guild, which had been built with a lot of money, was turned into ruins, what made Aramaki feel even more livid was the death of countless CP agents after the battle began. The king of an underground force alone may not be scary, but when these forces come together, the power they can use is far beyond the imagination of the world government and Aramo. Especially when Sarah and others deliberately let the water go. There is no way, although the CP agents mobilized by the world government are good in strength, they still appear extremely fragile in front of the real strong ones. A large number of bounty hunter backbones and world government CP agents appear so vulnerable in front of many kings of the dark world. Even he himself felt a dangerous aura from LeBlanc and the Lord of Shadow Stream Zed that was enough to send him to his death. How can it be? How can it be? How could a mere rat in the gutter possess such power? Are you kidding me? I am the absolute top hunter standing in nature. AFK all this rubbish. Aramaki was tightly blocked by countless phantom chains, but in an instant, his entire body turned into an extremely tall wooden giant. The large number of phantom chains wrapped around his body were torn off by him after his body size exploded. As a user with the Logia Sensen Fruit ability, Aramaki's strength already stands at the top of the ocean. Aramaki and LeBlanc fought together. The tall wooden giant waved the black iron fist in his hand wantonly, and punched LeBlanc hard one after another. LeBlanc's figure was shattered one after another with Aramu's iron fist, but no matter how much Aramu attacked, LeBlanc's real body was never hurt. Instead, as LeBlanc's phantom bodies were broken one after another, more and more phantom chains began to appear, and a large number of strange and incomparable marks quietly appeared on the bodies of Aramaki's tall wooden giants. Aramaki and LeBlanc fought together, and the entire Bounty Island was shaking because of the terrifying power displayed by Aramaki and LeBlanc. Especially the Loan Shark King Fusion Field and the Warehousing King Gilbertson, their faces were filled with joy. They originally thought that the newly emerged force of the Bounty Hunter Guild was nothing more than a group of fools who worked hard for money, but they didn't understand until they landed on Bounty Island and fought with those bounty hunters. What a new group of idiots, what a new force. Those bounty hunters who are proficient in Marine 6 styles, and those bounty hunters exude a strong smell of world government secret agents. This Bounty Hunter Guild is clearly another white glove of the world government. But, why does the world government need these white gloves? Think again of the recent violent era and the large number of extremely powerful new faces that have emerged one after another on the sea. Warehousing King Gilbertson and others suddenly became tense. It's true, the world government must be secretly carrying out a huge and extremely dangerous plan. Apart from the world government, there is no other force that can dispatch a large number of extremely powerful new faces in a short period of time to disrupt the entire sea. As the king of the dark world, especially Giberson, who has been the king of the warehousing industry for hundreds of years, he has long heard about some of the dark history of the world government. World government has extinguished the so-called lights on the sea more than once. Perhaps, this time, they will liquidate the entire world again. Thinking of this, the warehouse king's face became more solemn, but the attacks on his hands also became more fierce. No matter what the world government wants to do, they can only continue to live safely on the sea after they fully display their power and let the world government understand that if they want to take them down, they will definitely break a mouth of teeth. The giant kingdom Elbaf was like this, and the former Wanakuni was also like this. Now, it's the turn of their newly formed Dark Alliance. The battle became more intense, and the full-scale attacks of Lucky Field and Warehouse King Gilbertson caused even more casualties to the world government agents on Bounty Island. Although compared with the real top powerhouses in the sea, neither Field nor Gilbertson is powerful, but in fact, even if they look at the entire world, they are by no means weak. Strength or weakness also depends on who you compare yourself with. World government's CP agents suffered heavy casualties, and Aramu's face became increasingly ugly as he was being dragged down by LeBlanc. The Bounty Hunters Guild was the first important task that Celestial Dragons gave to Aramaki, but now, not to mention the fact that the Dark Alliance has not been able to be solved cleanly, the Dark Alliance has opened the door and asked the world government to support Aramaki's CP agents. There were heavy casualties. This is simply a shame. A god who stands at the apex of nature will never like a wasteful and incompetent subordinate. But fortunately, not all the Bounty Hunter Guilds are weaklings who were wantonly massacred by the Dark Alliance. Piltover policewoman Gaitrin was standing in the distance. Just as Yin's bullet had just hit the heart of a CP agent, the bullet from Gaitrin's gun also accurately hit the subordinate of Warehouse King Gilbertson, the head of a cotter with a bounty of hundreds of millions on his head. Ezreal was like a phantom, flexibly shuttled among the large number of thugs hired by the Lone Shark King, and fired spell energy bombs one after another, knocking down the thugs easily. As for Sarah, the most powerful bounty hunter with the Star Guardian skin, she coldly and easily pressed the two pistols in her hands to shoot down a cotter of the Warehouse King who rushed forward to die. After killing him, he stopped directly in front of the king of lone sharks, Fusion Field. Sometimes, a proper failure will not affect the reputation of the Bounty Hunter Guild, but can, to a certain extent, make the name of the Bounty Hunter Guild even more famous. Of course, this depends on what kind of enemy you are facing, and what kind of price you have to pay for the enemy. For example, Moria, who once challenged Kaido, and Crocodile, who challenged Whitebeard, just survived, which was enough for them to become famous pirates all over the world. The performance of Sarah, Ezreal, and others made Aramaki feel a little relieved. As long as he can defeat the difficult woman in front of him and crush all those damn rats in the gutter, the death of some CP agents will not affect his status in front of God at all. What the gods need are always the top predators in nature, not the food that may be eliminated at any time. Thinking of this, Aramaki clapped his hands, and after a large number of CP agents began to die, countless trees and plants began to grow crazily from every corner of the Bounty Island, and countless members of the Dark Alliance were immediately entangled together. Admiral-level combat power often has the ability to permanently change the terrain of an island. Countless plants grew crazily, turning Bounty Island into a world of plants. The weaker members of the Dark Alliance were instantly entangled and sucked away all their energy and even life by the plants controlled by Aramu. Some of the stronger cotters also began to run away with fear on their faces under the attack of countless active plants. In an instant, the dominant battle situation between the Dark Alliance and the Bounty Hunter Guild changed in an instant because of Aramu alone. Big news, big news. Is it enough terrifying power to change an entire island? The president of the Bounty Hunter Guild is really amazing. Morgans excitedly took photos of Bounty Island and Aramaki at this time. The strength Aramaki displayed in this battle was enough to shock the entire world. Monsters, real monsters. The Bounty Hunter Guild, no, there are indeed more monsters lurking under the world government. Aramaki took action to change the environment of the entire Bounty Island. The Warehouse King Gilbertson, who was constantly dodging among countless rampaging plants, also frowned at this time. LeBlanc is indeed extremely powerful, but is LeBlanc really a rival to a monster on the sea like Aramaki? The top warriors on the sea are no longer enemies that can be defeated by numbers. However, just when the warehouse king Gilbertson was hesitant, the incarnation of Aramaki, a wooden giant that had become taller and taller due to absorbing the energy of countless ordinary members of the Dark Alliance, had countless strange curse marks inexplicably appearing all over his body. Aramaki felt the fear of death for the first time in his heart. The next second, LeBlanc quietly emerged from the void with a tap of the staff in his hand. Endless light and heat, accompanied by an explosion that echoed across the sea and a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, instantly submerged the bounty island that had turned into a sea of plants. Fires shot into the sky, and the wails continued. Countless plant debris burned on the bounty, and the fine black ash floating in the air made the entire bounty island seem to be covered in black snow in an instant. Aramaki's extremely tall body was shattered in an instant, and the wildly growing and entangled plants on the bounty island were also withering and burning. Countless bounty hunters and members of the Dark Alliance all stared stupidly at the black sky dyed red by the firelight and the drastically changed terrain of the bounty island, and their hearts were filled with shock. Is this a battle between monsters? The sea is so vast. Countless people were instantly shocked by the terrifying power displayed by Aramaki and LeBlanc. Morgans was even more excited and kept pressing the phone bug in his hand, taking pictures one after another of LeBlanc's figure suspended in the void, with the sky behind him filled with black dust and countless plants turned to gray. Big news, big news. A new big monster has appeared in this sea. Ho 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 ho, the Dark Alliance will definitely shake the whole world. Hey, I seem to be a member of the Dark Alliance too. That's great. Morgans was extremely excited, and many members of the Dark Alliance also became more and more enthusiastic because of the fall of Aramaki. But not before they celebrated the Dark Alliance's victory. Amid the flames and ashes everywhere, in a hidden corner, a small seed began to tenaciously break through the soil, and then gradually transformed into a human form. Don't think you can defeat me. I am the embodiment of nature, I am nature's choice. When I get some more nutrients, I will be able to recover soon, and then. Aramaki murmured with a little fear on his face. Just a little bit, just a little bit. If it weren't for Logia's forest fruit ability, Aramaki would have extremely powerful vitality and could resurrect on some plants that he had already found. The countless rune marks that LeBlanc had just detonated were enough to completely tear him into pieces. But before Huang Mu could finish speaking, a figure wearing a Sanyan mask and full of murderous aura quietly appeared behind Huang Mu, and then. Countless shadow blades filled with dark energy covered Aramu's body in an instant, directly cutting Aramu's newly recovered body into pieces. But the next second, among the unburned plant roots not far away, Aramaki's figure began to reappear again. The ignorant are doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji's body quietly disappeared in the shadows. As the potential being only slightly weaker than LeBlanc, but already famous in the world, Zed, the Lord of Shadowstream, is considered to be the most powerful existence in the Dark Alliance today. On the surface, Aramaki was dueling with LeBlanc, but in fact, it was 1 versus 2. The Lord of Shadowstream, Ji, has already set his sights on Huang Mu's head. As a battle to establish the power of the Dark Alliance, it naturally requires a strong enough person to sacrifice his life. Aramaki was torn into pieces by the Lord of Shadowstream without a sound, and all the CP agents in the Bounty Guild and some bounty hunters specially recruited by Sarah, who had never seen Aramoku appear again, were all at this moment. I was dejected and full of fear. As powerful as a god, Huang Mu, who directly changed the terrain of the entire Bounty Island, was directly killed by the leader of the Dark Alliance. Can the remaining ones survive in the hands of the Dark Alliance? Most of the CP agents of the world government have been brainwashed and are not afraid to sacrifice their lives for the world government, but they are not afraid of death, but it never means that they want to die. The mission to strengthen the Bounty Hunter Guild and defeat the Dark Alliance has failed, and after the mission failed, they still want to continue living. After Aramaki's death, the morale of countless members of the Dark Alliance was immediately boosted, but just when those members of the Dark Alliance wanted to pursue the victory and kill all the remaining members of the Bounty Hunter Guild. The next second, a terrifying barrage covering almost half of the Bounty Island, coupled with a half-moon-shaped, extremely powerful runic energy wave, instantly illuminated the dark fog-filled Bounty Island. Hey, don't underestimate us bounty hunters. Now, cry, laugh, and meet death. The two guns in the hands of bounty hunter Sarah were swinging wildly, and countless bullets made of energy began to pour crazily towards the members of the Dark Alliance in front of her. Ezreal's rune barrage followed closely behind, like a strong wind passing through, and in conjunction with Sarah's death barrage, it crazily harvested the lives of countless Dark Alliance members. Especially those subordinates of Warehouse King Gilbertson and Lone Shark King Fukugamai Field who thought the situation was settled and started to charge forward. The always cautious king of warehousing, Gilbertson, remained careless even after Aramaki fell. He just slowly stalked and harvested the enemies in front of him, thus avoiding the attacks of Sarah and Ezreal. But the extremely greedy king of Lone Sharks, Fortune Field, who planned to take advantage of the opportunity to rush into the dilapidated bounty hunter's castle and plunder it, had no such luck. But the Lone Shark King Fukushin Field is not one of those enemies who will be easily killed by bullets. Damn it, when did all these hyenas on the sea turn into monsters? But don't think you can defeat me like this. In the hail of bullets, the Lone Shark King Fukugamai Field's muscles instantly swelled, and the dark armament haki instantly enveloped his body. After a large amount of blood spattered on his body, he barely blocked the attacks of Sarah and Ezreal. But the next second, accompanied by a low gunshot in the distance, a powerful bullet covered armament haki and directly penetrated the head of the Lone Shark King Fukugami Field. In the distance, Piletover policewoman Guy Terran and Fate Master Yin looked at each other, and then continued to shoot in search of the next target. The Bounty Hunter Guild needs to be purged, and some members of the Dark Alliance are no exception. As for those ordinary Dark Alliance members who accidentally died under the range attack of Sarah and others, for those trash minions who can recruit countless dark worlds with just a wave of their hands if they have enough fame and wealth, if they die, then they die. They can only blame their bad luck. Many of the lower-level members of the Dark Alliance are pirates or villains who deserved their death. Duke, LeBlanc, and others didn't feel bad. When Aramaki died and saw the defeat of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Sarah and others showed Kamui again and killed Fukugami Field, the Lone Shark King and one of the kings and giants of the Dark Alliance. Many members of the Dark Alliance were present, and they were immediately overwhelmed by Sarah. Under the gaze of Law and others, he hurriedly took a few steps back. But he turned around and glanced at LeBlanc, Zed, and the others who were gradually approaching Sarah and others. Their morale suddenly increased and they began to rush towards Sarah with roars again. Sarah and others are indeed very strong, but they are backed by monsters on the sea like Zed, the Lord of Shadowstream, and LeBlanc, the Queen of Darkness. Aramaki is already dead. Are the remaining bounty hunters still trying to make a comeback? Victory is destined to belong to the Dark Alliance. Then, just as LeBlanc and others were about to step forward to perform, several warships quietly appeared outside the Bounty Island. Justice will prevail. On the bow of the ship, the figures of the naval headquarters alternate Admiral Garen and the main Vice Admiral Lux were clearly visible, holding a sword in both hands. As a naval headquarters alternate admiral, while patrolling the nearby sea area, he discovered a distress signal and rushed to support him. It is completely reasonable. Just after Galen and others appeared, LeBlanc, Zed and others looked at each other and immediately began to retreat. It's time for this drama to come to an end. Next, there will be a stage for the audience. The next day, with the spread of countless newsbirds, the Battle of Bounty Island spread throughout the sea. The Dark Alliance also has the reputation of the Dark Queen, and with the dramatic changes in the terrain of Bounty Island, as well as the sky full of black ash and the fallen towering wooden giant, it instantly shocked the world. Dark Queen LeBlanc, Bounty, 1.8 billion. Big news, the Dark Alliance destroyed Bounty Island, the Bounty Alliance Guild suffered heavy casualties, the Dark Alliance lives up to its reputation as the fourth largest force in the world. Big news, the Queen of Darkness made a powerful move and directly killed the president of the terrifying Bounty Hunter Guild. The terrain of Bounty Island was permanently changed, shocking the world. Big news, the initial bounty was as high as 1.8 billion. Will the existence of the Dark Alliance shake up the entire world? Will the pattern of the New World 4 Emperors also change? Big news. Countless newsprints are crazily advocating the power of the Dark Alliance and the terror of the Dark Queen. There is no way, as a member of the Dark Alliance, Morgans wants the Dark Alliance to rule the world. Anyway, it was only members of the Bounty Hunter Guild who died on the news, not CP agents of the world government. He, Morgans, boasted a few words, and there was no way the world government would trouble him because of such a thing. Of course, the world government is really not in the mood to cause trouble with Morgans now. The rise of the Dark Alliance and LeBlanc has left the world government in no mood to pay attention to an underground king who can only control a little bit of public opinion. Public opinion is nothing in the face of absolute strength. Only those forces that threaten the rule of the world government are the real thorn in the side of the world government. Trash, it's all trash. In Pango City, the curly-haired five elders Saint Satan held the scepter in his hand vigorously, his face ashen. Five elders originally planned to use the Bounty Hunter Guild to replace naval headquarters bit by bit. To this end, they did not hesitate to send Aramaki, one of Admiral CP0 aces in strength. A large number of elite CP agents have also been mobilized to prepare to wipe out the Dark Alliance in one fell swoop and make the Bounty Hunter Guild famous all over the world. But now, the name is famous, but the famous one is the Dark Alliance. The Bounty Hunter Guild, which originally wanted to replace the naval headquarters, was finally saved by the naval headquarters candidate Admiral. At this time, the five elders were very embarrassed. This sea is already chaotic enough, and the emergence of the Dark Alliance will definitely bring some new turbulence to this sea. After any big force is established and famous, it is natural that it needs to expand crazily. The power of the Dark Alliance is already extremely large. If it continues to gain fame and expand, it will surely become a formidable enemy of the world government, which is even more threatening than the four emperors. No matter how much the four emperors expand, it will be difficult to expand beyond the New World, but the Dark Alliance, their own business and channels, have already spread all over the sea. Saint Satan's face was livid and he had a long beard. Saint Maz's face was extremely calm and he said calmly, "Five elders. Aramaki is dead, and most of the CP agents also died on Bounty Island. It's not so much that they are all trash, but rather that the strength displayed by the Dark Alliance has indeed exceeded our expectations. With the ability to kill Huang Mu and a large number of elite CP agents, the Dark Alliance's strength may not be inferior to that of the four emperors, and may even surpass some of the four emperors." After Maz Saint finished speaking, the blonde five elders Peter Saint also nodded directly and continued. A force comparable to the 4 emperors is really difficult to deal with. However, even though Aramaki is dead, the Bounty Hunters Guild is not completely useless. In addition to Huang Mu, there are several bounty hunters in the Bounty Hunter Guild, and they are not weak at all. Lucky Field died in their hands. If we continue to cultivate and support it, it will be impossible for the Bounty Hunters Guild to replace naval headquarters in a short period of time, but it will not be difficult to become a powerful force on the sea. Do you want to continue to train and control them? St. Peter was a little undecided. In order for the Bounty Hunter Guild to find a way to replace the naval headquarters, the world government has allocated a large amount of wealth and resources. But now, the Bounty Hunter Guild has been defeated by the Dark Alliance. If they continue to support it, it seems difficult for them to play a role that is truly sufficient to replace naval headquarters. Certainly continue to develop them. Although Aramo and the others are dead. But that doesn't mean the Bounty Hunters Guild can't replace naval headquarters. The somewhat bald mustachioed 5 elders Saint Wachulai said in a deep voice. On the sea, there are only a handful of truly strong men. Most of the funds that naval headquarters consumes every year are not spent on the 4 Emperors Regiment. Ordinary pirate minions and untouchables are the main enemies that the Bounty Hunter Guild and naval headquarters need to deal with. The Bounty Hunter Guild's knife is enough for now. On the sea, let alone an S-level warrior like Huang Mu, even an A-level or even a B-level warrior is already an extremely rare expert on the sea. Most ordinary pirate minions and soldiers have only E-level combat power. Then agree to Sarah and others' request for funding to rebuild the Bounty Hunter Guild headquarters. But this time, who will be sent to control the Bounty Hunters Guild? Saint Satan frowned slightly. Aramaki died, and the CP agents also suffered heavy casualties. In a short period of time, the remaining CP agents guarding the Holy Land of Marijois were somewhat stretched. If another top powerhouse was sent to control the Bounty Hunter Guild, the defense of the Holy Land of Marijois would probably be compromised. There are some loopholes. There are only a few of the top powerhouses in the sea like Arama. Even the world government, which has controlled the world for 800 years, has many masters. Let Spangdon go. Anyway, for those bounty hunters, money is their real master. Whoever becomes the president and how strong the president is will not affect the normal operation of the Bounty Hunter Guild at all. The bald 5 elders with mustaches put forward their own suggestions, and the other 5 elders nodded after a moment of silence. Spangdon does not have much strength, but as a loyal lackey of the world government, if he is obedient enough, that is enough. As for whether Spangdon can control the Bounty Hunter Guild, world government has never cared. The world government will worry about the 4 Emperors group, the Dark Alliance, and the powerful kingdoms within the 4 seas, but it will never worry about an intermediary organization that works hard for money. Without a territory that truly belongs to them and loyal subordinates, no matter how powerful the Bounty Hunter Guild is or how many bounty hunters there are under its command, it will always be just a scimitar wielded casually in the hands of the world government. In terms of wealth, who can be richer than world government? No, even Duke has to work hard to arrange for Sarah and others to find a way to secretly steal the wool of the world government. Well, thanks to world government for its contribution to rebuilding the Bounty Hunter Guild, and thanks to world government for once again sending 20 S-level draws for Duke. The money allocated to Sarah is equivalent to being allocated to me, Duke. As a family, don't hurt your feelings when talking about money. Under the nose of Spangdine, Sarah intercepted a large amount of money and submitted it to Duke. The 20 S-level draws not only allowed Duke to draw various equipment. I was also lucky enough to draw a hero again, as well as 2 skins of Ezreal and Radiant Lady Lux. There is no way, who makes these 2 heroes have so many skins. Of course, in addition to the regular equipment heroes and skins, it also benefits from the generous sponsorship of world government. Duke was also lucky enough to draw an Earth Dragon. Well, there is only one Flame Dragon left, and the 4 major dragons are about to come together. I just don't know if there will be any permanent changes after gathering the 4 elemental dragons, such as granting a permanent dragon soul or something. Duke is looking forward to this. Skin, Spirit of Adventure. Level, S+. Exclusive to Ezreal, countless adventures and combat experience are all integrated into this skin. Equipped with him, Ezreal will no longer be just an ordinary adventurer, but a world-renowned one. Adventure Legend? After equipping it, Ezreal's strength and potential will be greatly improved. Skin, Arcane Glory. Level, S+. Exclusive to Lux, the Radiant Girl. After equipping it, Lux, the Radiant Girl, can understand more about the mysteries of arcane magic. The brilliance of arcane magic will surely bloom again in the hands of Lux. After equipping it, the power and potential of Radiant Girl Lux will be greatly enhanced. Well, this time, the strength of Ezreal and Lux has been greatly strengthened. If nothing happens in the future, the first female naval headquarters admiral will probably be the future glorious girl Luxury. I just don't know what Galen will think if one day Lux's strength surpasses that of his brother Galen. Duke thought of this, and thought of Galen, who had been growing up silently in naval headquarters. Because he was generous and full of justice, and had friends all over the world, he directly equipped him with a piece of sunplate armor again. He doesn't have enough strength to get the equipment, so he distributes the 6 god equipment to each of his heroes. Duke's current equipment is not enough. But if one person is given 2 more pieces of equipment in a targeted manner, Duke can still take advantage of it. There is no way, there are only so many heroes in the alliance. The more heroes are drawn, the smaller the probability of drawing heroes. If heroes cannot be drawn, a large number of equipment will naturally be released. Being able to draw a hero in an S-level lottery is enough to be considered lucky. Pi City Law Enforcement Officer, Wei. Grade 1. Strength, B. Physique, B. Agility, B. Spirit, B. Potential, S. Equipment owned, none. Possess abilities, explosive shield, powerful fist charge, body penetrating strength, Tianba blast, etc. Overall rating, B. As a violent person on the black streets of Ziyuan, Wei only has endless violence in her heart, and she likes to use violence to solve all problems. And the complete set of hex in her hands and her innate powerful fighting talent are enough to make most problems vulnerable to her. Solve the problem? No, as long as the person who gave the problem is solved, the problem will usually be solved smoothly. She's Piltover's law enforcer, but beware, her fists may not necessarily follow the law. My hands speak for me, and my hands will fight for you. Pi City Law Enforcement Officer Wei bowed her body, gently bumped her fists, and bowed her head to Duke. Duke nodded to Wei, and at the same time directly equipped Wei with a divine armor called Star Eclipse. Then, taking advantage of the darkness, Pi City Law Enforcement Officer Wei quietly went out to sea and went to the Bounty Hunter Guild. It's still not enough for Sarah, Ezreal, and Gaitrin to completely dominate and control the entire Bounty Hunter Guild. But coupled with Wei, a violent boxer, the Bounty Hunters Guild will continue to develop and will surely become a terrorist force that even surpasses the ordinary Four Emperors group. Sarah and Ezreal now both have S+ potential due to the bonus of their skins. The Bounty Hunters Guild was defeated by the Dark Alliance, but the terrifying strength displayed by the Bounty Hunters Guild in the battle on Bounty Island still shocked the hearts of countless people. Coupled with the secret and strong support of the world government, although the development of the Bounty Hunter Guild has become less rapid than before, its tentacles of power have also begun to penetrate into all sea areas except the New World. Of course, compared to the Dark Alliance, which became world famous due to the Battle of Bounty Island, the development of the Bounty Hunters Guild still lags slightly behind. After placing bounties on all members, the forces of the Dark Alliance gathered together and even vaguely surpassed a group of 4 emperors. Dark Queen LeBlanc, bounty of 1.8 billion Baileys, life or death. King of Killers, G, a reward of 1.1 billion Baileys, no matter life or death. Card Captor Rush, there is a reward of 800 million Baileys, no matter life or death. Assassin Yin, bounty of 300 million belly, life or death. Blade Shadow Talon, a bounty of 300 million belly is on the table, life or death. King of Warehousing Gilbertson, offering a reward of 500 million Baileys, life or death. Devil Clown Shuko, bounty of 300 million belly, life or death. Financial Tycoon Mondo, bounty of 200 million Baileys, life or death. After the battle on Bounty Island, all the leaders and cotters of the Dark Alliance, with the exception of Morgans, who was still at large and too lazy to pay attention to the big news, were all on high bounties. Even Mondo, who had just usurped the position of the former Lone Shark King Fukugami Field and became one of the 6 leaders of the Dark Alliance, was saddled with a 200 million bounty without doing anything. If you include the bounties offered by those miscellaneous senior cotters and subordinates, the overall bounty amount of the Dark Alliance has exceeded 10 billion belly. Such a bounty is enough to shock the entire world. Unfortunately, although tens of billions of Baileys are tempting, almost no one can win them. The Dark Alliance is now on the verge of success. Kahahaha, is it the Dark Alliance? It's such a terrifying force. This sea is really vast. But, lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed deeply as he looked at the bounty orders for many leaders of the Dark Alliance in his hand. In the past, he might have been worried that the emergence of the Dark Alliance would impact the throne of the 4 emperors of the Whitebeard regiment, thereby affecting the safety of his members. But now, looking at Barbarian King Tryndamere who was drinking heavily with the other captains, his aura was almost as strong as his own. Whitebeard only had pleasure in his heart. There are successors to the Whitebeard pirates, and his children will always be protected. For Whitebeard, that is enough. Whitebeard doesn't care about the emergence of the Dark Alliance, and 4 Emperors Gangplank doesn't care either. As a family, let's not talk about this. The Dark Alliance and Bilgewater still have a lot of business dealings, and 4 Emperors Kaido, who originally planned to take the opportunity to swallow the entire Dark Alliance, also carefully understood the details of the Bounty Island battle, and after finding out the strength of many Dark Alliance members, he drank with depression and a little bit of joy. Liquor. What's depressing is that Kaido can't eat such a big piece of fat from the Dark Alliance. Fortunately, after experiencing many beatings, he still learned to be a little more steady and did not rush straight into the Dark Alliance. Otherwise, I'm afraid another beating will be inevitable. Kaido didn't think those in the Dark Alliance could keep him, but he was able to kill the Mumu fruit user who had the power to change the entire terrain in the battle on Bounty Island. Many experts from the Dark Alliance worked together to repel him and severely damaged him. It doesn't have to be a difficult thing. 4 Emperors level warriors are not afraid of the siege of minions, but they will still have a lot of trouble when faced with the siege of a large number of A+ or even S combat masters. Haki will continue to be consumed. And when the time comes, Kaido, who was beaten severely again, will be completely embarrassed. 4 Emperors Kaido still needs face. Thinking of this, Kaido started to drink a lot of wine, but after finishing a jar of good wine, he thought of his current deputy captain, the magic dragon Shavana, and an excited look appeared on his face again. Oh, hey, even if I don't regain the Dark Alliance, I will definitely dominate this ocean just by relying on the power of the beasts. With her help, the Pirate King is destined to be mine. Although his vice-captain seems to have been involved in a lot of trouble in Wanakuni recently, he also plans to become Wanakuni's general. But as long as it helps him become the Pirate King, who cares about Wanakuni's position as general? Kurozumai Orikai's former ally has long been useless. When Kaido thought of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this time, in Wanakuni, the natural disaster dragon Shavana was silently looking at the information in her hands about Ashura Daji, Denjiro and other Red Scabbard 9 who were not sent directly to 20 years later by Amazuki Toki and others. Beside her, Xiao Ziai, the famous Warren in the flower capital, was dancing. It is completely understandable that a retainer like Kitsune Kinemon who has traveled directly through time 20 years would be loyal to an idiot like Kojiki Oden. After all, in their world, Kojiki Oden had just died. But for Ashura Daji and others who have lived in the Red Scabbard 9 for 20 years, Kojiki Oden is already dead. After such a long time, how much of the loyalty and obsession is left? Shavana wanted to give it a try. After all, if you want to become the new Admiral of Beasts Pirates, how can you do it if you don't have a few capable masters at your disposal? Except for the 3 big bosses of Beasts Pirates who are pretty good, the rest of the cotters are basically weak. Shavana doesn't like her very much anyway. The shortage of mid to high-end combat power is also an important reason why Kaido of the Beasts has kept those 9 heroes of the Red Scabbards and not killed them. Shavana is planning to take control of the entire Beasts Pirates, and before taking charge of the Beasts Pirates, it is undoubtedly a good choice to first become the Wanakuni general. Shavana was taking action, while the red-haired Shanks on the other side, who was the most carefree and had no base camp in the conventional sense, frowned and looked at the Dark Alliance's bounty order, especially after carefully observing the bounty. After the battlefield news of the Battle of the Island, there was a moment of silence, and then the banquet started again. He is a celestial dragons, but he is no longer a real celestial dragons? Times are already running wild, and all he can do is try his best to maintain the balance of the sea and prevent the death of innocent civilians. Well, what does the world government's troubles have to do with him? He never thought about wiping the world government's butt, otherwise Shanks wouldn't have pinned all that rubber fruit and straw hat on Luffy. Shanks is a celestial dragons, but at the same time, he is the founder of a new era entrusted by Roger. All members of the Dark Alliance are offering bounties and becoming famous all over the world. However, at the same time, under the strong attack of the world government, many businesses of the Dark Alliance have also been suppressed to a certain extent. Even though the times have begun to run rampant, even though a large number of new forces have emerged in the sea, but the authority and power of the world government is still like a huge dark cloud, hanging over every ocean. At this time, there were only a few months left before Luffy's 17th birthday. Within the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, also obtained an extremely mysterious fruit at this time. Even with the strong rise of Ocean Calamity Gangplank, the dark fruit eventually fell into the hands of Thatch. At this time, Ace had never experienced a battle with Jinbei, but after being ravaged by Tryndamere, he finally joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the 2nd captain of the new Whitebeard Pirates. Only this time, the object of Ace's worship and admiration is no longer Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, but Tryndamere, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the Immortal King. The person who can become the Pirate King will only be the Immortal King, Ace said firmly to Tryndamere. After joining the Whitebeard Pirates and defeating several great pirates with bounties worth hundreds of millions, Tryndamere's title has become the Immortal King. It seems that no one in this world can really kill him. Ace also has great respect for Tryndamere, who personally recruited him into the Whitebeard Pirates. There is no way. I originally thought that everyone was a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million, but who would have thought that the same supernova could be so powerful? Nothing else. No matter how Ace attacked, he was easily beaten by Tryndamere hundreds of times, and he clearly felt the rapid improvement of Tryndamere's strength. Ace's hope of becoming the Pirate King decisively rested on Tryndamere's strength. On the body, well, Tryndamere said that he is very grateful for the experience that Brother Ace keeps bringing to his door. There is no way, even if you are the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, it cannot be justified to challenge the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates every day. A battle between strong men will be very troublesome. It refers to the fact that after Tryndamere joined the Whitebeard Pirates, his battles with Marco, Diamond Jaws, and others caused Whitebeard's car, the Moby DK, to be overhauled several times. And after being beaten up and down many times, no one, whether it was Marco Cozy or Foil Bista, was willing to accept Tryndamere's challenge again. As the captain, it is very embarrassing to be defeated many times. Ace still joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became Tryndamere's direct descendant. At this time, in Zo's country in the New World, accompanied by endless storms and a terrifying aura that could even make the elephant master Zo tremble, a giant bear fell from the sky. Fur tribes, your true king is back. Volibear looked up to the sky and roared in Zo's country, and thunder and lightning flashed between the huge bear's paws. Of course, such a powerful force as the Fur tribe needs to welcome their true master. It's not worth fighting for a fool like Kojiki Oden. King. Although you are also a fur tribe, the fur tribe already has its own king. Strange guy, do you want to challenge the majesty of the King of Day? It was daytime at this time, and Duke Inuarashi had not yet appeared. Sicilian, the captain of the musketeers who was responsible for guarding Duke Inuarashi, was already glaring at Volibear who suddenly appeared. Although the population of the fur tribe is not large, every fur tribe member deserves to be taken seriously. But a strange tribesman whom he has never seen before suddenly appears, and when he returns to Zuao for the first time, he will brazenly become the king of the fur tribe. How can Sicilian and many other fur tribe members who have long been accustomed to the rule of Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper recognize this? The majesty of a king. Do you really know what a true king is? Volibear looked at Sicilian and others who were glaring at him, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then, he roared up to the sky, and his body instantly became extremely huge. Dark clouds suddenly filled the sky above Zou, and storms were everywhere. Come, face me. Face the storm. Trembling, body shaking uncontrollably. Fear rooted in every inch of his flesh and blood. Sicilian and other members of the musketeers all involuntarily knelt down in front of Volibear at this moment. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and they could no longer hold the weapons in their hands steadily. At the same time, the giant elephant Zuao, who had been walking on the sea, stopped for the first time and let out an elephant cry full of confusion and fear. The elephant master is very strong. The elephant master who fights with all his strength may have insufficient defense, but his destructive power is definitely not inferior to any of the top sea warriors with S+ combat power. Even the legendary ancient weapon Poseidon, which can summon countless supergiant sea kings, only has a huge advantage in the number of sea kings that can be summoned. In real battle, even the largest ancient sea kings, it may not be possible to steadily defeat the elephant owner. But even such an ancient and powerful creature couldn't help but feel fear after Volibear fully revealed his aura. This kind of fear does not even come from strength, but from the instinct of his body's genes. It seems that every cell and every gene in his body is trembling because of Volibear's appearance. The Elephant Lord is very ancient and very powerful. But as an ancient demigod, Volibear is far older and more powerful than Zou, the Elephant Lord. Even though the current Volibear is far from reaching its peak, the aura exuding from it cannot be underestimated. At his peak, Volibear could even grab several mountains and canyons with his claws. Zou, the Elephant Master, stopped walking because of fear. Because of Volibear's amazing momentum, Inuarashi and Cat Viper, who arrived immediately, also had their foreheads covered with scars. Sweat. As the former members of the Red Scabbard 9, Inuarashi and Cat Viper, who possess A+ combat power and are definitely considered the first-class powerhouses in the sea, can feel the fear exuded by Volibear far more than ordinary members of the fur tribe. Breath. This is the first time that Inuarashi and Nico Viper complained about why their observation haki was so good. If they don't know how to observe haki, then at least they won't be so scared and horrified at this time. Does such a monster still exist in this world? Cat Viper forced to hold back the trembling of his body and looked at Volibear in front of him with a solemn face. Duke Inuarashi also looked bitter and said with a strange expression. Compared with him, even the so-called strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the beasts, is still far behind. Hey, Cat Viper, maybe our chance has come. When Duke Inuarashi said this, he looked at Nico Viper with a meaningful look. As simple fur people, Inuarashi and Nico Viper have never given up on avenging Kojiki Odin's blood until now. The appearance of Volibear undoubtedly gave them an opportunity for revenge. The two of them are unlikely to be Kaido of the Beasts' opponents, but if Volibear is willing to take action, what does Kaido of the Beasts mean? As for the fur tribe throne, the position of king of a small country with a population of no more than tens of thousands, sitting on the back of the Elephant Lord Zou, what does this mean? Although he is said to be a king, there is actually not much difference between him and a mayor. Inuarashi and Cat Viper have never cared about the throne of the fur tribe. They only thought that they were respected as kings by many fur tribes just because they were the strongest. But now, among the entire fur tribe, who can be more powerful than Volibear? Inuarashi and Cat Viper hoped to use the power of Volibear to avenge Kojiki Odin, but they did not give up the throne directly. Instead, they mustered up their courage and said firmly to Volibear, "If you want to become the king of the fur tribe, we must be defeated first." There is indeed a tradition among the fur tribe that whoever is the strongest will become the king. But how strong Volibear is, whether he can be the king of the fur tribe, and whether he can have the opportunity to assist them in revenge against Kaido of the beasts, you have to fight it yourself to know. Then, Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper bravely rushed towards Volibear, but were beaten up by Volibear. Now, are you ready to face your fate? Volibear looked at the scorched black body and collapsed on the ground. His body flashed with lightning from time to time. Inuarashi and Cat Viper were trembling slightly, as well as all the horrified fur tribe people present. Thunder snakes were dancing wildly in their claws. Said in a deep voice, Inuarashi and Nico Viper are very strong, but that depends on who they are competing against. Volibear, the demigod with SS potential, is no longer weaker than Admiral at this time, and is even strong enough to face the four emperors head-on. Hey, no, the new guy is back. From now on, you will be the new king of our fur tribe. But, can you promise us one thing? Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked at each other, then struggled to get up, half kneeling to Volibear and said, "I beg you, help us avenge our blood and kill Kaido of the beasts." In order to kill Kaido of the Beasts and help Kojiki Oden get revenge, Inuarashi and Nico Viper didn't even care about their own lives. On this sea, there are always some people who value faith far more than life. Especially the furry people who have been in a closed state for a long time and are extremely innocent. Kill Kaido of the Beasts to avenge you. Volibear looked at Inuarashi and Cat Viper kneeling in front of him, and said coldly, "This is your hatred, not the furry tribe's hatred. And I, as the leader of the fur tribe, have only one responsibility, and that is to make the fur tribe great again in this world." Are you kidding me? You're going to fight Kaido of the Beasts right now to avenge this idiot Kojiki Oden? Why? Volibear now just wants to lead the fur tribe to develop and upgrade safely, and pay some small money to Duke at the same time. As for the rest, it doesn't want to care about anything now. Volibear directly rejected the entreaties of Nico Viper and Duke Inuarashi, and Nico Viper and Inuarashi suddenly became extremely depressed. They knew very well that without the terrifying power of Volibear, just wanting to avenge Kojiki Oden on their own would be just asking for death. They are not afraid of death, but no one wants to die meaninglessly. But if Volibear is unwilling to take action, who can they find to avenge Kojiki Oden? Whitebeard? Ever since Kojiki Oden left Whitebeard's fleet and joined the Roger Pirates, Kojiki Oden and his retainers were no longer qualified to plead for Whitebeard's protection. The pirate group is not just a house game. Joining from one pirate group to another, unless you join a higher level pirate group, is almost a betrayal. Whitebeard may be generous and doesn't care about Kojiki Oden's departure, but none of the members of the Whitebeard pirates have much favorable impressions of Kojiki Oden. The life and death fights between pirates above the sea, victory or death, have long been commonplace for those pirates. As long as they are not their own relatives and members of the pirate group, who cares about the life and death fights among the pirate groups above the sea? Volibear rejected Inuarashi and Cat Viper's request, but did not directly end Inuarashi and Cat Viper's hope for revenge. Instead, he changed his mind and said, "I will not take the initiative to confront Kaido because of the hatred between you two, but if one day Kaido, the so-called king of beasts, comes to the fur tribe, then I'll show him what a real storm is. What's more, is a so-called Kaido of the beasts very strong?" I said, "I am here to make the fur tribe great again. After you show your true power, you will defeat the Kaido of the beasts yourself." After Volibear finished speaking, he swung the bear claw in his hand and drew a long scar on his arm, and then gradually began to drip out the golden, sticky, and hot demigod blood. "By taking my blood, you will find your true power. Come, let the ancient blood revive in your bodies, and then let the fur clan roar again to the whole world." As the most primitive ancient demigod in the Freljord, Volibear didn't care about so-called faith at all, because its body and blood itself carried the most primitive divinity. The blood of demigods is enough to create countless strong men. If it weren't for the limited blood essence of Volibear, and the incompatibility between ordinary humans and Volibear's demigod blood, Duke would have asked Volibear to directly create a group of bear men. In the world of One Piece, only the fur tribe can integrate the blood of Volibear to the greatest extent, and then become an invincible and terrifying army under Duke. Each fur tribe has at least D level, which is comparable to the strength of a naval headquarters lieutenant. And if the moon lion form is activated or the essence and blood of Volibear are taken to strengthen it again, all members may be very high. Disaster. But if most of the soldiers of the fur tribe could have the strength comparable to that of naval headquarters officers, they would be able to dominate the world. There are always only a handful of strong men on the sea. The naval headquarters and the world government can truly suppress the entire world. It has never been the so-called naval headquarters' 3 admirals, but the countless marine bases and bases distributed around the world. Those marine elites among them. The control and transformation of the fur tribe will, to a certain extent, make up for the relative lack of mid-range combat power under Duke's command. Yes, even though Duke now has heroes and forces all over the world, except for the heroes themselves and a large number of cannon fodder minions who can be recruited at any time, the forces under Duke are still smaller than those big forces that have existed for a long time. It lacks a lot of loyal mid-range combat power. There was no way, it rose too fast, and the mid-range combat power was not developed for a while. However, with the passage of time, Duke's power is gradually becoming stronger and stronger. On the 3-mast sailing ship, a large number of flesh and blood puppets mixed with the power of the Shadow Fruit are arranged to form a powerful army. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the Noxus Empire, a large number of troops are also undergoing endless wars and training, becoming more and more powerful. As for the new 4 Emperors Gangplank, although after defeating Big Mom's Hamit's army was all turned into production machines, but after plundering countless money, Bilgewater's Ghost Fleet also in the beginning it continued to grow. Of course, compared to the ever-growing Ghost Fleet, there is an extremely special Peace Guard in Bilgewater, composed almost entirely of old pirates. They also possess terrifying power that is enough to alarm the world. Under Gangplank's iron law, Bilgewater has become almost the safest and most peaceful area in the New World, and has therefore attracted the attention of countless old pirates who want to live out their golden years in peace. But although most of the old pirates are powerful and have accumulated a lot of money, they are used to squandering money. How long can they really live a life of squandering in Bilgewater, which is so rich and luxurious? What to do if you run out of money? Either he licks the blood again and resumes his old career in the extremely dangerous New World, where the forces have been divided. Or, he can only join Bilgewater, become a peace guard under Gangplank, and dedicate himself to Gangplank. The last bit of strength. In the New World, no pirate who can survive to retire with a large amount of treasure is a weakling. In other words, in today's Bilgewater, the peace guards under Gangplank are the most powerful force among the Gangplank pirates. The forces under Duke's command are constantly growing. Every day, a large amount of money from various major forces continues to be integrated into Duke's treasury. However, Duke is not in a hurry to conduct ordinary S-level or even SS-level draws. Duke's command now has no shortage of ordinary S-level heroes, but only those God-level heroes who can truly subvert the entire world. At least, Duke felt that one-time Guardian Garen was even more useful than 100 ordinary S-class combatants. There is no way who can refuse a hero who can increase your experience and strength while lying down. After the appearance of Time Guardian Garen, the heroes around Duke who had gradually stagnated in level due to lack of fighting and killing, have grown in strength and have even gradually surpassed those heroes who are constantly fighting around the world. The Guardian of Time, the Eternal God. Duke began to save money and prepared to summon more God-level heroes. Within Wano Kuni, the natural disaster dragon Shavina, also leading the leopard girl Nidalee, directly kicked open the door of General Kurozumai's mansion in the flower capital. The position of the governor of beasts cannot be taken for a while, but the throne of General Wano Kuni, Shavina feels, it is time for someone to change. In the castle tower of the flower city, Kurozumai, who was drinking and having fun while watching the Warren dance as he looked at the door that had been kicked open, turned pale. But after seeing the person clearly, his pale face immediately squeezed out a smile, and said calmly. The voice said, Gohi, isn't this our protector of the country, Lord Shavina, the deputy captain of the beasts? I wonder if there is anything you need my help with when you come to the flower capital this time. Let me tell you first, if you want me to reduce the offerings of those untouchables again, that won't work. I have been very kind to them, ha 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 ha. Kurozumai said this and drank the bowl of sake in his hand. After Shavina became the vice-captain of Kaido of the Beasts, and because of her amazing strength in many battles with Kaido, she was named the protector of the country by Kurozumai. And because Shavina has repeatedly prevented the members of the Beasts Pirates team and the Kurozumai Orokai team from committing atrocities on Wano Kuni civilians, Shavina's reputation as the protector of the country is far more respected by the Wano Kuni people than Kaido's protector of the country. Kindness. Yes, I was too kind to you. Looking at the brazen Kurozumai, Shavina smiled sarcastically, then looked coldly at the Kurozumai in front of her, and said quietly, Why do I need your help to do anything in this country? After Shavina finished speaking, Kurozumai was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly and said, Of course, because I am the general and the ruler of the entire Wano Kuni. All the people of Wano Kuni must obey my will. This is the debt they owe me, and they must repay it. Kurozumai didn't even think about managing Wano Kuni properly. All he wanted was to take revenge on Wano Kuni and then completely drag Wano Kuni into hell. Kurozumai finished laughing, then showed a very weird smile to Shavina, and said in a deep voice, Why, does Kaido want to break his agreement with me and plan to seize the entire Wano Kuni? Hey, Wano Kuni is not a place where just a pirate can do whatever he wants. After Kurozumai finished speaking, many Wano Kuni elites such as Fu Luxiao and Kuangxi Lang clenched their weapons and glared at Shavina. Although Kaido of the Beasts is the guardian king of Wano Kuni, it is Kurozumai Orokai, the nominal general, who is actually in charge of Wano Kuni. A large number of elite samurai are the biggest trump card for Kurozumai to act recklessly. Even if Kojiki Oden is dead and the 9 red scabbards no longer exist, the overall power of Wano Kuni today will still not be weaker than an ordinary Shishibukai power. But if it's you, it doesn't matter even if you take complete control of the entire Wano Kuni with me. When Kurozumai said this, the eyes on his ugly head immediately stared at Shavina with a squinting smile, and then opened his arms to Shavina. Come, become my palace, and then you will have the same power as me, enough to dominate the entire Wano Kuni. Although he introduced Kaido of the Beasts to usurp Wano Kuni's position as general, and allowed the Beasts pirates to act recklessly in Wano Kuni, Kurozumai Orokai was by no means a pure fool. Over the years, the Beasts pirates, which have grown stronger with the support of Seastone mined and sold by Wano Kuni and a large amount of Wano Kuni resources, have also become a serious problem for Kurozumai Orokai. Even if an outsider is powerful enough to kill Kojiki Oden and is even comparable to a god, even if he kills countless people, it will be difficult for him to completely control the entire Wano Kuni. Power seems to come from the top down, but in fact, it is always from the bottom up. If he is not loyal enough to his subordinates, even if he ascends to the so-called supreme throne, he is just a puppet emperor whose subordinates work in secret. And this is the fundamental reason why Kaido allowed Kurozumai to cruelly control Wano Kuni for 20 years. He needs enough time to cultivate his Beasts pirates, and he also needs enough time to let Kurozumai, the ruler of Wano Kuni, gradually become angry and resentful in Wano Kuni, losing all the hearts and support of the people. When the time comes, directly kill the Kurozumai snake, calm the anger of Wano Kuni civilians, control the selection of generals, and then completely control Wano Kuni. This is how Kaido of the Beasts builds a nation. Kurozumai, too, was filled with fear after working with Kaido of the Beasts for 20 years. At this time, Shavina, the vice-captain of Kaido of the Beasts, whose strength is almost as strong as Kaido's other dragon, has naturally become Kurozumai Orokai's new cooperation target. And, this time, He wanted to create an unbreakable alliance with Shavina. As long as he can marry Shavina and give birth to a child, whether it is for Wanakuni's power or for his own offspring, Wanakuni will always be enslaved and controlled by the Kurozumai family under Shavina's terrifying power. Kaido is almost old, but Shavina is still young enough. These beasts pirates belong to Kaido, but they will eventually belong to the dragon Shavina. This is the consensus that countless members of Beasts Pirates have in their hearts after witnessing several battles between Shavina and Kaido. Each time Shavina was stronger than the last time she challenged Kaido. The pirates don't pay attention to the idea of father to son, lack of education since childhood, and the stupid Yamato was brainwashed by a diary of Kojiki Oden. Not many people in the Beasts Pirates regard him as the successor of the Beasts Pirates, even though he is the biological daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. Kurozumai wanted to use Wanakuni as a betrothal gift to marry Shavina, but as soon as Kurozumai finished speaking, Denjiro, who transformed into a madman, suddenly felt a huge wave of emotions in his heart. Kurozumai Orakai is already very difficult to deal with Kaido's support. If he is allowed to successfully marry the natural disaster dragon Shavina, Denjiro really doesn't know how confident he still is that he can win from Kaido, Shavina, and others. Wanakuni belonging to the Kojiki family has been recaptured again. Denjiro, who knew some of Shavina's strength, was a little desperate. If it weren't for the 20-year prophecy left by Kojiki before his death that inspired and supported Denjiro, and that Kojiki Hiri still needed his care, Denjiro would really be unable to hold on. 20 years later, how many people in Wanakuni really still remember the glory of the Kojiki family? Denjiro was extremely worried, but the next second, an extremely sharp claw strike with dripping blood directly broke all the worries in Denjiro's heart, and at the same time brought a greater haze to his heart. Odejuo. An ant is also worthy of Xiao Xiangtianlong. Shavina's figure moved instantly, and under the unbelievable eyes of Fukuro Shao, Denjiro, and others, she directly tore off the head of the Kurozumai snake. Then, when the fallen body of Kurozumai Orakai began to squirm again and the rest of its head grew out, the vertical pupils in its eyes flashed, and scorching dragon flames were directly sprayed out, completely burning the body of Kurozumai Orakai to charcoal. Now, I am Wanakuni's new general. After I finish speaking, who agrees and who opposes? In the flames, Shavina stepped on the broken body of the Kurozumai snake and carried the head of the Kurozumai snake in her hand. She transformed into a half-dragon and half-human form, with vertical pupils in her eyes, scanning all directions. The body of the Kurozumai snake was directly burned to charcoal by Shavina's dragon flames, and the remaining 7 lives were naturally destroyed by Shavina. As a phantom beast species with the Yamata no Orakai fruit ability, Kurozumai Orakai's strength cannot be said to be almost none, or it can be said to be close to 0. The devil fruit of this phantom beast was completely blinded. The Kurozumai snake was instantly killed by Shavina, and Fukuro Shao, Denjiro, and others in the castle tower who had no time to rescue were also dumbfounded at this time. New general. Ho ho ho, do you think you can become a new general just by killing the general? If you think so, you are underestimating my Wanakuni samurai. Kurozumai Orakai died, and Denjiro, who transformed into Kurozumai Orakai, lowered his head and said nothing. Fukuroju, the ninja leader of the Imperial Division who was directly under Kurozumai Orakai, glared at Shavina and said coldly, Wanakuni samurai, are you samurai? Aren't all the samurai in this country already imprisoned in the mines of Rabbit Bowl? Shavina looked at Fu Luxiao and many other ninjas from the Imperial Division who were ready for battle, and said with a smile, or are you so-called ninjas planning to sacrifice your lives for a dead general? Don't be ridiculous, the samurai and desperate warriors in this country have long been unable to tolerate the rule of Kurozumai Orakai, and it's just that they can't resist at all. And I gave them the power to resist, and I will also give them a new future. Now, do you want to resist me? To be able to mobilize a large number of Wanakuni's fighting force in the future crusade against Kaido is not at all because the legend of Kojiki Oden and the rule of the Kojiki family are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, but simply because the rule of Kurozumai Orakai is really bad? No, Kurozumai does not rule at all, but just relies on the strongest violence to unscrupulously squeeze everyone in Wanakuni. Except for the capital of Wanakuni, the flower capital, which is still barely able to maintain normalcy, the civilians in the rest of Wanakuni are almost being suppressed to the limit. And Shavina killing the Kurozumai snake and becoming Wanakuni's new general will only make countless people in Wanakuni cheer for it. Resist? Of course not. Who can resist the protector of the country and the protector of the country? Lady Shavina, please accept our power. We will be loyal to you. Fu Luxiao was silent for a moment, and then his face returned to calm. He led the ninjas of the Royal Court Division to kneel on one knee in front of Shavina and directly offered their loyalty. The ninjas of the Royal Court Division will always be loyal to the general. Whoever is the general, they will be loyal to. The Imperial Guards knelt down to show their allegiance, and Denjiro, who transformed into a Kuangshiro, also bowed slightly to Shavina after a moment of silence and lowered his head. The day of the prophecy left by Kojiki has not yet come, and Kojiki Hiri still needs his care. Denjiro does not want to expose his identity, and it is impossible for him to fight to the death for Kurozumai Orakai. What's more, compared to the previous Kurozumai Orakai, Shavina, the new Wanakuni general, will be more powerful and terrifying than the Kurozumai Orakai. In order to regain Wano Kuni when the prophesied day comes, Denjiro must also find a way to be in a high position beside Shavina. Shavina looked at Denjiro, who was bending down, and lowered his head. The corners of her mouth slightly raised. She didn't care about the calculations in the minds of Fu Lushao, Denjiro, and others, but casually threw the head of the Kurozumai snake to Denjiro, and then he said to Fukuroshao and Denjiro, "Now, take this guy's head and announce to everyone in Wano Kuni that a new era of Wano Kuni has arrived." A moment later, at the high platform of the castle tower, all the residents of the Flower City looked at the head of the Kurozumai snake, and fell into deep silence. The entire Flower City fell into a moment of silence because of this shocking news, and then there was deafening cheers and noises. For ordinary civilians in Wano Kuni, they never care whether they are ruled by the Kurozumai family, the Kojiki family, or even the Beasts pirates. All they care about is that they just want to have enough food and clothing. Even though Shavina, the new general, was a pirate before and was the vice captain of Beasts pirates, no matter how bad she is still much better than Kurozumai, right? This is already the greatest expectation that countless Wano Kuni civilians have for Shavina, the new general. In fact, Shavina is much friendlier than they thought. It makes no sense to Shavina to oppress and exploit the lowest civilians. What she wants is to truly integrate everyone in Wano Kuni and capture all the power of Wano Kuni and even the Beasts pirates. For example, the wastewater from the man-made devil fruit factory caused land devastation and people's diseases. This kind of thing should not be easily solved. After all, Beasts pirates is also a group of 4 emperors. Wano Kuni and Onigashima are just the base camp of Beasts pirates. Isn't it very simple for Beasts pirates to find an uninhabited desert island in the New World to concentrate on studying artificial devil fruit? If it really doesn't work, you can move it to a small island from other places. Why do you have to do it in Wano Kuni itself? Gold and silver are not as good as clear waters and green mountains. Do you understand what sustainable development of resources is? Most of the forces in the One Piece world ultimately suffered from lack of culture. There is no way, under the deliberate suppression of the world government, in the pirate world where per capita is illiterate, there is no so-called future in their hearts, and few people think about the future. It would be too extravagant to think about the future with a pirate who licks blood from the tip of a knife and may die today. People like Kurozumai and Kaido of the Beasts are all about fishing from the lake, with at least a little bit of sustainability, but Shavina is different. Everything will belong to Duke, and everyone in the pirate world will become Duke's subordinates in the future, and they will work hard to contribute everything they have to Duke. Of course you need to be kinder to your own people. Exploitation also requires methods. Wano Kuni's unique environment and resources are similar to those of the tycoon countries in the Middle East. They can get rich through mining and make their own lives miserable. Many people starve to death every year. This kind of domination and exploitation is simply embarrassing. Miners also need human rights. Every time a good miner dies, it is very troublesome to add more. Shavina became Wano Kuni's general, and began to implement her will in Wano Kuni, improving the situation of Wano Kuni civilians to a certain extent, and at the same time began to recruit Wano Kuni's combat power. In Wano Kuni territory, countless civilians began to cheer for Shavina's rise to power and Wano Kuni's changes, but when Shavina became Wano Kuni's general and began to recruit Wano Kuni's combat power, dark clouds filled the entire Flower City, and the huge green dragon stretched out its head in the dark clouds. "Shavina, I am the governor of the Beasts pirates. You have crossed the line. Kaido plans to leave the throne of General Wano Kuni to his daughter Yamato in a few years. But now, the throne of General Wano Kuni was directly taken by Shavina without Kaido's knowledge. Kaido doesn't really care who Wano Kuni's general is, he cares about Yamato, but the person who can bear to actually tie a bomb to his daughter's wrist cares a little, but not much. What he really cares about is that Shavina took Wano Kuni's power without his permission. There can only be one king who is above all beasts. Of course, until I defeat you, you will always be the governor of the Beasts pirates." Shavina also rose into the sky and turned into a bloody dragon. Her huge dragon wings spread out, casting a huge shadow over half of the Flower City. The bloody color also appeared as Shavina transformed into a bloody dragon. Dusk gradually swallowed up half of the sky. Suddenly, over the capital of flowers, dark clouds as black as ink and scarlet like dusk as blood, with clear distinctions, enveloped the entire sky together. Shavina may not be Kaido's opponent yet, but there is no doubt that Shavina now has strength comparable to Kaido of the Beasts to a certain extent. Compared with today's Shavina, even Ben Beckman, the second in command of the Red Hair Pirates, who possesses admiral combat power and is known as the only real lieutenant above the sea, will be eclipsed. Facing Shavina's straightforward answer and the terrifying power she displayed that was almost no weaker than her own, Kaido of the Beasts' crimson eyes flashed slightly, and a sinister smile appeared on his face, and then he asked in a deep voice, "Road. So, tell me, what are you doing now? Kurozumai is my ally who has been working with me for decades. The entire Wano Kuni is also my pasture." Kaido was never worried that Shavina would rebel or reveal her ambition to one day replace him. Instead, he became more and more excited because of Shavina's revealed strength. A pirate without ambition is still called a pirate? Kaido of the Beasts has full confidence in his own power. Even if he really lost to Shavina, whose strength was growing rapidly that day, as a pirate, wouldn't it be natural to lose everything after failure? On this sea, the strong should own everything. This is the only unchanging iron rule in this cruel sea. Before Shyvana's strength surpassed hers, Shyvana's terrifying power was enough to make the reputation of Beast's pirates resound throughout the ocean. Perhaps it's time to conquer this ocean. In the new world, 4 emperors are too many. One true overlord is enough. After gaining the power of Shyvana, Kaido once again had the idea of conquering other forces and dominating the sea. But before finding a way to conquer the other 4 emperors and become the real pirate king, Kaido felt that he had to give Shyvana a good beating. Wanakuni Kaido can be given to Shyvana, but if Kaido is not given, Shyvana cannot take it herself? At least, before seizing Wanakuni, you should give yourself a break and give yourself a suitable reason, right? The Orokai killed Kurozumai without saying a word and took Wanakuni, which was very disrespectful to Kaido. Kaido hoped that Shyvana would at least give a reasonable explanation. Kaido has always been very tolerant and understanding towards his powerful subordinates. The big names in Beast's Pirates all have their own direct subordinates. As the vice-captain of Beast's Pirates, it seems that there is nothing wrong with being the general of Wanakuni and directly commanding all the forces of Wanakuni. Well, except Wanakuni's overall power is just a few billion points stronger, almost comparable to the entire Beast's Pirates without him in charge. But anyway, the meat rotted in the pot, so it wasn't a big problem. Even after Kurozumai Orokai's crazy exploitation, Wanakuni still maintained a 5,000-strong ninja army of the Imperial Guards and a 5,000-strong Kaikai samurai force, all possessing combat power not inferior to that of the naval headquarters Vice Admiral. These 10,000 elites can be considered a powerful force even if we look at the entire pirate world. Such a powerful force will soon be completely controlled by Shyvana, and she can even make it stronger. Kurozumai can maintain an army of 10,000 people despite its crazy exploitation. As long as Shyvana can bring a bright future to Wanakuni, the forces in other areas of Wanakuni can also become Shyvana's force. Kaido hoped that Shyvana would give a reasonable explanation. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and his figure transformed from the huge blue dragon hovering in the sky into a human form, and landed directly in the castle tower of the flower capital. What I want to do is simple. It's a waste. It's such a waste. With you grazing, it's hard for Wanakuni's power to truly become your power. Shyvana also returned to her human form, and then said seriously to Kaido, but under my rule, give me a year, and I can at least double the strength and wealth of the Beast's Pirates. Kaido, you may be a qualified captain, but you are definitely not a qualified king. Kaido, is your ambition just to become the so-called pirate king? True rule, in addition to necessary violence, must also retain a certain amount of kindness. Only then can the entire sea be truly turned into a pasture for beasts. There is no way to achieve sustainable development by relying on violence and blind fishing. Stable order and a stable environment are necessary conditions for any force to develop rapidly. Chaos may bring huge profits for a moment, but only peaceful order can bring a steady stream of real wealth. Unfortunately, in the pirate world where everyone is illiterate, most pirate captains and noble kings have no concept of rule in their minds. Even the so-called 4 emperors, who have become independent in the new world, can no longer be measured by ordinary pirates. Among the 4 emperors, the only ones who can truly be regarded as dominating rather than occupying are Big Mom, who was defeated before, and the current master of Bilgewater, Ocean Calamity Gangplank. Shyvana finished speaking in a deep voice. She originally planned to have a fight with Shyvana as long as Shyvana gave a suitable reason, and then make this big deal trivial. Kaido's eyes suddenly widened. Kaido has always wanted to become the pirate king, but as Kaido who once followed rocks to challenge the celestial dragons and world government, his ambition is not just to become the pirate king. If possible, he would also like to launch the most magnificent war in the world, challenging the hegemony of the world government just like Rocks, the overlord of the sea back then. And now, Shyvana's so-called rule has directly hit Kaido's biggest ambition? One Piece? No, he wanted to be the king of the world if he could. Real domination. Oh, Shyvana, it seems you gave me a reason I can't refuse. Kaido smiled wantonly, then stared into Shyvana's eyes and said deeply, then, Wanakuni is yours. My first officer, don't let me down. But now, let's fight with Laozi. Then, on a desert island in the waters near Wanakuni, Shyvana had a great time with Kaido of the Beasts. 5 days later, the desert island disappeared. Shyvana had several scars on her body, and there were also several claw marks on Kaido's chest. Then, within the Beasts Pirates and within the entire Wanakuni, no one dared to resist Shyvana's authority. Wanakuni, and even the Beasts Pirates, are following Shyvana's wishes, gradually becoming the shape Shyvana wants. For example, Shyvana suggested that the first step for Kaido to establish a true rule is that, except for Wanakuni, all the islands and forces flying the Beasts Pirates flag will no longer simply turn in part of the treasure every year to obtain the Beasts' shelter. Instead, they began to bring all islands and forces under direct jurisdiction, and then began to think of ways to count the population and collect taxes. Taxation is the key for any power to truly establish its rule. They are all called 4 emperors, but if they don't truly become emperors, how can they do it? How much money can you make just by robbing, collecting protection fees and selling seastone mines? Tax collection is the real huge profit. Of course, during the tax collection process, Shyvana accidentally lost part of it, which is very reasonable. Shyvana began to change the current system of Beasts Pirates in a big way. Shyvana has not thought about changing the standard of combat power such as the three calamities are really given to the gifted ones. What has changed is only the current positioning of beasts pirates. The beast group is the four emperors, the overlords who rule the new world, and the real controllers of the vast sea areas of the new world. They are definitely not the wandering pirate groups of the past who could only grab food on the sea like hyenas. Kaido does not have the title of king, but he is truly the well-deserved emperor of the new world. As an emperor, you should naturally do what an emperor should do. Things like oppressing the villagers, running rampant, burning, killing, and looting were all banned within the waters controlled by beasts pirates for a while. All foreign pirate groups either choose to surrender and become part of the beasts pirates, or they are directly captured to mine. There is no third option. In the waters controlled by beasts pirates, one high-ranking exploiter is enough. Anyway, Shyvana never has too many workers digging seastone mines. Ordinary civilians cannot mine the extremely hard seastone mines. Those pirates who can survive in the new world are the best candidates for miners. As for those samurai and underworld strongmen who were punished to mine because they resisted the rule of Kurozumai Orokai and Kaido, Shyvana said, "What does your resistance to Kurozumai and Kaido have to do with Shyvana? Nothing else. According to the laws enacted by Shyvana, those warriors should be let go, and the gangsters should continue to mine. Some of the heinous ones should be killed directly. Indiscriminately locking all the Wanakuni rebels into the rabbit bowl to dig mines, doesn't that force everyone to be against them? What could be wrong with those samurai who resisted the tyranny of Kurozumai Orokai? She, Shyvana, was the wise king who upheld the name of justice, killed the tyrant Kurozumai, and then took charge of Wanakuni. The warriors who resisted the tyranny of the Kurozumai Orokai were not Shyvana's enemies, but were all heroes like Shyvana. Heroes should naturally be treated like heroes. Split the enemies, set different goals for the enemies, and decompose their unified contradictions into multiple different contradictions. In this way, Wanakuni will gradually lose all power that dares to resist Shyvana's rule. In other words, why do those gangsters who were imprisoned in the rabbit bowl for violating laws and disciplines have any reason to incite Wanakuni's warriors and civilians who are gradually able to afford food to overthrow Shyvana's rule? Just relying on the prophecy left by Kojiki 20 years ago? Or is it based on all the farce that idiot Kojiki Oden left in Wanakuni 20 years ago? Don't be kidding. For the past 20 years, Wanakuni samurai and civilians have been dissatisfied with Kurozumai Orokai and Kaido, and the fundamental reason why they want to crusade is just because their rule is too stretched. No one likes a stupid and cruel tyrant who only knows how to endlessly exploit the common people. In other words, Shyvana has not actually made any other changes. She simply restrained the members of Beasts Pirates from misbehaving in Wanakuni, asked Kaido to move to a small island, and relocated some seriously polluted buildings in Wanakuni Weapons Factory. At the same time, he slightly lowered the taxes of Wanakuni civilians, and in the shortest time, he became a loyal and respected general of almost all Wanakuni civilians. As for how to ban members of Beasts Pirates from running amok in Wanakuni, it's very simple, just beat them until they are convinced. Shyvana is the vice-captain of the Beasts Pirates, and everyone in Wanakuni is nominally the property of Shyvana or Kaido. She acts recklessly on her own property, destroys her own rule, and affects her huge ambition to rule the world in the future. Even if Shyvana doesn't take action to subdue those members of the Beasts Pirates who are misbehaving, Kaido of the Beasts will personally tear into pieces all those who are misbehaving in Wanakuni or in his land. Order brought stable wealth and stable soldiers. In just 3 months, under the guidance of Shyvana, Wanakuni, and even the entire sea area controlled by the Beasts Pirates experienced some small setbacks in the early days. Significant change. In just 3 months, Beasts Pirates' monthly revenue has at least doubled. At the same time, the number of soldiers that can be recruited from the residents of Wanakuni and the residents of Wanakuni Island in New World has also increased by at least several thousand. Oh. Is this true rule? It's really, really good. Kaido of the Beasts once again came to the castle tower of the Flower City. Seeing Wanakuni who had almost become brand new in a very short period of time, and the Beasts Pirates gradually increasing income and combat power over the past few days, Shyvana has been also more and more satisfied with the changes in Beasts Pirates. Kaido of the Beasts didn't care as to how many Beasts Pirates crew members Shyvana had gathered through her changes to the Beasts Pirates over the past few days, and how many officials she had placed on the islands controlled by the Beasts Pirates. As long as he is still alive, as long as the 3 major disasters of the Beasts Pirates and the many real fighters and Grantaires are still loyal to him, all the power that Shyvana has in the Beasts Pirates now is like a passing cloud. Power is such a thing. After Kaido killed the first stupid king with his own hands, it became clear that boxing is the real power. Absolute violence is absolute power. Kaido even wished that Shyvana would become obsessed with the power of controlling Wanakuni and the Beasts Pirates and give up on improving her own strength. Because as long as Shyvana gives up the pursuit of her own strength, everything Shyvana controls now can be easily usurped and controlled by Kaido. Kaido has a scale of his own in his heart. Kaido is extremely satisfied with Shyvana's achievements. He doesn't care that the 2 former retainers of Kojiki Oden, Ashiradaji and Kawamatsu, are now standing behind Shyvana, staring at him with hateful eyes. If he hadn't thought about one day regaining Ashiradaji and Kawamatsu, 2 powerful warriors who were almost as powerful as the Big Kanban, Kaido would have killed them all. But now, it is also a good thing that they are willing to attach themselves to Shyvana. At least now, Shyvana is already the vice-captain of the Beasts Pirates, and her subordinates can naturally be counted as members of the Beasts Pirates to a certain extent. Of course, the most important reason is that Kaido doesn't care. Ashira Doji, Kawamatsu, and others are very strong, and they are definitely top-notch in the world. But in Kaido's eyes, except for those strong men who also stand at the pinnacle of the sea, the rest of the fighting force is just trash. There is no difference between the 2 miscellaneous fish and the 9 miscellaneous fish. Rather than dealing with these miscellaneous fish, the enemies Kaido wants to deal with more are the real monsters. Oh, hey, now. It's time to launch an attack on Bilgewater. This sea area can only have one true emperor. After improving greatly in strength, it is natural to choose an enemy to test the waters. Bilgewater's wealth and previous hatred with Gangplank allowed Kaido of the Beasts to choose the target of his crusade immediately. Until now, Kaido's chest is still aching from the scars left by Gangplank. Bilgewater. Gangplank is known as the most terrifying man on the sea. The iron law of Bilgewater he created has made countless pirates shed blood, and he has also attracted countless old pirates who plan to retire. As you know, maintaining absolute tranquility in a large area of the sea in New World is by no means an easy task. There are too many stupid rookie pirates in this sea, and with our current strength, it is almost impossible to capture Bilgewater and defeat Gangplank in one fell swoop. After Kaido felt that his strength had greatly improved, he was ready to take revenge on Gangplank, but Shyvana dissuaded him in a deep voice after a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. She doesn't fight against her own family, not to mention that others don't know Bilgewater's current strength, but Shyvana still knows something about it. Not to mention that the real combat cotters of the Beasts Pirates are not yet fully in place. The number of artificial demon fruit power givers in the later period, which was as high as 500, is now less than 100. Even if the Beasts Pirates now have full combat power in 2 years, coupled with the Wanakuni's strength that he has initially grasped, it is also impossible for him to be Plank's opponent. As one of the first heroes summoned by Duke, Gangplank has experienced countless bloody battles. His current strength has undoubtedly reached the level of the real 4 emperors. Kaido was no match for Gangplank back then, and now Kaido has no chance of winning against Gangplank. The most important thing is, except for Plank's own strength, Plank's command and the combat power he can mobilize are simply too strong. Blood Harbor Ghost Pike, Grigas and Katakuri of the Charlotte family, all now have the combat power of S-Emperor and Deputy level, plus many former Charlotte family cotters who were recruited by Gangplank, as well as many new and old pirates who gathered after becoming 4 emperors. It can be said that the strength of Gangplank's cotters is now no less than that of the Red Hair Pirates, who are known as the Iron Wall. Coupled with the huge army formed due to abundant wealth and food, Bilgewater is now truly the most powerful 4 emperors group in the New World. If they weren't worried that unifying the New World would inevitably attract the attention of the world government, Uranus, Shyvana, and the barbarian King Tryndamere would not have thought of joining the Beasts Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates respectively. Instead, they would directly join Gangplank to completely wipe out the enemy. The remaining 4 emperors groups have unified New World. But now, Kaido actually wants to touch Plank's tiger beard. The wind has stopped and the rain has stopped. Does Kaido feel that he is okay again? Who gave him the confidence? Well, it seems I gave it to you, so that's okay. Shyvana thought of this, her face filled with melancholy, and she spoke in a low voice to dissuade her. The transformation of the Beasts Pirates Sea has just begun, and Shyvana's rule over Wanakuni has only just begun to bear fruit. Today's Beasts Pirates are at a time when their strength is growing rapidly. Can't they develop it and increase their strength? Why do you have to deliver it at this time? It's a pity that Kaido, who was full of confidence at this time, couldn't listen to Shyvana's dissuasion. It is not that there are no other targets in this sea that Kaido can target, but among the 4 emperors group in New World today, Gangplank's Bilgewater is prosperous and making a lot of money. It is for the richest among the emperors. Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, both too poor. If Kaido wants to fight, he must fight the richest and most famous one. Oh, hey, is it impossible to take down the entire Bilgewater in one fell swoop now? But, so what? I am Kaido of the Beasts. As long as I have your help, we are invincible together. When the time comes, even if we can't take Bilgewater, we can still bite off a big piece of meat in Bilgewater. Oh, it's time to use the fire of Bilgewater to declare our reputation as Beasts Pirates. Kaido said firmly to Shyvana. My lieutenant, I know you don't like pointless wars, but sometimes, we have to show our fangs and use the blood of others to establish our reputation in order to avoid more meaningless wars. This is the cruel sea. After Kaido finished speaking, he turned and left. The next day, the Beasts Pirates and some of Shyvana's Wanakuni's elite gathered together and started heading straight to the waters of Bilgewater. Before Shyvana defeated Kaido, Kaido was still the governor of the Beasts Pirates, enough to command the entire Beasts Pirates, including Shyvana, who had no intention of falling out with Kaido at this time. The Beasts Pirates army gathered, and then the entire New World and naval headquarters were in an uproar. Each 4 emperors group is surrounded by a large number of naval headquarters and some other major forces' eyes, especially because of the changes in the Beasts Pirates during this period. It has attracted the attention of countless forces. What does that guy Kaido want to do? Inside naval headquarters Marineford, the marshal of the headquarters looked at the intelligence sent by the spies of the headquarters with a solemn face. These days, the Beast's pirates have changed from the past pirate model of planting flags and collecting protection fees. They have directly regarded themselves as a real king to manage and collect taxes for their territories. Such behavior has made Sengoku and the Five of World Government the elders frowned deeply. Naval headquarters and world government have never worried about the so-called Four Emperors group in New World. After all, no matter how powerful the Four Emperors are, they are still just pirates and will always face challenges from countless newcomers. One day, today's Four Emperors will be defeated and replaced by a powerful newcomer pirate like the Big, silently submerged in the vast sea. A force without a future cannot be an enemy of the world government, which has a steady stream of support and has ruled the entire world for 800 years. But with a kingdom and a king, that's hard to say. In the world of pirates, almost no pirate group can exist for hundreds of years, but within the world of pirates, there are many kingdoms that have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. The world government can tolerate the new world being divided by four powerful pirates, but it absolutely cannot tolerate the new world being divided by four kings. Gangplank, who is vaguely like a king in Bilgewater, has already become the #1 target of the world government, and now, Kaido of Beast's Pirates is the second. Especially when it was vaguely known that the relationship between Bilgewater and the Dark Alliance was unclear, and the world government and naval headquarters did not dare to attack Gangplank rashly, Kaido of the Beasts had already become the world government and naval headquarters. The target has been planned for days. As the Beasts Pirates army gathered, the elites of the world government and naval headquarters also began to mobilize. No matter what Kaido plans to do, world government and naval headquarters intend to teach Kaido a profound lesson. When you are a pirate, you should be a pirate well. Being a king is not that easy. If Kaido doesn't want to be the Four Emperors, then find a way to change it. The Beasts Pirates army gathers and marches towards Bilgewater. The world government and naval headquarters also hurriedly mobilized their troops and prepared to be fishermen. Unfortunately, the New World is not the New World of world government and naval headquarters. While the Beasts Pirates are making changes in mobilizing their troops, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates, which have also expanded a lot recently under the leadership of Tryndamere, have also received the message. Is the target Bilgewater? Kula, that guy Kaido has really made a lot of big moves recently. But, Plank is not someone to be trifled with. Whitebeard looked at the information in his hand and laughed deeply. Then Dad, should we find a way to get involved? Kaido dared to provoke Dad before. This time, we can take advantage of Kaido to fight against Gangplank and take a good bite out of Beasts Pirates. The Beasts Pirates' weapons and seastone mines are very valuable. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Josie, immediately said naively, and the other divisions of the Whitebeard Pirates, Nagato, also responded immediately. Regarding Kaido of the Beast's previous challenge to the Whitebeard group, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group have always remembered it. What's more, it is extremely common for the Four Emperors to find opportunities to rob each other and start a fight. Faced with the proposal of Diamond Josie and others, Whitebeard did not make an immediate decision, but turned slightly sideways and looked at the immortal King Tryndamere, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had been silent beside him. Tryndamere has gained quite a reputation since he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Now he has a bounty of 1,030 million and is known as the King of the Immortal. Of course, compared with Tryndamere's bounty of up to 1,030 million and the title of Immortal King, Tryndamere's identity as Whitebeard's successor and future captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is even more frightening. In today's Whitebeard Pirates, Tryndamere is already the recognized successor of Whitebeard and most of Whitebeard's crew. No way, who wouldn't like an heir who is extremely powerful and has a bold personality? Whitebeard looked at Tryndamere, hoping to ask Tryndamere's opinion, and then the rest of Whitebeard's captains all looked at Tryndamere, who had been silent so far. Before Tryndamere could reply, Ace behind Tryndamere, who wanted to make Tryndamere the Pirate King, started to say excitedly, "Of course I'm going to have a good fight with the Beasts Pirates. I heard that Shavina, the vice-captain of the Beasts Pirates, is a super newcomer who went to sea at the same time as Tryndamere. Kaido of the Beasts is known as the strongest creature in the world. But I firmly believe that the only person in this world who can eventually become the Pirate King is brother Tryndamere." After trying to challenge Whitebeard and being easily defeated by Tryndamere hundreds of times, Ace was impressed. Ace placed all his dreams of becoming the Pirate King on Tryndamere. He firmly believes that in this new world, only Tryndamere can complete the great deeds of his dead father Roger and become the Pirate King. Ace hopes to push Tryndamere to become king, but the many captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and even Whitebeard himself don't care. After all, they all knew that Whitebeard never wanted to become the so-called Pirate King. Whitebeard's most precious treasure is not wealth and fame, but his family. Compared to his family, the title of Pirate King is nothing. If Tryndamere can become the Pirate King in the future, it will be a good thing for Whitebeard. Ace tried to encourage Tryndamere to take the opportunity to declare war on the Beasts Pirates, and the remaining captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also set their sights on Tryndamere. There is no way, the Whitebeard Pirates are too poor, and they are inseparable from the equally poor Red Hair Pirates. Now that they finally have the opportunity to take on the wealthy Beasts Pirates or Bilgewater, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are of course full of expectations. However, just when everyone was looking at Tryndamere with expectant eyes, Tryndamere, after a moment of silence, shook his head gently and said in a deep voice, We're not going to Bilgewater and we're not going to deal with the Beast's pirates. We're going to the G5 base at Naval Headquarters. I have received information that Naval Headquarters has mobilized a large number of elites, preparing to take advantage of the situation when both Bilgewater and Beast's pirates are hurt, and then completely eradicate one or more of the 4 Emperors groups, and then completely establish a foothold in the New World. And I will never give Naval Headquarters and World Government a foothold in the New World. In a battle between pirates, the pirates themselves should decide the winner. Tryndamere finished speaking in a deep voice. All the pirates present, except Whitebeard and Marco who were thoughtful, the other division captains, Ace and others all had their eyes widened with confusion on their faces. What the hell, don't we take advantage of the tit-for-tat confrontation between Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates to plunder or consider bringing an Oriole behind? In one fell swoop, he annexed the other 4 Emperors groups, and then became the true master of the New World and crowned the Pirate King. Instead, are you going to fight against the elites of Naval Headquarters and World Government at this time? The Whitebeard pirates don't owe Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates any favors either. In the world of pirates, sacrificing oneself for others is extremely stupid in the eyes of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. They are pirates, not heroes. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group were confused and talking about each other, but at this moment, Whitebeard looked at Tryndamere with softer eyes. Extremely strong, with endless potential and extraordinary intelligence. Such an heir is simply perfect. Whitebeard became more and more satisfied with Tryndamere, and then said in a deep voice to everyone present, "Boys, let's go and drive all those damn marine soldiers into the water. New World is the new world for pirates. The battle between pirates should naturally be decided by the pirates themselves. New World is the new world of pirates. This is the tacit understanding of almost all large pirate groups in New World. But now, Naval Headquarters and World Government intend to break this small tacit agreement. Then there is nothing to say. Whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or some other more powerful pirate groups, they will directly gather together to wipe out all attempts by the Naval Headquarters and the World Government to cause trouble in the New World. Being involved in the battle between Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates, the Whitebeard pirates may not be able to win much, but in the name of protecting the New World, he went to assist Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates against the Naval Headquarters fleet. So, when the Whitebeard pirates made such a move, the Whitebeard pirates had already won fame and favors from Bilgewater and Beast's pirates. This time, it is a sure profit. As the leader of an ordinary pirate group, he can only care about fighting with other pirate groups, but as the successor of the Whitebeard pirate group, which is now the strongest pirate group in the world, its gaze must be focused on the entire New World. Tryndamere gave Whitebeard a satisfactory answer. Then, the Whitebeard pirates immediately began to gather their elite and subordinate captains and set out to intercept the fleet of the New World Naval Headquarters. Ships can sail freely in the 4 seas, but in Grand Line and New World, all routes are almost fixed. And when the route is fixed, any major forces deployment of troops can never hide it from the eyes of other interested parties. The Whitebeard pirates went to intercept the Naval Headquarters elite. The red-haired Shanks also set sail after learning about Kaido of the Beast's goal and that the Whitebeard pirates had gone to intercept the Naval Headquarters fleet. Suddenly, the whole New World was in a turmoil, and the 4 Emperors group was all mobilized, attracting the attention of countless interested people. And just when the New World was raging, in East Blue, a boy wearing a straw hat also started his own adventure overseas. Former Cake Island, outside the waters of Bilgewater at this time, hundreds of huge pirate ships flying the flag of Beast's pirates are riding the wind and waves, approaching Bilgewater. This time, in order to fight against Bilgewater, Kaido directly dispatched nearly 10,000 elites. At least 5,000 of them were soldiers recruited by Shavina from Wanakuni's Royal Court Squadron and the Kaihui Squadron. In terms of ordinary military strength alone, the soldiers in Shavina's hands at this time have surpassed the entire Beast's pirates. But in name, as long as Shavina is the vice-captain of Beast's pirates, all the troops under Shavina can be mobilized by Kaido. 10,000 elites are enough to conquer countless forces and kingdoms in the pirate world. Even if they follow the example of the Whitebeard pirates and start a summit war, Naval Headquarters will still be unable to take advantage of it. Neither the pirates of the New World nor the soldiers of Wanakuni are ordinary weaklings. Without any strength, he is not even qualified to be a minion in the New World. The Beast's pirates became very powerful after Shavina absorbed Wanakuni and completely took control of some of the territories Wanakuni originally controlled. But compared with Bilgewater at this time, it seems far insufficient. Hundreds of huge pirate ships are spread out enough to occupy the entire sea level, but Bilgewater's fleet is as endless as it is, directly occupying all the side of the Beast's pirates' crew. In terms of military strength, the Hamitz Corps, which incorporated the original Big Mom pirates, and recruited Bilgewater, which earned countless civilians and wealth by distributing and selling large amounts of food, is the most powerful force in the entire New World. Bilgewater can no longer be measured by ordinary pirate groups. In the past, 10,000 kingdoms might have been just a pirate organization wearing the name of a country, but now Bilgewater is a truly huge kingdom. Today, Bilgewater actually controls more than 100 islands, and the number of citizens in Bilgewater exceeds 10 million. For those countless forces in the pirate world that only occupy 1 or 2 small islands and can be called kingdoms with a population of more than 100,000, today's Bilgewater is a truly huge kingdom. If you look through the entire pirate world, you can count the kingdoms that can surpass the current Bilgewater in terms of area and population, and you can count them with 2 hands. In the Four Seas and the Grand Line, there are also some ancient and huge kingdoms such as the Kingdom of Flowers and Arabistan. But when it comes to overall strength, I dare say that there is no one in Bilgewater who can fight today. Even the Ryago Kingdom dominated by Tidecaller Sherakim Nami and the Noxus Empire that was famous in the first half of the Grand Line are far inferior to today's Bilgewater in terms of overall strength. As many as 500 warships covered the sky and sea. Together with the Hamit's Legion and a large number of new and old pirates subordinates recruited, the army of nearly 100,000 made the crew of Beast's pirates tremble. Before the expedition against Bilgewater, the average crew of the Beast's pirates all believed that Kaido of the Beasts and Vice Captain Shavana were absolutely invincible. But when they really began to face Bilgewater's invincible armada and its huge army, they truly understood a truth. That is, Kaido of the Beasts and Shavana may be invincible, but Bilgewater, the most terrifying man on the sea, is by no means a vegetarian. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings, these are the old rules in general war. But the problem now is that there seem to be too many soldiers on the opposite side. The top official of Bilgewater with a bounty of more than 1 billion, Pike the Ghost of Blood Harbor, Grigas the Exploding Barrel, Katakuri, the former general, and even the great pirate Barbarossa who once had a bounty of over 1.5 billion, also joined Bilgewater. Coupled with the children of the Charlotte family and many big pirates with a bounty of over 300 million. Boss Kaido, I seem to be suffering from a sudden illness that prevents me from fighting. Can I choose to quit this battle? Plague Quinn stiffly twisted his neck, looked at the large number of Bilgewater's elite combat forces standing in front of Beast's pirates, and said with trembling, Boss Kaido is very strong, and Vice Captain Shavana is indeed very powerful. But now, facing so many powerful pirates, Quinn just felt that the 3 big names of the Beast's pirates, as well as a dozen real fighters and a legion of just 200 givers, were totally not enough. Bilgewater was built into an absolutely peaceful sea area, welcoming all pirates who want to wash their hands in a golden basin to spend the rest of their lives here. Bilgewater has gained countless reputations and has gradually disappeared into the sea, but its strength cannot be underestimated. Elderly pirate. They may be very old, but it does not mean that they have completely lost their strength. Some of the former silver or bronze medalists in the ocean, who are still alive today, still retain at least A-level combat capabilities. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral has a first-level combat power. Looking at any force, it is absolutely elite. If it weren't for Shavana's subordinates Denjiro, Kawamatsu, Ashira Daji, and many elites from the Mighty Eye Squadron and Mikai Squadron who also participated in the battle, the Beast's pirates' previous combat power would have been enough. Quinn's neck stiffened and he didn't suggest retreating. Instead, he directly told Boss Kaido to run away like crazy. As a scientist, Plague Quinn never felt that running away from a strong enemy was a very weak thing. Keep the green hills and don't worry about running out of firewood. As a pirate, the most important thing is of course to stay alive first. The terrifying combat power displayed by Bilgewater not only shocked Quinn and the others, but even Kaido of the Beast's eyes widened, and then he smiled crazily at Shavana and said, Oh, hey, this is really a powerful force. But it's a pity that in front of a truly strong man, no matter how many miscellaneous fish there are, they will always be just miscellaneous fish. Shavana, together we are invincible. Now, let's start this grand war. I like war. Shavana, whose strength was almost as strong as his own, gave Kaido the greatest confidence. Although this war seemed to be about 10,000 fighting 100,000, in fact, Shavana alone was enough to match an army of 100,000. In the waters of Bilgewater, after seeing Bilgewater's terrifying combat power, Kaido of the Beast still didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he began to get more and more crazy, planning to start a war with Shavana that would shock the world. On the sea hundreds of miles away from Bilgewater, Sengoku and others saw the terrifying combat power of Bilgewater through the video phone bug, and their faces were extremely solemn. The world government and naval headquarters have always known that since Gangplank defeated Big Mom to become the 4 emperors, Bilgewater has been expanding and has been recruiting those old pirates. But no one thought that Gangplank could actually build Bilgewater into an extremely powerful kingdom just by relying on the Soul Fruit's fully automated Hamit's factory and a large amount of food. Yes, in the eyes of Sengoku and others, Bilgewater is no longer just a pirate group, but a terrifying kingdom that can threaten the entire world. Which pirate group can easily mobilize 100,000 elites? Most pirate groups only have a few dozen people. Even the 4 Emperors Regiment generally does not have more than 10,000 troops that can be mobilized. But now, a Bilgewater directly mobilized 100,000 troops, and a Beast's pirates also mobilized tens of thousands of elites. Why have the pirate groups in this world suddenly become a little strange? Sengoku and Garp looked at each other with solemn expressions. Kizaru on the side had a look of fear on his face. Ah, this is the enemy we need to face. This is really scary. This time, Kizaru wasn't faking it. Ants kill elephants. Although Kizaru is strong, if he dares to get involved in the battle between Beast's pirates and Bilgewater at this time, it will be difficult for him to survive intact. In order to guard Marineford and guard against the rest of the pirate group, the naval headquarters, which planned to take advantage of the situation this time, only dispatched 3 admiral-level combatants, Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru. Aokiji and Akaino, who had always taken the lead in the past, chose to stay behind this time. Precisely because they are too strong. That's why we must take advantage of this moment to defeat them all. The speed at which they become stronger is too fast. If they are not punished, they will definitely endanger the entire world. Sengoku looked at the huge forces of Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates among the image bugs, and a hint of fear quietly arose in his heart. All pirate groups trying to become a kingdom must be crushed in the bud. Otherwise, if those pirate groups knew that the Avatar Kingdom could quickly and greatly increase its own strength, it could even challenge the world government. The entire world will surely fall into endless war. The most important thing is if the civilians find that life in the kingdom established by pirates is actually more peaceful and happy than under the rule of the world government. Then this world is really over. At least in Bilgewater today, the ordinary citizens are all loyal to Gangplank's rule. As for world government and naval headquarters, what evil sinners are they? Who is righteous, who is evil, and who is the criminal? Who can tell clearly? Those citizens of Bilgewater will only know that under the command of the world government, they have been oppressed by nobles and bullied by pirates. But after becoming a member of Bilgewater, apart from having to pay a certain amount of taxes every year, they had plenty of food and a peaceful life, which was like paradise. And whoever dares to take away their beautiful life today will be their biggest enemy in this life. This is also the fundamental reason why Bilgewater can easily summon 100,000 troops now. There are too many people willing to join Bilgewater's Marines to protect Bilgewater's civilians. The world government and the naval headquarters have never worried about the so-called pirate groups, but those countries that are powerful, full of vitality and hope are definitely a serious concern for the world government. Sengoku and Garp are a little confused, but in order to maintain the order of the world government and ensure the tranquility of the sea, Sengoku and Garp are still willing to wave their fists again to crush the so-called Bilgewater and Beasts pirates. Naval headquarters, which is firmly controlled by the world government and all military expenditures, may have its own ideas of justice as individuals, but the entire naval headquarters has inevitably become a sharp knife used by the world government to maintain its own rule. Sengoku and Garp plan to lead the elite naval headquarters to the waters near Bilgewater, and then see if there is an opportunity to severely damage Bilgewater or the Beast's pirates. But just as the naval headquarters elite fleet was advancing towards the waters of Bilgewater, the Whitebeard pirates fleet quietly blocked the route. Kula Lala, compared to Bilgewater and Beast's pirates. It seems to me that I am a little behind the times. From the 4 emperors to becoming a true emperor. If I can build a country like Bilgewater, then my family will be able to settle down in the future, right? On the Moby DK, Whitebeard thought to himself as he looked at the powerful forces recruited by Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates among the image bugs. As a pirate group, even the 4 emperors, the oldest group on the entire sea, the Whitebeard pirates can hardly mobilize tens of thousands of troops, let alone recruit 100,000 troops like Bilgewater. There is a limit to the size and organizational capabilities of the pirate group. But the size and organizational capabilities of a unified kingdom only depend on how strong the kingdom is. When it comes to strength, how many kingdoms in the New World and the entire ocean are powerful enough to rival the Whitebeard pirates? Who says a pirate can't be a king? Who says that a pirate group can't build or incarnate a kingdom? At this moment, after seeing the terrifying strength displayed by Bilgewater and the Beast's pirates, countless ambitious pirate captains suddenly realized. Whitebeard also knew it in his heart. But before he can build his own Whitebeard kingdom, the first thing he needs to do is block the way of Sengoku and others. Kula, this road is blocked. On the bow of the Moby DK, Whitebeard held the supremely sharp sword Kong Yunkai and looked directly at the people of Sengoku Garp. Behind Whitebeard, Tryndamere and many captains of the Whitebeard pirates all grasped the weapons in their hands. Whitebeard is invincible, and the Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirate group in the world. This is the consensus of all the Whitebeard pirates captains. Even facing Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp and Admiral Kizero, they are still fearless. Facing the obstruction of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku, Garp, and others also looked extremely solemn. Unlike the other 4 emperors today, before becoming the 4 emperors, Whitebeard was already a legendary pirate as famous as the Golden Lion and Roger. The long-time, incomparable combat power, as well as the worldwide reputation and Whitebeard's iron rule that he would never allow others to harm his family were enough for Whitebeard to gather and cultivate countless powerful pirate subordinates or family members. There are 16 division captains, each of whom is at least as powerful as the naval headquarters vice admiral. In addition, after the addition of Tryndamere, there are now a total of 48 squad leaders with bounties at least hundreds of millions. They are also at least as good as the naval headquarters. The captain of Rear Admiral's New World Pirates. It can be said that if it weren't for Gangplank creating Bilgewater and finding ways to recruit a large number of former elderly pirates as subordinates. In terms of the number of mid-level and high-level combatants under its command, the Whitebeard pirates are definitely the strongest pirate group in the world. Think about it, before Shavana joined the Beast's pirates and integrated Wanakuni's combat power, apart from the 3 big posters, the remaining so-called flying 6 cells in the Beast's pirates only had a bounty of about 300 million. Out. Even within the 4 emperors group, combat power comparable to the naval headquarters vice admiral or even the elite vice admiral level is absolutely extremely rare. But now, there is only one Whitebeard pirate group, and the combat power of the naval headquarters elite vice admiral and above is no less than 16. The combined combat power of all the elite Vice Admiral level elites in naval headquarters is almost this number. Among the 48 captains of the New World pirates affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates, there are many captains whose strength is not weaker than the naval headquarters Vice Admiral or even the elite Vice Admiral. No pirate captain who can hang out in the New World and has not been absorbed by the other 4 emperors group will be weak. The Whitebeard pirates intercepted strongly. Even though Whitebeard did not summon all the affiliated pirate groups this time, how could Sengoku, Garp and others mobilize most of the naval headquarters combat power? Sengoku frowned deeply, but after a moment of solemn expression, Garp stretched out his fingers to pick his nose, then stepped on Moonwalk and soared into the sky, and punched Whitebeard with a silly smile. Hey, Whitebeard, long time no see. The order of the world government is to find the right opportunity to defeat Bilgewater or the Beast's pirates, and prevent the Beast's pirates from turning into a country. But if it can't be done, what can be done? Anyway, Garp didn't feel that he had to fulfill the world government's orders. Garp punched Whitebeard alone. When old friends met, it was normal for them to strike first. Facing the iron fist struck by Garp, the marine hero, Whitebeard grinned and was about to swing his sword to fight back, but Tryndamere stood directly in front of Whitebeard and said in a deep voice, "If any enemy requires our captain to take action personally, then what else do we need to do?" After Tryndamere finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly flashed with red and black light, and then with endless anger and the powerful armament Haki, he suddenly faced Garp's iron fist. Whitebeard is already old, and his body can no longer support him to fight for a long time, especially against a strong man like Garp who has practiced taijutsu and haki almost to the limit of human beings. On the sea, Garp may be the real strongest person in the world. No way, who is calling the 3 Admiral Marine Marshals of the 4 Emperors. Except for the red-haired one with a broken arm and damaged strength, all of them have demon fruit power. Garp can run rampant on the sea without any worries. He can destroy all warships, pirates, and land with one punch. In the worst case, a fight in the sea is not impossible. But those with demon fruit power often have to worry about the ship and footing under their feet. Demon fruit power, being on the sea, has a natural disadvantage. But none of the barbarian Tryndamere, or indeed any of Duke's heroes, had ever taken devil fruit. Garp's extremely dark iron fist met Tryndamere's anger mixed with Haki's sword. At the moment of the extreme confrontation, a bolt of lightning seemed to burst out from the place where the two met, and then the sky cracked. In the battle between the top warriors in the sea, the sky will burst when they meet. This is the most basic operation. The sky cracked, the sea surged, and the white clouds in the sky were instantly washed away by the huge shockwave generated when Tryndamere and Garp the Fist clashed. Even the huge Moby DK and the many pirate ships of the Marine and other Whitebeard-affiliated pirate groups began to shake violently because of this huge shockwave. The Marine warship and some of the weaker members of the Whitebeard pirate group were instantly unsteady and fell to the ground under the huge shockwave. In front of the top powerhouses in the sea, weaklings who are not strong enough are not qualified to even watch the battle, let alone participate in the battle. But among the Whitebeard pirates and this group of marine elites who followed Sengoku and Garp and prepared to take the opportunity to destroy the Beast's pirates, the weak were only a minority. A large number of marine elite soldiers and members of the Whitebeard pirates all stood firmly on the deck as if they were rooted to the soles of their feet. The mere wind, waves, and shock waves were not enough to topple them. But at this time, everyone who had not yet fallen to the ground had horror written all over their faces. How can it be? That's Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. How could that guy, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, be able to withstand the iron fist of Vice Admiral Garp? Countless marine elites stared at the iron fist blocked by Garp and Tryndamere. Even Admiral Kizaru and Marshal Sengoku also had extremely solemn expressions. They could see that Garp didn't stay behind with his previous attack. But the attack that Garp did not spare was blocked by a newcomer of the Whitebeard Pirates without Whitebeard even taking a shot. If Whitebeard and his captains all take action, will these elite marines who are ready to take the opportunity to destroy the Beast's pirates be the opponents of the Whitebeard pirates? Garp is not completely sure. Kizaru also whispered with a solemn expression. The newcomers now are really scary. In a head-to-head encounter, Kizaru may not be able to catch Garp's full blow like Tryndamere. The marine elites looked solemn, but many members of the Whitebeard pirates gave out deafening cheers after a moment of shock. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the captain of the Immortal King. Our Whitebeard pirates are invincible. While many crew members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered, on the Moby DK, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth also slightly raised, and at the same time he gently released his big hand that was holding Kong Yunki. It's great that his children and family can have new people to rely on in the future. Whitebeard doesn't care about fame or treasure, all he cares about is his family. With a loud bang, Garp and Tryndamere stepped back a few steps at the same time, and then Garp directly stepped on the air and cast Moonwalk. He suddenly stood on the deck of the Moby DK, facing Tryndamere, Whitebeard, and Ace who was quietly hiding behind Tryndamere, and showed a bright smile. Hey, Whitebeard, you really found a good successor. And Ace, you brat, stand up for me right now. Garp stood directly on the deck of the Moby DK, and many captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also ready to besiege Garp. This is a war between pirates and marines, but not many people will rigidly pay attention to one-on-one duel. Whitebeard is already old. It is the common wish of all Whitebeard's sons to reduce Whitebeard's attacks and maintain Whitebeard's health as much as possible. But just when many captains of the Whitebeard pirates were preparing to besiege Garp, Ace's extremely embarrassing voice made many captains of Whitebeard's pirates dumbfounded on the spot. Grandfather. Ace, you are Garp's grandson. The squad captains all looked at the embarrassed Ace with strange eyes. Although Ace did not become the captain of the second division of the Whitebeard pirates because of Tryndamere, Ace's strong strength and generous character still won the recognition of many Whitebeard division captains. For strong people, people will naturally pay more attention to them. As the one who has awakened the Logia Devil Fruit ability and the Conqueror's Haki, there is no doubt that Ace also has the potential to grow to the pinnacle of the sea. Even the current Ace is definitely considered a strong one among the many captains of Whitebeard. If Tryndamere hadn't emerged and become stronger, Ace would have been Whitebeard's chosen successor. Many of Whitebeard's captains were surprised, but then they surrounded Garp with great vigilance. It was indeed a surprise to them that Ace was Garp's grandson, but in a war where their beliefs and positions were at stake, this little friendship was not enough to stop them from fighting. Unless Whitebeard stops. Whitebeard waved his hand to stop many squad captains from trying to besiege Garp. On the Moby DK, this battle would be meaningless. Of course, Tryndamere is a good boy. The future will be his time. With some relief on his face, Whitebeard said in a deep voice to Garp. But, could Ace be your grandson? So this is Ace's identity is no secret to Whitebeard. In other words, the careless Ace has already exposed his identity as Roger's son to many people during his time at sea. Hey, my grandson is pretty good, isn't he? But this BD didn't leave a good marine alone and went to sea to become a pirate. It really makes me angry. Garp looked at Ace who was hiding behind Tryndamere and was giggling. He was furious and at the same time looked at Whitebeard Kaido with a hint of hidden relief in his eyes. Ace's identity will be exposed sooner or later. Joining Marine as Roger's son is enough to make Ace a Marine benchmark. From now on, even if his identity is exposed, he can live freely on this sea. Except for the realm of the New World 4 Emperors, on this sea, although most pirates look cool and beautiful, they are actually just criminals who are chased around by Marine and may be killed or captured at any time. That's all. But now, although Ace failed to become a Marine as he wished, he has joined Whitebeard's command, and with the protection of Whitebeard and Tryndamere, it should be enough to survive safely after his identity is exposed. Garp thought secretly in his heart. As a Marine, it is his duty to catch pirates. But as a grandfather, Garp hopes that the Whitebeard pirates will become stronger as possible. Everyone has the right to choose their own dreams. This is the man on the sea, isn't he? Whitebeard faced the seemingly angry Garp, held the Kong Yunkai in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Then, let's have a battle for our own beliefs. This war is not over yet?" Whitebeard asked Garp a question, and on the other side, seeing Garp rushing onto the deck of the Moby DK all by himself, Sengoku turned pale and cursed in a low voice. "Garp this BD." Then, he said in a deep voice to Kizura and others, "Stop attacking. Always pay attention to support Garp. Garp is very strong, but he really has to take on the entire Whitebeard pirates by himself. Garp has absolutely no chance of winning." The combat power shown by Tryndamere was too amazing. Sengoku's face was full of sorrow. Heroes rise together on the sea, whether it is the 4 Emperors group or the Shishibukai, their strength is constantly growing. Not to mention those top warriors from the sea who appeared out of nowhere. In the past, naval headquarters could still rely on 3 Admiral Shishibukai and a large number of marine elites to suppress countless pirates on the sea. But now, even with the addition of Blood Emperor Vladimir and the new world's greatest swordsman, peerless swordswoman Fiona, Sengoku feels that this sea and the entire era are gradually going berserk. Naval headquarters and world government are no longer able to control this increasingly violent era. Perhaps, when the pirate emperors actually transformed into kings one by one, and countless pirates and civilians also rebelled and tried to be crowned kings, this era would have completely gone berserk. The 4 emperors were crowned as real kings and controlled only the new world. However, the wave caused by the 4 emperors crowning as kings was enough to make countless pirates and careerists in the entire world completely go berserk. This is the real reason why the world government and the naval headquarters want to attack Bilgewater as much as possible and reveal the beasts pirates who want to truly be crowned king. The 4 emperors had a huge impact on countless pirates. Unfortunately, after Whitebeard led the crowd to block the path of many marine elites, and Tryndamere also showed terrifying combat power that was enough to confront Admiral head-on, Sengoku suddenly understood. The world government's plan to take the opportunity to destroy the beasts pirates or Bilgewater has failed. Sengoku ordered his marine warship to stop the attack. The CP agents sent by the world government began to look dissatisfied and asked Sengoku in a deep voice, "It is God's will to take advantage of the war between the beasts pirates and Bilgewater to annihilate or severely damage them. Do you want to defy the entire world? Or are you afraid of facing a mere Whitebeard pirate group? We must defeat the Whitebeard pirates here, and then find a way to fulfill God's order." Sengoku was worried about the safety of Garp and the countless marine elites present. The CP agents of the world government who risked their lives to complete the mission did not care so much. Marine is never afraid of pirates. But do you think that even if we push back the Whitebeard pirates here, by the time we get to the beasts pirates and the battlefields of Bilgewater, what will be waiting for us? As Marshal, I must be responsible for the lives of countless Marines. If you still want to fight, then you can do it yourself. I am Marshal Marine, not an agent of your CP department. Sengoku pressed his military cap and said coldly to the CP agent in front of him. The world government and the 5 elders are indeed superior, but do they really think that he, the marshal of the naval headquarters, is a fool? If he is made unhappy, everyone in the world government will be upset. Sengoku ignored the CP agent's proposal to find a way to break through Whitebeard's obstruction, and in the waters of Bilgewater, Gangplank's army and many elites of the Beast's pirates directly started a grand war.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.